Carl nodded in understanding, then remembered that he actually had a skill suited to traveling to places like this. Planeswalker, World Dragon Patron exclusive skill. 100 points. Allows portals to open between adjacent realms the user is familiar with. It hadn't mattered before because he hadn't been anywhere but the Chaos Realm, and he was able to leave there easily enough, thanks to his affinity for the fundamental rule of chaos. But being here was more like being on a whole other world. Not nearly as easy to simply come and go from. The men's side of the hot springs were already rowdy when Carl arrived because someone had made a joke about the dwarves accidentally drowning in the bath if they sat down, and that turned into an argument about proportionate anatomy. Carl's dad walked in behind him and chuckled at the sight. You know, for all that has changed, it's good to see that you didn't forget your own people. Even though they're so much more powerful than any of the miners, it's still the same rowdy lot as you grew up with. He whispered. From the edge of the springs, Slate Petros laughed. Come and sit, Senior Carl. Let me tell you about the dwarven mines. Carl's dad removed his robe, then got a shocked look on his face when it actually vanished. Oh, that is new. The little Fae's voice rang in Carl's mind. Indeed, it was. His father had just gained a system interface when he tried to remove an equipable item in the Fae realm. And he was a warrior. Of course, he was. Interesting. The system can still activate here, as long as it's a system-linked item. I didn't even know that was possible. Matilda cheered from right behind Carl, making most of the others jump. The dragon was in the form of a mature and extremely busty elven woman today, wearing a towel around her body, as was the custom for ladies outside the actual bath. The men were much less modest, and Carl's dad was shocked at the intrusion. Madam, I believe that this is the men's bath. He stammered. It's fine, I just came over to see how you had activated a system interface when we're not on the right planet. Sit, relax, this will only take me a few minutes. She declared, then tossed her towel to one of the small flying Fae and pulled him down into the springs. Jake looked scandalized as he turned to his son, but Carl just shrugged. Neither dragons nor elves are usually body shy. But you will enjoy learning about the dwarven mines. They're absolutely incredible, and they have some excellent worker practices that might work well at home. Jake sighed, then did his best to ignore the naked woman who was intently staring at him. Thor waved as he came into the springs, and a surprising number of the guests greeted him in return. Thor was still the king of making new friends, and they had arrived a full day earlier than Carl had, giving him plenty of time to get to know everyone before the bride and groom got to the venue. Carl, welcome back. You are going to love this place. There are so many fun new people, and they even have a training ground. Thor announced. Oh. Somewhere with smashing poles? Thor chuckled and nodded. Indeed. I was sparring with a group of young Fae warriors earlier in my natural form. They are quite skilled. Lord Drod chuckled. Mostly, they're good at not getting stepped on. The Fae are notoriously agile, beyond what should be physically possible. Just trying to catch them to hit them is hard enough. Thor has an advantage in that his attacks all hit a large area, so the Fae have to dodge more than just his foot. But even then, they put him through his paces. I've never seen a behemoth move like that before. Thor thumped his chest proudly. I practiced all my life to smash targets. But the Fae are the trickiest ones I've found yet. His praise made all their hosts glimmer with sparkling lights, similar to the effect that opal gave off in the sunlight. It gave the baths an extra layer of relaxing effects, and Carl heard Lotus complaining on the other side of the dividing wall that the boys were getting all the good stuff. In her mind, that was completely unacceptable, and Carl suspected that the Green Dragon Priestess would be pushing for mixed bathing tomorrow, just so that she didn't miss out on sparkly Fae. Her complaints did earn the other side of the bath a short light show, as the Fae's amusement at her antics spread through the bathing area. The men's side of the bath chuckled as Lotus' complaints turned to cheering, and Carl's father turned to ask him about the commotion. Is that the child of one of your friends? Or is it just a particularly excitable sort of lady? The latter. She is a green dragon cleric, and her love of all things fluffy, sparkly, and even remotely huggable has been cranked up to an extreme degree. She's an incredible healer, though. There are very few things that she can't cure in a few seconds, and she can even heal a whole section of a battlefield or an entire neighborhood at the same time. Carl explained. Jake chuckled. We met one of them in town last year. Quite the character. The first thing that she asked us was if we had seen a dire bear nearby. She had never seen one in person and wanted to see if they were actually as aggressive as she had been told. Neil sighed and shook his head. I remember that one. We had to send a team to rescue her when she actually found the dire bear, and it chased her all the way to a farming village trying to recover its cub. The dragons present all snickered at the man's exasperated tone. That sort of behavior was 100% on par for a green dragon cleric. Especially if she had heard that there was a way for certain classes to bond magical beasts. After an hour of socializing in the hot springs, the hosts informed them that it was time for the midday meal. Carl hadn't considered the time difference when they had arrived, but it was at least manageable. Everyone simply changed into comfortable loose robes provided by the hotel, and Carl waited by the changing room for Dana to come out. But she did not come out alone. Button and Lyric were with her, brought from the tiny world by Kara, along with an older supervisor that Carl didn't recognize, but that Dana apparently did. The little dragon and Lotus were animatedly discussing the various ways that you could use plant growth spells, while Button held hands with Dana, so she didn't get lost. Ophelia smirked when she saw that Carl had noticed them, and took Lotus' hand with a sly wink, then walked beside Dana, so the short people could continue to talk. It looked a bit odd to see them both talking and gesturing with just one hand, because someone was holding their other, but the guests found it absolutely adorable. Are you adopting a baby dragon after I told you that you couldn't have a dragon egg? Nacht joked when he saw the scene. She lives in a tiny world that I created. She's become attached to Dana, and to anyone else who will spend time with her while everyone else is busy. Carl whispered back. Then he realized something. I've actually obtained a number of dragon eggs lately. There was a group of dragon hunters from another world who were capturing dragons and breeding them for combat. Similar to the Drake riders, but I didn't see any signs that they were riding them, just causing them to go berserk and accompany their forces to attack. The black dragon frowned. I have heard of them. There were some in Newbon not long ago, but the Emperor and General teamed up to eliminate them. It was quite the pain, as they brought a number of berserk dragons with them. What did you do with the dragons that they had trained? Carl shrugged. I just broke the spells on them and let them free on the Nia continent. They'll have to figure things out from there on their own. But there were a number of leftover eggs whose mothers were not present, or not willing to claim them. So, I brought them into the tiny world and placed them in an appropriate environment for their development. I have a group of druids and nature priestesses, the group that Button belongs to, caring for them until they hatch. Nacht nodded slowly. And then what? And then I have 200 baby dragons? Carl asked hopefully. Nacht rolled his eyes in dismay. I will arrange for someone to come collect them after they hatch. We can take them to the church, or specifically a red dragon orphanage for raising. The first few years can be a bit chaotic, but plenty of dragons are raised in them, so we have the experience. Carl smiled. Why didn't I think of that? I can just recruit more red dragon clerics for the job. I've already got some in the workspace in Drod. I volunteered them some extra space in exchange for having the older orphans work the market while they look for full-time work. Naksha crept up beside them and bumped shoulders with her uncle. He's slowly collecting them all. All we need now are gold, bronze, and white. We've even got a silver dragon living at the Drod Guild House because he wanted to study the experiment that the blue dragons are doing. She greeted them. Carl smiled at her, then realized that the dragon smelled different than he remembered. You're about to reach totem rank. He realized. Naksha nodded. Indeed. Being with the Darklight host has been good for me. I'm years ahead of schedule. By the time that the wedding is over, I should be there. And I've got a solid start on my power matrix, so I shouldn't slow down too much after I advance. Nacht smiled at his niece. It's good to see you again. At least the Carl has someone reasonably responsible looking out for him. She giggled and winked at him. I'm not the responsible one. That would be either Tessa or Librarian Sapphire. That dragon is absolutely driven to organize things. You should see how tidy the library in the guild house is now. She thoroughly organized the tomes after she arrived. Originally, we just had them separated by themes onto shelves. Now they're in the proper dragon library organizational order, by title and age. Nacht poked her in the side. By Librarian Sapphire, do you mean? Yep, that one. The myth who refused to pick a trade skill. She's actually got one now, though. Carl granted her runecrafting, and she's been doing wonderful things with it. But mostly, she's been making skill books to help with her mission to eliminate the base warrior class from Overlord and higher ranks. Naksha laughed. That made the old dragon laugh. I should have known that the day she finally left the library to accomplish something other than training generations of blue dragons to organize books, she would pick something so absolutely insane. Naksha shook her head. Oh, I wouldn't call it insane. It's actually working. They've converted hundreds of them so far. Mostly into paladins and crusaders. But they've also created some blood knights, advanced berserker classes, and one mystic blade master. That one shocked everyone, but a warrior managed to learn a monk's fighting style on his own, and asked to try to learn lightning bolt. Somehow, it actually worked, and he got a new class. We suspect it's because he's a lightning affinity dragonkin, but they are waiting until they can replicate the phenomenon to prove the theory. Nacht frowned at Carl. You really are a bad influence, you know that, right? Even after they sent you to the Dragon Isles, you're still causing chaos. Kara preened with pride, and Carl smirked at the black dragon. Did I ever tell you the story of how I managed to defeat a mythic-ranked warrior in a one-on-one guild duel? Sitting at dinner, the conversation was lively, and Opal had colluded with Matilda to have multiple illusionary screens playing back dozens of interesting scenes from Carl and Dana's lives. The crowd was enthralled by the spectacle, as most of them had been present for at least one of the events shown, and Opal had tactfully skipped over the private moments when she created the montage. Well, most of them. Carl could see that there were a few touching scenes included, including one from just the other day, when they were sitting on the mountaintop and meditating while Button slept on Carl's lap. Who are the cat and the fox? I don't see them here. Carl's father asked quietly. That's me and Dana. It's a transformation skill, and the third form really is more comfortable to relax in. The temperature control is spectacular, like being in the upper levels of the mine, where it's not too hot, but never gets cold. Carl explained. Jake's eyes lit up in joy as he realized that all those scenes were actually his son, and not something that he was present for or had helped orchestrate. Some of them he couldn't understand, either because the sight was too bizarre, or because the superhuman physical abilities made it impossible for his eyes to keep up. But now that he knew who all the people were in the scenes, it made much more sense. The servers at dinner were all elves, and they giggled as they saw Lyric sitting next to Dana with a cloth napkin tucked in her collar. It was the only way to convince Button not to continually remove her own, but though the elf appeared to be barely a teenager, she was closer to 40 years old in human years. Far too old to not know how to eat without making a mess. Button was intent on disassembling her dinner so that she could identify every single ingredient. Most of them didn't grow anywhere that she had ever been, but the food was wonderful, and she needed answers. Why don't we ask if you and Lotus can talk to the cook after dinner? They will be able to tell you all the right ratios to recreate the meal. Carl suggested. Button paused her disassembly and smiled. I get to bring Sister Lotus? Carl nodded. She has a skill known as mystic cooking, and I believe that it might be necessary to create these dishes. The flying fae overhead giggled. Oh, he got it right the first time. He's good. It wasn't just the foreign ingredients. Part of the taste was also the magic that went into the creation. One of the flying fae landed on top of Carl's wine glass and waved to get his attention. Do you really have people who can use mystic cooking? She asked. Carl nodded. Out of the ones here, I think there are just 2 of them, but yes. I must tell the cook. They love to discuss food with people who actually understand. Then the fae was gone, just a streak of shimmering light as she raced off toward the kitchen. You just make friends everywhere that you go. Dana laughed as the fae flying overhead all began to chatter about the prospect of new foods from the kitchen after the cook met Lotus. The meal wasn't all vegetarian, which was surprising to Carl, but on closer inspection, not all of the fae were vegetarian. The elves had either mushroom or tofu dishes in place of the meat dishes, but some of the fae servants could be seen snacking on what looked like chicken wings as they waited for their skills to be needed again. Plates were cleared, and a round of coffees were brought out by the staff for those who wanted them. Nobody was in a hurry to go anywhere. They were all well relaxed from the hot springs, and the staff had promised them that there were more fun activities later. Fun being a relative term. They had obstacle courses, training grounds, hiking trails, an aerial exploration route, a full-service spa, luxury shopping, and even an amusement park. Ophelia said that she will take me, Lotus and Button for a nature hike, so we can see all the new plants. Lyric announced as Carl tried to decide how to spend his day. Dana smiled. I will take our mothers for a spa day. It shouldn't take more than 6 or 8 hours. Unless we fall asleep in the spa. Carl saw that his dad was deep in discussion with the dwarves about the merits of various mining techniques, so he chose to leave them to it for now. I think that I will head for the training grounds with some of the others, and then bring father and the dwarves to the tavern. Fae liquor promises to be a new experience. He agreed. A few of the fae laughed. The dwarves had a grudge against the elven wine that was the most popular alcoholic beverage in the fae realms. But there were other options, and none of them would ever be considered the equal to dwarven ale. At least not by the dwarves. Fortunately, there were dwarves in the fae realm, so they did have it available. But if Carl was looking for a new experience, he was unlikely to find one with that particular group. Even his father smelled like he was a good part dwarf to the fae. But before they could say anything, Carl was already off to the training grounds, where the majority of the demons and dragons had gone to compete with each other. Even Sapphire was there. Whether that was for the eye candy or because she wanted technical data for an experiment was unclear. However, she was in attendance, and sitting in the bleachers. Carl, are you going to join us? We're having a wrestling match. No skills, no flying, no striking. Lord Drod asked. Carl smiled. Sounds fun to me. Just let me standardize my size a little. Being short and strong is an unfair advantage in a grappling match. While Carl transformed and prepared for a bit of sport, Dana led a group of women into the spa area. Ladies, prepare to be pampered. Matilda has promised me that this is one of the greatest resources of the entire facility, and her skills in party planning are legendary. Dana announced. An aged elven woman smiled at them as they entered. Ah, the wedding party, including the mothers. The Supreme Lady informed us that you would be along soon. Now, would you like to start light, or would you like the full experience? Dana shrugged. We might as well go all out. How often will we even have the opportunity to come back here, right? That made the old elf laugh. Well, if you live as long as I have, there will surely be more chances. But I hear that your groom is an avatar of the world dragon. It shouldn't be hard for him to return here in the future. Now, would you like to start from the hair down, or the feet up? Carl's mom shrugged. Feet up sounds good. I spend far too much time on my feet, and they can always use a bit of loving. My husband, bless his heart, is still terrible at giving a foot massage, even after 2 decades of practice. He still tried. Every time they had a day off, he would attempt to pamper her. But years in the mines had numbed his hands, and he had no concept of what was too hard or too soft. She didn't criticize him openly, but it would be wonderful to have a proper masseuse. They were all led to comfortable chairs, and their feet placed in tubs of what looked like milk. It's a rejuvenating potion, with fey coconuts as the base. Don't worry, we checked everyone for allergies when you first arrived. The attendant explained. 3 younger elves came out to attend to Dana, Wendy, and Ella. But Naksha, who was a few chairs down from them, got very different treatment. Her attendant was a 2-meter-tall shirtless dryad man. The black dragon winked at the 2 older women, who looked faintly scandalized, then Naksha sighed as he began to massage her legs, letting her feet soak in the rejuvenating potion. The elves laughed quietly when the dragon moaned as the masseuse began to work the stiffness out of her legs, but Naksha didn't even notice. His hands were magic. In the most literal sense. All of the masseuse's staff were healers, and they worked healing magic into the body along with the tonics as they performed the massage. For the black dragon, who served the god of death, the reaction to that steady influx of life force was rather different from the others. The euphoric feeling of a foot massage by a healer had Dana in a blissful fog for most of the next hour, until it was time to move to the massage tables for the rest of the relaxation therapy. Naksha was taken to a separate room, and both mothers had to do their very best not to giggle at the situation. I can't believe that they actually offer such services. Carl's mother whispered. The elf massaging her back winked at her. We offer all sorts of services here. But it's probably not as unwholesome as you are thinking. Well, maybe. They seem to have pretty good chemistry. Surprising for a black dragon. Ella looked shocked. She's a dragon. Right, I forgot that they can just transform. I haven't had a chance to meet most of these people before, you see. The elf nodded. When you are stuck at the common rank, it's not safe to be hanging around in areas where everyone is at totem rank or higher. There are regions of the Fey realm where even I don't go, just so that I don't get overwhelmed by the auras of all the immortals. They don't mean any harm, but when they get excited or angry, they release quite a potent aura. She was at the monarch rank, strong by Golden Dragon Nation standards, but compared to most of the guests or even the average of the Dragon Isles, it was hardly impressive. Wendy, Dana's mother, sighed. It's a shame that I was born before the elite started to awaken across our nation. It might have been cool to be able to go on adventures instead of just reading about them. Dana smirked. You know, if I spend a bit of time making a book, we might be able to help both of you awaken. Especially here, where there is so much magic. Both mothers froze to stare at her. You can just awaken people's system access like that? Ella asked. Yes. And it doesn't seem to matter that we're on another world. Jake already did, and entirely accidentally. He's become a warrior. That's where Matilda vanished to earlier. She wanted to examine the changes in someone who awakened that late. Dana explained. Ella paused. Were they not all still in the bath when she left? Dana laughed. They were. And I can only imagine what the look on his face was when she showed up in the men's bath. But she's hundreds of thousands of years old. Nobody tells her where she can and can't go. That made sense to Ella, in a way. After so long, it would be like seeing your grandchildren nude. Hardly interesting at all. Or so she assumed. I think that it would be harder to make him stop talking to those miners he found than anything else. If there is one thing that Jake can talk about for hours, it's stone and the mines. She sighed. Given his nature, she wasn't worried about the dragon woman stealing her husband. Dana chuckled. You know, we realized when we got to the Dragon Isles that Carl is at least part dwarf. If he is, then so is his father. So, it's only natural that he would inherit their racial instincts. I wonder if they're still talking about stone and digging, or if they're on to a new topic yet. Not only were they on to another topic, the Fae had taken great interest in Jake now that he had gained a system class. The system wasn't active in the Fey realms. Or, it normally wasn't. So, this was a whole new experience for them. When you lived for thousands of years, new things were one of the greatest experiences of your year, even when they were seemingly mundane to others. So, Matilda and Jake had gained a large crowd of onlookers who were enthralled with his attempts to master the activation of his new skills. Slate had given him a war pick as a celebratory gift, as it was the tool that he would be most familiar with. The pick on one side, just like he had swung all his life, and the hammer on the other side, the same as was used to pound metal rods into the stone to create holes for blasting charges. Now, they had drills for that, but when he was young, they were all pounded with hammers and a metal rod. He only had a few system-linked skills, the base ones of the warriors. Cleave and guard. But that was enough to get him started on his training, and Remy was working on a whole new set of potions to help late bloomers catch up to everyone else. The Carl's father had a natural affinity for the war pick, and while he hadn't ever trained as a warrior, he was already very strong. A few more transferred skills and a few potions should make it easy for him to at least reach high awakened rank, maybe ascended before the end of the wedding. That would make it funny when he went home. Remy had never been to the Carl's hometown, but from what she remembered, there weren't any strong people there at all, or any strong monsters to defend against. So, if she got his father properly set up, he might be able to take over and become the big boss. That would be a good wedding gift. Sister Ray had won the wedding preparation contest, since she made everyone new outfits. But Remy was pretty sure that she could make a strong showing if she helped advance the father of the groom. She didn't have a potion strong enough for most of the others, though. She needed better stuff. But not now. These elves knew just how to massage her scales, and she was nearly turned into a puddle at this point, just stretched out on the massage bench as she extended her senses into her space to see what the Carl was up to. Remy was quite satisfied with this level of treatment. She even got a second elf because her body was so long. They had buffed, oiled, polished, and massaged every centimeter of her body, and even massaged her scalp until her eyes rolled back. Who knew that elves could do that? Could the ones in the tiny world do it? Or did you have to train them? There weren't many children here at the moment, unless you counted Button and Lyric. So, there wasn't anyone at Jake's skill level with their abilities. But there were plenty of patient skills instructors, and Jake was quickly getting the hang of keeping his guard up while he attacked. Carl had refrained from joining the sparring so that he could encourage his dad. But he could tell that it was somewhat embarrassing for him to let his son instruct him in the basics. So, Carl was just watching, while Raj and Lord Drod sparred. Both were on the stronger side of mythic rank, but the Drod Lord had the clear advantage. His skills were faster and more refined, a testament to his ability to hold Drod against outside threats for centuries. While Carl watched, he got an interesting idea. He could recreate that desk he saw in the tower, the bookstore they had visited during the winter festival. That would create all the basic supplies he needed to make skill books. But for now, he could just transfer his father a few more skills directly after he mastered the basics. Ray was already making him armor. Carl, why don't we show him what he's working toward? Do you have an axe and shield or a pick? Slate asked. Carl nodded. I've got both. Which do you prefer? Or I can call a golem to spar with, so you can show off how to deal with wild magical beasts. The dwarf smiled in satisfaction. That's an even better idea. What can you call as a golem? Carl shrugged. Most types of standard beasts as my regular golems. I usually use a dire bear. But that might be a bit extreme for my old man. Jake chuckled. Nobody went one-on-one with a dire bear at the same rank. That was just common sense, according to the movies. Carl called a pair of stone-skin boars, and had one come sit at his feet, while the other went to the sparring ring to meet with Petros. The dwarf had a battle hammer in his hand, and a large rectangular shield, a favorite of the dwarves. As soon as Petros was set, the boar charged, and Carl let it just go by instinct, with instructions not to leave the sparring ring. They were both at the totem rank, so the combat was much faster than anything that Jake could hope to accomplish on his own. But the way that the seemingly slow and stout dwarven shaman blocked, turned and attacked as the boar charged was enlightening. Slate wasn't using any skills other than lightning hammer, an enhancement on his weapon that activated on contact. That was a better approximation of how a warrior fought than his usual shamanistic skills. But it also gave him more time to spar with the boar. The extra exercise was good for him. He spent too much time dealing with city council issues lately, and not nearly enough time on physical pursuits. If he didn't find more time to keep up his training, he was worried that he would get slow and rusty. Perhaps he could ask the Carl to make something for Bara like he made for the Golden Dragon Nation. A training ground where they could go at any rank and build their combat skills. After all, not everyone was an overlord, but that was the only dungeon they had. There really is a lot of nuance to combat, even when it looks like you're just hitting things with a hammer. Jake noted as he watched Slate Petros tilt his shield to allow the boar to overrun him, and get the shield underneath its belly, where he could toss it off its feet, where he could attack the more vulnerable underside. The two combatants separated with the boar limping, and Carl dismissed it. Slate chuckled. And that's about how you deal with boars, you see. Same sort of shield you're using, just adapt the attack to the weapon you've got available. Jake nodded. I think that I get it now. You don't overpower the beast, you use its momentum against it so that you can strike at the flanks. The dwarf nodded. Exactly. If you're fighting wild beasts, you're unlikely to be the larger combatant, so you need to use the advantages that you have. Now, I'm a shaman, so I don't normally fight them up close like that. But warriors don't have as many options. I'm sure that Carl can help you gain a few new skills. But the ones that warriors can use aren't as widely varied as other classes. If you're good with a bow, you could fight at a distance, but other than that, it's almost all up close and personal. That's better anyhow. Some things need to be hit at a distance, but smashing it with a hammer is just so much more satisfying. Jake agreed. The spectators chuckled. He was definitely part dwarf. You said that Carl could teach me new skills. But I heard that he's not a warrior-type class. He added. Carl nodded. I'm not. My specialty is beasts, but I also have a number of skills related to making magical items and training skills. It's sort of a comprehensive assistant skill set. Here, this is one of my favorites, and the first skill I ever had. Rend is compatible with warriors, and has a bit of range to it, so you can strike from a few dozen meters away and pull a wild monster to you. Champion Carl offers knowledge and skill, Rend, will be transferred to the stalwart defender Jake. Jake frowned, then nodded, and turned back to the training dummy. A downward swing of the hammer sent a vertical arc of Rend at the dummy, and he smiled, then nodded in satisfaction. That's much better than cleave. Similar in usage, but just generally better. I see here in the system interface thing that I have a lot of skills available for points, but I don't have any points to buy them with. That's not really surprising, as I'm new to this. But with time I should be able to become a proper warrior-type elite. Carl nodded. It usually takes years of practice and missions before new elites are ready to go out and face the world alone. You've got a fully active system interface, which is an advantage. But going from worker's advocate to warrior is going to be a bit of a change. The others laughed at Carl's comment. Usually, it was the other way around. You started out fighting your way up through the ranks, and only when you had reached the peak of your ambition or abilities did you transition to an office job. But the Golden Dragon Nation was not like the Dragon Isles, and they had so many common rank humans that they needed them to help run things. That was rapidly changing, and given 2 generations, it would no longer be the case, but for now, it was the status quo. The staff brought out snacks, and the men took a break, while wondering what the ladies were up to right now. The answer was that they were on to the facial rejuvenation phase of the spa treatment, where the Fae used potions and magical massage techniques to reduce or eliminate the signs of aging. While elves lived for over 1,000 years, they would still age or gain weathered features from years in the elements, so they had perfected this process ages ago. They had never actually used it on a human before, but it should work well enough. Both their immortal bosses and the Chaos Dragon had confirmed that nothing during this visit would harm the guests. Having someone who could see the future was purely cheating. Though, it was also a bit of a headache, as Matilda and Misty were making vague jokes about things that hadn't happened yet, while Kara kept rolling around and gesturing to respond to them. Can someone find the badger a transformation amulet? Hand gestures to answer are not massage-friendly. The masseuse finally complained. Kara giggled, a sound reminiscent of a happy chainsaw, and then transformed into her humanoid form, a teen beastkin girl with badger ears, and a white stripe down the middle of her black hair. Thank you, that's much better. The masseuse sighed in relief. Yes, speaking directly is an improvement, even if I'm only part badger. But the revival of the Bunga forests, right? The other two seers nodded happily, and the elf shook her head in dismay. Everything was some sort of inside joke or vague reference with them because they were all talking about things that they had seen in visions, or at a different point in time. Possibly, even a different timeline. Misty frowned at Kara. Are you sure that you don't want me to help you change those future events? It wouldn't be hard. Matilda shrugged. Some things are inevitable. Besides, what sort of chaos badger would she be if she turned down the chance to test the gods? Kara nodded in agreement, and the elf massaging her scalp looked horrified. She wouldn't, would she? That was insanity. Practically begging for divine retribution. But Dana knew. If there was a chance to find out what a god tasted like, Kara would 100% do it, just to say that she knew the answer. Once the men were all worn out from training and sparring, they migrated to the pub to test out the local beverages. The bartender didn't wait for them to ask questions, and poured everyone their first drink as soon as they sat down. He already had a good idea of what everyone liked, based on their orders since they had arrived. The resort was fully booked for the wedding, and all-inclusive, so there was no good reason not to give them whatever liquors they were after, or to wait for them to order. Some of the answers were obvious. Spiced rum for the wrath demons, ale for the dwarves. But some were less obvious. The bartender had no idea what humans drank other than wine, but the human smelled part dwarf, so maybe he liked ale. That was what the bartender went with. Even only part dwarf, he should still appreciate Fey Dwarven ale. Now, the miners at the lithium mine were not unfamiliar with strong drink. They regularly made honey mead and every spring brought a new batch of maple sap rum. But what they were unfamiliar with was a drink as refined as Dwarven ale. The taste, the lingering magic, the overall effect. Nothing that he had ever tasted before could compare to that first sip. This is absolutely wonderful. I don't even know what it is made of, but we might have to plant some of it near the mines. Jake sighed. The dwarves laughed at his reaction, then nodded in agreement. You would need someone with a bit more training. The Dwarven ale is a magical brew in the most literal sense. You can't just brew it with conventional equipment. But with the power level of your continent coming up, you might actually be able to find a few that were willing to move in order to establish a new brewery. The ingredients aren't uncommon, they just need the skill to brew it perfectly. The Fey hosts smiled as they poured everyone's second round of drinks. Yes, even here in the Fey realm, which has entire nations of dwarves, it is hard to find a true brewmaster. Though, as I recall, that was once a class option for your planet. The advantages that the system give to your people are absolutely unfair. One of my cousins went there when she failed out of school, hoping to get enough of a benefit that she could catch up to her peers. One of the dryads serving food agreed. How long ago was that? Carl asked. We were kids, and the timeline between the two worlds doesn't really match. The Fey realm fluctuates differently. But I would guess that it's about 15,000 years ago in your world. He replied. Jake coughed as he choked on his ale. You are 15,000 years old. The dryad shook his head. A little over 9,000. But as I said, the timelines don't match up. In the Fey realm, dryads don't die for as long as their spirit tree survives. As long as they picked a good one, and it doesn't suffer from the bad luck of a fatal lightning strike or other tragedy, the spirit trees usually live for around 10,000 years. One of the smaller flying Fey explained. The server nodded. I am in my last 1,000 now, most likely. My spirit tree is enormous, and has an entire city grown around it. But after so long, the magic begins to fade and change. But I can't complain, I have had a wonderful run of it, and I have completed every task that I wish to try in my life. Jake hummed in confusion. You see, in my home, servers are a lower social status job. So, I would have expected that someone working as one during their later years would have many regrets. The Fae all laughed. None of us are here for the money. They pay us well, but that's not why we are here. Everyone who works here was either born here at the resort, or they came here to fulfill a desire to mingle with new types of people. That's what our dryad friend came here for, nearly 100 years ago. The little Fae explained. Carl set out a bowl of the honey-infused coconut milk that had been served for the guests who didn't drink, and Tian appeared on the table for a snack. Is that a stone fir divine fox? They're not extinct. The Fae server asked, shocked by the small white ball of fluff. Indeed he is. But they're far from extinct. I have heard of at least a dozen others still living in the Dragon Isles. His den was raided, and the rest of his kin were lost, but there are others left on our world. Carl explained. The small Fae were entranced with Tian, and continually filled the bowl with honey milk until the little fox burped, then sighed and rolled over on his side, milk-drunk and sleepy. That was their cue to get out the brushes and start grooming the fluffy little fox. You're after the loose fur, aren't you? Carl asked as he watched the gentle grooming process. The little fairies nodded. It makes wonderful accessories, and divine fox fur will hold nearly any sort of fey or holy magic. Plus, the brushing is like a gentle massage. Tian nodded in agreement. The grooming was really comfortable. Plus, they had given him a cute braided mohawk. Carl shrugged. Well, no harm, no foul. It feels like Tian's magic responds well to this place as well. I will have to see if he wants to stay outside so he can absorb Fey realm magic and perhaps understand a bit more of the world. He is still very young, after all. That comment made Thor chuckle. The others in the group had all matured at a vastly accelerated rate, but according to his studies with Tessa, the stonefur fox normally took a century to reach adulthood. So, even if Tian was growing much faster than usual, it would likely take him years before he was even an adolescent. At least in body. His power was growing very well. Watching the Fae work was great entertainment as they drank. But the little creatures didn't stop with just Tian. Once the fox was massaged to sleep and groomed to their standard, they started in on the hair and beards of the dwarves, grooming them to perfection. With Fey magic and tiny hands, there were no stray hairs, which would save much time when it was time to prepare everyone for the wedding ceremony. It was set for the next afternoon, as most of the guests could only stay a few days, and the dwarves' beards would hold a braid at least that long without any issues. Who knew that dwarves could be so stylish? Lord Drod asked as the Fae worked to beautify the guests, who were happy to let them do as they pleased as long as this top-quality ale kept coming. Azoth, the immortal regent, laughed. You have no idea. Once upon a time, the hill dwarves had entire clans of raiders who put an immense amount of work into looking impressive. The mountain dwarves were always less concerned with it, and preferred golden accessories to flashy tattoos and war paint. But it is certainly part of dwarven culture. A few of the gathered dwarves chuckled. There were still hill dwarves who wore the old fashions, but the days of hill dwarven raiders were in the distant past. Once the magic had faded from the surface, even the hill dwarves had retreated underground for most of their lives to preserve as much of their magic as they could. That had thoroughly changed their culture. Perhaps we should bring back some of the old traditions. I think that being a bit more fashionable might give people a better impression of the dwarves." Slate joked. The Fae giggled. "We have dwarven tattoo artists here, if you want some proper dwarven tattoos." Carl turned to face their conversation. "You know, one of the ladies is a witch doctor, and she's got a skill for magical tattoos that grant permanent buffs. You should see if she wants to visit your tattoo artists before she has to return home. I bet that she would love to know the skill." One of the dryads pulsed with magic, and then a second later, he smiled. "The ladies have 2 volunteers who would like to know how to magical tattoos. The witch doctor called Morgana, and the blood destruction demonic spider called Ray Bloodbath." Carl rolled his eyes, while Tion sleepily giggled. Of course, Ray would be interested in an art that involved stabbing people hundreds of times per second. Even Kara was interested in the art form. Not so much because it involved stabbing, though that was fun, but because it was graffiti on living creatures. Kara had zero thoughts of taking paying customers for magical tattoos. But many thoughts of tattooing sedated or paralyzed people with her desired designs. The only thing that was likely to stop her was that it was impossible for her to properly hold a tattoo gun in her natural form, and she still didn't really like being a humanoid. Her current form was cute, but it felt like a disguise, not just an alternate version of herself the way that the others viewed it. Thor particularly loved his human appearance, while Ray viewed hers as more of an indoor stealth form, or a non-combat mode. It was less combat capable than her natural form, but better able to navigate smaller spaces, like the interior of a house. "A toast to the groom," Azov declared, raising his tankard high. "To the groom. May you be the next mythic champion of the Dragon Isles." The men replied, while Carl raised his mug and bowed politely before downing the ale. The men's celebration was much different from the ladies'. While the men got progressively more drunk and told battle stories, the ladies became progressively more pampered and lazy. Dana was quite certain that she didn't have a muscle in her body that held any lingering tension at this point, and her skin was glowing with internal energy in a way that she hadn't even known was possible for a human. Truthfully, it was not. But Dana didn't consider that her advancement had a much more profound effect on her than simply giving her some new skills and changing her beast form. The magic of the divine fox was part of every cell of her body now, intrinsic to her existence. So, while she considered herself 100% human, from the viewpoint of the Fae, who were much more sensitive to such changes, that was not even close to correct. And as they were working Fae magic into her body to relax and refresh her, she was beginning to exhibit more and more of the magic of the divine foxes that had been locked away by her human bloodline and a lack of training on how to properly utilize it. Her world had forgotten much during the years since the last resurgence. But the Fae realm didn't suffer from any such phenomenon, and even among the staff, there were many old enough to have been alive during the last resurgence. They knew more about how to express a mixed bloodline properly than humanity had forgotten. For the Chaos Dragon, who had been a friend to the Fae since time immemorial, they would do their very best to make sure that this wedding was a success, and that every single guest gained something from their stay. Whether it was something big, or something small, did not matter. What mattered was that they brought a touch of the Fae realm back to their own world. It would slowly establish the link between the two again, not through the actual Fae mana, but through the minds of the people. The more welcoming the people were to the Fae, the more easily the barrier between the two worlds could be breached. That was the exponential protection function that had been built into the defenses of the Fae realm. Some worlds would never accept them, and would never be able to cross the barrier. Others could be stepped through with little more than a thought. The drinking and celebrations ran late into the evening, but Carl wasn't too worried. The ceremony didn't begin until mid-afternoon, and the men had a much easier time getting ready than the ladies would. They already had their outfits for the wedding, courtesy of Ray. They had their Fae staff members assigned to get them ready for the wedding, and even breakfast was scheduled. So, he didn't feel the least bit guilty about coming into the room well after dark, or about waking Dana up early the next morning to enjoy the private hot spring in their room. A brisk rap at the door was followed by the appearance of 3 small girls in the room. Lotus had brought Button and Misty to help get Dana up and ready. Or perhaps Misty had brought the other two, given that they didn't use the door but teleported into the suite. Time to get up and get moving. Oh good, you don't have clothes on, so you don't have to get undressed. We brought special bubbles for the bubble bath, but we have been informed that we are not allowed to use them in the hot springs. Lotus announced. Carl laughed as he got up and equipped a pair of shorts. I guess it's that time. I will go meet with the gentleman and begin to prepare. Let me know if you need me to send anyone in to assist. Lotus waved her hand. Everyone will be here soon enough. It's good that the suite is so big, or we would need to move after the bath. Carl just shook his head in dismay as Dana threw a spare towel at the nature cleric, and then walked to the bath. Good luck, ladies. Then Carl was off to find breakfast, leaving them to the utter chaos that was wedding day bridal preparations. They were ostensibly finished planning every detail, but now that Ray had seen the staff who worked at the resort, she wanted to change all their uniforms for the wedding. She had been informed twice this morning that it wasn't possible, mostly because the fairies would have panic attacks if you wrapped them in demonic spider silk, but she was determined to find a way around the problem. Unlike the chaos of Dana's preparations, the men's side was nearly military efficiency. When Carl arrived to check the venue, the men had checklists in one hand, breakfast burritos in the other, and they were checking every detail against the plans that Matilda had left for them, or bringing in the final few items that hadn't been part of the resort's inventory. Gentlemen, is there anything I can help with? Carl asked. For now, nothing. Just grab something to eat and then prepare for the barber and the stylist. Lord Drod explained. Dave, Raj and Hugo were all at the table when Carl arrived, wearing casual outfits for the morning. The Chaos Dragon booked the spa for us at noon so that we will all be ready for the event. Why we need to look good, I am not sure. But we will. Dave explained. Carl chuckled. Are the wife and kids here? Or was it just you on this trip? Kara tried to argue in favor of my wife coming along with the kids, but I made plans for them to go visit her mother instead. Letting the badgers plot against you never ends well, so when they get too excited about something, you need to make alternate plans for them to get excited about. Dave explained. Hugo chuckled, and Carl noticed that Annabelle, the mythic mage that Ray had given an idol dress, was sitting with Raj. They weren't in the same guild, so that must be his date for the event. Raj winked at Carl when he noticed his look. The invitations included a +1. Hugo has a +1 around here somewhere as well, but I think she's still sleeping. The restaurant where they had chosen to have breakfast was rapidly filling with guests for the wedding, most of whom were either wearing the resort's robes or swim shorts in preparation for a morning at the hot springs before getting ready for the wedding. A quick inspection found that Davis, Ashbringer and Wendy, the only apprentice runecrafter, were all sitting at a table in the corner engrossed in conversation, while Mick was up at the buffet, looking torn between fey wine or juice for breakfast. Carl had just finished double-checking that the name plates for the family members were right when a small group of immortal-ranked men arrived. Totem Carl, congratulations on your wedding. The Supreme Lady invited us. One of the men explained. Ah, welcome. Old friends of the Supreme Lady? Carl asked. The immortal chuckled. You could call us something like that. We are all guild masters of the Dark Light host on different worlds. That got the attention of everybody. What sort of guild had locations on multiple planets? And for that matter, how did that even work? Was the system not exclusive to their planet? I see that we have caused many more questions than we have answered. Well, I can solve most of those, as it appears that your world has forgotten. The immortal continued. Thank you. Our world just went through a 10,000-year period where the ley lines were too far beneath the surface for most of the world to access the system. So, you could say that it was a rough time for anyone not an immortal. Carl explained. That does sound troublesome. My world has the same issue, but it fluctuates between immortality and mortality. So, during certain periods, it is nearly impossible to become immortal. The others here mostly live on worlds that the world dragon scattered into the immortal realm. Well, except Dave. Dave moved his whole planet into the immortal realm in a separate space because he got sick of transferring them mana. The immortal that he called Dave chuckled, and Carl checked his name plate with the system interface. Davo Karakint. Yeah, he was Dave. That looked much too hard to pronounce in common. It wasn't bad in Draconic, though, and the man was a dragon of some sort. Not a chromatic dragon, though. His magic didn't feel right. The presence of so many immortals was shocking at first, but now that Carl could see that they were all Darklight Host Guild Masters, it made much more sense. Technically, the system didn't call Matilda the Guild Master of the Darklight Host, only a branch manager. But she was a supreme-ranked existence, so that might just be by choice. The first immortal to speak gestured at the group. These are Dave, Gregor and Nox. I am Axiom. It's a pleasure to meet you all, especially the fellow Darklight Host members. I do have to ask, though. How did you get a blue dragon? Trying to pry them out of the library long enough to do anything is troublesome. Trying to get them to commit to anything that is not learning or teaching is near impossible. Carl chuckled and waved at Sapphire, who had just walked past, headed for his suite. My home world has an abundance of base-class warriors at the moment. I developed a skill that helps them advance to new and improved warrior-type classes. I believe that she hopes giving them new skills and advancing their class will make them less warrior, and more suitable to intellectual endeavors. Carl joked. Axiom laughed. It doesn't work. They are still warriors, just with more skills. We tried. Well, they tried. My world uses a slightly different system known as the Wandering Cultivator system, and it doesn't have classes. Every world that the World Dragon influenced with his magic is different, but some are completely unrecognizable in their magic. They still smell like the World Dragon's magic, but he simply didn't imbue it with any sort of system that we can identify. Annabelle frowned. How do you know the World Dragon is a he? It's been a running debate between me and Hugo for years. Axiom laughed. I met him and his wife. It's one of the advantages of being old. Sometimes you get to meet the gods in person if you are powerful enough. The World Dragon is definitely male. Hugo just shrugged. It was hard to argue with that. No deep and philosophical text, no ancient records. Just, I met him one time. Nox, the immortal guild leader with long black hair and a narrow face, chuckled. My mother is a demigod-ranked priestess following the goddess of life and fertility. The bunny god. She often has visions of the gods, and I agree with his assessment. The World Dragon is not just a masculine influence, that one was definitely a man before he was a divinity. Annabelle made a note and then nodded. Is your father a cleric as well? Nox shook his head. My father failed his tribulation and never made it to immortality. He passed on to his next lives a little over 1,000,000 years ago, by Fey realm reckoning. The mythic ranked mage looked shocked. So, there is someone older than the Supreme Lady? And in the same guild, no less. Nox frowned. I'm not that old. Or perhaps she counts her years differently. By the Fey realm's timeline, she is definitely older than I am. She was a guild master when I joined, and I was mortal then. Then he turned to look to the side. She's upset that I called her old. I am going to have to make her an apology gift later. He sighed. Distract her with the Chaos Badger, she won't stay upset for long. Carl whispered. The guests laughed quietly at the suggestion. Putting Matilda and Kara together was bound to be entertaining, even when they thought that they were behaving. I don't suppose that you can spare a few minutes for practical questions before the wedding, can you? My world is rather short on immortals to ask questions. Carl asked. Of course. We have all the time in the world. You only have about 2 hours, but we have got plenty of time. Axiom joked. This will naturally be about gaining immortality, it always is. Dave agreed. Carl nodded. Really, it's mostly about the power matrix. I get the concept of needing to master a fundamental rule to advance. And that I need to improve the matrix to channel the energy needed. But do I have to alter it in more than just the quantity of points and design when I get to mythic rank? The mythic ranked guests waited intently for some sort of answer as the immortals inspected Carl's aura and probed his soul for the current state of his progress. Your soul strength and mental forging are both progressing well. I see a 72-point chaos element focus, but you appear to be mastering the mana manipulation fundamental rule. If you don't improve your chaos rule affinity as well, you're going to run into problems when you get close to tribulation. Probably. Or maybe not. Chaos is fickle like that. Sometimes it causes things to go smoothly for no apparent reason at all. Like when the Supreme Lady reached the Supreme rank. She announced that she needed to understand something, then went to an incubus brothel for the night and came back at the Supreme rank. Guild Master Dave noted. The other immortals simply stared at him. That couldn't be true. But, it wasn't impossible. Knox nodded as he finished his inspection. I think that the major limiting factor will be your understanding. If you can master a fundamental rule, you shouldn't have any real issues with the tribulation. Your mental strength and power matrix are both up to the bare minimum standard to survive. Axiom nodded. My world is different. But I would say that you should be able to reach the tribulation with appropriate resources using your current cultivation method. Or in your current class, as it were. If you don't advance your class far enough to be compatible with an immortal rank skill, you will get stuck along the way. I don't know if you have one that will advance that far, but if you're bonded to that divine fluff ball, you should be fine. His healing and earth manipulation skills can both reach the immortal rank. That was excellent news, Tion decided. Someone had confirmed that he really could be an immortal. He just needed some time and the right opportunities. And one of those pixies to come back and scratch that itch on his left ear. Almost as if they could actually hear him, one of the pixies did come back to stroke his head and smooth the fur on Tion's ear while the immortals watched with bemused smiles. This Stonefur divine fox was clearly an orphan, they decided. The species was a proud one, and the mere notion of allowing the Fae to braid their fur, much less to pet their head, would have sent most divine foxes into a rage. But Tion? He liked his new row of braids, and he was thoroughly enjoying the scalp massage. Getting nervous yet? Lord Drod asked Carl, who was sipping coffee and watching the chaos around the room. Nope. Excited, but not nervous yet. I've been looking forward to this for some time now, and it's going to be quite a relief to have the bond solidified and confirmed by all these guests. Carl replied. Behind him, Thor chuckled. Exactly, you can't be letting the Dana mage escape now. That shouldn't be a concern for much longer. With all of us here today, who would dare to say that they didn't know that was Carl's wife? Anyone who tried to steal your Dana mage away probably wouldn't live to regret it. Unless the first one to catch them was the badger. Lord Drod agreed. The immortals and demons laughed, but a few of the others, including Carl's father, looked confused. Is the badger actually the merciful one? He asked. Oh, not at all. But while Ray or most of the men here would simply kill them and put them out of their misery, Kara would make sure that they lived in the most horrific way possible. Though, letting Remy catch them might have the same effect. She's constantly looking for test subjects for experimental alchemy concoctions, and some of those are bound to have less than desirable outcomes. Carl explained. Jake frowned for a second, trying to remember which one was Remy. Oh, the Naga. She seems to be popular, but I don't speak Naga. He realized. Well, you might be able to understand her now that you've awakened a class. The system usually translates for us. Carl explained. Lord Drod nodded. If you can understand me, then you can probably understand her as well. It's the same system function. Jake nodded. I can. It's a strange thing, knowing that your words are being translated, but I certainly understand that language. That will be very helpful to you in the future, as there are a number of monster species that have spoken languages, and if you're defending your hometown after you gain some power, you will be able to hear them strategizing. One of the immortals agreed. Carl chuckled. And most of them are too stupid to realize that you can hear them, so they go ahead with the plan as soon as they're finished making it. Does your world have an antagonistic relationship with the Titan clans as well? Axiom asked. Carl nodded. With all species of giants, really. They're just not easy to get along with. My home nation, where my father still lives, just finished a war against the giant clans, and the Titan clan is causing trouble on another continent, trying to suppress the system. They're just generally a nuisance to every other species. Axiom sighed. All these years, and they're still holding a grudge. I suspect that it is personal between their gods and ours, and that is why they simply can't let it go and get along with any other species. I can see that your world gets along better with the demons than most other worlds, but that could be the human influence. Humans love to pick sides in the demons versus seraphim wars. They're almost like the orcs that way, itching for a good fight. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. The humans did love a good fight. Not as much as the orcs, but they were getting there. And they did get along surprisingly well with the demons. We also have a lot of beastkin among our population, and they form a sort of buffer between the dragons, the humans, and the demons. On my home world, it's not uncommon for species to mix. Take D for example. He's got a bit of owl beastkin in his lineage, and his wife is a badger-type beastkin. Lyric, the little one chasing the green dragon priestess and the forest dragon around, is half-elven. Carl explained with a smile. Axiom winked at Gregor, the quietest of the Darklight Host Guild leaders, and then began to laugh. That's a human trait everywhere. Gregor has a theory that half the species only exist because humanity can't keep it in their pants. Take Lamia for example. What sort of genetic evolution would have naturally led to that form? A fully human upper body with a snake lower body? That's unlikely to be natural. More likely, one parent was either a serpentine demon or a magical beast, who got involved with humans. It would also explain why all Lamia are female. The genetics only matched up on the X chromosome, so males were impossible. Or, some human magic user with a fetish ensured that all offspring of his pairing would be female. Lord Drod snorted in amusement. I wouldn't put either one past them. My thoughts were always that the Lamia and some others might have been a result of the Chaos Dragons getting bored. But them being created by horny humans left unattended makes sense. Lyric stepped into the room and giggled. So, this is what men talk about when they're alone with each other. Were there any more of the raspberry pancakes left? We've only got blueberry left in the kitchen. Carl nodded and pointed to the side of the room, where the buffet was still fully stocked. Breakfast is still being served out here. But if she's driving everyone insane, bring Button out here, and we will keep her entertained. Carl suggested. It won't interrupt men's time. Lyric asked. Not at all. Besides, there are plenty of women here as well. Not everyone is part of the bridal party, and they wouldn't all fit in the suite anyhow. And that was how lunch arrived and Button had to be removed from Lord Drod, who had been letting the forest dragon ride on his shoulder so that she could see more of what was going on around the room. Button needed to be cleaned and dressed before the wedding, as she had been nominated by Matilda to help scatter flower petals down the aisle before the bride entered. That was the perfect job for a bored forest dragon, who could create even more flowers on her own if she happened to run out. She had to be physically restrained from going into practice, just so that the floor didn't have half a meter of flower petals on the floor when Dana had to walk down the aisle. It took a bit of explanation from the staff, but eventually Button understood that only the bride was supposed to step on the petals, so she had to wait until everyone else was seated. Carl retreated to a dressing room to change and get ready for the ceremony, and found that there was an entire group of professionals waiting there for him. Well, professionals and one spectral knight, who was holding up the white tuxedo with a black shirt that Ray had chosen for Carl to wear to his wedding. Once the suit was handed over, the spectral knight vanished, and the others got to work. Carl was lotioned, trimmed, brushed, and oiled to perfection over the next hour, and then he got dressed in the fancy suit and the staff nodded in satisfaction. "Sir, you are ready. There are 15 minutes left before you are needed on the stage. Supreme Lady Matilda will guide you through the process, but you only actually need to say 2 words, and then she will perform the binding ceremony." The dryad man in charge of Carl's preparation explained. "Perfect timing then. Let's go." Now, he was beginning to feel the nerves, and to wonder why Matilda hadn't seen fit to tell him anything at all about the details of his own wedding. It was exquisite, and she hadn't missed any detail that he might have thought of, but it was a bit odd to have someone just look at the future to see your reactions instead of asking you. Carl followed the staff through the resort to the chosen location for the ceremony, and then realized that the whole wall of the room actually folded down to form an extended platform out over the cliffs, giving them a waterfall background, with massive fay trees and hot springs. Carl realized that everyone in the room was primarily in black, but with differing accent colors that were actually color-coded to how they were related to Carl and Dana. Guild mates and alliance members were in black and white, family were in black and green, matching Dana's eyes. Friends and other guests were in black and red, matching the flowers that had been placed all over the room. Carl greeted everyone again as they entered the room and found their seats, then went to the stage to wait with Thor and his father, who would be serving as his groomsmen for the ceremony. Tion was sitting on Thor's shoulder, and Hawk was perched in the trees outside. Even Opal had come out, and the butterfly was sitting in the rafters of the room, committing everything to memory using a dozen illusionary clones of herself. The Fae thought that it was hilarious, as they were already recording the event. But when Opal showed them her version, which used solid illusions and not just a projected image of the scene, they were deeply impressed with her sense of showmanship. Matilda and Ray were the last to enter, with Matilda taking a spot behind the Master of Ceremonies, along with the other immortals, while Ray joined Remy and Kara, who was in humanoid form for a change, in the bridesmaids' positions. A gentle tune, reminiscent of birdsong and chirping foxes in a windy forest, began to play. That was the signal for Button to enter, happily scattering flowers by the handful from a basket that never seemed to get empty. When she reached the front, she hopped in the lap of Dana's mother, ignoring the empty seat that was reserved for her. Carl smiled at the interaction, and wondered if they were going to end up adopting a forest dragon to live in the guild house, or if they were going to send Dana's mother to live with the druids in the tiny world. It wouldn't be a bad option for her. But then the music changed, and everyone turned expectantly to see the bride's grand entrance. Elven trumpets sounded, and curtains parted, revealing Dana in all her bridal glory. Her flowing red gown was covered in golden embroidery, and her hair was covered in delicate ornaments, with a translucent red veil over her face as she carefully paced down the aisle. Each step was deliberate and measured, but with the long gown, and her movement skills, it looked more like she was floating down the aisle over a lake of flower petals. Once she reached the end of the aisle, Dana circled the front of the stage to take her spot facing Carl, and the room broke into raucous cheering. After a moment, it quieted, and the Master of Ceremonies began to speak. "Welcome guests of the myriad mortal worlds. We have gathered here today to join this couple in most holy matrimony, under the sight of the combined pantheons. With their blessing, we shall proceed." He began. Then the sky shone bright with golden holy light, and Carl realized why they had held the ceremony with the sky visible. Which god or goddess had decided to shine their light on the wedding, Carl couldn't tell. He simply lacked the ability to discern the personal differences in holy power. But he could feel it deep in his bones. Dana sighed as the holy energy soaked into her body, and the Master of Ceremonies smiled in satisfaction. The gods have confirmed the integrity of this bond. Now, we shall begin. He announced. The Master of Ceremonies cleared his throat and a polished wooden staff appeared in his hand, made of some sort of silver wood, and carved to resemble a lounging dragon who held a large blue orb in its jaws. Carl could see that the orb was actually a globe, though not of their world, and when he inspected it more closely, he realized that there was an actual planet-sized, tiny world, inside the orb, and set to be visible from the outside. The ancient elf released the staff, and it remained upright on its own, glowing with power. The gods honor the petition of this man Karl, and this woman Dana, to be joined for eternity. Do you, Karl, offer yourself to this union freely and wholeheartedly, with true love and devotion? I do. Do you, Dana, offer yourself to this union freely and wholeheartedly, with true love and devotion? I do. Then the master of ceremonies began to chant in a language that Karl didn't recognize. It had a haunting familiarity, like he should know it. But the words were pure power as the old elf wove a spell. Then the magic of his words merged with the magic of the staff, covering the bride and groom in a gentle halo of golden light. What is this? I don't recall this in the briefing Matilda gave me. Dana's thoughts entered Karl's mind. Score. We have a Dana mage. Kara mentally cheered, which made Dana turn to look at her. She was beginning to panic, but Karl took her hands to focus her attention. It's a mental link. Relax, this is normal. He gently explained. Normal for you. I can hear everything. She replied as the power of the magic surged. Power began to flow between the two of them, sending a pleasant tingle through Karl's muscles. But to Dana, it was like her whole world was being forcefully realigned, and her soul was tossed through a sea of holy magic and chaos with only Karl's touch as an anchor. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the process was over, and Dana felt her mana begin to change. It took on a bit of the chaotic essence of Karl's power, and the power level began to grow rapidly until it hit a bottleneck and pressure built for a few seconds. Then, the pressure popped, and Dana felt herself pulled into the totem rank, and forcefully propelled toward the peak, getting closer to Karl's power level by the second. The soul bonding is complete. This man Karl and this woman Dana have been forever merged by the will of the gods. From this day forward, their souls will be bound as one, together for eternity. The master of ceremonies announced. You may now kiss the bride. The feel of Karl's lips sent desire surging through Dana's body. But it was not all her own. She could feel his thoughts and emotions, including his amusement at her panic, like he wasn't also experiencing this ceremony for the first and only time. For a moment, her mind went blank, devoid of anything but Karl and the feel of his body against hers. Then she was abruptly pulled back to reality by the realization that they were practically making out in public, while the crowd cheered. A gentle thump at Karl's chest made him break the kiss, and he turned to the crowd, raising their joined hands in victory. Button began throwing flower petals in the air in celebration, and the immortals moved to stand behind them. Matilda motioned to the crowd for silence, and after a moment, it was quiet enough that she could speak. The ceremonies of the old gods are simple, but powerful. We thank the representative of the ancients for agreeing to host the bonding ceremony today. But the Darklight host has one more tradition. As a group blessing, we ask that everyone in the resort focus a stream of mana on the Master of Ceremonies staff. Matilda explained. Then she stepped back and led by example, putting a massive amount of mana into the artifact. Then the other immortals joined in, as did the guests. The amount of flowing power was even more incredible than what had happened during the bonding ceremony, so when Axiom stepped forward to shape the effect, Karl did wonder if he would actually be capable. His world didn't have the same sort of system that the others did, with a class that smoothly progressed, or levels that could be easily measured. Instead, it had a form of cultivation with milestones and tribulations that you had to surpass. In a way, that was similar to how the mages of Karl's world organized themselves before the system resurgence, but all thought of power rankings vanished the moment that Axiom actually began to shape the effect. Two glowing golden images appeared, identical to Karl and Dana, right down to their current pose. Then, when they were so clearly defined that they looked like solid gold and not pure energy, they floated forward and merged with the bride and groom. Axiom hummed happily as searing pain shot through Karl's body, and all his beasts froze in shock. That spell was changing the Karl on the most fundamental of levels. Remaking his body in preparation for something. Dana's thought said that she was confused by Carl's response, but Axiom's smirk told her what she needed to know. The effect was on both of them, but the pain of the transformation had been completely channeled to Carl so that she didn't have to undergo it. Place your hands on the staff and complete the circuit. Let the power flow through you, and you will complete the golden core divine refinement. Axiom declared. A grand name, to be sure. But a fundamental stage of the path to immortality under his world system, and one that made it immeasurably easier to survive the divine tribulation. Carl and Dana placed their free hands on the staff, letting the power flow through them, and the excess cycle back to the orb. That eased the pain of the overflow, and Carl smiled as he began to feel bonds breaking on his power. He was very, very close to the mythic bottleneck, and now that he was bonded with Dana, so was she. The golden core divine refinement was not a fast process, it continued for nearly 5 minutes as the guests and Fey staff of the resort continued to add mana to the staff. Then, the mythic bottleneck completely vanished, and Carl felt himself advancing as if it had never existed. The quality of his physique had been refined to such a degree that even advancing to the mythic rank no longer held any restrictions for him, the change was as easy as breathing. It felt like the world had suddenly become lighter, or his strength had increased to an incredible degree, so that all considerations of physical limits no longer mattered. It was a heady feeling, and Carl saw the smile on Dana's fingers as she advanced, and the effect of the refinement faded. Congratulations, Carl and Dana. You have completed the Golden Core Divine Refinement, a secret technique of the Dark Light Host Guild. Now, eternity really is within your reach. Axiom announced. The crowd was in awe. What sort of insane guild wedding gift was that? A gift of smooth progression to immortality? The wedding had brought Dana from the Overlord to the mythic rank in a matter of minutes, which was insane enough on its own. But the foreign guild master had suggested that was not the extent of their gift and blessing. It had sounded more like a side effect of the gift. Dana's makeup was smudged by tears of joy, and Kara mentally sighed. See, this is why I wanted to do it in fox form. The happy tears just ruin makeup. She complained. That made Dana smile and pat the transformed badger on the head. It is going to take some time to get used to having all these extra thoughts in my head. She whispered. I will teach you how to ignore them if you want. But it's more fun to listen in on their squabbles and daily life. Carl agreed. Matilda pulled them both into a hug, and then whispered in Carl's ear. What do you think of my present? It wouldn't have worked right if we weren't in the Fey realm, where it's possible to achieve divinity directly from mortality. Now, you're bound to your bride just as surely as your beasts. Carl smiled at the Chaos Dragon. But we still don't have a Dana space. That made both Dana and Matilda chuckle. Just give it time. One more separate space spell, and you can make one dedicated just to your Dana. Carl shook his head. Instead, I will help her gain immortality and teach her, tiny world, so that not only can I give her forever, I can give her the world as well. Kara giggled and mentally congratulated him. 10 out of 10, best sappy line so far. Dana didn't have time to reprimand the errant badger, as there were guests coming up to give their congratulations and hand over gifts. That gave Kara time to escape, but Carl knew that she would be back, as she had her own present ready to give to Dana. All of the beasts had prepared something. Ray made the wedding dress, which was impressive on its own, and that had started a competition among the beasts. Opal was preparing a replay montage of all the touching moments of their relationship, but Tessa had stopped her when the butterfly wanted to give a demonstration this morning. The parts that Opal found most interesting were not suitable to be displayed to the public. So, she was making a recording of everything instead. One that Dana could replay at will, and watch from any angle, including from her own point of view. That should be a good present, Opal decided. Thor had consulted with Tessa, and they had decided to go for a much more practical route. They had chosen to go out and get the couple a rare tome on cultivating mental power, which was rumored to have come from a different world. Both the bride and the groom could use it if it were real. So, by Tessa's determination, it was a solid wedding gift. This wedding in particular was a tricky one, as the usual gifts of jewelry for the bride would never do. Carl could make better than what they could offer, and it was simply tactless to gift a craftsman the things that he made for himself. So, instead the gifts were mostly in the form of rare items. Rare materials and rare books especially. Carl wasn't sure who was going to be more pleased with this wedding. Dana or Sapphire. They certainly had a lot of magical tomes. As the gift-giving wound down, Hawk returned to perch on the edge of the platform with a smug sense of superiority in his mind. He had found the perfect gift. While they were in Xylaz, he had flown out over the lake and found the most wonderful mythic-ranked fish. It had taken some work to defeat the accursed thing, but he had, and now it was a special dinner for the Dana Mage's induction ceremony. Hawk wasn't exactly clear on what the purpose of a wedding was, but as far as he could discern, it was like the party that they threw for a new member of the Beasts, except that she didn't get a dedicated Dana space. That was a shame. He really liked his space. The food was brought out, while the band started to set up for the party afterward. They were going to need as much energy as they could get for the festivities, as everyone intended to make the very most of their vacation and dance until the sun came up, then return to the spa for a rest day. Not all of them could stay for an extended vacation, so many of them were headed home after only a single day of fun. That was somewhat expected, but now that they were at the resort, it seemed like a real shame. Carl enjoyed the soft sound of fey harps as they finished their dinner, sitting at a table with Dana and the Immortals. Or you could look at it as the leaders of the Darklight host. Which brought up a good question. Matilda, why don't you have the Guild Master title? You're listed as the Sihosesa branch leader, but you're clearly the most powerful member of the Darklight host on the planet. Carl asked. The Chaos Dragon smirked. When there is a proper guild master, the Darklight host gains a guild skill based on the leader's abilities. Every member of the guild gains that one skill at their own rank as a benefit of being in a divine guild. Can you imagine what would happen if I was actually named as the guild master? If anything, we should probably name Orthos as the guild master, just so that we get something resembling a normal guild skill. Even if we made you guild master, we would probably get something weird. Make her do it. I need to know the answer. Kara mentally demanded. Matilda smirked in her direction, and Carl knew that the dragon had heard the Chaos Badger's thoughts. Dana chuckled. I think that it could be funny to name Carl. Is it automatic, or does he get to pick one of his skills? Because with his abilities, he could likely create a good one for the guild. The Immortals smirked. It's automatic, chosen by the World Dragon. But it's always one of your more uncommon skills. If anything, it might be one of his defensive abilities, and that would be quite the guild buff. But if it was something like his ability to advance skills? Or to allow divine beasts to pick a bonded partner? Can you imagine the reaction of the public if all of our guild members could do that? Nox stroked his beard and nodded sagely. You would have to pry the green dragon clerics off with a troll. That was an odd phrasing, and the Immortal noticed Carl's confused look. Kilo for kilo, trolls are one of the strongest monsters in the world. So, many in my world use them as a standard. If you're stronger than a troll at your own rank, you're gifted. But we only have mountain trolls on my world. There aren't any of the other ones, like the cute forest trolls or the bridge trolls. He explained. Gregor nodded. Trolls are helpful. I hire a bunch of them to guard doors and bridges. They're excellent at it. The Fey hosts chuckled. Trolls love to guard things, to the point that one of the species had been named bridge trolls, because of their intensely protective instincts. They didn't just live under the bridge, they collected tolls, did maintenance, and prevented anyone from damaging the structure. Whether they actually turned the tolls over to anyone was questionable at best. But nobody would ever accuse a bridge troll's bridge of being unsafe to cross. If you ignored the danger from the troll. The music of the harps changed, and a staff member stepped to the microphone. Would the bride and groom please come to the dance floor for the first dance? This should be interesting, Carl thought. Neither of them was a skilled dancer, though they were both agile. But when they stepped on the floor, the Fae cast a spell on them, and a set of dance moves smoothly entered their memory. A very provocative dance. The music changed to an upbeat rhythm, and Carl swung Dana into the dance as she giggled and kept pace as he spun, twirled and rubbed against her. The tango was the traditional Fae mating ball dance, so that was the one that they assumed would be right for the first dance of the married couple, and Carl couldn't say that they were wrong. Unlike the slow and formal sort of dancing, this was actually a fun one, and no less intimate, though in a different way than staring soulfully into your partner's eyes as you slowly danced. The first dance ended, and the dance floor filled with guests, while Carl's father came to take Dana's hand and Dana's mother joined Carl for a dance. Wendy was a surprisingly good dancer, Carl realized. There was no worry of stepping on toes, though the dance was much more subdued than the last one. Partially because if he twirled her around like he did Dana, he was likely to dislocate her shoulder or twist her ankle. Some moves were simply not intended for the average human to perform without training. The next dance went to Ray, who managed to sneak ahead of everyone else who was waiting for the song to end. "I want the fun dance," she demanded. "Got it." Carl nodded to the band members, who smirked and then picked up the tempo of the music so that Carl could spin and twirl with Ray through the song. Or, most of the song because Lotus couldn't wait until it ended before she wanted someone to spin her. So, Carl traded partners, and Ray claimed Button, to spin the little dragon, who didn't actually have any idea how to dance with a partner. Carl took a quick break for drinks in between dances, and watched the chaos as the guests mingled. Being from not just different regions and continents, but also from different planets, all of their wedding customs were different, so everyone just went with whatever the idea was, and Kara was busy making up new wedding traditions on the fly, just to get people to do fun stuff. There was a conga line attempting to salsa dance on one side of the room, while someone had started a drinking competition between demons and dwarves on the other. But there was no fighting, which was a good start. Slowly, everyone was beginning to get tired, and Carl noticed that a few of the guests had vanished with the Fae staff members. Though, he suspected that Lotus did not have lewd intentions. She was probably in the kitchen. Dana rubbed her temples as she walked out of the shower late that night, wearing nothing but a towel and dripping water on the floor. "Toss me a healing spell, would you? I drank way too much," she complained. 12 straight hours of shots after a double advancement wasn't a good idea. Carl joked as he watched Tion's healing magic flow over her. "Ah, thank you. We should have given up hours ago." Dana sighed. Carl nodded. "That is true. It's after midnight already, and one of us should probably be up to say goodbye to the guests who are leaving after lunch tomorrow." Carl picked Dana up in one arm and peeled the towel off her with a smirk. "I think we can spare at least a few more minutes, though." Carl woke up the next morning to fox ears flicking at his face as Dana dreamed about something entertaining. He didn't bother to move, though he could see that it was late in the morning, by the sun through the curtains. They weren't actually in any sort of rush, at least not until it was time that guests were getting ready to head home. That was a moment that came far too soon, and Dana had to hurry to shower so that they could get dressed and say farewell to the guests. Carl was not being helpful. While he was supposedly in the shower to help get them both clean faster, that was not at all what his actions suggested, and by the time that they finally made it to the lobby, Matilda was almost ready to open the portals and start letting everyone head home. "Sorry for the delay, we were a bit slow getting going this morning." "Is everyone headed out early?" Carl asked. Matilda nodded. "Other than the ones who are going to the tiny world, who are already there." Carl quickly checked the separate space and found that the rest of his guild members, plus Dana's mother, were all in the tiny world. He had been so busy lately that he had hardly had time to even speak to them at his own wedding. But, they didn't seem like they had a bad time. Everyone was excitedly discussing the amenities of the Fae resort, and making plans to find a way to come back here again in the future. It would be an expensive vacation, but they all got paid well. Carl hugged his mother as Matilda opened the portal back to the Golden Dragon Nation. He could see the academy through the portal, and from there, it would be easy enough to get his parents back to their house. The academy had plenty of mages, but Carl suspected that there would be government leaders who wanted to ask questions before his parents went home. After all, a destination wedding that took them out of the world entirely was certainly something that the government would want some answers about. I don't know how long it will be before I see you again, but I will try to make it sometime soon. Carl whispered, then activated, "Follow me, little one." Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, mystic cooking, will be transferred to the wallflower Mary Eleanor. Her eyes went wide, and Carl winked at her, then let his father usher her through the portal. He would find out in about 5 seconds that she had just activated the system interface, but he was going to be immediately questioned about the same thing, so there was no harm in keeping them together for this part of their return trip. "You let Kara influence you too much," Dana whispered. "I think it's funny, too," Ray whispered in Dana's ear. "Damn it, you always manage to sneak up on me. Even now that I've actually got the advantage in power level, you still do it." Dana grumbled. Ray smiled back at her. "Thank you. I appreciate the compliment." Dana rolled her eyes. Of course, Ray would take that as a compliment. She had no awareness that people might not want to be startled, and she had very little sense of personal space. "Shall we all prepare to head back to the guild house? With this advancement, I'm sure that the guild alliance will be eager to find out how our skills stack up at mythic rank." Carl asked. Dana smiled. "That's a good point. But with none of the beasts at mythic rank, you'll be at a disadvantage for some time." Carl chuckled, and Dana shrugged. "Well, a disadvantage compared to your usual combat strength, anyhow. With your abilities, I suppose that it wouldn't really be a disadvantage versus the average raiding team member. Do you think that Remy will be able to do what she did for totem rank and find a potion to help everyone break through?" she amended. Carl shook his head. "I think that we simply don't have the proper materials for it. She's been trying because it would not only make her super famous, but it would also make a large portion of the world want her potions. I don't think that it will take them long to reach mythic rank, though. Now that my energy is at mythic rank, and the improved power matrix has improved the refinement speed of my energy, they'll be bathing in much higher energy density spaces before long, and that is bound to force at least 1 or 2 advancements. Ray already has what she needs for her advancement bath as well. Not perfect, as ideally, she would want a bit of immortal essence to reach the mythic rank, but it's fully possible with just mythic-ranked ingredients." Dana smiled at the thought of Ray getting upset that her bath wasn't up to her standards, when it was full of mythic-ranked blood. Of all the things that someone could be accused of, Ray would never be accused of not being discerning enough about her skincare routine. Or about her fashion sense. Ironic, really. The bloodbath spider becoming a haute couture fashionista was not on anyone's checklist when she first arrived at the academy as a dinner plate-sized baby spider. Their first stop was the Alliance house in Xylaz so that they didn't have to immediately deal with the panic it would cause the people of Drod when they reappeared at mythic rank. Here, the rank was incredibly common. But there, it was just the Lord who held the rank. They were not going to escape the celebrations, though. Common enough that most guilds had a few didn't mean that it wasn't a huge accomplishment, or an elite powerhouse. The house had already been decorated, and all of the mythic members of the Alliance had gathered to congratulate them, along with some of the totems who knew Carl or his team. "So, how long until we can expect a mythic-ranked beast raiding team?" Nilla asked as he raised a glass of blood wine in greeting. "Not long now. I know that some of the team members are going to struggle to make the advancement, but we will find a way to work with that. Worst-case scenario, I might have to find a new friend for the team so that our totem rank capped members can retire from the raiding team." Carl replied. "Is that even an option? I know that they can stay outside when you are away. But can they actually retire?" Nilla asked, confused. Carl shrugged. "There aren't any restrictions on what they do on their own time. They'll still be linked to their space, so they will be getting stronger when they're near me. But there is no need for them to be on every trip to the dungeon. In fact, they can actually go along with different teams. Often in the past, Thor would go along with Tessa and the others so that he could work as their tank. The vampire smiled. Well, that's certainly an option. If any of them have golem summoning abilities, other than Lady Ray, they would almost be a raiding team on their own. Carl shrugged. Well, Remy has her bodyguards, but other than that, none of them have been compatible with the skill. We were hoping that Kara might be, but no such luck. The Chaos Badger did learn to make illusionary copies of herself, though. The vampire stared at him in horror. More of them. One Chaos Badger was already more than one city needed. Hawk was staring suspiciously at Kara as she napped in her space. He remembered this setup, and the absolutely unfair level of fuckery that was her advancement to totem rank. He wouldn't put it past her to do it again, just because Carl was going on an adventure without her. Not that she actually needed the advancement. She didn't care about the damage she did most of the time, only that it was entertaining. The staff brought out drinks, and Carl let everyone out of the tiny world to come and relax in the house. The druids had been working hard to maintain the ecosystem, and they deserved to be part of the party. As the ladies filtered out of the portal to join the celebration, Carl noticed one out-of-place soul within his tiny world. Nacht? What are you doing here? The black dragon grumbled as he stepped out of the portal. Did we not specifically ask you to leave the baby dragons alone? Carl patted Button's head. But baby dragons like me. The black dragon pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes to focus his thoughts. I will help you find someone to look after the eggs. He relented. Already on it. I asked Tessa to send a message to the Red Dragon clerics, so we can get some caretakers in the tiny world. The ladies are doing a wonderful job incubating them, but they're not trained to raise baby dragons. Carl explained. And where will you even put them? Right where they are. It's a perfect living condition for them, so there's really no need to move them until they're grown up enough to start going out on their own. Carl offered. I thought that you might say that. Nacht complained. Raj laughed at the interaction. I don't think that I've ever actually seen a black dragon frustrated before. I wonder what the Carl is going to do with a baby dragon that is giving even him headaches. Naksha giggled and leaned over to whisper the answer. He found 100 and some dragon eggs when he was out on a mission, and plans to have his friends raise them. The warrior looked bemused. Baby dragons raised by Lotus and a Chaos Badger. Oh, I'm in for this. Nacht glared at him. Don't give them ideas. I will ensure that there is a responsible and trained caretaker sent to look after the hatchlings. Button ran over to give the black dragon a hug. You're going to bring us more friends? I knew that you were secretly not so scary. Lyric bopped the dragon on her head. He means he wants to send over a teacher who will keep you from playing all day and make you actually do your school lessons. Button gave Nacht a suspicious look. He wouldn't dare. Nacht gave her an unimpressed look, and the forest dragon frowned. He's looking at me like he would. But surely dragons aren't that evil. I collect the chicken eggs on time every day, what more do they want of me? Button whined. Can you read? Nacht asked. A little bit. But I have a plan for that. The Carl can teach skills, so he can teach me to read with a head pat, and then I don't need school. Button replied proudly. The room burst into laughter at the little dragon's logic. Baby dragons were baby dragons, even when they were forest dragons, it seemed. Then Button turned to Lotus for reinforcements, and everyone knew that she was fighting for a lost cause. If her best hope for escaping responsibility was the Green Dragon cleric, then Nacht would already have someone available who knew how to keep her in line. The church had centuries of practice with Lotus and her kin, after all. Lotus offered Button a sippy cup of juice and a cupcake, and the little dragon vanished into the kitchen to eat, leaving the mythic rank visitors chuckling. Maybe they didn't need a new person at all. Lotus had Button figured out. The mana here is nice. Did you cast some sort of protective spell on the house? Lyric asked as she watched Lotus and Button vanish into the kitchen. More than one. But part of the mana here is that it's next to the lake, which puts off a huge amount of elemental mana that mingles with the leaking mana from the dungeons. Carl explained. Lyric nodded. I have no idea what that means, but I like it. Explaining to the elf that the area around a dungeon always had higher concentrations of mana, and that with so many mythic-ranked dungeons in the area, Xylaz was a virtual heaven for mana users, could be done later. For now, don't worry about it. Let's party and celebrate a pair of mythic advancements. I'm sure that the rest of the Alliance will be glad to hear it, even if just because Dana has 3 different types of golems. Carl joked. Raj snapped his fingers. That's right. I heard that you knew a new golem spell. Do the blue dragons know yet? Dana laughed and pointed at Sapphire, who was smirking at them. The librarian had already pleaded for Dana to make skill books for all the special skills and class skills that she knew so that they could advance more mages into battle mage-related tracks. Dana might focus more on her golems and ranged combat, but her class was actually exceptionally melee-capable. You could call it a side effect of being surrounded by good friends that she never needed to go forward to hold the line, and that nothing ever got through to attack the healers in the back with her. But the end result was the same. The golems used her blade skills more than she did. You have a point. Not only did they make mythic, but they're newlyweds. Did you have plans for a honeymoon vacation? Hugo asked. Carl shrugged at the big mage. Well, we tried a vacation while we were on a mission for Matilda, but that turned out to be more work than vacation. So, perhaps we will lounge around the house for a bit. Perhaps spend time in the tiny world, so there are fewer distractions. Now that I'm at the mythic rank, I can likely expand that tiny world even more again, giving us more room to roam. But I'm not in a hurry to do that yet. A whole week without getting out of bed except to eat sounds good to me. Hugo nodded. And then when you get out, you'll have a whole load of equipment requests to catch up on, and demands that you make another trial tower. Word of the one that you made for the Golden Dragon Nation is spreading fast, and everyone wants one. Carl frowned. How would they even learn about it here? None of the people from the Dragon Isles had been present when he made the tower. Did you think that the church was isolated? Dragons love nothing more than gossip. Every cleric from the Dragon Church knew that you were getting married, they all know that you're mythic now, and that you made a sort of repeatable trial tower for the Golden Dragon Nation with golems and illusions to fight. Hugo explained, and all the clerics put on their best innocent faces. Even Sapphire shrugged, as if to say that it wasn't her fault, just something inevitable. Carl sighed. Then I suppose I should think of a place to put a new one. Sapphire waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Let them argue, and someone will come tell you the decision eventually. The dragon gods and beast gods' adherents are having a discussion about it now. The dragons already have one, but it's at totem rank. So, the beast gods want one as well. The answer will most likely be that they want it in Gethuzan or Nerid. Gethuzan is divine beast territory, and Nerid is mostly under the spider goddess, but the other beast gods are also worshipped there. Carl nodded. Well, I don't really see an issue with it. I'm sure that they can find some appropriate method of payment. Nact snorted as he stifled laughter, and Carl shared a smile with him. It wasn't hard to guess what the old dragon was thinking. Now that Carl had a whole space full of baby dragons, he didn't need to go looking for them anymore. But the most likely price for a priceless treasure was to offer him a cub from one of the divine beast royal lineages. Unlike the dragons, who were guided by their patron, and would eventually grow up well on their own, the divine beasts usually needed guidance to stay on track and reach their potential. Carl was an excellent choice for that mission, as he already had so many other wildly successful beasts in his care. Just based on his track record, they would treat him well. Drinks were brought out by the house staff, and someone called in the bards to play for the evening. A regular band was an option, but the actual bards could use their magic to refresh and revitalize the party-goers, keeping the event going longer, and keeping anyone from getting excessively drunk and causing a scene. Well, too big of a scene because there was bound to be one with so many big egos in one room, even when they were all friends. The drunker they got, the more that they needed a reason to compete over something, and more than one challenge had to be moved to the roof of the compound, which had been reinforced with protective barriers for just this sort of thing. But that gave Carl a great idea to meditate on when he took Dana to bed. Instead of a full-fledged trial tower, Xylaz would likely do better with an arena, where you could enter to fight a challenge against either a real person or an artificial challenger. With spectators and betting. Because Xylaz. Carl woke up the next morning and gave Dana a hug, then realized that while she was fluffy, she was oddly lumpy. "Is it morning?" a groggy Tion asked. "Why are you sleeping on Dana's chest?" "It's soft and warm. Like being back in the burrow with mother." "I'm going back to sleep." Carl chuckled and left the little fox to his nap. Dana was worn out this morning, but he didn't need to actually get out of bed, he was just mentally formulating the method to make a training arena without physically building the arena. He had discovered last night that portability would be the key. Not all duels wanted to go to a formal training area, and there were already buildings for that. But if he could make a form of illusionary domain, with solid obstacles inside that could be hit by the contestants, it would be perfect. Just activate it, let the contestants step inside, and fight it out wherever they happen to be. Carl was fairly sure that he knew how to coat the inside of the illusionary domain with solid surfaces, if he activated it with an object created through runecrafting. But it would not be a small object, no matter how tiny his writing was. The idea of the mountain, with its layered slices, was actually a practical one, but Carl was thinking of an obelisk, made with layers of stones, each enchanted, then attached by a base. If he did it that way, he could make the object under 2 meters tall, and still have the needed spells. The domain, the solid interior from earth manipulation, the protective spells for the spectators and the arena itself, the opponents, and a referee. Having an illusion with some basic sentience would let the artifact adjust its own barrier levels and create requested opponents from the available golems. He didn't have an unlimited variety, but his golem spell created beasts of most sorts, and he could create dungeon bosses that he knew. That should be a popular feature for the raiding teams. Being able to bring a team into practice, or try out new strategies in a setting where the monster would stop before actually killing you, was a huge thing. But that also meant he needed to build a healing spell and recovery area. If only there was a template for this. He should have asked the other Darklight Host Guild Masters. One of them was almost guaranteed to know a suitable sort of skill. Unfortunately, the idea had occurred to him too late, and now that they were on different planets again, he was unable to directly message them, though the additional branches still showed as active, but out of range in his system interface. With them so far away, he had no way to contact them, and he didn't have the skills to open an interplanetary portal between guild houses, even though the system would let him target the ones that were within range from Xylaz. He had never been to the Sihosesa guild house, but in theory, he could open a portal to the location that Matilda had designated within the property. After much consideration, the plinth model really did seem like the best option to create the arena. It was easy to layer, could be placed anywhere, and he could make it to be distinctively representative of the Darklight Host. Half black and half white wouldn't hurt anything when he enchanted it, and it wasn't supposed to be a decorative piece, as most of the runes were hidden any way that you arranged it. Carl mentally designed the entire plinth, all 50 layers of it, and then began to work on altering it so that it would be more practical, and easier to keep charged when the combatants damaged the protective spells on the arena. The last thing that anyone needed was for the whole spell to collapse in the middle of a battle and dump the spectators on the ground. Being an illusionary domain, it was larger inside than outside, so depending where the arena was set up, some of the guests might not land anywhere safe. Kara saw many fun ways that could be abused, but Carl wasn't going to let her deliberately use the collapse of the arena to dump guests into secure areas that might get them arrested. It could be funny, but more than a little troublesome. Bored, Kara came out to join them all in bed, snuggling up to the other side of Dana, then carefully sniffing her to see if she smelled pregnant. There were wagers on when they would get baby Dana mages, and she intended to win. There was a chance that Thor might have this one. He had pretty good instincts, but with a bit of advanced knowledge, Kara was sure that she could influence the odds in her favor. You know that I can hear your thoughts, right? And Remy, no making potions to induce labor just so that you can get the exact time and date that you have bet on. Carl warned. He's getting too good at this. I didn't even let myself think of it while he was awake, and he still guessed. Remy commended Carl's ingenuity. Dana opened one eye. Is it normal for them to be plotting against us like that? Completely shameless. Carl laughed. They forgot that you can hear them now, so they thought that you would be caught unawares when they started making plans to get you to have baby Dana mages on their selected dates. If I'm not wrong, they've already started to arrange date nights for us so that they can maximize the odds that conception occurs within the correct window for their wagers. Dana sighed. At least one of them isn't completely shameless. Ray snorted in amusement. Opal isn't innocent, she just wants to make a film about it. It doesn't matter to her what dates the filming runs. The spider had a point. That was not an improvement. Dana sighed and stroked Tion's head. The little fox might be plotting to help her love life, but it did come from a pure mindset. He just wanted more baby foxes to play with, and he was pretty sure that Dana would be having at least partially fox offspring. Baby stone-fur divine foxes would be best, but baby fox girls would be alright too. Brothers were competition, but little sisters were just there to be adored and pampered. Kara told him so, and it must be true. Dana was highly dubious about that logic, but Carl wasn't concerned by the plotting. All the outcomes were good ones for him, since he wasn't the one who would have to carry the pups, kittens, or children to term, depending on what exactly they ended up with. Dana was doing her best not to think about that part, and instead focused on the plans that Carl was making for a new arena construct. She had learned the art from him, but this sort of runecrafting was completely out of her element. Just understanding how the runes would work was not enough for a project like this one. You would also need to know all of the relevant spells, understand the concepts behind them, and how to merge them into one effect to stabilize them. In short, she had no intentions of trying. However, his process did give her some ideas on how to create new effects of her own that might enhance the armor and accessories that she was planning to make later. Now that she understood how to put the golem effect on an item, she was beginning to understand how to alter the runic sequence to specifically target bonuses to improve the golem spell. Adding specifically construct damage to an item would give a much larger bonus than a general damage bonus that applied to everything that a mage would cast. Sure, it would hamper their overall abilities, but if you were primarily relying on golems and summoned creatures to do your damage, you could easily double their abilities instead of giving everything that you did a 30 to 40% bonus. The generic bonuses were what Carl usually gave items, so they would be useful in any situation. But mages usually relied on only a few core abilities, and the rest were support skills. Lacking a bonus didn't stop you from using them, but if she created items that only improved fire skills or added burning damage, someone like Hawk would gain massive bonuses. Hawk was a big fan of that plan. No need to work out other runic combinations, just add burning damage to everything and it would be fine. What skills did a mage actually need other than fireball? I think that there is something wrong with that logic, my friend. Thor reminded the bird. Hawk frowned. You might have a point. Fireball is good. But then there are flame tornadoes, there is flaming rain, there are flaming meteors. Limiting the bonus to just fireball is too extreme. Thor shrugged. But when I stomp on things, I don't want them to catch fire, it would burn my feet. Dana shook her head and decided that it was better just to ignore the banter of the beasts for the good of her mental health. Carl laughed as Dana tried to adapt to all the extra voices in her head, including Kara's whispered messages, which the Chaos Badger intended to be like intrusive thoughts, encouraging Dana to do fun things. It wasn't working very well, but given time, she thought that she might be able to break the Dana mage's defenses down. The only issue was that Dana could also hear her plans to wear down her resistance. Carl was much better about ignoring that part, but Dana was mentally calling her out all the time. Kara decided that she needed to up her game, she had gotten sloppy. While the plotting continued all morning, Carl and Dana saw no good reason that they should actually get out of bed until they were hungry. So, at noon Dana finally lifted Tian off her chest and placed the fox down on the bed beside her. That was his signal to return to his space so that he could play and work on his holy magic. Playing with other people wasn't bad, but it wasn't as fun as napping on Dana when she was in foxkin form. "Did you have a good morning?" Ophelia joked when the couple finally came downstairs. "Not bad. Sleeping in is a nice change now and then." "Where is your little troublemaker?" Carl replied. "In the tiny world with Button and the others. You left the portal open in the main room, so there are others visiting as well," she explained. Carl smirked, and the berserker laughed. "What can I say, the ladies might not want to have men living with them, but they certainly don't mind taking them home for an evening. Let them have their fun, there will be plenty of hangovers to go around today, and all the healers will be busy if we drag the Guild Alliance members back now. Alright, I will keep the portal open, but I'm moving it to the basement so that it's next to the portal to the Drod Guild house, where the gargoyles can keep an eye on who is coming in and out. If I have to take off for some reason, the other guild masters won't be happy if I take a few of their raiding team members with me by accident." Carl joked. "I don't think that you will get far. They are all eager to see how you and Dana do in the mythic ranked dungeons, and they don't care if they've got to wait all day to talk to you." Dana sighed. "So much for lazy days. But a trip through the mythic dungeons should be both fun and profitable for us. At least the dungeons are exclusive enough that we won't be going with a full group of newbies." Carl and Dana didn't have to wait long for the guild leaders to realize that they were up. Hugo was still at the house, discussing magic with Wendy, who was grilling him on all sorts of esoteric magical theories that Carl couldn't even begin to comprehend. So, as soon as he realized that the voices in the main room were Carl and Dana, he alerted the others and had them make plans to organize a run through a 5-person dungeon with one of their strongest damage dealers. Carl and Dana should be capable enough, but they were both freshly advanced, and even the best of gear couldn't always make up for the difference in power levels between the peak of Mythic and the start. The question was just how close to the minimum would they be. Both of them had rare skills that added a lot of damage to their abilities, and they both had multiple golems, which would multiply their damage output. Carl had the beasts, but it might not be safe to bring them along on this trip, as they hadn't advanced yet, and even if they were to come along, they would only do 10% of their usual damage. That just wasn't efficient. The real question was, what sort of role would Carl pick if he wasn't backing up his beasts? Dragon form and melee positioning? Or would he go for something ranged, even though there wasn't as much crowding at the front? No, that wasn't right. The front line would still be crowded with golems when both Carl and Dana were in a group. That bonding spell that linked both of their souls so that they would advance at the same rate was really something. Carl was advancing at an insane rate, and he would now have a perfectly matched mage with him who was never behind him in progression. Most people wanted a pocket healer so that they would get into more groups and not have to worry about an uncaring cleric letting them suffer for their mistakes. He had the opposite. Incredible self-healing and damage reduction, and a bonus damage dealer. That would work well in most groups, though. While he wasn't the tank, he wouldn't make life hard on the healers, which would allow them to keep the group up through any mistakes or particularly difficult points. Keeping one person alive was no problem for a cleric. Keeping 5 of them alive was not always a simple proposition, especially if the damage dealers were too focused on killing and not on the damage that they were taking in return. For example, one of the bosses had a Thorns effect, where you took return damage when you injured it. So, the highest damage dealers took the most damage from the boss, and it was a nightmare for the healers when the warriors weren't paying attention to their own injuries. As they recalled, Carl had limited invulnerability active all the time, and not just for a limited period. For Thorns, that was the best possible skill to have, as the damage was not large at any time, it just added up quickly with countless small injuries. Carl, welcome back to the land of the living. Do you have time to talk? Dave asked as he led the other guild masters into the Darklight host's common room. Always. I can already guess what you have in mind, and I think that we can work something out. I hope you weren't in a hurry, though. We've just gotten married, and I have no intentions of working hard for the next few weeks. Carl replied. Dave chuckled. Well, I can't blame you for that. For the entire month after I got married, I didn't do anything productive. Fortunately for me, I was still a totem at the time, and there were other tanks to take up my role for the monthly runs. The more power you get, the more work that they have for you. It's a bit ironic, really. All the hard parts are the ones that can't be delegated to anyone else. Carl joked. Dave sighed. Welcome to life as a mythic. Nobody ever asks us for things that someone else could do. They call it being respectful and reverent of our position, but really, it just means that we can't slack off nearly as much as we used to. A real buzzkill if you ask me. But with the two of you in the alliance, we've actually got a few extra damage dealers, and we can rotate out a little more often. Carl smirked at the druid. No rest for the wicked, though. There are never enough tanks and healers to go around. Dave shrugged. We're working on it. Now that we've got 2 more members, we can start working on a whole backup team. It's not easy to recruit mythic members, but we're building a pretty good reputation. Dana frowned. Don't get too excited. We've got far too much to do to be going multiple times a week into the dungeon. Keeping it as an extra rotation in the main group for now is probably better. The guild masters sighed in unison, which made the others in the room chuckle. They were all super excited to get more people in their raiding rotation, but the Darklight host was primarily a crafting guild, and now that they had a pair of mythic-ranked craftsmen among their numbers, they were sure to be flooded with extremely profitable requests. Far more than anyone could expect to be making from even a mythic dungeon for the day. The imbalance in the Xylaz region was really unfair that way. But on the other hand, Sapphire flat out refused to make mythic-ranked items, even if you had the materials. Unlike the stubborn blue dragon, there was a chance that they could get at least 1 item each at the mythic rank out of Carl. Possibly from Dana as well, once they figured out what crafting skill she had. She must have taken 1 by now. It simply didn't make sense that she wouldn't have. Carl thought about the offer for a moment, then smiled. Why don't we go along on the trip this time? It will give the damage dealers a day off, we can get to learn the dungeon, and then we can put off the complaints until next week. Once a week shouldn't be too hard on the schedule, even with all the backlog of orders that we've built up over the last few weeks. Dave smiled as they relented. That would be perfect. Each of the 3 teams goes on a different day every week, but if you are available once a week, that would give us a chance to give all the damage dealers some extra time off when they need it. I know that there are a few teams who wouldn't mind an extended vacation. Raj laughed. I know, my team is getting lazy. But we still need to keep the bills paid. The man had a point. The mythic dungeons were the primary source of funding for the head tax that the region charged people to live in the city and access the open dungeons. Dave smiled. Why don't they come with me this time? I can get a healer and 1 more ready in a few minutes, and it's halfway between our rotations, so nobody will miss out. My guys have been grinding hard lately to make money for new gear, so they won't turn down an extra run. Carl chuckled. You are making me feel bad, like I'm taking advantage of them. Dave shrugged. Totem-ranked gear is stupidly expensive, no matter how you look at it, and the dungeon that we won doesn't have the greatest loot. It's also a really short one. We will be done in under an hour after we arrive. Hugo nodded. The mythic dungeons have fierce competition. Plus, a lot of them are kind of sad. There is one that is just 3 pulls of guards and a single boss, but with a week-long timer. 1 year, there wasn't even a challenge for it. The guild who held it the year before won it by default because nobody else showed up to claim it. It's cheap to enter if you want. They ask for one overlord ranked or higher trash item as an entry fee. Carl chuckled. That was truly an inexpensive dungeon to visit. But with only one boss, it might actually be a good training spot. Epic golems. Dana thought, and Carl's amused chuckle turned to a smile. She was right. The more bosses that they saw, the more that they could summon as defenders in combat. Well, we can talk about doing some of the short and easy dungeons later, just to build experience. Who knows, one of them might help a beast advance. Carl agreed with fake reluctance that didn't fool anyone. The other guild leaders might not have known him long, but they knew Carl well enough to know that he was always up for a challenge, and even if he wasn't the beasts certainly were. Having them in his head would influence Carl to be more amenable to challenges, even if he was otherwise considered extremely busy for a mythic guild leader. And that reminded Dave of another point. You should have space for 200 guild members in your branch now, not just 100, right? Were you planning to recruit more craftsmen? I can see that the ones in Drod have been busy, even with the number who came to the wedding. Carl nodded. We brought a lot of workers to Drod. Some of them will be promoted to full guild members soon, and I might look for a few more to round out our ranks. But no rush. Did you want to eat and then head for the dungeon? Dave asked hopefully. Carl turned to Dana, who shrugged. I don't see why not. Call your people over, and we can plan the dungeon run. The dungeon was actually a simple one. It was a small jungle section with demonic apes in it and just 2 bosses. All you had to do was follow the path and eliminate the groups. Simple. As long as you didn't get encircled by the apes and their earth elemental attacks, or knocked down by earthquake. Alright, I will call over a cleric and a warrior. Not that I think we will need more bodies in melee, but it will help guide the golems. Once they know what to do, we can likely send you 2 with any sort of group and expect it to be fine. Though. Carl laughed as Dave paused. We are likely to be the only thing resembling a mage in most of the groups if we go because there are so many warriors. The druid shrugged. Your words, not mine. We did curate the groups for a better mix of mythic team members. But most are still 3 warrior types, a mage and a healer. There was simply no getting around it. There weren't enough of the other classes to have it any other way. Even having Dave as a druid tank was more diversity than most groups claimed. Alright, you call the members, we will grab something to eat, and then calm the ladies. I'm sure that they're not going to be happy about being left behind when there are new things to fight. Carl joked. Dave rolled his eyes. The badger will be easy to distract, but I don't know what you're going to tell Ray. Telling her that with the damage reduction, her stabbing will be ineffective might just get you stabbed instead. In her space, Ray smirked. The badger lover was a smart man. But she was already preparing her advancement bath and consolidating energy from her space into her body to force herself to the bottleneck so she could be mythic as soon as possible. If everything went to plan, not only would she be the first one to advance, she would be ready for the next week's dungeon run, and she could stab all new things to her heart's content. For this week, she would have to bother Nilla's group to take her on a run. When the tank said to take her, the rest of the group wouldn't argue with him. The other 2 team members from Dave's group were over within minutes, as Carl and Dana had gotten out of bed so late in the day. But that also gave them an excuse to stay for lunch, and sample some of the mystic cooking skills of the Darklight host's head chef. And Lotus, who had created a super fluffy specialty quiche. Picking both the actual chef and Lotus to have the new mystic cooking skill had actually been a brilliant idea because they both had different ideas of what should be prioritized to be improved, and they were willing to exchange recipes. So, Lotus added new sweets and breakfasts, while the rest of the kitchen staff focused on properly nutritious meals. Dave cleared his throat. There really isn't much to tell you about the dungeon. It's demonic apes. We go to the groups, kill them, move on. They all use earth magic, so watch out for flying stones and earthquakes. The bosses are the same, but on a larger scale. Carl and Dana nodded. Alright, that's manageable. But we have an idea. Remember how Dana and Ophelia accidentally triggered a new difficulty level in the Overlord-ranked dungeon by tanking with limited invulnerability and golems? I suggest that we try the same thing in this dungeon too, if possible. I know that Dave has the limited invulnerability, skill and solid damage reduction, so we don't need to change the tactics, just keep the others from getting hit hard enough to break the barrier I will put on them. That should be enough to ensure zero actual damage is taken. So, if there is a hard mode, we should find out, and then the Alliance might be able to get a loot improvement. Dee frowned. The loot from the mythic dungeons was universally terrible. If it dropped mostly mythic rank trash, it would already be worth more than it currently was. If it dropped mythic items at rare or epic grade on every boss, it would be huge for the Alliance. Alright. But if this works, I will ask that you teach that barrier skill to someone so that they can let the other group survive the harder difficulty. Dave agreed. No problem. Eternal Lightning should be usable by blue and white dragons. Some of their clerics as well. The base form, Refreshing Lightning Barrier, was only usable by the blue dragons, and they already have that skill book. Carl agreed. The hard part would be getting the blue dragons into a dungeon. Getting them into the Alliance was easy. Dave could just unleash their curiosity on Carl. But getting them to put their lives in danger for money? The blue dragons had close to zero interest in such things. The white dragons were easier to work with. They would come along just to heal for the sake of healing. And they already had one in the group. Can you teach Lars? Dave asked. The white-robed healer turned to watch them when he heard his name. Instead of laughing at Lotus dancing as she cooked, which was actually more entertaining than discussing a dungeon he had been to 100 times. Teach me what? How to create an epic grade barrier skill. Carl explained. The healer nodded, and made a go-ahead gesture. Champion Carl offers knowledge, epic skill, Eternal Lightning, will be transferred to the devoted medic Larsherman. The cleric's eyes glowed with white light, and Carl saw scales shimmer on his skin as he got excited and almost transformed back into his natural draconic form to test the skill. Dave patted the healer on the shoulder. I haven't seen you so excited in a long time, old friend. Lars winked at him and nodded. I have a new class option waiting for me now that I have an epic grade skill. This will be a good day. The druid shook his head in dismay. Go ahead and check it out. Most people enter the class change immediately. We have plenty of time to wait for you if you have a few options to look through. Only a white dragon would put off their advancement just so they wouldn't delay a dungeon run. It only took a moment before the dragon's attention was back with them, and his pleased smile was somewhat smug. The new class is Archpriest. Fear not, nothing has changed in my role, but I now have a few more options for protective barriers and healing spells that are more mana efficient. Lars declared. Then let's get going. Everyone is done eating, right? Dave asked. Their warrior, Abel, picked up one more croissant and nodded. Good to go, boss. The dungeon was very close to their Alliance house, a deliberate measure so that they could respond to issues quickly. It was the first one that the Alliance had gained, before they even had control of a totem-ranked dungeon. The guards on duty waved at Dave as he walked up, and Carl saw that there was a group of ragged-looking adventurers standing inside the cordoned area, making plans for the run. They obviously didn't know each other. But if what Dave said was to be believed, this was a good dungeon for that sort of pickup group. Let's enter. There'll be a few more minutes planning. Dave announced, then led the way directly inside. Carl followed him in, so he could prepare the golems. Tian saw an opportunity and came out to sit on the shoulder of their healer. Fighting enemies with 90% damage reduction didn't mean anything when you weren't planning to do any damage in the first place. He could just keep area buffs like Consecrated Ground up on the golems, and use his area healing ability if they were actually taking damage. Lars stroked the little fox's head, wondering how he had become suddenly popular. He didn't realize that he was simply standing in the appropriate spot for a healer, so Tian was using him as a location reference for where he should be when they came back here. Once all his sisters were at the mythic rank, they could come here with just the Carl. Wait, did the Dana mage count as one of his sisters? That shouldn't be right. There was another word for her. Whatever, he would figure it out later. Tian thought about calling her Auntie Dana, but that made her sound old. Definitely not good. But sisters shouldn't do those sorts of things with the Carl. Kara nodded in agreement. Mating with Carl would be weird, and she was adopted, not born in his space. Remy considered the situation. Logically, Dana should be something like their adoptive mother, perhaps their stepmother. But that didn't fit. She had read many books, and stepmothers were supposed to be evil and biased. Maybe she could be a cousin. Or, they could just call her big sister, since she had been adopted into the family like they had. Her position might be a bit different, but it was still a good name. Can you not discuss my love life when we're about to start a dungeon? Dana pleaded. Oh, yeah. The Dana mage hasn't figured out how to mute everyone yet. Alright, we will discuss your title later. But how do we know when the baby Dana mages are due? Tian asked. Really? Now is not the time for that conversation, either. Multitasking. It's easy to chat and heal at the same time. Tian complained. Carl gave Dana's mind a slight mental nudge, showing her how to move the thoughts of the others to the back of her mind, turning it into subconscious chatter unless it was something urgent and aimed at her. Thank you. She replied, then began to summon her golems to get the fight started. With her 4 humanoid golems, and the pair of dragon hounds, they were already doing very well. Then, she added the pair of epic golems, in the form of earth elemental lords, and Dev shook his head in dismay. How was he supposed to lead a raid when there were 4 boss monsters in his front lines? What was he even supposed to be doing up there? Dev focused himself and gave his usual first instructions as he led the group forward. Follow me into the group, I will pull them with a ranged spell. Golems spread to my flanks, and stop them from encircling the group. Damage dealers, you know the routine. 5 seconds for me to get all their attention, then join the fight. Carl did exactly that, and 5 seconds into the first fight he sent in his golems, in the form of a pair each of Myceloid Kings, Lightning Sarrow, and Dire Bears, backed up by a squad of Spectral Knights. Between his team and Dana's the outcome was inevitable. Especially after the Myceloid Kings pinned 2 of the demon apes with their arms behind them for the others to massacre. It feels like we're bullying them at this point. The healer noted as the demon apes howled in pain. Carl nodded. You're right. We should probably use some area attacks, so it doesn't feel as much like a mugging. The white dragon simply stared at him for a moment, then shook his head in dismay. How would that help? By reducing visibility so they didn't have to see the mugging. The first group fell, and Dev turned back to them, to pass a message in bear form. Change of plans. Just have that pair of thugs grab the apes. They grapple better than I do. Carl smiled, and sent his golems forward, then bombarded the area around the apes with Apocalypse, in case they had missed something. No more apes came out of the forest, but Dev waited for a few more seconds before he joined the fight. There was no need for him to get beat up when those things were present. Dana used a movement skill to step up into the air over Carl's head and began an elegant sword dance that threw multiple attacks at the apes every second, a fitting counterpart to Carl's area of effect fire damage. Don't let Annabelle know about that skill, she will never let your Dana sleep until she learns it. Giving her an idle dress was a mistake. The healer, Lars, quietly joked. You know, we can teach her the skill. It might even advance her class, since it's an exclusive ability of the class that Dana has. Mystic Blade Master, it is called. It has a bunch of bonuses to golem damage, and blade use. She's actually a brilliant melee combatant. Carl explained to the dragon. And she is back here, in the air, why? Carl shrugged. Because she can. Her skills have more than enough range for her to fight from that distance, and her primary melee bonuses are her incredible agility and auto parry, but what is going to attack her with all those golems around? Lars chuckled. He wouldn't complain that nobody was getting hurt. Whatever ability Carl was using on the golems had them either taking no damage or healing as fast as they were being injured. So, he was just chatting with Carl as the Beast Master channeled a rain of fire and meteors onto the battle. You know, I just realized that you're not going to be eligible to challenge for a totem-ranked dungeon this time around. It looks like our alliance might be out in the cold again. Lars realized. Carl shrugged. Well, we've got a chance if one of the other ladies hits totem rank in time, or if one of the beasts doesn't advance. I would wager that Thor could likely hold his own in a totem rank challenge. Not Ray? Lars asked. Carl shook his head. Ray certainly won't wait that long. She's already preparing for her own advancement. But Thor is quite attached to Tessa, and I suspect that his bloodline is going to give him some trouble. Normally, an impenetrable bulwark behemoth cannot advance past Overlord, but he already did. We might be able to help him advance again, or evolve into a form that is more compatible with higher ranks. But both will likely take some time. Lars sighed. Well, you'll be able to challenge for a mythic dungeon anyhow. We can always use another, if you're a good enough combatant in the duel format at mythic rank. Carl winked at the dragon. Oh, I can most definitely duel better than I could at totem rank. I don't think that I will have too many issues, even if they ban summons from the format. Plus, I have a secret weapon if things get messy, and I don't think that any of the others will be able to stand against it alone. The item only increased one skill by 1 rank. But if he made Avatar turn him into an immortal ranked world dragon, the fight would just be completely lopsided. The damage reduction alone would make it nearly impossible to hurt him, and the extra strength would turn it into a slugfest that nobody else could win in an enclosed area. Lars realized the same thing after a few seconds. Dragons had an immeasurable advantage in an arena setting, in that nobody could run away from them. Even if you weren't a warrior class, you were still a dragon. Just bite them and bait them with your breath weapon. In that order. The golems didn't slow down as they reached the boss, because Carl was distracted talking to Lars, so the boss fight started immediately, with Carl just adjusting the target of his attacks when the golems moved. Spam Fire Void Blast at the center of the chest. Kara instructed, causing Carl to change tactics and cast more than one type of spell. The rapid-fire black bursts exploded over the boss ape, who staggered back before flailing at the Myceloid kings as the earth elementals circled behind it with massive broadswords made of stone. It was so screwed. System announcement: new kill time record achieved. Enhanced difficulty level. Yes, no. Dave paused as he saw the message. Damn it, they really found a way to do it. He muttered, while Kara mentally cheered. Beating up stupid apes who only attacked the closest thing was no fun. Dave steeled his will, then thumped his paw on the ground. Yes, he announced. Select difficulty level. 1 to 5. Before he could answer, Kara appeared in front of him and threw her paws up in the air, like she could grab the system message and keep it for herself. Yes. All the difficulty level. Difficulty level 6 chosen, good luck. Dave roared. You damnable badger. You're not even part of this fight, why are you here causing me headaches? Kara laughed as she danced out of the way of his paw, but then there were apes coming from every direction, while the next group along the path doubled in size and began to glow with increasingly potent red light. Enrage effect. It gets stronger by the second, but we've got to fight through these new monsters to get there. If this affects the other group's attempts to clear the dungeon, I am going to strangle that badger to death. Dave informed them. Kara laughed as she flapped up into the sky and began to hurl void blasts at the new apes. They were mostly totem ranked, and would be relying on numbers to delay the dungeon group, and not massive amounts of damage. However, every fifth one was a mythic demonic ape, effectively tripling the number of real enemies that they had to fight, while the regular groups were all on an enraged timer. And the gods only knew what they would face when they reached the next boss. Carl chuckled and transformed into the avatar of the world dragon, then took his golems to charge the enraged group. Steve, you strategize. Dana, work with him to clear the way. Kara, you had better pull your weight if you're going to cause trouble. Carl insisted. Seeing that there were totem-ranked apes now, Ray came out to play, bringing 4 spider golems with her. Then her whole group of spectral knights. She didn't have any mythic ape blood in her bath, and it didn't smell too bad. Kind of leafy and meaty at the same time. Well, at least she called for reinforcements. Lars chuckled as he watched the group's lone warrior trying to fight off a wave of totem-ranked apes to get to the main fight, where Carl and his golems were just reaching the enraged demonic apes. Carl felt a surge of power from the Blade of Champions as he attacked, and the weapon got its first taste of mythic life energy in a long time. This was what it needed. New infusions of higher quality energy. Brutal Pugilist applied its bonus damage on top of Shatter, Sharpness, Brutality, Rampage, and Predation. The final effect was dragon claws that cut through tough ape hide like warm butter, and blood everywhere. Ray made a mental note to go there and clean up in a moment. Once Carl was finished with the enraged ones, she could go get all the good blood for her bath. It might not be what she was after for her advancement, but the earthy notes made a good base, with strong vitality and regenerative energy. She would just need to target the other components toward the changes she wanted to make. Carl caught a massive fist in his own, then bit down on an ape's head. He shuddered at the feeling of crunching bone, and decided that using skills was probably better than brute force. He didn't share Ray's opinion about the flavor of demonic apes. Gravity Slam sent a shockwave out in front of him, knocking the apes off balance, and giving the greater golems in the form of Lightning Sarrow a chance to knock them to the ground where they could be mercilessly tormented as they tried to get back up. Then, Steve was with them, and the rest of the group began to push forward, keeping the fight clear of the extra monsters. The enrage effect is getting strong. We need to keep pushing forward. Once these are dead, push forward and engage the next group. Steve instructed as he went to join Dana's golems. Got it. They're almost down. Surprisingly durable things. Carl agreed. With bestial regeneration, and their earth magic, the demonic apes were becoming hard to kill, even when outnumbered 4-1 by golems and constructs. Carl quickly finished the apes, then gathered the next enraged group with Flaming Vortex, before hitting them with Dispel. For a half second, the enrage effect vanished, and Carl thought that this might not be bad. Then, it was back, and stronger than before it was dispelled. Ooh, that made them mad. Super spicy apes. Kara giggled. They weren't even affected by the spicy tornado anymore, Hawk realized. It was still damaging them, but they were immune to the pulling effect, and not at all disoriented. They must be super spicy. Carl bombarded them with Void Blast as he approached, then increased the mana that he was putting into Apocalypse, hoping to wear them down enough that their regeneration would be fully occupied with the area damage. If the background damage was that high, it would be much easier to take them out. Fundamental Rule Comprehension increased Fire 5%. Carl put a bit more mana into the barriers around his golems, keeping Eternal Lightning active, so that the debuff that the apes were causing didn't linger. It was only around for half a second when the barrier was active, but Eternal Lightning continually cleansed. For added bonus, he cast Consecrated Ground, and found that it had a huge bonus against the demonic apes, nearly as much as against undead. Now, he could really get to work. He just had to change tactics. Instead of Void Blast, he switched to Holy Blast, and found that coating his claws in holy energy made his attacks cause increased bleeding from Lacerate and Hemotoxic strikes. Carl tore the throat out of one of the demonic apes, and the greater golems teamed up to stomp on its head as it fell. With the added holy damage, this was going much faster than the last one, and he might actually have them down before the rest of the group had finished their work. A sudden impact on the hind legs of his draconic form reminded Carl that he had to pay attention to more apes than just the ones that he was fighting. But before he could react, a dire bear golem had launched itself over his back and knocked the errant demonic ape to the ground, locked in a death grip. With the ape immobile, locked in combat with the dire bear, the spectral knights moved in to stab it to death from every angle at once. Brutal, but effective. The apes fell, and Ray immediately pulled the corpses into her space to drain them of blood. It wasn't any better than the first ones had been, but it was still mythic blood, and every bit would count, as she didn't have any immortal blood available. "You totally jinxed it," Hawk informed her. "Are we that lucky?" Kara asked. "Maybe. This is a pretty fun fight." All boom pow smash. Tion agreed from his perch on Lars' shoulder. "Can you all stop trying to influence the dungeon into making the last boss immortal?" Dana pleaded. "Sorry, but no." Ray informed her in a smug tone. Dave caught up to Carl just as the last of the demonic apes fell, and glared at Kara, who was flying overhead. "Have I mentioned yet that I really hate you?" he asked the badger, who nodded happily in agreement, then tossed him a large meat bun. The druid caught it in his mouth and swallowed in one bite, without stopping his running commentary on how badgers were invented to make his life difficult. But the extra monsters had stopped coming, and the only thing left in front of them was one massive demonic ape, glowing with bright red energy, and slathering with rage. "We will have to do this faster next time," Kara noted as she watched the insane ape stomp around the clearing. The enraged timer looked like it was much too fast for a casual fight. "Golems forward. Engage the boss and let's see what it's got." Dave sighed. The moment that the golems entered the area, spikes of earth erupted from the ground, forcing them all to dodge, and bright golden armor surrounded the final boss, before it doubled in size from its already impressive 4-meter stature. "Goddess, that thing is massive. What in the world are we supposed to do with that? Sick a dragon on it?" "Carl, you're up," Lars joked. Dana laughed and sent her golems to join the fight while flying overhead. But being off the ground didn't save her from the area spell. The spikes launched themselves into the air as the next wave passed under her, but from her vantage, she could see how the spell worked. It's a ring of earth spikes that comes out from him. There are gaps in it, but the spell rotates, so you will have to adjust to where they are. She shouted down to the team members on the ground. That was all well and good, Dave decided. But how were they supposed to damage that thing? The golems were already in combat with it, and its health was only slightly ticking down, then mostly healing. But with every bit of damage it took, the enrage effect increased. Tion nimbly hopped to the side as Lars was forced to roll to avoid being impaled from beneath by the wave of spikes, and momentarily wished that he had time to inspect those spikes. There had to be secrets to new earth magic in that spell. "He's getting ready for something big," Dana warned as the red light on the boss surged. Then, the light turned completely black, before vanishing into the boss. Its armor went from gold to black, its eyes glowed with red malevolence, and Dave cursed as he saw the decoration around its name change. Immortal rank demonic ape blood. Ray sighed happily. "Kara, I'm going to trim your claws and lock you in a plain white room." Dana grumbled. "This is not my fault. I just wanted to make it more interesting." Kara complained. How could their beloved Dana mage threaten her with something that vile? What would she do in a boring white room if she couldn't even claw it apart? Well, now we know what level 6 difficulty looks like. Carl sighed, then recast Avatar, using the Amulet of Destruction. Amulet of Destruction, Immortal Rank. Epic Grade. Increases the effect of one spell per minute by 1 rank in the mortal ranks, or 1 sub-rank for immortals. Now, he was an immortal ranked avatar, and his attacks would do full damage to the boss. Not his skills, but his actual physical attacks should. But there was one thing that he hadn't thought about when he cast the spell. With behemoth and brutality active, his size was more than tripled, and an immortal rank dragon was already 100 meters long without buffs. He took up half the clearing on his own and nobody could fight with him in the way. Carl reversed the effect using unobtrusive behemoth, and shrunk himself to a svelte 60 meters long, which was still massive, but somewhat more manageable than the 300 meters long that he had been. Then, he slammed into the demonic ape and pulled its attention away from the group. The waves of earth spikes started 10 meters from the boss, which would be tight for Dave alone. But with the golems, the druid had chosen to drop his bare form for this fight, and embrace his ranged abilities. The few that he had. It was a whole new experience for him, dancing around the spikes coming from the boss, and not standing so close that the effects targeted at the ranged attackers didn't matter to him. However, it was nice that he wasn't going to finish a dungeon with sore muscles. Healing and regeneration were great for fixing the body, but somehow, they never quite took out that lingering ache from being repeatedly injured. With Kara using Nullify to disrupt the boss, it wasn't doing much damage, but the area attack wouldn't collapse to her efforts, and the demonic ape was hardly taking any damage from them. It was taking damage, though. Carl roared as a blow hit him on the sensitive spot at his elbow, then doused the ape in ghost fire in retaliation. That only made the beast more insensibly angry, but the enrage effect was already gone, after peaking when the boss reached immortal rank. Trying to keep the boss in one spot simply wasn't happening, Carl realized. It was intent on not letting him trap its arms or get a good grip, so it was darting in and out with its strikes. That made it difficult for even the epic golems to efficiently target their attacks. But given the circumstances, and the constant barrage of earth spikes, nobody was going to be simply going all out on attack anyhow. Carl watched with trepidation as the boss health reached halfway on the meter below its name, then sighed in relief when nothing happened. They might be at one level above peak difficulty, thanks to Kara, but the boss was still manageable with the 5 of them, and a lot of bleeding damage. An absolutely insane amount of bleeding damage, really. Especially after you added all the ongoing damage from the Myceloid King epic golems. Their spore attacks were continually damaging the ape, who either didn't understand how to stop the damage, or lacked the ability. So, with every passing minute, its health was falling faster, and the fact that their skills were reduced by 90% was slowly beginning to not matter. After all, even if you needed 10 times as many attacks to kill the boss, 200 stacks of continual damage added up. As they continued to attack, Dave quickly adapted, and began adding poison damage to his attacks. It wasn't an often used skill because the damage normally wasn't worth the energy. But when the boss was taking 15 minutes of constant combat to die, it would probably be his highest total damage skill for the fight. At 10% health, the boss began to pulse with red energy, restarting its enraged timer. But by then, it was losing a percent every few seconds, and there wasn't much that it could do but try to get past Carl to fight the weaker members. Dungeon complete. Calculating rewards. Rewards granted. Dave smiled as he saw an item appear in his inventory. Maul of Brutality, rare grade, immortal rank. Deals 385% base weapon damage as physical damage on impact. Improves user strength by 80% of base. Now, normally a rare grade drop wasn't much of anything. But when it was immortal rank, the base weapon damage was more than the combined damage of the totem-ranked epic grade weapon that he was using right now. And every strike did 4 times that much. Since all his melee skills were based on adjusted weapon damage, he had effectively quadrupled his damage output with a single drop. Absolutely broken. However, the badger looked much too smug. She had definitely gotten something good. And she still owed him for this latest chaos. Dana winked at Carl as she checked her inventory, then took out a new sword, glimmering white and scattering snowflakes as she held it. Blade of Icy Touch, epic grade, immortal rank. Deals 300% base weapon damage as added ice damage on attack. Icy Touch, effect slows targeted enemies by 50% on failed resistance check, stacking up to 3 times. Carl whistled in appreciation as he read the description. Even if the enemy had reductions to movement impairing skills, that thing was likely to still freeze them. But why an evil weapon? It's because the apes are demonic, isn't it? Hawk complained. Teach her frozen apocalypse. Remy agreed. Carl chuckled and activated, follow me, little one. Champion Carl offers knowledge. Skill, frozen apocalypse, will be transferred to his lovely Dana mage. Hawk squawked in annoyance. His sister was turning the Dana mage against fire. Fortunately, the Dana mage already knew the real and proper version of apocalypse. Kara returned to her space before Dave could yell at her, and Lars laughed at the expression on the druid's face. You have a fated relationship with the badger species, my friend. They exist simply to troll you for their own amusement. The white dragon joked. Carl checked his inventory, and found that the dungeon had given him a skill book and a pile of immortal rank elemental gems. Book of Mana Pylon, Epic Grade Skill Book. Creates a mana pylon that refreshes 5% of the user's mana per second for all group members within user rank x 10 meters. What did you get? Dave asked Carl when the Beast Master returned to his usual demon cat form. I got a skill book. The blue dragons are going to lose their minds over this one. Carl joked. Dave nodded. That they are. Nothing says happy blue dragons like a new skill book for them to copy and teach others. Is it a combat skill? Carl shook his head. Not exactly. It's this. Carl used the book and then activated Mana Pylon, which immediately flooded the area with energy. That is just excessive. How much mana does that thing give? Lars gasped as the first pulse hit him, and his mana level jumped, then jumped again a second later to nearly full. 5% of my mana per second for all group members. And I have a lot of mana. The white dragon did a quick mental calculation. Carl had to have at least 5 times as much mana as he did, if that pulse was 5% of his total. How was that even fair? He wasn't even a spellcaster. Alright, we should likely warn the others that this dungeon has seen a small change. I don't know if it's going to be stuck at level 6 difficulty for everyone, just us, or if that's a one-time bonus. If we unlocked a difficulty setting for the dungeon, that would be perfect. But if we just increased the difficulty level to an insane level, there might not be enough immortals on the continent to make a proper raiding team for it. Dave noted. Kara was laughing hysterically as she lay on her back atop her mountain of loot. She had a badger plushie in her hands that Carl didn't recognize. Then, he noticed that it was a magical item. An immortal rank, indestructible plushie shaped like Kara. That might not have been what Carl expected to be on the rewards list, but it was the perfect reward for causing chaos in the dungeon. An indestructible toy to cuddle with while she napped and prepared for the next time she caused chaos. Lars held up an immortal rank, rare grade amulet, his reward for the dungeon, and Abel shrugged before taking out an epic grade leather bodysuit that Carl would have paid good money to see him wear in public. Kara roared with laughter. It was cut like a women's swimsuit. If he did try to wear it, he would be dangling out both sides of the crotch. I think it gave me someone else's reward. Or perhaps it's calling me broke. Because this will make some real money when I put it up for sale. The other group members chuckled. The items that the dungeons gave were always a bit random, but usually, they were somewhat related to your class. In a way, getting a gender-specific item you couldn't use was like getting an item not for your class, only more annoying because you could use the bonuses if you could wear it properly. Carl took a handful of immortal rank elemental gems out of his inventory, and one totem-ranked, epic grade sword, which was better than what Abel was using. Want to trade? I will buy it from you. He offered. Abel did quick mental math, then handed over the skimpy leather armor piece. You have a deal. Carl traded him, then handed the item to Dana, who handed it to Ray. The spider cheered as she examined the piece, and began mentally calculating what she would need to do to make an item with similar bonuses using her crafting skills. The warrior shook his head in dismay as the immortal ranked armor piece was passed from hand to hand like it was a second-string trash drop nobody really wanted. That wasn't actually the case, but it did look like it from his point of view. However, he got paid, and got an upgrade. Not as large as some of the others, but still an upgrade. Dave led the group out of the dungeon, where the Alliance's guards were eagerly waiting for them to come out and add their loot record to the notes. Carl checked the trash loot that he had gotten, which was all common and uncommon grade totem rank, and added the amount to the list. The others did the same, and the guards nodded happily, then paused when they saw the 5 out-of-place items on the list. Immortal ranked items? The monarch-ranked warrior guarding the record book asked. It's a long story. The Chaos Badger managed to change the dungeon difficulty. Dave informed him. Kara giggled. She might have been the one to pick, but it was definitely not her fault that the hard mode was triggered. That was all on Carl and Dana. Word of the enhanced dungeon had spread quickly, and there was considerable debate between Raj and Hugo whether it was something to do with Dana's class that was triggering the anomalies. This was the second time that it had happened while she was in a dungeon, and she was the only member that had been present both times that it had happened. So, there was a logical chance that it was her presence that was causing the anomalies related to dungeon difficulty. And if they could prove it, they might be able to make a fortune increasing the difficulty level of other easy mythic dungeons with lousy loot. The amount that other alliances would pay for the chance to make some of the worst mythic dungeons actually pay out reliably in mythic items would be immense. But if they could increase the difficulty as high as this one, those who could survive would soon become leaders of the Xylaz region. And that was the moment when Dave truly understood what the Immortal Regent had meant about the Dark Light Host being a disruptive force on the level that they would change the entire financial dynamic of the continent if they were left unsupervised. Perhaps it was best that they didn't mention this good fortune to anyone outside the Guild Alliance. Dave led everyone back to the Alliance house, and then to his guild house, where the other guild leaders were waiting to greet them. And so was nearly every other mythic member of the Alliance. Annabelle grabbed Dana and spun her happily. Is it true that you improved the loot in the dungeon? That is wonderful, we're going to be so rich. Dana laughed at the excited mage. I don't think I can take credit for this one, but yes. The difficulty level in the dungeon improved, and we got much better than usual loot, because of the insane increase in difficulty. You see, the moment that the announcement to choose the level came up, Kara, the Chaos Badger, decided to choose for us, and maxed out the settings. Settings? Annabelle asked, while the others waited patiently for the details to come out. We set a kill time record for the first boss, and it let us choose to set the difficulty level afterward. The options were level 1 through 5, so if it happens again, there might be a new option when groups enter. Dana explained. Hugo looked at the scowl on Dave's face, and then at Dana. Let me guess, the Badger picked 6. There is no way that the Badger picked any of the provided numbers unless it told her no first. He guessed. Exactly. The myths chuckled, and a few came over to console Dave. It's like you're a magnet for Badger-related chaos in this world. Now it is following you to work as well. I would say that things will get better for you when the kids grow up, but with Kara around, that's probably not true. One of the members joked. Dave sighed, then turned to find the source of suspicious giggling, a common sound in his house. Kara had his toddler on her back, and they were flying around the kitchen while the little one ate a cupcake. He had hidden those in a latched cabinet to keep the kids out of them before dinner. But he had forgotten that if he brought the Chaos Badger into his house, it would immediately begin to plot with his children to overthrow any attempts at ordered eating. Even his wife wasn't capable of keeping those two in line when they were together. If he didn't know better, he would swear that they actually spoke the same language, but the little one hadn't started speaking yet. Carl saw what the druid was looking at, and shook his head in dismay. They didn't have to speak the same language. Kara was using her foresight abilities to find out what the little girl wanted and then picking the option that seemed like the most fun. Eventually, Dave's wife opened the door and chased them both outside, which panicked some of the guild members. But Kara would never let the little one fall off her back. Though, she would happily deposit a toddler at the top of the slide in the yard and let her leave cupcake icing streaks all the way down. "Clean that up when you're done," Carl warned. "Got it, boss. I wonder if I can teach her to fly." "It would be better if she could fly," Kara replied. From Kara's point of view, anyhow. But the girl was badger kin, not a void badger. Her species didn't have wings. Carl smiled at the other myths. "Now that the chaos is outside, why don't we get back to business? What we know is that level 6, the regular groups are on an enraged timer, and the peak appears to be immortal rank. We only reached that point on the last boss. But, if the next group to do it is too slow, they might reach that point during the pulls in between. Also, with all the extra totem-ranked mobs, there were a lot of trash drops at the end of the run, but not items that could really be called trash by normal standards. They're all good crafting materials, at the very least. What I would like to know is what the scaling is. If you only improve the difficulty by 1 or 2 levels, do you just get a minor enrage? Do you only get a few extra mobs and no enrage? And how is the loot?" Hugo nodded in understanding. "There aren't any other groups waiting to enter today, so we won't know for a while whether it affected everyone or just the ones who triggered it, like the Overlord-ranked dungeon change." Annabelle smiled. "Well, I suppose that we could push up our run. We might only go once a week most of the time, but it will let us in every day. We could send another team today, and then when Deve's regular team goes back in the day after, they'll know for sure, as they'll have 3 of 5 from the original group." Raj chuckled. "Or our group can go early, and we will see if the change is for everyone. Then we can go again tomorrow with one of the members of this team." The mage smiled at him and Raj shrugged. "Now that our crafting guild has myths at their helm, I have an item request, but I'm a bit short on cash." Carl sighed dramatically. He knew that there would be requests for even better gear. That wasn't even a question. "Weapon or shield?" he asked. "Shield. Or a defensive accessory. You already got me a new weapon and armor, I don't need to upgrade that soon. But just a little more defense for the tank is never a bad thing," Raj suggested. The man made a good point. If they were going to be cranking up the difficulty, it was never a bad thing for the tank to have even more damage absorption. He was the one taking all the beating, so making his life easier also made the healers' lives easier by extension. Plus, the monthly mythic raid is coming up soon, Raj added. Dana's fox ears perked up straight at the comment, and Annabelle laughed. Just like the totems have a monthly access dungeon, the myths do too. The issue is that it is a 40-person raid, and there simply aren't any alliances with 40 myths. Few have more than one team, and we've got 3. That is already considered extremely powerful as an alliance, so the monthly mythic raid is more of an exercise in politics so that we can arrange a whole team. She explained. Given the strong personalities involved, and the difficulty of splitting loot in a way that would keep everyone happy, Dana knew that there would certainly be issues. Not just the first time, but every single month. Carl sensed magic from the yard as Kara used, disintegrate, to remove all signs of dirt and icing from the playground, which gave him just enough time to react as the badger strolled back in with the wild-haired girl on his back. Flying made the little girl's hair turn into a tangled mass of wavy curls, but neither of the 2 little troublemakers seemed to care. Kara let the little one down, then transformed into the same teen girl form she had chosen for the wedding, and grabbed Deve's wife by the hand. "We've worked up an appetite, and I smell fresh tomatoes in the fridge," she insisted. "What does that have to do with me?" Deve's wife laughed. "Neither of us knows how to cook," Kara replied with a shrug. The house's cook burst into laughter that brought curious onlookers from multiple doors. "You too, come with me, and you can help with dinner." Kara high-fived the toddler, and then pointed at Carl. "Teach Deve's cook the new skill, would you?" "I want lotus pasta, but it needs the skill." "Seriously?" Carl asked. Kara shrugged. Lotus is busy. The Alliance members stared at her. Was that really all it took to convince Carl that someone should be given a rare trade skill? And if it was, how did they ensure that they were on the list the next time that the Badger wanted something done? Then, Kara's complaints morphed into a slow smile, and she placed one hand on the leg of the chef. The royal-ranked warrior found herself shoved forward by a disturbingly strong little arm, and nearly landed on top of Carl. Dana intercepted the unfortunate woman and placed her back on her feet. So, that is what Kara is like when she's hangry and humanoid. She really is the demanding one, isn't she? She joked. Carl shrugged. Kara has a strange relationship with time. You never know what she will view as urgent. Their house is about to get visitors, and she needs the skill to impress them tomorrow. Kara added mentally, so only Carl and Dana would hear her. Carl relented and patted the chef on the head as he activated, "Follow me, little one." Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, mythic cooking, will be transferred to Sarah the second last. That was different. Normally, it placed the descriptor first. This was more like a title, and the chef looked vaguely insulted when she saw it. It was a lifelong sore point. She was never the smart one, or the fast learner, or the athletic one, or the popular one. But she was never quite dead last. She worked hard to ensure that she was never the last one. The system didn't need to rub it in. At least now, she could claim to be first in the guild for something. She wasn't even the kitchen manager, just the one that Kara had grabbed because she was doing prep work in the kitchen when the Badger entered. But that bit of luck had made her the first one in this guild to get the mythic cooking skill. Kara smiled. Perfect, thank you. Now, Sarah chef, come with me. There is pasta to make. They were about to continue the meeting when a runner from the compound's entrance burst in, breathing heavily. Sirs. Nobody is answering their guild messages, and we've got visitors at the door, demanding to speak with the Alliance leaders. He shouted over the noise in the front room. Who did someone piss off now? They'd better be important. Hugo muttered. Then Kara shouted from the kitchen. They're early. Carl, go bring them in, would you? Dave glared toward the kitchen, then turned to Carl. If the Badger is causing external trouble, I'm going to strangle her. Kara made an insulted rumble. Hey, I didn't do this. Well, not directly. Besides, they're not here to cause trouble. Carl sighed, and walked to the door with Hugo and Raj at his shoulders. Hugo looked back. Dave, Dana, please remain here and explain everything to the rest of the myths before we come back with the guests. I don't want anyone out of the loop if it's about today's events. I strongly suspect that it is. Someone likely had a spy or a monitoring spell near the dungeon entrance and heard your conversation with the guards. That was a distinct possibility. That, or the guards had continued to gossip after they left, and hadn't bothered to think that everyone passing nearby would be able to hear them, or that the moment someone mentioned immortal rank gear drops, it would cause them to immediately alert their guilds. Carl and the guild masters walked to the entrance of the compound, and found that they didn't just have one or two guests. There was an entire raid team worth of mythic adventurers waiting at the entrance for them to arrive. Almost all of them were warriors, but Carl saw a few mages. So, they were likely their respective guild masters. He could see all that detail if he wanted to examine them individually, but it was easier just to look at the color of their names using the system interface, and make assumptions. Fortunately, Hugo and Raj knew many of them. Guild masters, what brings you by today? Did we forget about a holiday on the calendar? Raj asked casually. We heard the most curious thing today, and it appears that your alliance has been withholding many good things from the rest of us. Like, for example, the fact that you have managed to improve the loot in not only an Overlord-ranked dungeon, but now a Mythic-ranked one. That is the sort of thing that really should be explained to others. We're all friends here, aren't we? Why not share a few of the secrets to success? It's not like your guild will lose out, now that you've got a mythic ranked armorer and weapons maker in the alliance. The leader of the guests, a dragonkin warrior named Paul, insisted. He was the leader of the Crimson Tide Guild, which Carl was sure that he had seen somewhere before. But also a blue dragonkin, if you went by the scales visible on his neck. It was understandable that he was absolutely livid about being kept in the dark when there was new knowledge involved. Even if there wasn't a way to use it to make his guild wealthy. Raj gave Paul his best fake smile and patted himself on the chest. I pride myself on my honesty and trustworthiness. We simply haven't finished our experiments yet, so we didn't share the news. Can't risk messing up the control group for our experiments, after all. None of the other guild masters were happy about being called the control group for this particular experiment. They all had members who needed gear, and Raj was saying that they were being deliberately left to figure it out on their own, as part of an experiment to see if anyone else would manage the same feat. Why don't we step inside and discuss it out of the sun? Paul suggested. Many alliances would refuse and request a neutral location, in case things got messy with the negotiations. But Raj recalled that Kara had mentioned that they had guests coming, not that there was going to be a big fight. He wasn't well versed in Badger logic, but Dev would have said something if her attitude had suggested violence and not just chaos. Alright, come on in, we will arrange for refreshments to be prepared, and we can all discuss the events that led to this experiment, as well as our future plans. Raj agreed. The newly arrived guild masters were a bit startled by the calm reaction and suspected that they were being led into a trap by the trio of myths. But they were all guild masters, more than capable of holding their own if it came to a fight. And none of them were willing to pass on this opportunity if it wasn't a trap. Better loot from the dungeons, even if it came with increased difficulty, was more than worth the trouble. So, nobody hesitated to follow them back to Dev's guild house. He wasn't here to say no to having his house used as the host location for these negotiations, and they already had a fancy meal being prepared there, thanks to Kara demanding that the chef be given a new skill. That would help them impress the guild masters. In theory, the Darklight host house would be able to do the same thing, and it was less crowded. But there was no telling what sort of strange things they would come across in that house. It wasn't out of the question for them to have portals to pocket dimensions or other continents open in the living room, or for the guests to be accosted by griffin-patterned gargoyles who wanted their feathers preened. Definitely too strange to be exposing strangers to on the first day. The first thing that Carl saw when they walked in was Dev glaring at Kara, who was laughing at him. What did you do? The druid was whispering while Kara played innocent. 20 myths, all from different guilds, were quite the force to be arriving in his house unannounced. Welcome everyone. If you would like to discuss this in the other room, refreshments and a light lunch will be ready in just a few minutes. Dev greeted them. The other guild leaders followed Dev's suggestion, but it was clear that everyone was beginning to wonder what was wrong with this guild alliance. Their sensibilities were all wrong, and everyone was wearing exceptionally expensive accessories, even though they weren't in combat. It was just a fashion statement for them. What they couldn't know was that most of those items were royal rank mana jade, which looked much more expensive than it was, and the runes carved on it were all for housework or life skills. Only a few would wear their combat accessories all the time. Hugo sat down near the head of the table, but not in the main seat. Everyone, make yourself comfortable. You're going to want to be sitting down for this part. How about we have Dana lead this meeting? She was the only one there for both events. He suggested. So, it was one of your myths who found the secret? The Crimson Tide Guild Master asked, preparing his notebook. Carl made a non-committal wiggle of his hand. Well, yes and no. During the first event, she was an overlord and accompanied the usual overlord dungeon raid team just after the Darklight host joined the alliance. This time, she is a myth, and we were celebrating her advancement. The dragonkin made careful notes, then stared at the page. Pardon? Dana laughed as she took the spot at the head of the table. That's the usual response. I only just got married to Carl, the cat demon on my left. Supreme Lady Matilda hired a Fey priest to do a soul bond ritual during our wedding, and that pulled me up to his level. She explained. A few of the others slumped into their chairs. She wasn't lying about needing to be seated for this explanation. Dana tapped the table, considering where to start and how much to tell them. The Overlord-ranked dungeon was an open run, so in theory, anyone in the city could do what they did. If they just knew how and had the skills. But that was the sticking point. They needed the skills to be able to actually accomplish the feat, and as far as she knew, nobody had. Ever. I will start with the most recent one first, as the explanation is simple. We set a new kill time record for the first boss. The system rewarded us with the option to increase the difficulty, which increased the quality of loot drops. That might be harder to replicate if it doesn't start giving the option to everyone who enters. However, the Overlord-ranked dungeon is an easy one. All you need to do is send in an all-Overlord team, and have them take 0 damage during the boss fight. Not finish it at full health, have them bring up barriers and cleansing spells so that nobody leaves full health for the entire fight. The guild master stared at her, in awe. It was so simple. And yet so utterly implausible as to be practically impossible. Yet, their team had done it. It had to be a matter of group composition. Carl relaxed in his seat as Dana and the visitors discussed the intricate details of the tactics and skills needed to accomplish the feat. The consensus was that the two best ways would be a druid tank with limited invulnerability, and a white dragon cleric who took a barrier specialization, or multiple golem mages and rogues for crowd control, so that the boss didn't damage anyone else. All of the above was also an option if you had the people. What sort of group combination did you have to set the new mythic kill time record? That might also be possible to top. One of the mages asked. Well, Carl is short on damage because he's a beast master who advanced before his beasts. But we've both got 3 golem-type spells, plus some extra summons for bonus damage. Then Deve as our tank, a warrior and our healer. The mage looked confused at her answer, so Carl clarified. We both have golem, greater golem, and epic golem spells. Plus golem duplication. So, we have a rather formidable summoned force. Enough that there is no need for either of us to get into melee combat most of the time, though we are both melee-capable classes. He offered. So, Beastmaster is a warrior-type class? The Dragonkin Guild Master asked. No, not at all. It's really more of a support-type class than a directly combat-oriented class. Normally, I fight with a group of bonded magical beasts at my side and share skills with them. But if I need to go into close combat, I have a transformation spell to become an avatar of the world dragon. Carl explained. The guild masters chattered quietly as they tried to decide whether that was an improvement or not. Some classes offered buffs, like the bards, but they were generally useless in combat. That clearly wasn't the case for the Beastmaster class, but that might only be because of the transformation and summoning skills that he had gained. Even a bard who could turn into a mythic dragon would be at least half decent in combat, just based on his physical prowess. In fact, for the pure-blooded dragons, their class was more of a bonus to their abilities at lower levels, unless they were a cleric. So, if I understand this right, your skills allow you to buff the damage done by your whole group, and when your beasts are on your level, they accompany you into combat, effectively increasing the numbers of the party members. Paul, the guild master of the Crimson Tide, asked. Carl nodded. That's exactly it. I didn't have the beasts today, but if you ask Lars, I believe he will be a big fan of the barrier spell that I use, which was gained from Thor, one of my team members. Most of my offensive bonuses are granted to my own summons and bonded partners, but the defensive ones I can spread across the whole team. The white dragon nodded happily, and Paul frowned. He hated not knowing things. So, what we need to try to set a new record will be a group that does more damage than the one you went with. In theory, that should be possible. Most groups don't really try to maximize damage dealing. Instead, you send a group that can do it safely, so you don't risk lives on trash loot. And that's all we will get if we don't beat your time and trigger the change. He sighed. Carl nodded. There is a chance that we will be able to use it again when we go back. Sometimes the system is good like that, and makes it a permanent bonus for the ones with the achievement. The assembled guild leaders began to discuss the issue, and Carl waited for them to form more questions. Fortunately, Deve's guild cook saved them with a timely intervention in the form of small plates of pasta, served with assorted dessert squares and wine. The scent of the pasta, a royal rank mythic cooking creation, was enough to distract everyone, and completely derail the interrogation. What is this? Is it a rare plant you found somewhere? Paul asked Deve. It's actually normal ingredients. One of our cooks learned a cooking-related system skill. This is her first attempt at making a fancy dish. The druid announced proudly. Technically, there was royal-ranked cured ham in it. But in Xylaz, that was considered a common ingredient, and it was sold at nearly every butcher in town. An advanced system skill for cooking. Now that is quite something. I know a few who have cooking as a skill, but it's nothing like this. One of the mages noted. It's called mystic cooking. An entirely different thing than simple cooking proficiency. Deve agreed. But that did not have the intended result. It actually upset the assembled guild masters even more. So, not only did the Nara Guild Alliance have the secret to improving dungeons for better loot, and multiple rare crafting skills, they were also keeping an entirely new cooking method to themselves. You guys are just too sneaky. One of the warriors complained. Deve raised his hands. It's not like that. The cooking skill is just as new as the improvement to the mythic dungeon. We haven't had an opportunity to even build a cookbook from it yet. So, it was a dungeon reward? The warrior asked, realization shining in his eyes. But when Deve hesitated and looked at Carl, everyone's attention shifted. Carl just shrugged. It's new to his guild, they got it about an hour ago. The Darklight host has had it for some time now. But we do like to keep some of our creature comforts to ourselves as special techniques to impress higher-ranking guests. The guild masters grumbled out half-hearted objections. There wasn't much that they could do to the Darklight host as a whole without upsetting Supreme Lady Matilda. So, even if they were shady and hiding skills that the rest of the world would kill to get their hands on, only a madman would try to take that knowledge by force. After a few seconds, Carl relented and smiled at the other guild masters. Give it another week or two, and I will have a skill book for mystic cooking ready to give to the blue dragons for their libraries. Then, they can spread the knowledge far and wide. He suggested. Letting the blue dragons be the ones to explain to the world that the skill had some random hidden restriction that Carl hadn't come across yet would be much easier than telling hopeful chefs himself. Let the librarians spread the bad news when they found out what it was. The room was quiet, except the clinking of cutlery, as everyone sampled the new dishes. And, when they finished the pasta, their mood was much better than it had been. When they arrived, every one of the guild masters was irate, ready to demand that the alliance turn over the secret and share the wealth. But now, they were much more willing to accept that it wasn't a deliberate conspiracy to hoard wealth and keep the rest of the city struggling. They weren't exactly wrong. Carl had every intention of keeping the good stuff for himself. But the big bosses agreed with his strategy to keep most of the benefits in-house so that he didn't completely upset the markets. Paul drummed his fingers on the table, and then smiled at Deve. Why don't you lend us a member for the day tomorrow? Perhaps it's related to their particular class. You went with 4 rare classes, right? Deve looked at the others. Paul had a point. He was an advanced form of druid. Carl and Dana were both very rare classes, and Lars was now an archpriest, which was considered a rare class. Only Abel still had a normal class, and that wouldn't last long. He was just waiting his turn for Sapphire to get him a Crusader class upgrade. She wouldn't do it before she finished with her experimental groups at the lower ranks. Carl nodded at Deve. I will go along with another group if they need. No harm in an extra run or two for the week so we can test ways to activate more rewards. The chances might be low when we're doing mythic dungeons, but it's worth trying. Paul frowned. Why do you say that? Well, what are the odds that we can break records for multiple dungeons or beat the same one that we just set? Finding a more efficient group for any given dungeon than anyone else has ever tried before is no small feat. Even if both me and Dana join to bolster the group with golems, there is no guarantee that we'll add up to more damage than any other group has managed with a well-tailored group. Carl explained. The guild masters frowned. He had a point. If it was that easy to set records, surely someone would have noticed and started to try speed running every dungeon they could buy access to. Or, it might be that every dungeon had a specific trigger to activate its difficulty settings, and they had just gotten lucky while stumbling on two of them. That was less likely, but some people just had too much luck. Well, we need to work out some sort of arrangement, and I don't think that we're going to be the only groups that come looking for answers once the gossip spreads. Paul informed them. Dave sighed. I'm going to whip whoever spread the news so fast. They could have at least given us a few more days to test before saying anything. One of the visiting mages laughed. Don't blame them too harshly. We've got listening spells near the exit of all the dungeons, in case someone mentions getting good things. They usually do the formal recording silently, just keeping a note. But people can't resist celebrating. Dave nodded in understanding. They had been caught the moment that the gate guard spoke about them getting immortal rank items. And no myth would pass up the chance to get in on that. So, if we come by tomorrow morning, that should be fine for the reset of the dungeon, right? That is a midnight reset instance, as I recall. One of the mages asked eagerly. Dave smirked at him. It is also only a 5-person instance. I don't know how you want to organize things, but if Carl is willing to go with a group, I don't see a problem having our alliance members accompany your teams for the day. That was a good point. There were 20 guilds represented in the visiting group, and only 5 who had entered from the Nara Group Guild Alliance. Not exactly a small number, and they were just the guild leaders, not a cohesive dungeon team. If they were going to make multiple groups, they would need to call in more healers, the best damage dealers that they could find, and then work the group around who would be with them. It sounded like only the ones known as Carl and Dana might be willing to go with them tomorrow, so they would have to provide the rest. But that could be arranged. Paul got a suspicious look, then turned to the others who had come with him. We should arrange a schedule to attempt the dungeon. Clearly, the damage dealers from the Nara Group Alliance are top-notch. So, if we bring a high-damage tank, another mage and a healer, we should be fine, right? That would be me, Jimmy and Cleo. If you want to rest at home, we will prevail upon Guild Master D for a room tonight and report back when the run is finished. Paul suggested. Convenient that you're all in the same alliance, isn't it? The mage who had just been speaking commented. Dave chuckled. If you're going to try to scheme, you have to try at least a little bit harder than that. You didn't even make them think about it this time. Paul shrugged. It was worth a shot. But I'm not wrong, we might actually be able to set a record with that team. One of the other guild leaders, a massive berserker whose nameplate said, Grok, smirked at Paul. Why don't we just go all out? Get a self-healing tank, and then send me in one of the rangers. They do great damage in the ape dungeon. Most of the others laughed, but a few of them gave considerate looks like it might actually be a plausible idea to just send 5 damage dealers to do a mythic dungeon with the intention of setting a new kill speed record. Oh, send Terry. He's a blood knight, and the self-healing is remarkable. The beast master has a barrier spell, and with the golems, they should be fine. Worst case scenario, they send someone out and replace them with a healer. Dave considered mentioning that Carl actually had a beast who could heal as well, but decided to keep his mouth shut in case they thought that they could do away with the tank entirely. He did consider whether it would work. They had those epic golems, which appeared to be patterned after dungeon bosses. So, they should be able to take as much beating as any tank-type class. But he wouldn't say anything that would make his own role sound redundant. Especially not when it was something that all mages might be able to learn. They were insufferable enough with just basic golems. The Alliance members waited while the visitors argued among themselves about who would go on the next day's dungeon run. It was a hotly contested point because none of them knew if it would be able to be done again. If it only worked when you set a record, what would happen the next time? You couldn't just keep finding better and faster teams when you'd already optimized your group that far. So, there was a very real chance that only a few out of the 20 of them would manage to get the better rewards, and perhaps only once in a lifetime. The final decision was to send Terry the Blood Knight, a shaman named Mars, and a ranger named James along with Carl and Dana, who were deemed to be the most likely keys to the win, as they could flood the dungeon with golems to boost the damage output. The theory was that if you had more than just one or two golems, you could treat it as multiple groups in the same dungeon, and speed run more efficiently. That was how everyone would do it if they had 10 people instead of 5, just leapfrogging until they got to the boss. I don't suppose that you have rooms at the house for everyone. I don't think that anyone wants to head back to their guilds tonight without answers. Paul asked. Dave chuckled. There is an entire empty Alliance house in the compound still. It's no trouble if you rest there, and we will send someone over to clean it and make breakfast for you all in the morning. Dave motioned to one of his guild members, and Carl saw them send one of the staff out to go clean the spare house. They were left fully stocked, but as Carl had learned when they moved in, most of them hadn't even been inspected by the other guilds. They had just been left sitting empty until there were enough Alliance members to need them. However, for a group of mythic guests, they couldn't just stuff them in the smaller guest rooms at Dave's house. It wasn't exactly a long walk, there was an empty house only 2 buildings over, and everything in the compound was under a minute away if you rushed. First thing in the morning works for you? Terry, the Blood Knight, asked Dana as they prepared to head to their rooms for the evening. Dana smirked. I'm sure that we can make it work. You know how it is with newlyweds. If we don't have a schedule, we might not get out of bed until noon. The Blood Knight chuckled. If you're smart like me, you marry a succubus, and then it's that way every single day. But since I'm sleeping alone for the night, I'm sure that after breakfast should be fine. But congratulations on your wedding. Who might the lucky gentleman be? Dana pointed at Carl, who bowed elaborately and kissed her hand, which made the others laugh. Oh, a power couple. Well then, at least I'm not tearing you apart, just making you get out of bed early. Terry joked. Dana laughed. Well, that's one way to look at it. Now, we will let everyone rest, and see you first thing tomorrow. That was Carl's cue to start shaking hands and saying goodnight so that they could escape for a little while, before another argument broke out about the what-if factors. They were greeted at the door of the Alliance house by Button and Lotus, each holding a stack of cookies. You need to solve this for us. We're taking votes on which one is the best. Lotus explained. Button nodded. On my side, we have cranberry almond coconut peanut butter cookies. On her side, we have the clearly inferior chocolate chip cookies. Lotus stuck out her tongue at the little dragon, who just smirked at her while Carl took one of each cookie to taste. Button gave Dana a suspicious look as she also selected one of each. I don't know if we can trust your vote. You like oatmeal raisin cookies. That made Dana laugh. And what is wrong with oatmeal raisin? Sometimes a nice chewy cookie is good. Raisins. Raisins are what is wrong with oatmeal raisin cookies. Button insisted. Dana smirked and took a bite of each of the cookies, then gave the one Button had selected a curious look. There is so much going on in this cookie. Multiple textures, fruits, nuts, chewy crunchy. Not bad, though. But double chocolate chip is a classic. It's hard to argue against a timeless cookie recipe. Dana explained. Lotus smirked, certain of her victory. Now, she just needed Carl on her side. Carl called Kara and Tion out, and let them each take a bite of the 2 cookies, so he could get their votes. But that didn't help at all. Kara wanted to smush them together, so she could get all the flavors in one, and Tian refused to try the chocolate cookie, insisting it didn't smell edible. Though, for him it might not be. Carl seemed to recall something about dogs not being able to eat chocolate, and wasn't sure if that applied to foxes as well. The next morning, they had 3 guests for breakfast, all eager to get going for the dungeon run. "Is Ray ready?" Tessa asked as she settled into a chair beside Thor. Carl shook his head. "Not yet. She's perfecting her bath, and will likely reach the peak of totem rank later today. She's very close, but not quite at the bottleneck, and she's convinced that it will be better if she pushes the bottleneck a bit before trying to advance." Tessa sighed. "That's a shame, the run would go faster if she was at mythic rank." Carl nodded. "Well, there's always another attempt. After all, now that the experiment is public knowledge, every alliance is going to be trying to find ways to unlock new difficulty levels for every dungeon. But that reminds me, has the Overlord ranked team asked any of you to accompany them on their run since we returned?" Tessa nodded. "Yeah, we will all be going with them today. It took some convincing to get Lotus to do something other than argue about cookies with Button, but we put them both down for a nap before the dungeon after lunch." Terry, the visiting Blood Knight, chuckled. It made them both sound like small children, but he had been accosted about the cookies when he first arrived as well. He wasn't sure if they were sisters or simply kindred spirits, but there was definitely more than a decade between their ages. That also explained why Lotus was missing breakfast. She had been up all night eating cookies. She could dress it up with any sort of excuse that she wanted, but the fact remained that she had definitely eaten enough of the cookies to put her and a small dragon into a sugar coma. In fact, Carl wouldn't be shocked if they were both in dragon form right now, sleeping it off. Lotus beast form was a small green dragon, roughly the same size as Button's forest dragon form. One day, he would have to find out why she didn't get a humanoid beast form transformation the way that everyone else did. She was a cute dragon, though. In preparation for the trip, Carl formed the group, with himself as the lead, just in case that made a difference in whether they would be offered the chance to do the higher difficulty again. There was a large crowd gathered in front of the dungeon entrance when they arrived, including a few that Carl was sure were reporters, taking notes and using a system skill to record the group entering. "We're not exactly subtle." Mars, their trollish shaman, joked. "Well, we are pretty awesome. Hard to ignore." Carl agreed. The troll chuckled, while Terry rolled his eyes. "I can see why you are Deve's friend. That man is pathologically incapable of taking anything seriously." Dana giggled, and Carl noticed that many of the young men in the crowd blushed the moment that fox charm hit them. "You should have seen him when the dungeon difficulty increased. We've got a Chaos Badger on the team, and he's absolutely sure that the whole thing was a divine cosmic joke, some sort of secret badger plot to mess with him." Mars nodded and stroked his beard with a sage expression on his face. "Given his history, I agree. It is possible that the Laughing God and the Beast Gods have teamed up to turn his life into their own personal entertainment channel. All it needs is one more badger and a green dragon cleric." Carl smiled. "Both of which we have in the Darklight host. They get along famously with his children." A few of the bystanders laughed at Carl's joke. Deve was somewhat famous in town, thanks to his many outings with the children, and those who had gathered here today were all aware of the basics about the situation and the alliance. "Mr. Carl, is it true that your group believes they can set a second kill time record in 1 week?" One of the reporters called. "These fine gentlemen aren't from our alliance, but we have optimized the group for maximum damage, so there is a good chance that we will be able to beat the time that the alliance group set yesterday." Carl replied. "At the very least, they wouldn't have a white dragon hanging out at the back with nothing to do. The onlookers would naturally assume that the shaman was their healer, with a side of extra damage to try to increase the total. And that Terry was their tank, as the Blood Knight was an excellent self-healing tank class, with better than average damage output. From the outside, it looked like they had a reasonable, but damage-optimized group. However, For those who knew, it was obvious that they had simply sent their 4 best damage dealers with a tank who should be able to keep himself alive. Carl led the group inside, then prepared to give one last warning about the plan. That was when the system brought up a new message. Group leader has enabled difficulty settings. Please choose difficulty, 1 to 5. Carl smiled. Well, gentlemen, how brave are you feeling today? The system says that we get to play on hard mode. Tion laughed as he came out to sit on Dana's shoulder, and Kara exited her space to fly around their heads. They had 10 seconds to choose, or she was picking 6 again. What level did you pick last time? Terry asked. Yes. The Blood Knight laughed. I thought that might be the case. Why don't we try level 3 and see how the loot is? If nothing else, it will satisfy the others' questions about other options. Carl nodded and called out his golems, along with the spectral knights. System, we choose level 3. Level 3 difficulty chosen. Dungeon timers set to 45 minutes. Totem-ranked apes appeared all over the dungeon, and the closest ones began to charge straight for them, having a much larger aggressive range than the standard groups. Alright, go time. Tion, look after the Dana mage. Kara, don't let Tion fall on the ground. Ray, when you have a moment, there's plenty more blood here for you. The others ignored Carl's habit of talking to beasts who clearly couldn't speak to answer him, and prepared to meet the rush. They only had 45 minutes to complete the run before the enraged timer peaked. Ray came out instantly, along with her full force, and Dana sent her golems to handle the totem-ranked group, while Carl went for the others. But this time, he didn't use the Myceloid Kings. Instead, he chose clones of the Dark Elven King, which had incredibly high damage output, and the ability to move more smoothly through a crowded jungle fight. They looked somewhat mundane, and blended well with the Lamia bodyguards as well as the Epic Guard. But this time, they got totem fights from the start, so even Remy came out to play. And Taunt Hawk. The air filled with fire and ice, the competing effects of 2 opposing forms of apocalypse, causing a nearly blinding haze of snow and embers. The fighting style confused the new group members, but they all followed Carl's lead into combat, intending to eliminate the mythic ranked apes as fast as possible. Hawk and Remy rolled forward with their effects while Ray cleared the leftovers, then Dana charged past Carl, carving her way through the apes to send her golems to engage the second group of mythic apes. That's the rhythm, everyone. Keep moving forward as they die. Even if we end up with some totem-ranked apes behind us, the beasts will clean them up. Carl directed. This difficulty is insane. We're not even 5 minutes in, and already the difference is noticeable. James noted as he fired arrows into the mythic apes. And it only gets worse. If we don't beat that timer, they will reach the immortal rank, and then we will be here all day. Carl agreed. Terry laughed at Carl's tone. If they failed the timer and ended up surrounded by immortal ranked apes, they would be here much longer than all day. They probably wouldn't come back out again. I like your optimism. We will keep pushing forward. If you're confident in engaging the boss, go ahead, and we will finish the second group with Miss Dana. He agreed. No, it's better if we clean this up and help him clear the last before the boss. Carl, go get the next group, we will finish this up. Dana instructed. Carl nodded, then leapt over the apes and directed the Epic Guard, the Haint and the 2 Dark Elven King Epic Golems to join him. The others could work on the other group. Seeing Carl going for the next group, the totem-ranked apes hiding in the forest charged out, and the rest of the group realized why she sent Carl ahead. They weren't going to be able to leapfrog without pulling dozens of additional monsters, including a half-dozen more mythic apes. The numbers weren't quite as large as the last time, Dana decided. But the enraged timer was much slower. 5 minutes in, they were going to reach the first boss, and they had 45 minutes to finish. The Elven Kings filled the air with blade attacks as the apes charged out, then laughed at the carnage. You made the right choice, Cat Demon. There is no king better to kill apes than us. Hairy ones, hairless ones, demonic ones, they're all good practice to sharpen our blades. One of the epic golems joked. Carl smirked at them, knowing that they weren't speaking of actual ape species. But they weren't wrong. Until Ray reached the mythic rank, there was nothing that Carl had ever faced which could keep up with the Dark Elven Kings in pure damage. If they hadn't managed to wrap him up in silk and keep him from fighting properly, it would have been a much more difficult fight in the Bara dungeon at Overlord rank. The Haint and the Epic Golem both nodded in eager agreement. The elves were good at their work. Spined fingers from both the evolved Haint Claw and the Shadow Drake Treant patterned Epic Guard tore through ape flesh, and the deceptively delicate constructs slammed their targets to the ground, giving Carl more room to fight while the elves dealt with the trash. Brutal Pugilist, stacked very well with their combat abilities, giving them the edge over even the epic golems when Carl used them. Kara joined them only seconds later, assisting the elves, and then the rest of the group was with them. Remy and Hawk moved their area effects forward, bringing the rest of the apes between them and the boss to the fight, where they could all be dealt with at once. That accelerated the process, and the barrage of skills was quickly whittling away what little defense even the enraged apes could put up. As soon as they drop, we're on to the boss. Save your mana. Carl instructed. Got it. Who has the healing effect? Mars asked. That would be either Remy or Tian. The Naga has healing totems up, and the fox can heal. Carl replied between attacks. Then, we've definitely got this. The troll chuckled, becoming eager to see how this boss fight would go. The ape was about a third of the way through his enrage effect, by Carl's estimation. They were only about 5 minutes into the dungeon, so they should have plenty of time, but at the speed that the boss was enraging, there was no way that it wasn't going to hit immortal rank by the 20-minute mark. Perhaps that was the trick. Carl activated Avatar, and charged into combat as soon as the last of the guardian apes were dead, ready to test a theory. The theory that 45 minutes was actually 2 sections of just over 22 minutes each. If the second boss enrage timer reset when the first one died, he would have his answer. Goddess, was he still holding back? Paul asked as he followed Carl into combat. Dana laughed. Not really. That form is too big for the other fights, he couldn't move properly in the jungle as a dragon. But the boss is much larger, and it's easier to fight him when you're huge. The Blood Knight made a mental note of that for future reference. They would have to try to find mages with oversized golems for future attempts. The first boss was being rapidly disassembled by the combined efforts of the group, while Ray and Kara raged in the corner about the lack of damage that they could do to it. 10% damage taken was completely unacceptable. They were only a little bit from the bottleneck. But the dungeon wouldn't let them go forward until the boss fight was over. If it did, they would have just taken some of the golems and cleared the trash during the boss fight, and then Carl and his friends could just do the second boss after the first. Worse, the ape healed even though it was bleeding heavily, and that was making it take even longer. Dana had to fight not to laugh as the annoyance of the two bored beasts flooded her mind, followed by the amusement of Remy and Hawk, who were competing to see who could better predict where the boss would be pulled next. It wasn't pulled into their vortexes, and setting them right on its head was too easy. Plus, the totem-ranked vortex didn't actually do much, and space was limited. The moment that the boss gasped its last and collapsed to the ground, Carl turned to see what happened with the other boss. No change. So, it wasn't a split timer. But did that mean it was still going to hit immortal halfway through the failure timer? Or would it stop just short? Terry checked his watch. We're 15 minutes in. Plenty of time for this group, but the amount of damage you need to do to that boss is insane. If we're going to do this with a normal group, we will need better gear. Carl transformed back and nodded. I'm more concerned about how fast that enraged timer is advancing. We already know that level 6 will cap out at immortal. But I don't know what will happen on level 3. The Blood Knight shrugged. As long as it gives good loot, I'm putting my faith in you this time. That dragon form is by far the best tank I've ever fought beside. The beasts were already off and running, clearing the totem-ranked apes. They sure are energetic. We should get going. But does the Naga have a skill book for those flaming totems? They're adorable. Mars asked. Remy had patterned her, burning poison, totems after herself, and they were designed to look like three entwined Naga princesses that spit poisonous fireballs at every enemy in range when they were active. I will get you a copy later if you want one. It's a fairly standard shaman spell, she just modified the appearance. Carl agreed, as Remy couldn't hear them. That was good enough for Mars, and he led the charge toward the next group of mythic apes, eager to get to the end of the dungeon and see what sort of loot they would get. They were really getting into a rhythm now, efficiently working together to kill the monsters, but the monsters were getting stronger by the second, and the enraged timer appeared to be stacking, increasing the speed that their buffs were improved. They had also learned that it was not a great idea to try to dispel the mythic apes, as it increased the enrage buff when it returned. Maybe we're supposed to bring a berserker, something that enrages to offset the dungeon. If a berserker tank got enrage buffs every few seconds, they would be monsters in here. James suggested as he fired off another volley of arrows. Carl shook his head. No, we have an enrage effect as well. It's active on Kara, but she's not improving, she's just extra badger today. The ranger sighed. Improved difficulty is no joke. Good thing we didn't pick the maximum level. Pushing through the packs in between bosses as fast as they could, they arrived at the final boss just before the enrage effect peaked. Dana snapped her fingers and pointed at the boss. I get it now. It's not on a timer. The enrage effect increases as you complete the dungeon, so it's always at the maximum when you fight the final boss. Carl finally understood how the system had set things up, and smirked in satisfaction when he realized that the final boss would not reach the immortal rank this time. It was very close, and the boss was definitely near the peak of what could be believably called mythic. But it did not have the extra damage reduction effect unique to immortals. That gave them a simple solution to killing the final boss. All Carl had to do was use the amulet to improve the undead army skill to immortal rank, and it would be all over. Not much was going to defeat a dozen immortal spectral knights. However, he held off on that this time, as they had more than enough time to finish the fight, and he didn't need to reveal that bit of treasure to these outsiders. They could keep that an alliance secret for later. Well, it's not an immortal. You know what to do, gentlemen. Terry joked as he moved into position to take up his role as the main tank. The Dark Elven Kings thought that it was adorable that the vampire thought that he could be the main tank when there were epic golems present, but they didn't stop him from trying. Terry opened with Sunder, hitting the demonic ape in the chest and making it stumble back a step. Then, before he could follow up, it was on him. But the earth elemental lords that Dana used as epic golems were beside him, and, auto parry, kept the flurry of blows from landing. It was a marvelous tactic, as the ape tried to get past the golems, which blocked all its attacks. That left the back open for the rest of the combatants, who immediately tore into it. Carl knew from experience that this last boss took as long as the rest of the dungeon, thanks to the increased enrage. Or, it did last time. Dungeon complete but calculating rewards. The 3 invited group members sighed in relief. That dungeon is insane with the difficulty turned up. I've never seen a boss take that much punishment before, and Terry's still limping from that hit, even after being healed. Mars grumbled. But it will all be worth it. Trust the process. Carl agreed. Mars smiled as the rewards were handed out, then he got immediately protective of his reward. Don't worry, we won't try to force anyone to reveal what they got, but we will ask what rank and grade it is, so we can tell the others how much the loot improved. Carl assured him. Right, I forgot that we need to tell those greedy bastards. Well, then no point in hiding it, or they'll just give us headaches. Terry agreed. Then he took out a pair of fur-covered bracers. Mythic rank, epic grade. Plus, they gave a large bonus to strength. Excellent for a tank. The trash loot is all common and uncommon, totem rank. He added. Carl nodded, and made a note of it while the others took out their best gain. I got a mythic rank, epic grade amulet of healing beacon. Tion is wearing it right now. Carl explained, while the tiny fox showed off the bright silver chain around his neck like a collar. The amulet wasn't an item that created a spell effect, in the traditional sense. Instead, it granted a portion of all healing done to the healer as an added effect. So, the cleric of the group, in this case the fox, didn't have to cast heals on himself. He would just get it passively. The others envied the ability to just keep himself healed. But more than that, they envied the level of confidence needed to give an item like that to your pet fox. While Tion was Carl's primary healer, it was difficult to take him seriously when he was 2 kilos of fluff and happiness. Dana held out a headband made of vines. Mythic rank, epic grade. Optimized for a mage, but nothing outstanding. I also got a bunch of totem-ranked uncommon and common magical items that will likely get broken down for materials. Mars held out a book. Perhaps asking was prophetic. I got a book of Greater Poison Totem. Shaman exclusive, and an epic grade skill. I'll loan it to the Blue Dragons first, so they can copy it if anyone wants it. Remy nodded happily. She definitely wanted more shaman totems. The 2 that she already had were pretty good, and Carl's new, Mana Pylon, was almost a totem-type spell, since it made a crystal that caused an area effect. James held up a crude-looking wooden bow, that was actually a mythic rank item, but the more that Carl looked at the bonuses, the more impressive they really looked. Mythic rank, epic grade bow of sharpshooting. There is an exceptional bonus to accuracy and firing rate, but it also has a chance to fire a duplicate effect on attack. This should be a huge increase in damage for me. He announced proudly. Well, I suppose that we should go tell the others what we found. That's 5 for 5 with the epic grade items from a level 3 difficulty, and we finished with over 10 minutes left on the timer. That might be a tight schedule for most groups, but not impossible. Carl calculated. No, that was definitely impossible, Terry knew. Most groups didn't have enough combatants to easily deal with the additional groups, so they would get mired down in bodies and end up running out of time. However, that just meant that they needed to improve their group composition, and add a few more specialized skills so that they could properly deal with large groups. It wasn't a concern for most dungeon raiding teams, as the groups were always fairly small, and at your own rank. There weren't any other known dungeons in Xylaz that made you accomplish a feat like this one, where you had to fight 100 enemies a rank below your own, while on a timer. Well, it looks like we've all got some recruiting to do, and perhaps some skill shopping at the Blue Dragon libraries as well. Terry decided. Even a mage or shaman like Remy, who could use multiple overlapping area attacks, would go a long way toward clearing this dungeon within the time limit. How did it go? Dave asked as they exited the dungeon. As soon as we entered, it gave us the choice to choose difficulty. We picked level 3, and it was similar to the first run. But we learned that the enrage increases with completion, and at level 3 it caps out as a very powerful mythic boss. It also had a 45-minute success timer. I made a list of the major rewards, and they're definitely worth it. Carl explained. The other guild masters shared excited plans to loot this place clear, once they could get one of the alliance members who could trigger it every visit to join them. Paul frowned. Now, I suppose that the issue will be that it is likely only the record holders that can trigger the dungeon's difficulty settings. Unless one of us can beat the record, it won't become a shared effect. Carl shrugged. It is possible that it will. Check tomorrow, and one of these 3 might be able to activate up to level 3, as that is what they've accomplished. The dungeon didn't say anything about it, but for the Overlord ranked dungeon, everyone who has done hard mode once triggers it when they go in again. Paul nodded. We sent an Overlord raid in today, with one member from the Alliance. They will report back soon to let us know how it went. We have high hopes that they will expand the better loot to my guild's whole Overlord rank raid team. One of the other guild masters snorted in amusement. Paul's guild alliance was similar to the Nara group, in that they had numerous overlords training up to become totems. But most of the other alliances had smaller numbers and only took powerful members or those who would serve the guild. When they returned to the house for the evening, Carl and Dana relaxed on the sofas, while Ray immediately went to her space and began to prepare for her next advancement. She might not have quite everything that she had wanted to prepare, but she had just enough of it that she was certain she would not miss out on any of the essential benefits to her advancement. This latest run, and the extra understanding of the art of stabbing things that just wouldn't die, had helped her reach the peak of totem rank abilities for a blood destruction demonic spider, and now she was ready to head for the mythic rank and begin her work on trying to slay the immortals. Nothing was more important in her mind than learning how to kill the things that were openly referred to as immortal. Now, she did understand that it meant functionally immortal, in that they would live forever if not killed. But that didn't matter. The mere word, immortal, was offensive. Dana did her best not to laugh at the single-minded focus of the spider, who was currently mixing herself a bath with all the culinary flair of an executive chef, and the precision of an alchemist. Both arts should have called to her, Dana thought. But it was her overwhelming love of fashion that had won out in the end, and left her as a tailor. I should have asked Nacht if he could get me a bit of blood from his mythic friend. I am missing a bit of strength with the darkness element. Ray sighed. I can likely get a totem-ranked black dragon over to donate if you need. Carl suggested. Ray considered it, then shook her head. I will forego the darkness element in favor of more destructive energies this time. Less stealth, more stabbing. Heavy stealth. Dana frowned in confusion, then giggled as she understood. There was no failure of your stealth skills if there were no survivors to report it. Ray mixed up the combination of mythic and immortal rank bloods, then carefully heated them to her desired temperature before nodding happily and taking out a small vial from her hidden storage spot for annoyingly shiny rocks. The perfect hiding spot, where nobody ever looked. What she had was a bit of immortal rank Traiant sap, and it smelled suspiciously like the Fey realm. How she had managed to get it without alerting anyone else was a mystery, but she definitely had it, and the mixture added a hint of woodsy overtone to the blend, like a deep forest after the rain. If that forest had just seen a massacre. Because the smell of mythic and immortal ape blood was strong. Dana watched quietly as Ray first scrubbed herself perfectly clean, then transformed to her natural state and entered the bath, before shrinking herself to the smallest possible size with, unobtrusive behemoth. She would have been smaller in humanoid form, but the risk of advancing in an unnatural form and losing a bit of favor from the spider goddess just seemed too high, even if it would let her run a greater volume of blood through her body, relative to her own. Once she was settled in, Ray began scrubbing herself as she drank in the bloody mix, letting the power seep through her entire body. To Dana, that was an oddly disturbing bath routine, especially the way that she simply absorbed the life force from the blood. But to Ray, it was no different to how she absorbed the life force from blood wine, except in much larger volumes. She had seen the things that people did at the pleasure houses run by the obsession demons, and this wasn't even on the scale of weird things to put in a bath. Even the vampires liked a bit of blood in their bath. Though, Mick was happier when she didn't know what sort of creature it came from. She might be good with ape, Ray thought. They weren't sentient. Unfortunately, it would make lousy blood wine, the flavor just wasn't right. Dana rolled her eyes as Ray sunk to the bottom of the bath and rolled on her back to blow bubbles up to the surface, enjoying the warmth. She should get a circulation pump like they had in hot tubs. This bath would be even better with bath jets and a massaging action to really work the old chitin loose. Still, this wasn't too bad, with all that immortal ape blood that she managed to source at the last minute. It was more than enough energy for a smooth advancement, and the apes didn't have any weird abilities that were incompatible with her own skills. They were a bit heavy on the earth magic, but with the bit of fey blood she obtained, that twisted into something a bit more like nature magic, and that should help with her golem spell and her earth walls when she needed to make hiding spots again. The level of energy in the bath was draining quickly, almost too quickly, Ray decided. She might have drawn too small of a bath. Fortunately, she had reserves. As the bath drained, Ray added a new collection of mythic and totem-ranked blood to the mix. Not as potent as the main bath had been, but a nice smooth finisher with just the right blend to relax her muscles as she surged into the mythic rank and the advanced blessing settled into her cells. Late into the evening, she had drained every bit of vitality from the second bath, and Ray stepped out, then called her spectral knights into her space to buff her body to a high shine. It was absolutely perfect, and the new, mythic blessing, made her feel invincible. Ray laughed at Dana's confusion when the mage saw that the spider hadn't visibly changed at all, other than the fact that she had somehow managed to polish the layer of blood on her skin like it was body oil. That was how Ray normally looked when she was clean, though. She let the shine fade for covert operations and daily use, instead of polishing herself like a good pair of boots. "Did you gain any new abilities?" Dana asked curiously as Ray picked out a dress for the morning. Ray shook her head. "No, I balanced everything to improve what I already had. Once I get to fight, I might advance a skill now that I'm a living myth. But spiders are already awesome enough that we don't need to evolve, we just choose to." Dana smiled at the smug spider. "Alright, excellent work. I will get a bit more sleep and see you when the sun is up. I will go find my vampire. He promised me blood wine-flavored ice cream when I advanced." Someone should warn Nilla that he had been chosen as a favored pet. But he would find out soon enough on his own. Suggesting to the assembled guild masters that any of the members who had done the improved mythic dungeon once might be able to activate it again turned out to be a brilliant move. Especially as the very next morning started out with all 20 guild masters assembled at the entrance to the Alliance compound again, ready to form groups to head into the dungeon for extensive testing. Paul nodded politely to Carl and Dana. "I hope that you don't mind breaking up the dynamic duo. We need all 8 of you to make enough groups with a chance to activate the effect." "Alright. Make sure that they're the group leader. That might be important, as the system mentioned it before we chose the difficulty last time." Carl agreed. Dana shrugged. She would be fine going on her own, with a good group. She might not be compatible with the Spectral Knights, but she had a solid force of golems on her own. The soul bond was a wonderful thing, and Dana knew that her raw power level was exactly the same as Carl's, and they just had different specialties. If she wanted to lead a group, there shouldn't be any more problem with her power level than with his. Besides, everyone here was a guild leader, and in Xylaz, that meant something. Not always that you were the best raid partner, though. Just that you were competent as a duelist. Carl motioned for everyone to come inside, away from the increasing gossip. This was not the first time that so many guild masters had gathered at the Nara Group Alliance recently, and while not everyone had heard the gossip about the dungeons, the power of the visitors was suspicious. "Now, who wants to go with whom? Did you already make groups before you came over?" Carl asked. Paul nodded. "We did. Just so that we didn't have to worry about not having the right combinations among the guild leaders. If we can actually choose the difficulty, and reliably get epic grade rewards, then we can do it with a standard group, and just stay under the timer. We've made sure every group has golems and at least one area damage specialist." That was what everyone agreed would be needed for a standard group. Paul handed Carl a list of names, and Carl laughed as he saw the descriptions. "It looks like I have a fan base," he joked. His group was 4 blue dragons, 1 war cleric, and 3 shamans. The dragonkin warrior shrugged. "That's just how it worked out in the end. The group should be solid, as they're all competent damage dealers, and the war cleric causes an area healing effect on hit." Tion perked his ears at that news. That sounded like a fun skill. He wouldn't mind learning it. He could cast it on Sister Ray, and they would all get healed every time that she stabbed something. It was a win-win proposition. "I think that my brothers are getting more and more lazy by the day. Hawk likes to soar around and slack, Thor is addicted to hot springs, and now they've taught Tion to offload his healing onto the hard work of his sisters," Remy complained. Thor laughed at the offended Naga. It's not that I'm lazy, the hot water is just too good. Don't pretend like you weren't there until 10 minutes ago. He joked. Thor had a point. The new hot springs that Carl had put in the tiny world were good. Whenever she had to wait on a potion to be ready, she would go soak in the heat and scrub her scales. It wasn't like it was busy. The only ones who used the hot springs on the mountain were Thor and Tessa, and they didn't mind if she used one of the other ponds. The 4 blue dragons assigned to Carl's group came over, eager to get things started. The war cleric can tank, and the rest of us will do our best to deal damage. Blue dragons are lightning element, so our affinity for offensive magic is strong. Especially with a shaman class. One of the dragons explained. Alright, that works for me. I will have my epic golems work with him in the front lines against the enraged apes, and then the rest of them can deal with the extras that come from the sides. That's a new feature, so don't just go by what you remember from the last time that you were inside. Carl reminded them. Got it. Now, let's go see what the dungeon has for us. Do you think that we can still do a high difficulty rating with this group? I heard that the secret to success was all the golems. Carl patted him on the shoulder. Fear not. We might not have the Dana mage this time, but we've got a mythic ranked Ray today, and she's got some constructs of her own. Plus, she's an absolute powerhouse in combat. Oh, one of your beasts advanced. Which one is Ray? The war cleric asked. The blood destruction demonic spider. Being favored by the spider goddess, she's got incredible damage output, we will be alright. Carl explained. The dragons were practically vibrating with energy at the chance to try something new, so Carl skipped the intermediate steps and simply opened a portal near the entrance to the dungeon, which unfortunately put them right in the middle of the gathered reporters and spectators. Is it true that you did find a way to improve the loot in this dungeon? Is it repeatable? How much did it improve? Any comments on your secrets, sir? Is it true that they call you the Monster Man because of your bedroom skills? The reporters shouted, all at once. One of those questions was not like the others. Yes, it improved by half a rank, no comment on our secrets, and maybe. Carl replied, then took one long step toward the dungeon, while the dragons all laughed. His wife is a divine fox. One of the dragons quietly informed the reporters. That started a whole new round of gossip because everyone in the media circle knew who the dragon was talking about. There weren't a lot of divine fox girls around. Dana had been in the Winter Festival's fashion show recently, at Overlord rank. But she had returned under a month later at Mythic rank. So, she was married to Carl, who was also Mythic. Which meant, it was a soul bond. Or something similarly permanent. There was simply no other plausible way to explain how she had advanced by 2 ranks in under a month. Carl stopped when he entered the dungeon and waited for everyone to come out. Even Thor had joined them today, a rare change as of late, as he was quite enjoying his peaceful alone time with Tessa. Soon, Carl would have to talk to the cleric and the behemoth about matters of marriage, or where their relationship was going. He might not be the most responsible leader in the world, but he wasn't going to end up with a deadbeat father among his partners. Thor snorted in amusement at the thought. There was no way that he would abandon his hatchlings. The dragons entered just before Ray summoned her spectral knights and golems. From what Carl could see, the advancement to mythic rank hadn't caused any major changes in her skills or constitution, but with her improved power level, it should still be a huge jump in her damage output. What difficulty do you want? The war cleric asked. Ray gave him a look that made his blood run cold. Spiders might not have expressions in the traditional sense, but he was quite certain that she intended for there to be carnage. Carl chuckled as Kara came out to stand on Ray's head in solidarity. Well, that's 2 votes for all the difficulty. Did you all eat a big breakfast? If we do that, then the last boss will be immortal. But so will the best loot. The 4 blue dragons shared excited looks then nodded. If you think that we can do it, then we will go with your plan. Dungeon level 6 engage. Kara cheered. Invalid team member, the system informed her. Kara glared at the message. It worked when she was messing with Dave. Why couldn't she upgrade the maximum difficulty now? Carl laughed and scratched her head. Level 5 is fine. He began, but Ray glared at him. No way was she missing out twice. Fine, dungeon, maximum difficulty. Carl agreed. Safety limits overridden at user request. Difficulty level 6 chosen. The dragon stared at Carl in concern. They had said difficult, but what sort of option did you have to pick to get a safety warning in a dungeon? They all came with a risk of death. Ray cheered as she charged forward, leading the golems into combat, and leaving only the bodyguards with Carl and the dragons. Then, she began to test her new abilities, while Carl motioned for the dragons to wait. Give her 10 seconds, it's her first fight since her advancement. Give her the chance to see how her power is before we get involved. He explained. Ray pulled everything to the first enraged group, and then engaged, blood destruction. The totem-ranked apes exploded nearly instantly, then stood back up again as, blood golems, thanks to Ray's, Queen of the Damned, ability. They were cannon fodder against the enraged mythic rank apes, but she sent them forward to pick a fight with the other totem-ranked apes. Then, Carl and the others charged into combat, hurling ranged skills at the apes, while the war cleric activated an upgraded version of consecrated ground around himself, exploiting the vulnerability to holy damage. That caused a steady stream of healing to flow to the group, and Tion giggled happily as he studied the effect, attempting to learn how to replicate it. It was just as good as he had hoped. But he hadn't thought of consecrated ground. He could use that skill too, and it would share the healing to the whole group without shamelessly piggybacking off his sisters. When the next batch of totem-ranked apes were becoming severely injured, Ray, shadow-stepped, away from combat and used, blood destruction, again to kill everything, and double the number of blood golems she had. That skill is broken. The war cleric laughed as he realized what Ray's plan for the dungeon was. She now had 50 blood golems, and 5 of them were mythic ranked. Then, the team cut down the first group, and charged into the second, while the blood golems used the epic golems as blockers to bypass them again, going for the last trash mobs between them and the boss. The difficulty rate is going up way too fast. How long do we even have to complete the dungeon? The war cleric asked, confusion in his glowing blue eyes. Carl checked his interface. We've got 12 minutes left of 15. As Carl recalled, it had taken them longer than that the first time. The final boss was a nightmare to defeat. But the dungeon hadn't mentioned a fail timer this time, so perhaps simply completing it got the reward and doing it in time got you a bonus? That would be great for Ray's mythic debut. With Ray in combat, Predation was quickly adapting to give steadily increasing bonus damage along with Rampage. The extra damage from so many attacks was stacking to an incredible degree, and without all of Dana's golems here it was even more noticeable. Even Thor's attacks on the mythic apes were doing noticeable damage already. The only issue was that it only lasted a minute, so when they got to the boss, most of the stacks would fall off. I'm going to send everything to charge the boss as soon as I clear those totems. Ray informed Carl. Drive the mobs backward. We're taking them to the boss platform, and we will finish them as we start the boss fight. Carl relayed. The Haint mentally nudged Carl as it fought. A merger would boost its damage output. It might look like a Treyant, but it was actually a living weapon, and most of its combat ability came when it was wielded. I will join. The war cleric agreed. You stay here. I will tank the boss in dragon form. Watch and you'll see the trick to keeping it from hurling stone attacks at the group on top of the stone spike waves. Carl explained. With the Haint Claw merged, Carl activated Avatar at immortal rank using the Amulet of Destruction. A flap of his wings was enough to fly over the fights and onto the boss platform to beat Ray's blood golems to the fight. 3 minutes in, and they were already at the first boss. Ray's tactics really were effective. Carl swiped at the boss, and rivers of blood poured down the ape's chest as it turned to face Carl, and away from the others. It was the standard tactic for fighting bosses with ranged attacks, and was normally very effective, but this one still had its area stone spikes. That was the difficult part to deal with, but having the boss in the corner of the available space gave the team as much time as possible to react. Then, the blood golems arrived, and Carl realized that he had greatly underestimated the effective damage of Ray's ruthlessness. They didn't raise their fists to attack the boss, they simply leapt onto its back and self-destructed, dealing a portion of their life as damage to the boss. Wave after wave of undead crashed into the boss, chunking away at its health until they were all gone, and the golems could join the fight, led by the laughing form of the Dark Elven Kings. "Lord Carl, you are a wonderful friend. Look at this most magnificent daughter of the Spider Goddess." They joked as they danced in and out of combat, aiming for the shoulder and elbow tendons of the boss. Carl had forgotten that both Ray and the Dark Elves served the Spider Goddess. Skill Master Activation. Skill, Chaos Beast Constitution, has advanced. Chaos Beast Constitution, Chaos Dragon Constitution. Carl felt power surge through his body as the skill adapted, then felt the ground tremble beneath him as his next strike caused an explosive release of chaos element energy on contact. The power output of his skills began to resonate with the power matrix that Carl had built in his mind, patterned after Matilda's dragon form. Before Carl could analyze the changes to his power level, chaotic energy was flowing through the dungeon, and Kara was cheering as her body began to crackle with black and white lightning sparks. They weren't actual lightning, Carl realized. Just unstable chaotic energy. The advancement of the shared constitution skill had forced Kara to evolve, and now she was reaching the mythic rank, simply because her new form was incompatible with anything as weak as a totem-ranked beast. How is that even fair? Hawk complained. This was the second time in a row that she had simply cheated to advance. Someone needed to have a serious talk with his sister about the proper way to do things. Why wasn't he first to advance? He was the oldest brother. Plus, he had fire. Fire. What could be better than that? Tion laughed at Hawk's complaints. The bird was very certain that it was the element that determined advancement, but Tion knew that wasn't it. Most of the difference between totem and mythic was the body's compatibility with the increased energy quality. And while Hawk had an excellent understanding of fire, and the fundamental rule of fire, his body had gone through many evolutions to get to where he was, and it would likely take another triggered evolution to let him reach mythic rank. He was already the strongest wind speed hawk in the world, and possibly ever. He had come so far from the common rank egg he had been, when he had only hoped to make it to reach ascended rank so that he wouldn't be weaker than the instructor who made him work, but didn't bring snacks. Hawk squawked happily. He had long since surpassed the evil woman. Now, he just needed to find a way to advance again so that he could stay ahead of his water-loving sister. Carl tuned out their nonsense as the boss sent out another wave of stone spikes, forcing everyone to dodge. Its health was falling fast, and they still had 9 minutes left on the timer. That should be plenty, if they could find a way to take down the final boss in good time. That immortal rank advancement was going to be the worst part of it. The first boss fell, and the team was released from the boss platform, allowing Ray to rush off and make more blood golems. Same routine as last time, let her build up her blood golems, and we can use them to bomb the final boss. It's going to be immortal rank, and even with the stacked skills that I have increasing our damage, it's a nasty fight. Carl explained. The first wave of apes exploded, and the group charged forward to join Ray's team. With the practice from the first half, everyone knew to focus on the enraged mobs while the totems charged forward. However, the durability of the mobs had greatly increased already, and Ray was actually losing blood golems, even with Thor mostly focused on keeping Eternal Lightning active over the group. It wasn't easy with so many people, and he was still totem ranked. However, the Carl was busy attacking, and didn't have time to keep track of every golem that was losing its barrier. Carl was also back in cat demon form so that he could fight without blocking the whole path, and that limited his line of sight much more than Thor's, as he was still in behemoth form, though minimized a little so that he didn't run into the same issue. The loss of the blood golems would reduce their boss damage, but it was also slowing down their advance, as the fight was dragging on and clogging up the pathway. The area damage was quickly clearing them, and Rey was using blood destruction to regain as many golems as she could, but by her predation math, these enemies were immortal rank in everything but the defensive damage reduction. They were far beyond what anyone would call mythic rank. So, half-step immortal, unascended immortal, slightly more tasty mythic. The common language needed a better word for what these things were. Finally, the boss's enraged timer ended as the last few apes fell, and he turned jet black as he reached the immortal rank. Well, gentlemen, here is the fun part. Give it everything that you've got. If it does holy damage, even better. They're weak to it. Carl reminded the blue dragons. The three shamans gave a matching war cry as they followed the war cleric up onto the platform, then were nearly thrown back off when the boss stomped on the ground, and suddenly duplicated. 3 minutes remaining on timer, bonus difficulty activated. Everyone stared at the floating words of the system message, then at the second immortal demonic ape. Oh, this is some bullshit. The war cleric sighed. Kara landed beside him and patted him on the leg, as if consoling him after a loss, but with a toothy grin on her face and making her happy chainsaw purring noise. The dragon gave the badger a curious look. The Chaos Badger has a good point. It is new knowledge, even if it's knowledge that we would rather not have gotten firsthand. We now know what happens when you reach the final boss under the time limit on level 6 difficulty. Alright, we will split up. I will tank one, the epic golems will tank the other. Everyone, focus damage on the one that the golems are holding, and then come for mine when it's down. Carl instructed. That was just what Rey wanted. A good boss to fight, and no Carl to mess up her data collection. He was the only other one that would hit as hard as she did, and having his strikes in there made it impossible to tell just how much she was doing. Now, if there was some sort of chart, listing damage per hit, that would be perfect, but it didn't appear that the system was going to give them that sort of detailed analytics data. Was that because the gods didn't like math? She wouldn't blame them. The only things that math was good for was counting bodies and calculating blood volumes. Anything more than that was just unnecessary. Hawk disagreed. He was learning math lately so that he could make better roasted meat. The measurements were precise, and needed to be adjusted to the amount of meat that you were roasting. It was all very mathematical. Tion laughed as he placed his consecrated ground spell, and then retreated to a comfortable spot on Thor's back, next to Kara. There was plenty of room for them both, and the boss was so busy with the golems that it wasn't even facing their direction. If he had to retreat, he could rely on his sister to fly them both away, but Thor's barrier was pretty good. It could take at least one hit, even from the boss. Thor wasn't so sure about that, as this boss had massive physical strength and was 2 ranks stronger than him. But his brother's encouragement helped him focus on working with the others. Happy, happy, happy. Stabby, stabby spider, Rey sang as she got to work on the boss, punching the ape full of holes as predation optimized her damage output. There was just one factor that she had forgotten to account for. A 10-meter tall ape held a lot of blood, and the floor was getting slippery for everyone who didn't have spiked legs. That wasn't even a factor that the others had considered a possibility, but the enhancement to her bleeding effects, as well as blood destruction, which was constantly trying to make the ape explode, had combined to turn the immortal rank ape into a veritable fountain. Hawk considered burning it off to restore their footing, but Rey was using a skill to absorb it off the ground to improve her strength, so he just left it alone until one of the shamans actually tripped while moving out of the way of a giant fist. Thor had to intervene to avoid having the fallen shaman smashed to a pulp, and the fists easily beat their way through his barrier before the pair of elven kings could draw the beast's attention back. Then, Hawk finally intervened and burned the floor clean again. Sister Rey could live with a bit less blood to absorb. While they were fighting against time to kill the boss before it did anything unexpected, Carl was focused on simply trying to damage the boss faster than it could heal. He had the Haint Claw merged with him, and the Sword of Champions active under his draconic transformation. But the beast's health had hardly moved. The first boss was down to a quarter life, but the one that he was fighting was still close to 90% health, and Carl had already put out a mana pylon, so that he could dump extra mana into Void Blast, attacks layered over Holy Blasts, in an attempt to get ahead of the healing factor. He really needed some more powerful attack skills. Kara laughed at his annoyance. Now you understand my pain. Think of it this way, if you were immortal, you would have the boss dead by now, because of the difference in damage reduction. But predation also reduces their damage reduction, so both you and Ray are already doing 3 times what anyone else is to the bosses. The Badger made a good argument. Predation really was an overpowered skill. Without it, he wouldn't even be damaging the boss faster than it healed. But that reminded Carl that the Badger was slacking. She was mythic, as of halfway through the dungeon when his constitution had advanced. And that meant that she was also one of their primary damage dealers, not just a totem-ranked spectator like Tian, who was sitting beside her on Thor's back. Carl considered changing tactics, and using the amulet to make the epic golems immortal rank so that they would bypass the damage reduction like any other spell. But that would mean that he would drop back down to mythic rank, and take an increased amount of damage for Tian to heal. It was a dilemma, but the timer was gone, so they weren't against the clock for the final fight. He would save that tactic for next time. When he didn't have to share the loot and crafting materials with members from other guild alliances. Remy wholeheartedly agreed with that logic. She needed all the immortal ranked materials she could get, especially if it gave plants as crafting materials. While Carl and his team fought their way through the level 6 difficulty dungeon, Dana had gotten a much more conservative group, and they had chosen to do level 2. The logic was that it was still harder than usual, and should give much better loot, though not as good as the highest option. But it might also be significantly easier to complete than the higher difficulties. If it was, then the risk to reward might work out exceptionally well for them. So far, nobody in the previous groups had gotten an outstanding item, at least not in relation to the other rewards. So, the question was whether this route would give them a chance at an outstanding mythic rank item, or whether it would just scale in volume, and give them 3 or 4 epic grade mythic rank items spread between the group. There was only one way to tell, and they were reasonably sure that none of the other groups who had gone today would take that route. They would do the hardest difficulty that they could. The logic was solid, as every other group really was doing either difficulty 3 or 5, except Carl's who had gone for level 6 again. Dana had a suspicion that he had chosen that path, as she had just felt the surge of power as he had received a new constitution skill, and the soul bond had equalized their power level again. She did hope that it wasn't dragging him down, being tied to her when he was advancing at such an insane rate. But the fact that she had just gotten a noticeable bump in her mana level and spell damage in the middle of a dungeon said that the limitation shouldn't be too extreme. Or if it was, it might be for the best. Twice what she had gotten in one bonus might be too much for anyone to handle. What sort of skill had he gotten anyhow? Being in a separate dungeon, she was cut off from the mind link to the rest of the team, like their thoughts were muffled through a closed door. Her golems were tanking for the group, and their assigned tank had taken on a full damage dealing role, but there was no lack of bodies, even without all the extras that Carl and Ray could summon. At difficulty 2, they only got 10 totem rank extra apes, and 2 more myths. That was a small enough number that they could pull them to the main group and fight them all at once with area effects. As far as efficiency, it was definitely the way to go. They still had 45 minutes on the timer, but with the reduced number of additional apes, they shouldn't have any trouble making it in time. Dana briefly wondered how Carl's group was doing as her team started the first boss. They had started well before her team did, and they might be nearly done by now, given Ray's mythic advancement and damage output. There wasn't anyone in Dana's team that could kill as efficiently as Ray. Perhaps not even Dana herself. Carl sensed Dana's confusion for a moment just before the team switched to the second boss, but didn't have a chance to message her when he was locked in combat with the immortal rank ape. The death of the first boss had reactivated the enrage effect, and it was getting stronger by the minute. Definite mistake in tactics. They both need to die at the same time. The war cleric noted. Carl laughed. Aren't you glad that I'm the one tanking this time? I am glad that it's anyone but me. That thing hit like a meteor even before it was enraged. The war cleric quipped as he joined the fight. Fortunately, enrage only really increased healing and damage, not damage reduction, and now that everyone was on one boss, the combination of long duration effects was really starting to stack up. Just hold on a bit longer, we've got this. One of the shamans assured Carl as a particularly solid blow sent him sliding dozens of meters backward, dragging his claws through the loose ground. Carl charged forward again as the two dark elven kings moved to prevent the boss from squishing anyone with a massive fist. And, it would squish them. With the extra damage from the enrage effect, the eternal lightning barrier might as well be glass, hardly slowing the strikes at all. The war cleric would surely be able to resurrect a fallen group member, but nobody really wanted to have a near-death experience in a dungeon. No matter how good the loot was. Minute by minute, the boss weakened, until it finally fell, and the lighting in the dungeon brightened, marking the completion of the event. Bonus rewards calculating. The system message made everyone sigh in relief, and Carl stretched sore muscles as he shifted back into his usual form. Well, I'm not sure that I would recommend that version of the dungeon. However, the loot will make all the difference in whether it is worth doing, he declared. The four blue dragons nodded in unison, and took out their notepads, ready to record everything that had happened after they entered. It took the system some time to pick rewards, presumably because it was randomizing them based on some sort of table based on the dungeon. How close is everyone else to the bottleneck? Fighting in tough dungeons like this should be a good boost for your skills. Carl asked. Getting close. Remy replied. Almost there. Something about the energy change is confusing me. Hawk added. Thor mentally shrugged. I've got a ways to go, but I'm not stuck yet, I'm still growing. That was a good sign. He had to rely on a bit of luck to get past the bottleneck last time, and it might take another evolution to get him to mythic. But that was somewhat expected. Not every beast grew at the same rate, and even with Carl's assistance, it wasn't reasonable to expect them to. I am almost to the bottleneck. But my body is small, and it's hard to get enough good energy in. Tion complained. It took a lot of energy to challenge a bottleneck, and in his juvenile state, he hadn't fully developed his species' innate capacities to the needed extent. Opal flashed happy colors at Carl, which he took as meaning that she too was near the bottleneck. Her energy felt very close to the peak of totem rank, but only the butterfly would know if she was actually at the bottleneck. Rewards calculated. Congratulations on your successful completion, the system informed the group with glowing golden letters in the air above the boss's bodies. The dragons smiled as new items appeared in their inventories, and Carl chuckled as he saw what it had given him. Greater Consecrated Ground, Epic Grade Holy Defensive Ability. Reduces damage taken by 50%. Increases all damage done by holy attacks by 50%. Deals constant holy damage to targets in range. He already had the base version of the spell, and Tessa had a version of it that had been upgraded by Skill Master. But even the original had been epic grade, so Carl wondered if the range might be significantly larger on this version, or if it was just a mediocre upgrade. But it wasn't the only reward that he had gotten. There were a number of rare grade immortal rank armor pieces, and some mythic rank crafting materials. Did you get an epic immortal item? The war cleric asked. Carl shook his head. I got an epic grade holy skill instead. Greater Consecrated Ground. The dragon sighed in disappointment. Don't tell me that you've already used it. Do you have Inscriptionist as your trade skill? Carl replied. The war cleric nodded and Carl patted him on the shoulder as he used the skill book and activated, Follow me, little one. The dragon's eyes went wide, and he staggered back a step, pointing at Carl. "What did you do?" "I know the skill." "You taught me a skill that you know?" He stammered. "You see, I am a beast master champion, and the gods are relatively loose with their definition of what is a beast. Dragons count, guild members all count, even most of the beastkin are valid targets. In fact, the limiting factor appears to be that you need to be compatible with the skill." Carl agreed. The war cleric activated the skill, and a circle of holy light extended out from him into the trees surrounding the boss fight area. That was significantly larger than the original, for sure. The damage reduction and extra holy damage were better as well, but that extra range would be incredible in a large-scale battle. "I got some rare-grade immortal armor as well, but that's not the big-ticket item," Carl added. Then the system popped up another notification. "Damage calculated. Bonus rewards granted." These didn't appear in their inventory. Instead, they were granted a loot chest. It appeared at their feet, a simple silver chest at Carl's and a bronze one at everyone else's. "Well, it looks like we didn't really impress the dungeon. None of us earned a gold prize." One of the shamans laughed. Carl shrugged. Free prizes are never a bad thing. He carefully picked up the silver box, and lifted the lid to see what was inside. The content was a simple crystal flask, a potion of some sort. Potion of Understanding, Immortal Rank. Permanently improves the imbiber's affinity to a fundamental rule they are compatible with on use. Remy stared at the potion in envy. It was beyond her ability to analyze with her alchemy skills, even if she had a sample to work with. She did wish that she could learn the secrets of it because it would not only help the myths on their way to immortality, it would also help the totems with a latent affinity of a fundamental rule but no understanding of it to advance toward myth status. Even her potion that could help people advance to overlord status wasn't worth nearly as much as that one. The other boxes all contained an immortal rank epic item, which immediately drew the attention of the dragons back to the potion that Carl was holding. The lure of new knowledge, of what the system could deem to be worth more than an immortal rank epic item, was irresistible. None of them had any ability to analyze the contents of the potion, though the system was happy to tell them what the effect should be. So, the real data collection would be when Carl drank it. "That's probably not something you should take out of the dungeon," the war cleric noted. The other three nodded in agreement. Super rare consumables were best used immediately so that you didn't bring envy or robbery attempts down on your guild alliance. Being able to remove that risk, while still providing the knowledge to the blue dragons, was the epitome of perfection in this situation. At least in their minds, because the followers of the God of Knowledge despised the fact that most of these situations ended with them never finding out. Carl nodded and tipped the potion into his mouth. Fundamental Rule Comprehension, Mana Manipulation 50%. But the power didn't stop with Carl. It flowed through his mind, and through the beast spaces in it, and then echoed back to him as the beasts improved. Fundamental Rule Comprehension, Fire 20%. Fundamental Rule Comprehension, Divinity 11%. Fundamental Rule Comprehension, Order 1%. That last one made Kara laugh. The potion was completely incompatible with her, anathema to the whole concept of chaos. But that rejection had helped her understand chaos a bit better, even as it helped Carl understand a bit about order. It also helped Carl realize that he really should have checked his compatibility rates before taking the potion, so he would have exact numbers. That was alright, he would make some up for the dragons to keep them happy. The effects definitely feel like knowledge from our god. They have the unique aura of the blue dragon to them. One of the shamans noted. The others nodded in agreement and added notes. Carl had been too busy trying to sort out the new understanding that was still scrambling his brain, looking for a proper place to be stored. The echo from the beasts had been an unexpected bonus, and much of the knowledge overlapped with what the potion had initially granted to Carl. So, it was fading more slowly than usual, but none of them knew that. They just assumed this was how the potion usually worked. Carl shook the lingering tingle of a powerful potion from his muscles, then prepared to explain the effect to the dragons. The potion gave me an extra 20% understanding to the fundamental rule of mana manipulation. But it also spread through my beast spaces, and gave me 10% better understanding of the fire and divinity rules, which I already had compatibility with. He informed them. That should keep the dragons happy. So, it also worked on your bonded partners? Then I wonder if it worked on your Dana mage? The war cleric asked. Ray transformed into a humanoid and began to laugh. We've infected them all. Soon, the entire world will know that she's your Dana mage. The dragon frowned. That wasn't how he had intended to phrase his response. In fact, he had never heard the divine fox girl described that way before. Was it possible that the Beast Master's mental link to all things beast was subconsciously influencing the dragons around him? That definitely needed study. Especially when he had hundreds of dragon eggs in his separate space. They had heard about it from the red dragons, who had gotten word from one of their orphanage workers during the wedding. If his thoughts and values were influencing the dragons around him, what would happen if vulnerable-minded young dragons were exposed to him? It didn't appear to harm the dragonkin clerics, or the forest dragon known as Button. But that might be because the tiny dragon was a single-minded force of nature, and simply never considered anyone else when she made decisions. So much to learn, and not enough researchers. Which seemed rather ironic, given that there were already 20 of them at the Darklight Host Guild house in Drod, working on ways to solve the imbalance between the base warrior class and other classes. You all look distracted. Did I not explain well? Carl asked. The dragons shook their heads in unison. No, you described it well, but it led us down another train of thought, and we got caught up for a moment. We believe that we need to talk to Dana so that we can find out if it also affected her, and then we will ask our kin to gather some accessory details about how your affinity for beasts might be affecting the beasts who are not bonded with you. Carl nodded. I can see how that would happen. Every time something new and unexpected happens, there is a lot of other knowledge that needs to be gathered. The dragons sighed in relief. They hadn't been sure that he would truly understand their concerns about the complete set of knowledge that was necessary. But if he was going to cooperate with the researchers, that would make everything easy. They would message Sapphire now and have her put it on the list. Carl was about to continue speaking, but the war cleric held up his hand for him to wait. We have the full notes on the dungeon, on the difficulty selection, the warning, the extra boss, the rewards, the potion. The note is sent to Sapphire to study the side effects of Carl and his unique class. We have the notes on the relative increase in reward. Alright, we can leave now. He explained. He wanted to double-check that they hadn't forgotten anything, before it was no longer fresh in their minds. Carl led the way out, and then laughed as the reporters counted on their fingers, only to come up with too many people to be in the instance. Ray, Remy, and Kara were all still out of their spaces, which brought the count to 8, or 7 for most of them, as they didn't count Kara as a group member, but a bonded partner. Slowly, they realized that Remy and Ray must be Carl's bonded beasts, with Ray transformed into humanoid form. Ray sighed as she realized she missed the opportunity to come out as a spider and scare the sense out of the reporters for a photo opportunity. She would have to remember next time. How was it? Is the increased difficulty really repeatable? A reporter shouted from behind the group of myths that was guarding the area. Carl waved at her, calling the succubus over. The increased difficulty is repeatable, at least by my group. I don't know how the others have done. But you need a specialized group to make the most of it. He informed her, then returned his attention to the other myths. We did the same setting as the first time, and the rewards were similar. Carl offered, enough to let them know what had happened, without giving away anything too detailed while there were so many gossiping voices around. You're the first ones out, but you also entered first. You made excellent time. The warrior at the gate informed them. None of the others are out yet. Carl confirmed. The warrior shook his head. The blue dragon smiled. That meant they could wait here for everyone else and ensure that they had a representative from every group to give them details firsthand. Perfect timing. The next group out was the one that Dana was leading, which was a bit of a surprise. They hadn't been the second to enter, they had been a much later group. Though, they only entered 5 minutes apart, just enough to be sure that the groups were not interfering with each other. Or interrupting media photo sessions. We did a lower, but still improved, difficulty version. It went as smoothly as hoped. The rewards were good. I will help you with a report back at the guild house. Dana informed the curious dragons before they could ask. Being linked to the beasts as a huge advantage in this situation. She had known what was coming for her as soon as they finished the dungeon and the restriction on outside mental connections faded. Curious blue dragons were mostly harmless, and completely harmless when you weren't trying to hold back knowledge from them. Dana's mind equated them with a more responsible version of Lotus, which made Ray laugh. But Kara thought that she might be on to something. The rest of the groups came out every few minutes, as they had entered evenly spaced and all picked the same difficulty. That made for quite the spectacle to spread gossip about, and by the time that they were all ready to return to the Nara Group's Alliance House for a debriefing on the test, a huge crowd had formed. It seemed unbelievable that something like increasing the difficulty in a mythic dungeon could actually be possible, but there was no reason that so many people from multiple different guild alliances would be gathered here at this mediocre dungeon if it wasn't at least partially true. If they were doing some sort of wager, surely they would have chosen a dungeon with at least a decent chance of giving a suitable reward to compare. But this one, it rarely gave more than a single mythic item at all, and most of them weren't even epic grade. Now, for the Nara group, that was still plenty. Totem rank drops kept the bills paid, even with infrequent trips. But when alliances challenged each other to contests, they tended to go all out. It wasn't like they would lose out by paying to enter someone else's dungeon for the day. However, none of the reporters had a chance to ask any more questions before another portal opened, and a group of Sholaha city guards, all mythic rank, walked out and made a walkway for the king and the immortal regent to exit. Carl stepped forward with a smile on his face, while everyone else looked incredibly nervous. Immortal Regent, Highness. It's a pleasure to see you today. Would you like to accompany us to the Alliance House for afternoon tea? We have been training additional staff with the mystic cooking skill to ensure that the hospitality is up to your standards. He greeted them. Azov sighed and rolled his eyes, while the king looked moderately confused. You aren't satisfied with simply stirring the spot, are you? You have to lick the spoon as well. The immortal regent replied. In this particular case, yes. But in matters of mystic cooking, always. Carl agreed. Kara waved at the annoyed immortal, who glared down at her and placed a hand on her head to prevent her from getting close enough to check his pockets. Kara licked his hand, and the immortal chuckled, then ruffled the fur on her head. I should have seen that one coming. But first, let's get the gossip under control. Is it possible to repeat the increased difficulty settings for the dungeon? Azov asked directly. Carl nodded. Indeed. All you need is someone who has successfully completed an increased difficulty clearance of the dungeon. If they're leading the group, they can choose to increase the difficulty up to the setting that they have completed. And, as it's going to be your next question anyhow, only the final boss becomes an immortal on the highest difficulty setting. Azov shrugged. That's better than nothing. Immortal rank gear is certainly rare enough to make the difficulty worth it. The others frowned at Carl. Announcing all that in public was going to cause chaos for every member who had completed a dungeon today. Then, the expressions shifted as they realized what Carl was doing. They were only a few months into the year, and his guild alliance controlled the dungeon. They were going to become obscenely wealthy from the influx of new visitors to their dungeon. Assuming that anyone was willing to take guest runs through. After a moment, the king smiled. And what difficulty setting might be the most efficient for an average group? Carl looked at the battered and exhausted members all around, then at Dana's group, who were all still in good shape. I would say option 2 of 5. That one is hard enough to give good rewards, but not so difficult that an average group couldn't complete it without specialized members. Golem mages make everything better, or perhaps a necromancer or warlock who can summon. Carl decided. That startled more than a few of the reporters. Nobody ever actually thought to mention the more obscure classes when they were thinking of group composition. Shamans with area damage are a huge help as well. Dana added. That was more mainstream, and assured many of the groups that they might be able to do the run with the members they had. Then Dana dropped a bombshell on the crowd. We will be donating 3 advanced summoning type spell books to the Blue Dragon libraries for copying and distribution by the end of the week. She knew perfectly well that very few would actually be able to use all of them, but most mages should be able to at least use the Greater Golem spell, which would double their options for summon protectors. Though, if she gave the dragons the Golem Duplication book as well, they would make countless new friends. For a moment, Dana wondered where that thought came from, then realized that it was actually Thor's influence, as the Sero was intently focused on how to turn this entire crowd into new friends. The king looked shocked, but Azov just sighed. You are right, we should finish this at the Alliance House before all hell breaks loose. I assure the rest of you that I will hold the Dark Light host to their word, and ensure that they do provide the promised spells to the Blue Dragons in a timely manner. Dana smirked, and Carl realized that there was a Blue Dragon mage standing right next to her, having snuck over when she started talking about new spells. The unfortunate fellow didn't realize that he had just volunteered himself to be the one to deliver the spells to the library for duplication. As soon as she could drag him to Carl, that was. The guards who had come with the 2 national leaders shifted to make a path toward the Alliance House, and the crowd rapidly parted, creating a respectful path for the immortal regent. Carl moved to walk beside him, a confident move that shocked the spectators, while Dana dragged her volunteer with her to walk behind them. That left one perplexed king standing with the guards, who were doing their best not to laugh as Kara stuffed cookies into every fold of his ceremonial robes. She had found another guy so poor that all his pockets were empty. Unfortunate soul. Back at the Alliance House, Azov called a meeting of the myths to order, all 40 of them who had gone into the dungeon today. Opal had arranged the amphitheater in the upper loft for them, using illusions to make it look like an ancient marble building once you came up the stairs. The sight reminded Carl that he hadn't made time to make the arena plinth yet, and he mentally moved it up his priority list. What are you plotting? Azov asked, startling everyone who thought that he was going to start with questions about the dungeon. But instead, he was looking directly at Carl, as if this was all his fault. Nothing, we set a record, and what happened, happened. Carl replied. Not that. Just now. I sense the chaotic aura around you, and it is too much like that old woman. What are you plotting? Azov replied. Of course, the ancient immortal would be well attuned to the Chaos Dragon. And now that Carl's constitution had improved, and had evolved in her direction, it made it even easier for Azov to guess when he was thinking of something new. Oh, I was thinking that with the skills I have, I might be able to make an artificial trial ground, an arena where combatants could go to fight it out with safeguards in place. Carl explained. And why would you want to do that? To help them advance, of course. Dungeons are the best way to advance, but an artificial trial ground, like I made for the Golden Dragon Nation, is a close second. However, I could also make it into an arena, with single challenges, or combat between visitors. Doesn't that sound fun? It even allows me to set safety protocols, to remove the injured combatants from the arena and heal them. Carl explained. Azov sighed. Well, that's actually sensible. I apologize for doubting you. I thought that you might be thinking of ways to use illusionary domain as a trap spell in combat. Kara smirked, and Azov winked at her. He said that so that we didn't guess what he was actually worried we were thinking about. The Badger noted. If it is worse than Badger-filled illusionary worlds, he's got an excellent imagination. Dana agreed. We could make it a Naga swamp filled with illusionary snakes that have the elemental's wrath transformation. Remy suggested helpfully. And bugs. Everyone hates bugs. Thor agreed. I'm starting to understand why the chaos element drives Ozoff to drinking. Dana joked. Ozoff cleared his throat. Alright, with that out of the way, I am going to need a full outline of everyone's future plans for the dungeon. As most of you know, I have a monitoring spell that senses social disturbances, and this one was strong enough to register. Partially because you are all myths, and near the peak of the power level on the continent. But mostly because the upheaval caused by a rapid change in item quality won't go unnoticed. Dave raised his hand. Sir, isn't that a good thing? It's been nearly impossible for us to get good gear. Now, we have a reliable source of strong mythic and low immortal rank gear to bring our raiding teams up to a new standard. Ozoff sighed, and the king pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to stave off a headache. If it was just the guilds of the Xylaz region who have a good relationship with the Nara Group Alliance, it would be fine. But nobody else has a source of better gear either. They are all going to want access. And then, during the next trial, how many challengers will there be for control of this dungeon? Ozoff replied. Dave shrugged. I am not convinced that the number of challengers will matter. We've got a Carl. Ozoff hated to admit it, but Dave had a point. Carl's power level was so absolutely ridiculous that in an open challenge format, it was unlikely that he would lose. No matter who was sent at him. Half the challengers would give up just facing Kara, and by the time the challenges came around, most of Carl's team should be advanced to the mythic rank. Though, realistically, most of the challengers wouldn't be able to even harm Ray. They simply lacked a skill that could harm a non-corporeal being. But that was part of what the Blue Dragons were working to eliminate. Even if they advanced the warriors to paladins and crusaders, the least versatile class would gain holy skills that would harm her in Night Haunter form, and other creatures of similar nature. That might not be true by the next challenge. With immortal rank gear going out, there are going to be some exceptional new skill effects available. The whole challenge standard will change next round, and that is something that I would like to keep from getting out of hand. We've already changed the rules once this year, and I don't intend to change them again, but I will be watching for rising stars, especially at the totem rank. Ozoff reminded them. Carl chuckled. Loading up a totem ranked champion with immortal ranked gear and a bunch of epic skills will throw the entire challenge system for a loop. Fortunately for you, they can only pick one dungeon to challenge. The king frowned. What if we have them head to other dungeons to see if it happens again? If it's not just this one dungeon, the imbalance will be more widespread, all over the region. That should limit the infighting for the right to access one specific dungeon, and make more of them targets for powerful champions. Ozoff looked at him like he was wondering if he dropped the boy on his head as a child. Making the problem a regional issue instead of a localized issue didn't actually solve the problem. But the king wasn't thinking beyond his own borders. The entirety of the Dragon Isles were going to want to at least give the improved dungeon a try to see if it was worth the effort. Ray smirked at the immortal regent. I concur with your king. Letting us challenge more dungeons to see if we can give them all improved difficulty settings is a wonderful idea. The more of them, the better. They can't all be apes, and I've got plenty of ape blood stored already. Ozoff tapped the podium as he considered her proposal. Would the other guild alliances be willing to volunteer their dungeons as a test to see if the Dark Light host can help unlock improved difficulty? It may be the next natural advancement of the system awakening, and with their deep connection to the planet's past, they might be the key to accelerating the possibility. He asked. That actually sounded good to the others. The Nara Group Alliance had enough good things already. Letting them be the only ones with the ability to do hard mode in two different dungeons was simply unfair. If Carl and his team could improve other dungeons, they could all share in the wealth. Paul frowned as he listened to the conversation. I have one question before we agree to this plan to increase the difficulty in more dungeons. Why is the Dark Light host agreeing to this? Their dungeon is already upgraded. What is in it for them? Ozoff snorted in amusement. I'm 90% sure they'd do it just to troll me. But what everyone else has failed to consider is that while the Nara group has a dungeon at both the mythic and the totem rank, the Darklight host themselves do not. Carl shrugged, and Ray smirked. Plus, my damage increases as I learn how to efficiently kill more types of creatures. She added. Paul nodded. I thought that it might be something like that. Every dungeon that does see an upgrade is at risk of being taken by a stronger duelist during the next challenge. So, we can guarantee most of a year of wealth before we really need to fight for it. But after that, it could go to anyone. Azov's voice was unconcerned as he replied. That's the same every year during the challenges. The only difference is that you will be fighting for higher stakes if your guild's dungeon does improve. And, you will have a head start on the challengers, who don't have the same sort of access to the best gear. That calmed the dragonkin a little. Alright, I will agree to this. We can work out a schedule to make the attempts, but does anyone know what will actually trigger a harder difficulty? Paul asked. Azov shrugged. No idea. If nobody else has done it, then the answer is almost certainly a record of some sort, or a feat of strength. Really, it could be nearly anything, but given the nature of the dungeons, doing something that seems impossible would be the most likely answer. So, you can all think of what the hardest accomplishment in your dungeon would be, and then tailor a team to attempt it, with one or more of the Darklight host members in the team. They are certain to be the key because Supreme Lady Matilda is so strongly attuned to chaos. As one, everyone turned to look at Kara, who was delicately eating chicken wings from a bowl at the end of the table. Then eating the bones separately. The badger smirked. They weren't wrong. She was also a force of chaos, and likely to be able to trigger changes in the dungeons by influencing the fundamental rule of chaos. Now that Carl was also walking around with what the system called a Chaos Dragon Constitution, he should have some chance as well. But an attuned constitution was nothing on being an actual Chaos Badger. Carl tapped the table to bring everyone back on topic. How do we want to organize this? I've got many projects to keep up with, especially as we're a crafting guild who just got 2 new myths. But the abundance of golems is one of the stronger advantages in most dungeons, other than the bonuses that I have to damage and durability. Paul ran his fingers through his hair. Why don't we arrange them from short to long? That way, we don't feel too bad about asking the pair of you to go to a dungeon nearly every day, and you'll have the most possible time to do your crafting work. Dana smiled as she sent a mental message to Carl and the beasts. That will also give us as many different sorts of bosses as possible. If we try each one once, then move on. If we can't find a trick, we will pick up a new epic golem build with every attempt. After a dozen of them, we should be able to tailor our summons to the dungeon. Ray nodded in agreement, and Kara gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. That's so many more things to taste test. These mango hot wings are fantastic. Can someone ask Lotus to make more of them? They had been prepared as part of the snacks for the guests, but everyone was so enthralled with the way that Kara ate them that nobody had tried to take any from her. Thor gave her a thumbs up as he went into the kitchen, and Carl responded on behalf of the group. That works for us. Most dungeon runs don't take very long, so if we try one a day, we will have enough time to keep the shop running and still make the attempts. Just save the super long ones for special occasions. I heard that some of them take all day, he agreed. Paul laughed. None of us have a large raid dungeon. There is only one 10-person raid among the guilds here, and it is only 3 bosses. No more than 2 hours. Likely less with all the new gear that we got. That dungeon with the apes seems to favor weapon drops. Alright, then whoever has the shortest dungeon can remain here overnight. Your Highness, Immortal Regent, would you care to stay for the evening? I will have the staff use mythic cooking to prepare a full meal. Carl offered. The king looked up from sampling the snacks. I don't object. The food here is amazing. I should have some staff members apprentice under your chefs. Then he pulled a slightly crumbled cookie from his robes and took a bite, while Azov tried not to laugh. The Dark Light host had found the king's weak point. Callisto, the head chef of the Alliance house, poked her head out of the kitchen. "Don't go sending everyone away just yet. We've already started making the evening feast, and it's prepared for everyone," she warned. Dinner quickly turned into multiple courses of dessert, which turned into a party in the amphitheater illusion, which turned into 24 myths passed out drunk on stone benches when the sun came up. Not that you could see the sun inside the compound. Carl was still up early, as his body had easily cleansed the liquor from his system, and he had a mission. To get started on the arena plinth before they headed out to the dungeon. Once he was started, he would have more motivation to finish, and he could hopefully get through it in one day, with minimal delay. The inner cores were the simplest of parts, as they were just the illusionary domain spell, along with earth manipulation, to make solid structures, and eternal lightning, to form the barrier to protect the spectators. Those three things would easily fit on the innermost layer of the plinth. However, Carl realized just as he was about to start that it wasn't the best way to do things. He should put the simplest and easiest to understand spells on the outside, where others would actually see them, and then the detailed spells could be hidden within the layers of stone when the item was completed, and few would question just how much more had gone into the creation of the arena. Keeping the users and curious minds in the dark about the obscure magic needed for the construct to actually work might devalue the arena in the short term, but make it nearly impossible for others to replicate in the long term, which would make it an exclusive product of the Dark Light host. Short-term loss for long-term gains. Unfortunately, that was as far as he managed to make it before the team for the morning's dungeon arrived. "Carl, good to see that you're awake. I think that you'll like this one. It's just as short as the ape dungeon, but there might be a few familiar faces for you, coming from Drod. Our dungeon is a Wrath Demon dungeon. Heavy on the fire damage, and the final boss is a named elite, a Wrath Demon known as Carnage. We believe that is actually a species of Wrath Demons, as the appearance is slightly different than any other species we've encountered. However, the combat mechanics are simple. Don't stand in the fire, and don't get hacked into tiny little pieces. That last bit is the hard part. The Wrath Demons tend to ignore the efforts of the tanks, and it is possible for them to randomly turn and attack other members. For that reason, we like to fight from in front of them, as attacking their back seems to insult them and draw excessive amounts of attention away from the tanks. The guild master, a distinguished-looking dwarf, informed Carl with a smile. "Ray is going to love this dungeon." "How are the enemy numbers?" Carl asked. "Small, but extremely powerful. Each of the pulls is strong enough to be a boss in its own right, but most are only 2 or 3 demons," the dwarf explained. Carl frowned. "So, the dungeon is small number, high damage. The trick might be another of the take no damage sorts. Or, it could be the killing speed. In fact, it might even be just making the Wrath Demons god happy and letting one single group member solo the boss." The dwarf glared at Carl. "And in what world is that realistic?" Behind Carl, Dana laughed. "It's perfectly reasonable in Carl's brain. He's got all the fear of a chaos badger and the instinctive need to stab things of a bloodbath spider." The guild master smiled at her. "That explains so many things. You have no idea." A Wrath Demon berserker walked over and patted him on the back. "The monster man might not be wrong. If I thought that I could take the boss, would totally ask to solo it. If there is an achievement for creating the happiest dungeon boss ever, that would definitely do it," he suggested. "I can't believe that we're actually considering letting the group sit and wait while someone solos the boss. Just the final boss. If the first boss doesn't trigger anything, we will let him solo the final boss. Then, if it doesn't give us a hard mode, at the very least we will get to watch a good show." The berserker joked. "Who is our last member?" Carl asked. "There should be a healer around here somewhere. He might be in the kitchen." Carl frowned. "They're serving breakfast as a buffet, all the food is in here." Or is it a taste of obsession demon that he's after? Because he should be warned that her obsession is cooking, not anything lewd. Callisto laughed from the entry to the kitchen. There is no healer in here. I think he was abducted by the fluff lovers. The dwarf looked confused, but Carl knew just where he was. I will go get him, it might take gentle force to get him back. Carl explained. At the bottom of the second-level basement stairs, Carl stopped. Their missing healer was still in the garden, along with Lotus, Ophelia, and the gargoyles. He was a werbear shaman, and the trio was in deep conversation about the benefits of fur versus feathers, with the gargoyles as their audience. The guardian beasts had both, and viewed them equally. But the distinction was an important one to Lotus, who must have found him alone at some point and sucked him into her whirlwind of excited energy. Lotus, Ophelia, good morning. Are you almost done with our healer? We were going to go do a dungeon this morning. The werbear waved to Carl. We're almost done. We've already finished eating, and we were on the way back when the topic changed. He explained. That meant that they had been in either Drod or the tiny world, as both portals were in this room. Most likely the tiny world, unless the shaman had business in Drod. He couldn't go to either without an escort. The warding spells and gargoyles would have stopped a stranger from just wandering through. With the interruption by Carl, the conversation about fluff versus feathers was quickly derailed, and the healer was brought back upstairs to prepare for their departure. Don't look so excited to be going to work. The guild master joked as the annoyed werbear came upstairs with Carl. Lotus and Ophelia were right behind, but they headed for their room to get prepared for an outing into the Overlord rank dungeon. We were having a good conversation. But it is time. Has everyone been briefed on the dungeon? The healer asked. Indeed. The dwarf got to his feet just as a pair of blue dragons ran into the room. Wait, before they go, I don't suppose that the Darklight Host's experts have the new golem spells ready for the library. One of them panted, out of shape from spending his life in the library. Dana smirked as she realized it was the same one who had been beside her in the crowd the day before. He was a mage, and an inscriptionist. The perfect victim. Her thoughts made Carl smile. The beasts were turning the Dana mage into one of them already. Even Thor agreed it was best to make the dragons do all the writing. Carl gave the mage a benevolent smile, and then placed a hand on his head, as if he was blessing the dragon. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, greater golem, will be transferred to the hapless librarian Duke. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, epic golem, will be transferred to the hapless librarian Duke. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, golem duplication, will be transferred to the hapless librarian Duke. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, refreshing lightning barrier, will be transferred to the hapless librarian Duke. There you go. I didn't have an opportunity to write them out, but you can do it for the library. We've signed an agreement with the Blue Dragons already, the standard 10% royalties on all future copies of the books that we donated, so I do hope that you will work hard for our benefit. The last one they already have, but it's very restrictive, mostly Blue Dragon exclusive. Consider it a delivery fee paid for your service in writing the hard copies. Carl announced, as the dragon simply stood and stared at him in stunned silence. Golem duplication and epic golem were also likely to have massive restrictions on them as well, but Carl would let the dragons find that out for themselves once they had the copies made. He had given them the knowledge. After that, it was no longer his problem. Now, should we head out? You broke the dragon. The Dwarven Guild leader joked. Dana smirked. That happens fairly often, actually. He will recover. Oh, I think he's in the class advancement screen. That's why he's not moving at all. That made the dwarf stop. Nobody wanted to miss the event when a high-ranking mage advanced. The new class could be something exceptional, and if Carl really had taught him golem-related skills, then it might be a golem specialist class that had been unlocked, and that would be a huge benefit to his guild. Assuming that they had similar luck in activating it on more mages. After nearly 5 minutes, the blue dragon was back in reality with a huge smile on his face. "I got the library guardian class," he announced proudly. The room went silent as everyone simply stared at him, questioning the life choices that had led the dragon to this point. "What? No, it's actually spectacular. It's Blue Dragon exclusive, and it gives me a bunch of Golem and Defensive Barrier exclusive buffs, as well as the option to get the Gargoyle spell further up the skill tree. It's not just good in the library, I will also be very strong in combat, so I'm not slacking off on my duties to the guild," he insisted. His excitement made the gathered alliance members laugh, and one of the maids brought him over a celebratory cupcake with a lit candle on top. He looked like he was going to question the choice, but eventually blew out the candle and ate the cupcake, before his eyes went wide in shock at the flavor and energy content. The cupcakes were all made with mystic cooking, and were an Overlord ranked recovery item, created by Lotus. The dwarf pointed out the door. "We need to get going, or we will never leave at this rate. The dragons can ask their questions after we return. Don't forget to make copies of those books for your partner, so they can copy them." Dana laughed as she made her escape. That dragon had countless reports to write. Not only had he gotten all the skills, he had unlocked a rare class. The librarians would have a field day with all that data, especially coming from one of their own, and not secondhand. But they had fulfilled their promise, and had given the blue dragons all the golem spells to copy and distribute. The berserker laughed as they left the alliance house. The look on the dragon's face when he got that new golem spell. Priceless. "I need a recording skill so that I can keep those memories for later." Dana winked at him. "Supreme Lady Matilda has one that makes a painting of a moment in time that's almost photorealistic. I'm sure that the spell you want does exist. The real question is if a berserker can use it." That made him chuckle. "Perhaps if I convince myself it's for making battle videos and not for laughing at confused dragons. Fighting happens way more often than someone manages to startle a dragon at our rank." Their healer, the Werbear shaman, huffed in amusement. "It's not difficult to startle and shock the young ones, though. There is a young forest dragon living at the Darklight Host House, and she is curious about everything." The big berserker shook his wings in a shrug. "The young of every species are curious. But forest dragons are odd ones. They're a bit too fey, and it makes them want to play all day long. Not like the chromatic dragons, who have the guidance of their patron deity to keep them on track." That was an excellent description of Button. But it was also a good description of Lotus, and she had the guidance of the green dragon. Carl thought that it was more of an affinity for the nature gods than a lack of direction that made them flaky. "Alright, we will have to take the portal platform, the dungeon is across town. No need to walk the whole distance," the dwarf declared. Xylaz had formed around the dungeons near the shore of the lake, and the urban sprawl was very real. It was nearly 30 kilometers to the dungeon for the day. The moment that Carl stepped into the dungeon, he knew that this was going to be a good day, despite being pulled away from his work. The demons all turned to look at him, not lost in rage and contained by the dungeon, just waiting in circles drawn on the stone floor of the ruins that the dungeon was set in. "That's not right," the dwarf muttered. "What's not right?" "The dungeon is full, they're ready and waiting. Looks like we're in the right spot," Carl replied. "That's just it. Why are they looking at us? They shouldn't know that we're here." The dungeon entrance was on a platform that used to be a large building, and looked down over the rest of the dungeon. So, Carl used the opportunity to search for a trigger to the odd behavior. The answer was clear. The moment that he met the eyes of the final boss, a massive red demon with tattered wings and black plate armor on, the creature made a slashing motion across his neck, staring intently at Carl. "Oh, it is so on." Kara laughed. "That's not supposed to happen." The berserker laughed, but Carl could see that he was excited about the possibilities. "Well, I think we know how to challenge the dungeon difficulty. When we get to the final boss, I will duel him," Carl explained. Then, the rest of the dungeon reverted to normal, with the demons appearing oblivious to their presence. All except Carnage, who was eagerly watching their every move. That is just unnerving. The dwarf complained as they reached the first boss. The boss was acting normally, but Carnage was still staring at them. I think I have an idea. Fight the boss as normal, but I will only send my golems. Carnage will appreciate the fight more without spoilers. Carl offered. Do you think that a mythic dungeon is so easy that you can just step out? The berserker asked. Carl shrugged and swapped his epic golems for a pair of demonic apes. They were well matched to the boss in fighting style, and they would keep it from turning on the others. The golems clashed with the axe-wielding wrath demon, and blood flew. The boss was unexpectedly fast, and he was actually winning 2-on-1 before the rest of the team showed up, and Dana's golems with auto parry came to rescue the apes. The wrath demon berserker was actually the best matched of them for the boss fight, other than Dana's golems. Everything else that would have been an option was too weak or incapable of properly defending. Even the Dark Elven Kings would have been batted around the dungeon by the pure force of those swings. Then Carl remembered that he had other options. The Naga King was just as large as the boss, but had 4 arms and 4 swords, with exceptional combat skills. Make sure that you put this boss thing in the arena. Ray insisted. She really wanted to try fighting one of these alone. She could phase in and out of reality, so most targets weren't a real challenge, but the burns on her forelimb chitin said that the flames on that demon's weapon didn't care whether she was corporeal or not. Anything that could actually hit her when she was going all out was an excellent target to train against. Dana just shook her head in dismay. Carl had planned to give the arena random targets if the challenger didn't specify. What would the average fighter do if they suddenly came up against of these things? It hit so hard that even with auto parry, her golems needed healing. The shaman was the only one of them that was in a truly great mood. He normally had to work himself to the bone to keep up with this dungeon. It might be short, but it was already one of the hardest mythic dungeons. But today, not only were they taking far less damage, the group had greater consecrated ground, active, reducing damage taken, and Tion was healing the group, trying to figure out the trick to making them heal everyone when they hit the target. He really wanted that skill. And he didn't care if his sisters said that he was lazy for having healing automatically trigger when they attacked. I hope that your plan works. Because if it was the fastest kill time, we might have just blown our chance. The berserker grumbled as the boss fight ended. The shaman laughed. No, even with Carl standing off to the side, we are still nearly 10 minutes ahead of our usual time. If we were going for a time record, it would certainly be a record for recent attempts at the dungeon. Those golems do a horrific amount of damage. The Naga Kings that he replaced the apes with are doing 3 times what either of you are, and that's mostly on volume of attacks. Every mage in the guild is going to go broke trying to get a copy of that from the Blue Dragons. Well, at the very least, we might get to do it this way again. So, there is a chance that we will be able to beat this time. Dana shook her head. Both of us have huge damage bonuses to our golems. Even if you had the same number of them, only an advanced class would stand a chance of keeping up. But look at how happy the healer is. That made the Wrath Demon Berserker chuckle. I can't argue with that. Normally, he's sweating and swearing before the end of the boss fight. While they were talking, Carnage, the final boss of the dungeon, thumped the butt of his axe on the ground and made an impatient gesture. Damn it, you really did break the dungeon, didn't you? Or maybe that's how it's supposed to go, but the rest of us hadn't activated the system function to enable dungeon difficulty settings. The shaman asked. Remy nodded happily in her space as she looked up from her potion of the day. I think that he's right. There are a few functions behind on the activation progress. Give it like 2 more months, and this will start happening all over the place. Immortal Azov will be so mad. But at least he won't be able to blame it all on us once it starts happening for guilds that aren't affiliated with our mission. She joked. Let's get a move on, then. No need to keep the boss waiting. Once we finish the last of the others, I will engage the demon without my golems. That's how wrath demons duel in Drod, so I am going to assume that it's traditional enough for the dungeon. Karl offered. The berserker nodded. That is one tradition that hasn't changed. Even the immortal regent respects it, and that's why summoning spells aren't allowed in personal duels. Ray led the way through the rest of the regular demons, practicing her killing skills on the various sorts of wrath demons. There were dozens of different options, though only 4 were in this dungeon. It was still enough to make Ray happy. Carnage smiled and hefted his axe over his shoulder as Karl strode onto the open floor of the ruined building that the dungeon's final boss had claimed. "Are you up for a challenge?" he asked the boss, not actually expecting a response. The massive demon smiled and nodded, then flexed his wings, showing off his physique. Karl used Behemoth to increase his size and took out the Sword of Champions, then equipped the Haint Claw. The rest of the team remained at the edge of the room, spectators for their fight. So fast that Karl could barely track his movement, Carnage attacked, and the berserker cursed. The boss was not supposed to be that fast. Not even close to it. But sparks flew when the massive axe met the blade of the Sword of Champions. Karl slid backward a few meters, then hurled void blasts at the demon as he charged back in, meeting the demon's twirling axe with measured attacks intended to probe for weak spots. Carnage laughed as he burst into flame, activating a defensive barrier around himself. Then, Karl used Naga Swamp to turn the battlefield into knee-deep muck, which would slow down the surprisingly nimble demon much more than it affected him. It also caused a light fog of steam to form where the flame barrier met swamp water. Over and over, the two tested each other's defenses, twirling and charging through the fog as skills lit the area in red and black, punctuated with the golden sparks of mythic weapons colliding. Something is wrong. Can he even win against that? The dwarf asked as Karl and the demon fought to a stalemate. Give it time. The longer they fight, the larger the advantage that Karl will gain. Dana whispered back. Then, Karl used Greater Consecrated Ground, beneath the swamp waters, where the demon would feel it but couldn't see it, and began trying to use Blood Destruction against the demonic champion. It was a huge mana burn, but it might be the edge that he needed. Carnage laughed as he smashed the ground with his axe, shattering Consecrated Ground, and a large portion of the dungeon floor. Swamp water poured into the chasm, and Remy whistled in appreciation. That was one way to do it. She had never even considered the possibility that you could simply destroy so much of the ground that there would be no water left in the swamp. Each of the strikes that made it through only did limited damage, but Carnage had very little healing within the dungeon. Minute by minute, his attacks were slowing. Then he finally stumbled, and a strike from Karl cut deep into his throat. That fully activated the Haint Claw, and the tether of stolen soul essence was visibly draining the demon, which seemed to deflate until it was first a lithe fighter, then an emaciated form, skin loose over bone. A final strike took the demon's head, and the dungeon lights flashed bright red, then white. Challenge successful. Select another challenger or complete trial. The others stared at the message from the dungeon. What sort of nonsense was that? After all that they had just seen, who would legitimately think that they had a chance to win that fight? Even without the beasts, Karl was a monster. The others couldn't know, but Dana was well aware that the combination of Rampage, Pack Tactics, Greater Bestial Champion, and Predation combined to form an unassailable advantage in combat. Rampage 2, every time an enemy is damaged by the Beast Master or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Beast Master and all bonded beasts for 1 minute. Pack Tactics, damage and healing done by bonded beasts and the Packmaster is increased by 10% per rank. Greater Bestial Champion, doubles the applied effect of all applied buffs cast by the champion on himself or his bonded partners. Karl sighed in relief as he stepped to the edge of the area and let his spells expire. The moment they were gone, the dungeon repaired, and Carnage reappeared in the middle of the destroyed building, ready for another challenge. Buff me up. Dana instructed, as she watched the demon's movements. Are you sure? Ray asked excitedly. She really wanted to see the Dana mage in action, going all out. But she didn't often get such good chances. Mostly, she just acted like a normal mage and fought from a distance with spells. Dana nodded, and Carl stacked her full of fresh buffs. I will go next. Worst case scenario, I will retreat, and the challenge will be lost. Dana informed the team. They all looked as startled as Ray had been, though for a different reason. If you're sure. Remember, it will reset if you use your golems. That's the rules to a Wrath Demon challenge. The Berserker reminded her. No worries. I've got this. Carl might be strong, but I actually know how to fight. Carl laughed. She wasn't even joking. She had multiple combat style skills, increased agility and speed, auto parry, and blade attacks. Her usual fighting style was barely a tenth of her actual skills, though it would be most of her potential damage. The Berserker smiled. Alright, you go first, and I will go next if you win. This dungeon might actually be the most fun one now. But it will have every warrior in the guild begging for new gear. Once they actually fought Carnage, the begging might not even be of the dignified sort either. Dana stepped into the challenge area, and the massive demon gave her a skeptical look. The little fox woman didn't look like much of an opponent. But he didn't hold back as he went for the attack. This time he didn't go for the brute force start. Instead, he aimed to swat her entirely out of the arena, using her smaller size to his advantage. But while he was fast, Dana didn't rely on her physique to move. Her new blade sang as it met the demon's axe, and Dana flipped into the air, twirling like a dancer as she waved her free hand and a wave of petals tore into Carnage. The demon roared in rage as he realized that he had been tricked. Damnable fox. He aimed for Dana's landing spot, his axe cleaving an arc through the air that left a flaming rift behind it. But Dana didn't land, she reversed her momentum and danced away from the attacks in midair. Then she activated, Blade Flurry, and dozens of magical blades tore into Carnage's flesh. I thought that you were the scary one. The dwarf mumbled as he watched Dana play hide and seek with the demon. Carnage attacked, and Dana either danced out of the way of his blade, or used, teleport, to avoid area attacks and come at him from a different angle. Carl shook his head. Nope, I'm just the loud one in the front. Her class is amazing. Probably better suited to duels than mine is, even if I hadn't buffed her abilities before the fight. Eternal Lightning, shattered under the weight of a particularly brutal fire blast, and Dana replaced it with one of her own barrier spells. Outside interference during the fight would be a loss, but she had more than enough skills to finish what she started. To the eyes of the others, she was a blur of white fur and Sakura pink energy attacks as she used, Petal Wind, one of her advanced movement skills, to move instantly between dozens of spots and launch attacks before moving out of the way of the demon's counterattacks. Carnage was bleeding heavily from every part of his body, and Dana was looking exhausted from the massive amount of mana that she was burning. She hadn't been putting enough effort into endurance training, she realized. The average fight was too easy, she had never needed to go all out in melee combat. Not a single time since she advanced. Another flaming strike sent her crashing to the ground, but Dana was moving again before the next hit could land, and 3 more long wounds flashed into existence on Carnage's legs, nearly toppling the massive demon. Then a parry sent Carnage's axe wide and Dana darted forward. The axe was abandoned, and the demon grabbed the mage, intending to rip her apart. But it was too late, and blood bloomed from his chest as a stream of petals erupted from the tip of Dana's blade and slid through a narrow crack in his armor. Blood burst from his mouth as the attack cut through his heart, and the demon collapsed, still clutching Dana in a death grip. Challenge successful. Select another challenger or complete trial. Dana limped over to the edge of the battlefield, and slumped to the ground as Tion started healing her, and Kara slid a pillow under her head. Well, that sucked. I need to work on my cardio. You have no idea how exhausting it is to move that fast for that long. She grumbled. But you won, and that's 2 in a row. Not only that, but you managed it faster than Carl. By quite a bit. The berserker informed her. Dana smiled. Well, that's something, anyhow. Are you going next? Ray mentally frowned. If he went next, she probably wouldn't get to go. Wrath Demon on Wrath Demon was a pretty even match, but the boss had an epic constitution like Carl, according to his nameplate. Just like the epic golems. The berserker wasn't stronger, wasn't faster, and most likely wasn't smarter either. Dana tried not to laugh at the spider's derogatory opinion of the berserker's skills. The man had his own pride and skills. This was a good opportunity for him to practice his dueling. The berserker stepped onto the floor, and a fresh version of Carnage appeared with an even more excited smile than the last 2 fights. Don't you get the feeling that it is the same boss over and over? Like, not a new copy, but the same one resurrected with memories and all? Dana asked. Carl frowned as he examined the eager look on the demon's face. That is definitely the same boss. Look at his arm. There is a wound still healing from the last fight. He's just being refreshed by the dungeon between fights. Carl agreed. The shaman cussed quietly. And that means that every fight gets harder, as the default boss learns more tricks from the previous opponents. He won't fall for the same trick twice, and he's had the whole dungeon to study our combat styles. Carl didn't go into combat at all during the dungeon, he just let his beasts and golems do it. Dana didn't go anything close to all out during the rest of the dungeon, she didn't have to. But now, against a berserker who has already used all his best skills more than once while Carnage was watching, he's screwed either way. Carnage has 200 kilos of muscle on him, and he's faster. Ray added silently. Plus, they were both berserkers. Carnage made the first move, and the 2 axes met with a vicious bang. The berserker slid backward with the force, just as Carl had, but he wasn't quite fast enough to recover, and the next 3 strikes put him further off balance as he retreated and tried to get back on the offensive. Stomp paused Carnage's advance long enough for the berserker to recover, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. But then, the tables turned in Carnage's favor. A misstep put the berserker too close, and his axe went wide of Carnage's back. The boss dropped his weapon and grabbed the berserker's head, then bashed his horns into the other demon's forehead. That was it, he was out cold. Unlike most bosses, Carnage simply stopped fighting at that point, and the system sent them a message. Challenge failed. Distributing bonus rewards. The shaman gave a toothy werbear smile as Carnage vanished, and the berserker picked himself up off the floor. Totally didn't expect that to end with a loss by headbutt knockout. The berserker sighed as he dusted himself off. I didn't see that one coming either. That wasn't the sort of fight that I had expected, but I learned a few things about how to handle an axe. Fighting someone with your own style and body type, but better than you, is a brilliant learning experience. Still, fighting a dungeon boss one-on-one is just crazy talk. I still can't believe that both of you managed to do it and win. Carl patted him on the shoulder. Don't take it too personally, we're a different breed. Speaking of which, what did you get for winning? The dwarf leading the team asked. Carl sorted through his inventory. Let's see, a couple of mythic rank rare items, a bunch of fire element gems and materials, and 1 reward chest. The team waited impatiently as Carl took the oversized chest out of his inventory. With a dramatic flourish, he flipped the lid open, and a system message appeared in his vision. Title gained, Mythic Duelist. Inside the chest was a pair of epic grade, immortal rank gloves. Carnage's Challenge Glove, epic grade, immortal rank. Increases strength and agility by 150% of base. Increases skill damage by 100% of base as fire damage. The other team members stared at the gloves in shock. Only 3 bonuses on an immortal rank, epic grade item. That shouldn't be right. Though. 100% of base damage as fire was as good as an average skill, and the strength bonus was absolutely ungodly. Carl slid the soft leather gloves on, and then flexed his fingers, wondering how to test the change. He was already immensely strong, but he didn't know how much the increase would be in practical terms. Dana giggled as she opened the box and found that she had received an identical set of soft black gloves. Apparently it wasn't a random reward, but a quest reward for accomplishing the feat. Even if you didn't want to show the title, you could show off your skill just by wearing the gloves. While she wasn't as strong as Carl, and didn't usually need huge amounts of strength or agility in combat, the bonus to skill damage was still worth it. She could see the fiery aura on her golem's swords. What do we tell the others? This isn't exactly a hard mode. It gives a reward, but we won't know if it's repeatable until we come back. For all we know, beating Carnage in a duel once might be the only extra bonus you can get from the dungeon. Dana reminded them. But isn't that already impressive? It's a guaranteed immortal rank item if you can beat him. And not a weak item. Most of the challengers will be warriors because they're the ones who practice as duelists the most. The shaman countered. Oh, there is a title as well. Dana added, then activated it. Mythic Duelist. Damn, now that's a flex. Just seeing that on your name should cut down the chances of being harassed in the street by 80%. But the 20% who will try are the ones who fancy themselves as good fighters. Dana sighed. Carl winked at her. It's a good opportunity, isn't it? Most of the people will leave you alone, and you will know that if you have to beat someone, they truly deserved it. Well, if nothing else, we can report a success to the other guilds. It might be a bit before most of them have the gear to challenge the boss for the prize, but I'm sure that there will be plenty of contestants with big egos once the word spreads. The shaman suggested. Dana smirked. In that case, Carl, put on your title. Nobody will be shocked if you gain something good from this dungeon, and it won't draw extra attention to me before everyone knows what the title means. They might technically be at the same power level, but shoving Carl out in front to deal with the aftermath of all the chaos that he caused was so much better than doing the public relations herself. Carl nodded and turned on the A Mythic Duelist title, while Dana turned hers off. Let's head out. I'm sure that the others will be eagerly waiting for us to come home. Or eating cookies with the Green Dragon Cleric. Could go either way. The laughing attracted the reporters as they stepped out of the dungeon, and Carl sighed. Really? Are you just following us around at this point? He asked. The obsession demon nodded happily. Yep. The king and the immortal regent are still at your house. So, if you're headed out with a bunch of strangers, it has to be for something good, right? Is it another dungeon with difficulty settings? Please say that it's another dungeon with bonus loot. That will be the story of the week. Carl laughed and took his gloves off so that they could see the stats by inspecting it. It's not a harder dungeon, it's a quest to challenge the final boss to a solo duel. If you can beat Carnage one-on-one, you will get an immortal rank item and a new title. Carl informed her. Ha! I knew that it would be good. I am totally getting that promotion. The reporter cheered, while the other few who had been in the area just smiled indulgently. The fact that the gloves were a rank above the dungeon, and the fact that they had the boss name on them, was a pretty solid sign that he wasn't lying to them. So, there was one more important question left. How do you activate the quest? One of the others asked. Just challenge Carnage to a duel either when you enter, or when you reach the final boss. Then, only send one person into the boss fight area. If you do, it should activate the event. Now that he knew where they were going, Carl opened a portal to the entrance of the Alliance compound, and left the reporters to their day. Success. Azov greeted them from the front steps of the Dark Light host house within the compound. Success. Though not quite how we expected it. The dungeon wanted us to challenge the final boss, a wrath demon named Carnage, to a duel. Carl agreed. That made the old man laugh. Oh, that should be priceless. Not many are going to be able to complete that challenge, but as soon as someone does, it's going to become the must-have accomplishment before the next round of challenges. To think that it would just openly give you a title to show off. And, mythic duelist at that. What greater sort of title could the system give you in a city where everyone values the myths who have the power to fight for their guild's dungeons? Azov chortled. People don't give the system nearly enough credit for its sense of humor. Dana joked. How did it go for the rest of you? Can it be done by more than one member? He asked. Dana nodded. I got the title as well, and the reward is exactly the same, not even adjusted for class or anything. But the next round failed, and that was the end of the challenge string. So, teams can send multiple challengers in together, to all try to get the title. But the first one must win to give the others a chance. Interesting. Raj looked up from the paperwork he was doing with a smile. It will cause no end of tensions between guilds as well. It's more cost-effective if you send 4 challengers with a healer. However, if any of them fail, whoever was supposed to go after doesn't get the chance. Did you at least get regular dungeon loot from it? Carl nodded. Yeah. Nothing special, but a few mythic items at rare grade. About as good as you'd normally expect from the dungeon, but with one more item from the challenge. So, one that will be popular, but not one that we will be rushing to do every week. Got it. Carl looked around at the mostly empty house, then at the guild leader. Might I ask, what brings you here? Everyone else should have been rushing off to go do a harder difficulty dungeon again today, to build up their funding. Raj laughed. My team was too impatient. The daily timer resets at midnight, so we went at 1 in the morning instead of going to bed last night. I just got out of bed and thought I would come over to pay my respects to the king. And to grab breakfast from the Mystic cooking crew, Carl noted. How did that go? Raj smiled. 5 for 5 on epic grade items on difficulty 2, and our ranger got a new bow. The bias toward weapons is still just as strong as everyone thought it would be. But that's probably for the best, since we've got so many totems who still need weapons, and Lady Ray made most of them new armor already. That's a definite improvement, and all that you could really hope for from a mythic dungeon. Epic items every run on a daily access instance is perfect. Carl agreed. And difficulty 2 is just enough to get the loot, without making the dungeon too much more difficult to clear. At that setting, we can just use our regular teams. That was the best case scenario for them. Trying to reassemble all new mythic raiding teams specific to each dungeon, just so they could get slightly better loot than a lower setting, was far too difficult, and the rewards that were normally needed to recruit a new talent of greater skill than the ones that they had were insanely high. That was why they had the Overlord and Totem ranked teams in the first place. They were the minor league teams, building loyalty as they built their strength. The 3 who had been with Carl laughed at the banter. Your alliance really is quite carefree, isn't it? In ours, it is rare that anyone even hosts a multiple guild event, but the Nara group just casually comes over for breakfast. The shaman joked. We can pretend it's because the king and the immortal regent are here. But in truth, it's for the food. We have a few chefs with a rare cooking skill in the alliance, but they're not enough to make all the best stuff for everyone. Once you get used to their cooking, it is nearly impossible to go back to eating takeaway from the street vendors again. At least not for every meal. Carl laughed. You said that you have a lot to do today. What is it that you do as a trade skill? Or is it guild matters that need settling? The dwarven warrior who had accompanied them on the dungeon run asked. Oh, I suppose it's not common knowledge outside the alliance. I am a runemaster. I make equipment and accessories for the alliance members. But I have only just advanced to mythic rank, so I have a rather large backlog of work. Carl explained, then held up one of the totem-ranked statues he had made, so the dwarf would understand. That craftsmanship. He muttered. Oh, the statue itself is made by our team in Drad. This one in particular is by our dwarven master sculptor. I only added the runes to turn it into a healing and fertility charm for one of the alliance members. He explained. Raj gave him a suspicious look. Who needed the fertility charm, and why didn't he hear about it? If it was the midwife, or the matchmaker, it was fine. But if someone was hoping to cause surprise pregnancies, he would make sure it was never delivered. Karl saw the suspicion and laughed. It's for one of Hugo's clerics. I'm sure that she won't be using it for anything too shady. Probably. Their conversation was derailed by the scent of the kitchen staff setting up the lunch buffet for all their expected guests, and Karl smiled at the three outsiders. Perhaps you would like to stay for a proper meal, and not just snacks. There's always enough. He offered. Certainly, that would be excellent. However, I should warn you that there is a naked elf in your kitchen. Raj agreed. Working or getting food? That made the warrior pause. What sort of question was that? Did the Dark Light host often have naked elves? Where could he get nudist elves? And wasn't it unsafe to cook naked? I think she was just getting food, she left through the side door. Karl nodded. She's likely on meal duty at the lake. The elves only get dressed when they've got company, and they tend to forget that the kitchen door is usually open. Azov patted Raj on the shoulder. It's a hippie thing. They're all druids and nature clerics. That made Raj nod in understanding. His guild house was not ready for that level of culture shock. Are you really alright with the Dark Light host deliberately trying to alter dozens of dungeons? He asked the immortal regent, deflecting the conversation from the trap that was nudist elves. Azov shrugged. It's likely to be less disruptive than having them keep the secret to themselves and going out to do all those different dungeons until they find a new favorite. Raj frowned. I can actually see them doing it, too. Just letting the rest of us think that we have the only improved dungeon, but actually searching the entire lake region for one that they like better. Karl winked at the immortal regent. I have at least 3 votes for doing that anyhow. There are way more dungeons than just the 20 that we have agreements about. And how do you think that you'll be able to sneak into them once the word starts to spread that you've been on a mission to improve dungeons? Azov asked, clearly curious. I have a skill that should let me hide my name when I enter. Then I can release the rest of the team inside for privacy, and we can raid. Karl decided, making up the plan on the fly. Most of the dungeons charged on the way out anyhow, so if he just used Night Haunter, or a similar skill, he could walk right in without anyone noticing. The king of Sholaha turned to his ancestor, the immortal regent, with a concerned look. Grandfather, I sense it. The disturbance that you were trying to teach me about the other day. Someone is definitely plotting to cause chaos. He insisted. Dana giggled, and the king turned to look at her. What? You only now realized it. The moment that the immortal regent made the mistake of mentioning going into every single dungeon to see what happened, Karl and Kara started planning it, while Ray began to make a list of new species she hasn't killed yet. That's just how they are. They don't mean any harm by it, but you can't suggest causing chaos without them at least considering it for a few minutes. She explained. The king sighed. The Dark Light host will always be the Dark Light host, won't they? Well, I suppose there is no harm in considering it. As long as they don't get too out of hand. But that's beside the point. Once the word gets out, nobody is going to let them pay their way into a dungeon without taking at least one member of the host guild with them. They won't dare risk missing out on the bonus if it happens. Dana nodded. That's the spirit. If you think too hard about the possibilities, you'll just drive yourself to drinking. Instead, it's better to just go with the flow and let common sense sort everything out on its own. Azov snorted and shook his head. Common sense was allergic to chaos badgers. It certainly wasn't the other way around. The badgers had a great affinity for common sense. They just chose to trample all over it for their own personal amusement. Karl was beginning to get the feeling that the king and the immortal regent were staying around for more reasons than just to see which of the dungeons might have been upgraded. Carl strongly suspected that they were hoping for a much stronger dungeon, where the king might gain a special opportunity. He was a strong myth, and not a young man. But he still needed a bit more understanding of the fundamental rules before he could make a try for the immortal rank. Carl could feel the missing aspect in his power. The more attuned that he became to the natural laws, the more obvious the differences between myths were. The primary difference in their power was not a lack of mana capacity, or a lack of energy transfer capability. It was the quality of their energy. And that quality was mostly determined by their understanding of the world, as it directly pertained to their powers. That thought might not have occurred to him, but after meeting with the immortals from the other branches of the Dark Light host, Carl realized that even with the changes in the system, and the many ways that they could classify their power growth, the essential aspects of equivalently powerful people were the same. However, trying to force an opportunity to understand a fundamental rule wasn't so easy. There were instances where it could be gained as a reward, but even then, it wasn't guaranteed to be a large bonus, and it would be better when you were close to the final stages, instead of near the start of the journey. But before Carl could make a suggestion on that topic, Hugo came over with a notepad in his hand and an excited look on his face. "Carl, I have an idea. I just found the perfect spot to set up a trial tower, and the Alliance can charge for entry," he announced, holding up a map of the city. Now that sounded like a lucrative business venture. And it would give Carl a chance to practice the additional spells for his mobile arena obelisk. Carl smiled at the excited mage. "Oh. That does sound like a properly profitable business venture. Where did you find that will be suitable to build a trial tower?" The oversized mage pointed at a spot near the edge of town. "It's right next to the night market, and the old building there is slated to be torn down. I figured that it would be a good chance to set up a shop, as it's close to the market and the transient adventure lodging areas. But instead of putting up a large restaurant, why don't we put up a trial tower? A trial tower with a restaurant at the bottom," Kara suggested. "Both is good," Thor agreed. "They just needed to train more cooks, and that was easy." Carl nodded. "I think that we can work with that. It will be a huge attraction here in Xylaz, and we can staff it with Alliance members who aren't part of the dungeon teams. Perhaps even build some businesses operated by the Alliance into the main floor. Turn it into a one-stop shop for all things Nara Group. Well, except for the items that the Regent has restricted. We can keep the equipment shop private." Azov chuckled. "I can see it now. Candy, coffee, fast food, clothing and a trial tower, all in one spot. Somewhere to sit and wait while your friends are in the trial, likely overpriced and designed to keep them in as long as possible." Carl shrugged. "Hugo really is a brilliant businessman. But I did need the practice on the spells for the trial tower before I make the mobile arena. That one is going to be the real workhorse of combat-related non-combat items." Azov frowned. "You know, creating an expanded space arena might actually be a better option than a trial tower. There aren't enough places in the city that people can go to just fight out their differences. You have just the right combination of skills to make it actually work, without needing a massive amount of land, which is horrifically expensive here along the Xylaz shores." Raj looked shocked. "I can't believe that everyone is actually going along with his wild idea. I completely expected someone to come up with a valid reason why it would actually be a terrible idea." Azov shrugged. "It's to our advantage to keep the new skills spreading through the population, and to give the big egos somewhere to vent. There are combat arenas in town, but most are very limited in amenities. If it's one made with runecrafting, it won't suffer from any of those space and durability limits, and it won't need a ranking member to be constantly present to keep it operational. That's the biggest part. When you have a pair of totem-ranked warriors that want to slug it out, where do they even go? You need a myth to uphold the barrier on the arena just to make it safe. If not, they have to leave the city, and with so many warriors, that also means finding someone that can open a portal. All right. I think that we can find the staff for everything, and I will work out an arena facility. With Opal's help, we can make it much larger inside than it appears, so they will have enough room to fight. Opal considered the options. She had a decent grasp of the rule of space. She didn't really have space-related magic, other than illusionary domain, but she could show Carl how to make it work. For a moment, Opal wondered if you could actually create the tiny world spell on a rune-crafted item, but quickly gave up. You would need spatial magic to make it work because the surface area needed to write out the spell would be hundreds of thousands of pages, even in the tiniest of fonts. That was a shame. As great as an illusionary arena was, creating a whole pocket dimension for them to fight in would be so much cooler. If they could actually manage it, the structure would be considered one of the wonders of the world. Fighters from all over the Dragon Isles would come to see the magnificence that was a nation-sized fighting arena. But for now, just making a stadium-sized space for them to fight was good enough. I'm thinking 100 meters by 50 meters. That should be large enough for any sort of fight, and it would give room for as many spectators as we're likely to get. If the fights are lower ranking, we can split the space with barriers, and I will put in the golem spells, so that customers can challenge a random opponent, or at least one that isn't also a customer. Carl explained. Will that fit in the space we have? Hugo asked, with a glance up the stairs to where they usually held meetings. Carl nodded. No problem. Mythic rank comes with some advantages, including an increased range for the illusionary domain. Do you think that we should have food vendors in the stands? Maybe a gambling stand? The king cleared his throat. Gambling on blood sports is not officially sanctioned in Sholaha. We might not enforce informal bets, but you can't just install a gambling house for the arena fights. Kara sighed dramatically, and Azov laughed. We're not going to change the rule just so you can use foresight to scam people out of their money either, little badger. He informed her in his most serious tone. Kara simply stared at him for a few seconds, until the immortal shook his head. I said no, and I meant no. You can wait as long as you want, you won't see me changing my mind. Kara held up a half-eaten cookie as an offering, and Hugo began to laugh. Should we bring Dave over? The immortal regent could likely use a break from badger-related shenanigans. I noticed that he only said we can't bet on the blood sports. Does that mean we can have the rest of a casino in the arena? Opal asked. Do you think anyone would trust that? Thor countered. He had a point. In an illusionary domain, nobody would trust a card table or a roulette wheel. For very good reason. The king frowned. Why do I get the feeling that there is a negotiation going on that I'm not privy to? Carl shrugged. Just discussing business ideas. It had occurred to us that while a casino wasn't explicitly banned, nobody would actually trust a casino in an illusionary domain. The king huffed in annoyance. If they were smart, they wouldn't trust any sort of gambling associated with the Dark Light host. But you have a point about an illusionary casino. That's just too obvious. The arena itself is a brilliant idea, though. Will you be starting on it soon? Hugo shrugged. The property was ready, and they could have a new one constructed within a week, even if they weren't planning to use magic to create the interior. I think that we will start on it in the next few days. I know that everyone is eager for us to do a dungeon a day, but it should still only take a day or two for me to design the layout of the runes needed to create the arena, then a few more days to actually build it. Carl agreed. Lotus cheered. It needs a new sweets shop with the good coffee. Done. I'll even give it bunny girl servers just for you. Carl agreed. Azov frowned. That was just cheating. If he was going to make the staff with illusions, they could tailor them to the shop, and not worry about them being bullied for their power level. Not every customer was reasonable, and keeping a bodyguard on duty at an ice cream shop wasn't practical. So, it was difficult to find staff from many of the more adorable species who were willing to work customer service jobs. The look on some random bully's face when he was slapped down by a mythic rank construct selling cupcakes would be the highlight of the next week's newsreels. If you need assistance, let me know. I will help you with the necessary permits and clearances for a multiple-use facility. Azov insisted. Dana's shocked expression made the immortal regent laugh. What? It's not always practical to come here for dinner, but I can send staff to a shop to get sweets for me easily enough. I've got a permanent portal open from the government buildings in the capital to City Hall in Xylas. He explained. The guild leaders and Lotus all gathered at the table with the king and the immortal regent, ready to make plans for the facility. In order to make the arena large enough, we're going to need a pretty significant building on the main floor. I recommend using the full block. We can put the bakery next to the fancy restaurant, then the cafe and sweets shop on the other side. But that leaves us a lot of space. Does anyone else have a shop that they want to open? Carl asked. Dave shrugged. We could put an alliance shop on the other side of the building. You know, like a pawn shop that buys and sells dungeon loot. The property is near the edge of town, so the closest customers will be people who have come to upgrade their gear. If we have it available, they can trade their loot for things that they actually need on the way past. It certainly won't be as profitable as opening a Darklight Host guild shop, but my guild members have been considering taking up some trade skills as well. Alchemy is the most popular request because potions are an ongoing cost for the guild. Remy rolled her eyes. The hard part of alchemy wasn't finding a skilled alchemist. It was finding a supply of the necessary materials to make all the potions that you needed for an alchemy shop. Even just keeping a guild alliance stocked took a huge amount of land. She had her newly expanded space, plus all the stuff that she stocked in the tiny world, and there were some plants that still didn't grow fast enough to keep up with demand. Especially at the higher levels. If she was making royal and monarch ranked potions, the ingredients would grow at an insane speed in her space. But for totem and mythic rank materials, some of the plants would need half a year or more to grow, even with the extra energy density of her space. And forget some of the rare stuff. There was a ginseng that she wanted for a rare recipe she had deduced, but it took 1,000 years in the immortal realm to grow. She didn't have that kind of patience. However, if they were going to turn out mass-produced lower-rank potions, and keep their team stocked with cleansing and emergency healing potions, that was also possible. Remy had an idea for just the right sort of potions to offer at a shop. Long-duration buffs. Instead of a conventional potion, she could use runic alchemy to enhance the ingredients to give a bonus that would last for an hour or two. They could sell those to people entering the dungeons, as they would take anything that might give them an edge. They might not use their emergency potions often, but they would use combat bonuses every day. And they didn't take expensive or difficult to obtain ingredients. Carl smiled at the regent. I think that an alliance shop for buying and selling random goods would work wonderfully. We could sell low-grade utility potions and herbs that we can mass-produce as well. Nothing that would violate our agreement, just small bonuses to keep customers coming back. Azov nodded. That sounds good to me. He quickly sent a message with a jade communication ornament, and then turned his attention back to the planning conversation. The approvals will be here by the end of the day. The mayor won't give you any trouble about the new business. Just remember how politics work. He added. Carl nodded, and Dave smiled. One hand washes the other's. Don't worry, immortal regent. We won't be trying to price gouge the mayor's office or restrict his access. I'm glad that we're all on the same page. The arena might have limited functionality for mythic rank fighters, but the mayor is quite looking forward to having somewhere to send disputes between his workers. The planning phase didn't take long. By the time that they had finished eating, a basic design was finished, and Opal was already working on interior design plans for the shops. It would be glorious. Absolutely magnificent. And it would take Carl forever to finish the runes for everything that she wanted to add. Just the thought of trying to keep up with everything that the butterfly wanted to include in the restaurants was giving him a headache. How did she actually expect him to give an illusionary cook the mythic cooking spell? Were they just going to make the entire building a massive runic artifact? Transferring the skill to a living cook would be so much easier. He could even do it for 3 of them, so they had one for each shift and a backup. But Opal was insistent that they should have an entirely construct-based service team. Her idea of using dark elven priestesses, in their gossamer spiderweb dresses, as the service staff at the fancy restaurant did seem like fun, though. Even Ray was on board with that. And not just because the priestesses would sacrifice troublemakers to the spider goddess. Carl was reasonably sure that the other guild masters would be as well. Not that they were likely to object to any of his staffing ideas, as long as the staff had the skills. After some consideration, Carl realized that he could actually do most of what Opal wanted. They had immortal rank elemental gems that were of both the illusion and the nature or earth affinity. So, he could inscribe them with the gargoyle spell, and then use illusions to make them look however he wanted. However, that would not work for the cooks. They would need to be a form of epic golem so that he could activate them with skills. The gargoyle spell didn't allow that, and while the gargoyles could learn to cook, they couldn't learn mystic cooking. Carl zoned out while everyone else discussed how to make the actual building. Tion was on the table helping them draw plans, as he wanted to help build the physical structure. But Remy and Ray were also out, giving suggestions on designs, while Opal's illusionary representative, who looked suspiciously like Button with rainbow hair today, argued against all changes to her vision on the interior design. "Is this how it usually goes in your guild?" Hugo asked Dana as he watched the chaos play out in real time. "This is nothing. Speaking out loud is much slower than mental communication. Usually, it's this, but at 5 times the speed, with even the uninvolved ones throwing their opinions into the mix. But the process remains the same. Everyone will argue to get their favorite parts included, until everyone is happy enough with the end result that it's not worth fighting over. See, even the immortal regent and the king are in on it." Dana explained. They were enthusiastic too. The immortal regent wanted what he called a traditional soda shop as the ice cream parlor's decor. The problem was that the shop design he wanted hadn't been around for thousands of years, and only Kara and the regent knew what it looked like. However, Kara wanted the ice cream shop to be an animal cafe, but filled with Vorpal bunnies, the vampiric magical beasts that could kill with a single bite. So, nobody was taking her explanations seriously. Fortunately, the process was not going to end any time soon, and Carl was already making progress on the combined runic artifact to create epic golems that had an extra skill so that they could work as cooks. The combination of gargoyles and illusions, so that they could have dark elven priestesses doing all the serving in the fancy restaurant, was an easy one, and Carl was ready to start making that the moment he was done here. He would need more than one of them so that he could make staff at all the shops. Assuming that they weren't just going to hire staff. But while they could make countless gargoyles appear to be whatever they wanted, they would have to make the epic golem specialists one at a time. Opal was making life difficult, but her insistence that it was possible had convinced everyone else that it was the best idea. Then, they would hire school kids as interns and seasonal workers to fill the rest of the roster. They would never be completely out of staff, and the changing faces would make things seem a bit more normal to customers, as well as giving job opportunities to the younger members of the Alliance. Opal's interpretation of Remy's romance book said that working at a shop was a good way for girls to meet a mate. The wealthy adventurer would come in one day, see that she was actually the perfect hidden beauty, and sweep her off her feet. Kara's interpretation was more practical. Once he was involved with one of their staff members, it would be the perfect time to poach him for the Alliance. After all, if his wife were here, surely he wouldn't be too firmly against joining. Especially if he was a nomad who was paying for access to dungeons. They might have mostly full mythic teams now, but they didn't have enough spare people, and there was no team to go with Carl and the Dana mage. Assuming that they needed one. Kara was not convinced that they did. They just needed one more of the siblings to advance, and they would be fine. Perhaps Tion. Then they would have a mythic healer, and that appeared to be a non-optional part of group composition. Tion tried not to laugh as her thoughts got him sidetracked. He was already at the bottleneck, but his tiny body was holding him back. He would ask Carl to make him large later, as he had no affinity for Thor's behemoth skill. That might be enough that he would be able to advance. Even with your size tripled, you'd still be smaller than me. Kara joked. But you were big enough to advance without problems. Tian noted. The fluff ball might be right, Kara thought. Mythic rank was no big deal when you had a strong enough base. I will retire to my workshop for a bit, so I can prepare the more intricate parts of the core spells for the new building. Please, enjoy yourselves, and I will see you at dinner. Carl informed the group. Tian briefly considered following him, so Carl could help him advance. But if he left, who knew what design choices would be approved? That was how Carl found himself sitting in a hammock at the beach, carving runes into elemental stones, while Button napped on him in dragon form. He wasn't moving, and that made him fair game. The slight motion of the hammock as Carl worked made it sway like a tree branch, perfect for a forest dragon to sleep. He had already finished 3 stones for the shops in the new arena. Everything other than the Alliance trade house. That would have to be manned by Alliance members so that they could add and remove items from the store's inventory. He briefly considered moving on to the hard part, but decided on finishing the plinth first. He could adapt it to make the core for the arena, with randomize, to choose the challengers and a full suite of golem spells to create them. Then an application of chaotic zone, to turn the whole thing into a form of instance, so the illusion wouldn't collapse when damaged. That would have to be isolated to the arena area so that it didn't interfere with the food shops. Who knew what it would do to a baking recipe? Probably nothing good. Once the arena plinth was finished, and all its layers assembled, Carl put a bottom cap on it, and mentally checked in on the others, to see how the planning was going. They had a final design made, intended to look like a coliseum, with plinths surrounding a stadium-shaped upper bowl. Under normal circumstances, that would be the actual arena. But in this case, it was less than a quarter of the size of the actual arena, and the design was actually a careful deception to make audience members not realize that they were in an illusion. Only those with good spatial awareness would easily realize that the dimensions were impossible. However, there had been alterations made to the plan. There would be far more vendor stall-styled shops within the arena area itself, mobile vendors selling snacks in the stands, and a small hotel to be created with a separate illusionary domain within the upper boxes of the stadium. In all, there would be hundreds of thousands of runes worth of work for him to do. If Carl hadn't mastered earth manipulation to such a high degree, thanks to Tian's affinity, he would have had to write them all by hand, and it would have taken months. However, as the building was designed, he could cover everything with runes once they were past the outer pillars. That would barely be enough space for him to create everything that they wanted. Even better, none of the guests under immortal rank would be able to see through the illusions to find the rune work hidden underneath. The more mystery that he could keep around the construction technique, the better. Don't be so down about the work. It's going to be spectacular once we're finished. Tian consoled him. From the hot springs in the tiny world, Thor nodded eagerly. They planned all the good stuff. Look, they even found a way to use Opal's illusions to create all the staff that doesn't need to be powerful. That was still a lot of work for Carl, but it would save some, as the illusionary staff that couldn't take major damage could be activated as part of the illusionary domain spell and replaced as needed they were damaged, or when events called for a change of decor and uniforms. By the time that Carl had finished with the separate spells for the arena, a full night had passed, and Button was awake again, ready for breakfast after an extremely extended nap that had taken a whole afternoon and evening. It's bright again. Oh, the sun is in the breakfast spot. They should be cooking soon. She realized. Carl smiled at the confused little dragon. One day, they're going to change the schedule, and you'll be so confused. Button nodded in agreement. Every time there is a special event, they mess up all the meal times. It's so annoying, but they make special foods to compensate. Lyric came to collect Button for breakfast, but the dragon simply flew away on her, headed for the lake. That was the Button equivalent of bath time, which meant that she had high hopes for today. If she wasn't hoping to interact with people, she wouldn't have gone for a bath first thing in the morning. While the young elf was trying to convince Button to stop splashing in the lake and come out to eat, Tian came to visit Carl in the hammock. I require assistance. We're about to start on the construction of the arena, but my body is too small to advance to mythic rank. He insisted. Carl frowned. Is that even something that I can fix? Tian shrugged. Just make me bigger. That is probably enough. Carl smiled as he used, Behemoth, to turn Tian into a larger stone-fur divine fox. He still had the distinctly rounded features of a pup, but now he was the size of a medium dog, and filled with confidence. Yes, this should be just what I need. He decided, then began to channel energy from his space through his enhanced body. Now that it could hold more, he was able to push more of the old mana out, and the circulation of mythic rank mana started to remake his body at a steady pace, filling him with power until he began to emit pure white light. His chubby features became a bit more slender, forcibly evolving to the form of an adolescent divine fox, and his fur glowed brighter as his power level advanced. Then, as suddenly as it started, the evolution was over, and Tian let the Behemoth spell fade so he could inspect his new form. He was roughly the size of a house cat, at about 3 kilos in weight. Not bad at all. He was still adorable. And now he was ready to start the work of building their arena. One by one, the others came over to congratulate Tian on his advancement, and Carl had to try not to laugh as he noticed that Thor smelled like peach body wash and Tessa. They had definitely chased him out of bed, and he had spent 30 seconds in the shower trying to make himself presentable. Tian strutted around on the beach, showing off his new form to the other beasts, while Dana stood behind Carl, trying not to laugh. He might be impressively powerful, but he was still tiny and fluffy. I was going to come get you to start on the arena, but it looks like Tian has some celebrating to do. She noted. Carl shook his head. No, he came here to advance specifically because he wanted to make a better version of the arena. I don't think that he will want to hold the celebration until after he has finished showing off. That's right. They can celebrate me getting big when they celebrate how wonderful my arena is. Tian announced proudly. For him, getting more powerful was just a sign of growing up. He was still a young fox, and by the time that he was fully grown, he would naturally be more powerful than nearly any other beast in the world. Ray thought that was a bit of an overstatement for something that was distinctly snack-sized, but the stone-fur divine fox was an impressive species. Now that he was mythic, not only would his stone be higher quality, but Tian could do a better job on the small details, as well as doing them faster. He had a whole notebook full of design sketches from the dwarves in Drod, as well as the design plans that they had made yesterday for the basic design of the building. All that he had to do now was to go collect Geralt, their master sculptor. The dwarf could give him advice on how things should look, and help with shaping the magic. He wasn't nearly as powerful as Tian was, but his skill with stone was unmatched, and the fox wanted to learn more about how he did it. Alright, I will send someone to get the master sculptor. I'm sure that he will enjoy getting to be part of a project this grand. Carl agreed as he heard Tian's thoughts. He can bring more sculptors if he'd like. We can all link for the spell, and they can each work on a portion of the building. Carl laughed. There was no way that the master sculptor would go for that. If he put his hands on a piece, he wouldn't allow it to be associated with the work of his apprentices. It was all or nothing, unless he was going to attribute it all to them. It should have been obvious that he would not allow that to happen when they were making an architectural marvel with dwarven stone carvings over thousands of square meters of surface. But fame wasn't a concept that Tian really understood. He understood amounts of work, adoration and rewards, even quality of treats. But not fame. Carl sent a guild message to Geralt, and the sculptor immediately agreed to head over to the Alliance house for the opportunity. They had been making accessories and statues non-stop since he arrived, but that was all dull and monotonous. Building an entire stadium-sized arena, while cooperating with a mythic-ranked earth element specialist. What could be better? But he didn't come alone. Gerald arrived only a few minutes later with Sapphire, who had an entire array of notepads and a recording spell-imbued magical item prepared. She wasn't going to miss this. Oh, Tian got big. Very impressive. Looking good, Fox. The blue dragon announced. Tian puffed up his chest, trying to look impressive, but just ended up looking even fluffier. Tian will be doing the majority of the work to create the actual building. I will assist with mana flow, and the master sculptor can shape the fine details that others would miss. Then, once the building is up, I will add the runes. Master Gerald, here are the blueprints, including the details of what sorts of shops and facilities they wanted for the arena. Carl replied. The dwarf spent a few minutes looking over the structural designs, then frowned. Why are there no interior details to any of the shops? Are they to be leased out to future tenants? He asked. No, the details will be filled in by Miss Opal. The entire interior of the structure will be layered in hundreds of illusions, defensive spells and additional effects to serve as both an open challenge arena and a luxury shopping experience. With illusions, we can artificially expand the interior volume, and update the interiors on a whim. So, they are all left bare. It is the exterior that matters the most. That is what everyone in the city will see. Carl explained. Gerald smiled. I get it now. It will be a domain spell, like the ones you use in the guild houses. Alright, that is easy to work with. Giving it a basic structure makes it easier to build the illusions around it, so I will do my best, as well as setting the proportions properly, so that dwarves don't feel out of place in a stone building. I knew that you would understand what was important. The interior is going to be a masterpiece, so we need the actual building to be one as well. The design is ambitious, I will give it that, but I am certain that you can pull it off. The dwarf chuckled at the praise. The design was more than ambitious. It was pushing the limits of what could be called structurally sound. But that was likely why he had been called in, instead of just leaving it to the little divine fox to construct with Carl's somewhat questionable guidance. At least Gerald had experience with architecture. It might not be his specialty, but he had designed and built more than one stone building before, using the surfaces as an enduring testament to his sculptural skills. Now that everyone they needed was in place, Carl went looking for Hugo, who could open them a portal to the building site. The city of Xylaz was huge, and sprawled along the shoreline with millions of residents. If their new building wasn't in the same district, only a portal would get them there in a convenient amount of time. Carl realized that he should have paid attention to the whole map, and not just the part around where the new facility was going, but it was a bit late for that. Hugo knew what he wanted the moment that Carl arrived, followed by Dana, who had Tian sitting on her shoulder. The fox was getting a bit large for that, but at her level, Dana's strength was more than enough to support a cat-sized companion. Excellent timing. I will open the portal to save us a few minutes. Hugo greeted them, then continued. The old building has already been removed, as it was just crude wood, and had nothing of value to save. On foot, it would take about 30 minutes to walk there in traffic, so using portals will be the best option, even though there isn't a public one near the destination. That would be quite the commute for the people who wanted to work there, while living in the Alliance house. But Carl was sure that they could work something out. Many of the lower-ranked members were mages, and it didn't take a massive amount of power to open a portal only a few kilometers away. Hugo opened the portal into the middle of a construction site, which had fences erected around it for safety, and to keep some of the gawking spectators away. Unfortunately, because the streets were so crowded, many of the visitors preferred to fly, so they would be able to see exactly what was going on as the building went up. Not that they would be able to understand most of it, but the process was sure to gather a crowd. Gerald and Tian toured the area for a few minutes, and the fox listened carefully as the dwarf described the small changes that he wanted to make to the plans that he was holding. They were mostly about the thickness of various areas of the stone, as well as a number of details that he wanted to add to the outside of the building. Those were all minor concerns to Tian. As long as it was mostly the same sort of stone, it would be effortless for him. After a bit of discussion, Tian nodded happily. Carl, if you can start channeling mana to me, I will form the spell. Do we need to move? Hugo asked. It might be best. Let's go stand at the corner of the lot, where there won't be any major construction. They will redo the landscaping after the whole building is up, so we will be out of the way until then. Carl agreed. Everyone not directly involved in the construction moved to the edge, while Opal sent out an illusionary butterfly as her representative, so she could show the dwarf what she wanted. There were only a few things that would matter to her plans, and they were all on the outside of the building. For the first few minutes, nothing seemed to be happening, despite the massive amount of mana that Tian was using. However, they hadn't started from the obvious points. They had started by building a foundation and basement for the building that was suitably durable for dwarven construction. Only when that was finished did the building start to appear. First, some inner rooms, the foundational base for the upper arena, then the outer shops, the pillars, and the oval bowl of the arena itself. They had everyone's attention now, as that sort of construction was impossible to ignore, even if you were trying not to notice the massive amount of mana being used. The building was taking shape within 20 minutes of them starting, and Tian began borrowing the items that Carl had created, so he could place them within the solid stone of the building, where nobody would be able to find them. Some were still easy to access, like the illusionary stones that were made for the shops. Those would need to have their settings altered fairly regularly, so Tian didn't want to bury them and make everyone go to some weird spot in the basement just to set up for a party. Others were deliberately hidden and buried so that nobody would ever know the secrets that were involved in their creation. The plinth for the arena, the specialty stones that would make epic golems that had a skill which wasn't innate to their base powers. But that wasn't the hard part. The true difficulty would come when Opal joined the group and started to layer all the illusions so that they could make solid objects inside the illusionary domains. That was a huge draw of his power, just to get the spells functional. Enough that Carl actually started to use some of the stored power in the tiny world's mana crystal to supplement the building. The rooms weren't too bad, but when Opal started in on the staff, Carl learned something very curious. The dark elven priestesses were predictably challenging to create. However, when they created the bunny girls for the ice cream and soda shop, who had nearly the same design, they were significantly easier to make. Opal noticed first, as she was the one creating them, and quickly altered all the back-of-house staff, the chefs and others who needed a skill, to be beastkin, or actual beasts. Making most of them bunnies, and the rest lamia reduced the amount of mana needed by 2/3. So, as she continued, the rest of the staff was changed as well. The store staff that wasn't specified in the designs were all changed. Most of them were made into werebears, which Opal found to require only slightly more effort than actual beasts, but the arena stand food vendors, who were originally planned to be dragonkin, were altered to be badgerkin. Those were also easy to make, but Opal didn't understand why Carl's magic stones were giving her headaches with dragonkin. They were at least as much beast as the badgerkin. Not nearly as much as the werebears, though. But then she continued with some dark elves, for the additional flavors of cuteness factor, and found that they were just as easy as the werebears. There was no logic to what was hard to make and why. At least not to Opal. Unlike Opal, Ray had immediately grasped the issue. Carl was a beast master, favored of the world dragon, friend to beasts. So, it was only natural that he would have an easy time creating werebears, bunnies, and other fluffy or scaly beasts. But dragons had their own gods and their own aspects. So, making dragonkin was more difficult. On the other hand, making dark elves was easy because he was bonded to Ray, and that granted some level of favor from the spider goddess. If they wanted the servants of the spider goddess to help make her wealthy and drape the world in her silk, Ray knew that the goddess would not disapprove. Not like those snobby dragon gods, who viewed their people as above such menial things as being a store clerk. Now that Opal understood, she altered a few more of her illusions to see what worked and what gave her trouble. Some demons were easy. Obsession demons of all sorts, and wrath demons of the winged variety. Others were not. Plague demons and magic demons were both a pain to even visualize. Dwarves, dryads and other fae were possible, but not particularly easy. So, it was all about affinity when you were using magical items to create illusions, and not just creating them out of light and magic. That was valuable information, and reminded Opal that some of these spells would have to be made by herself in the future, unless she wanted to go through all this headache again. She did appreciate all the hard work that Carl had put in, and she wasn't capable of making some of these spells. But once she advanced, Opal was reasonably certain that she would figure them out. Already her understanding of the illusionary domain had expanded so much, just from a single building. And, they weren't even finished yet. They still had the hotel and the upper boxes to go, and then the final details to be done on the arena plinth so that they could make sure that the protective inscription that would eject critically wounded from the arena floor and put them in the infirmary was functional. Carl had some doubts that Opal's decision to make all the housekeeping staff for the hotel's succubi and incubi was a great idea, but the butterfly was adamant that was how it was supposed to work. Staff was staff, Carl supposed. If they got the job done, he could overlook whatever sort of strange reading material Opal's sisters had been giving her that led to such a conclusion. Little did Carl know, most of the cleaning staff in any hotel were succubi. Business travelers tended to be alone and lonely, and that was a prime feeding opportunity for the species, with built-in variety. Few stayed at a hotel for more than a few days in a row, after all. I wonder if randomize will let them fight things that we've never seen before. Opal pondered as she finished the work on the building and prepared to place the stones with the arena's final enchantments. They only needed one more thing, a large mana crystal to store energy for the barriers, spells and arena, so that it didn't need constant attention. But Carl had that handled, they just hadn't remembered to pick a spot for it in the design. Oh, I know. We made a section for judges, let's put the crystal in the wall behind them. It's shiny and purple, and it will look great as a wall ornament. Tion offered. Opal's proxy relayed that to Gerald, who spent a moment designing a spot for it, and then settled on putting it on top of a short pillar, so it could be displayed like a trophy, with protective spells over it. Alright, everything is in place. Do your thing, Monster Man. Opal announced. Now, for Carl's turn at the hard part. He had to put all the runes for the spells they needed into the stone of the building, and link them to the magical items that were embedded into the arena so that everything would work together. He started at the center, filling the entire bowl of the arena with runes, row on row, to make up the rest of the spells that were needed to form the effect, and then integrated them with the illusionary domain stone that Opal had created. Then, the vendors and lower-level stalls were added, along with the basement private rooms. The stores, Carl kept completely separate, so that if something happened to the arena, they wouldn't be affected. The only link that they kept was to the mana crystal so that everything could be charged automatically from one point. The mana crystal itself got a direct feeding inscription, so it would charge off the ley line under Xylas. Nobody would miss the mana, there were already hundreds of thousands of spells and people feeding off it. One arena was no big deal, and it was an incredibly powerful vein. All day long, Carl walked through the arena, adding inscriptions to the structure. Reinforcing the stone, building the spells, and even a final hidden room, just in case curious minds wanted to explore and try to find out what the secret to the arena was. The look on their faces when they realized that the final treasure chest was a mimic, and that touching it opened a portal to the chaos plane would be priceless. That one took a lot of mana, and Carl sat down in the small windowless room at the corner of the third level of the basement as he finished. Item created, mythic-grade artifact Chaos Mimic. Carl chuckled as the chest rattled happily, then turned itself into Kara, who was staring intently at the box full of chaos. She already knew that it would taste like Carl's magic, but it was a box of chaos. Carl really was beginning to learn the value of a properly considered prize. Someone was going to have a wonderful day when they came to steal this one. As if reading her mind, the mimic turned itself into a radiantly glowing silver sword, lying on a pile of gold and gems. Perfect. Let them break into the arena's treasure room. It would serve them right. Carl watched the artifact and Kara interact for a moment, then got to his feet and poked the badger with his boot. It's time to go back upstairs. Once I check all the spell activations, we will be ready to start bringing the building online. Which reminds me, we are going to need to either hire a nature cleric, or send someone to get supplies for the shops. I can't cast the spells to create food. I created all the chefs, but they don't have anything to cook. He explained. Kara gave him a happy thumbs up. She knew just where to find them, and Ray could abduct one of them for the job. You mean hire? Carl corrected. Same thing, really. Give them mystic cooking and cute elf girls, and they won't even want to leave. Kara replied. That gave Carl a wonderful idea. Miss Sapphire, I don't suppose that any of your friends might know a few young green dragon clerics looking for work. I can offer them mystic cooking and steady employment that involves bunnies. Carl messaged the blue dragon. You didn't have enough blue dragons, so now you want to be swarmed with green, is that it? She replied. I just realized that I can't create the spell that makes food, so we need kitchen managers that can keep the arena's various vendors stocked with ingredients. But there are dozens of bunny girls and other beastkin here, created by Opal with illusions, so they never have to leave. Carl explained. Alright, I will find you some acolytes to operate your kitchens. The Green Dragon's followers won't resist an offer to teach them better cooking skills. Even if it means working a day job. Carl finished his walk through of the arena, then returned to where Hugo and the others were waiting, now accompanied by the immortal regent, Sapphire, and 4 young men in the robes of Green Dragon clerics. Are these our volunteers? Carl asked. Indeed. They were on the top of the work listings in the church. They have all the advanced food creation spells, and they have kitchen experience. Furthermore, they also know the city, so they can order the ingredients they can't make. Sapphire explained. The men nodded eagerly, and Carl patted them both on the shoulder to transfer them the mystic cooking skill. Now, wait here, and I will bring the whole arena online, so you can meet your full-time coworkers. The other employees will be hired in the next few days from among the Guild Alliance members. Carl explained. The clerics looked confused, but then the stored mana surged, and the appearance of the arena shimmered, revealing the storefronts that had appeared empty inside until that moment. The illusionary staff began to scurry about, getting everything ready for customers, and the clerics paused. Are those high priestesses of the spider goddess? One of them asked in a shaky voice. Yes. They are the primary staff at the fine dining establishment. The nature cleric gave him a serious look. You do realize that most of the world is terrified of them, right? Carl frowned. I thought that everyone liked sexy elves. The cleric looked at him like he was crazy. Sure, but not high priestesses. They're better known for sacrificing their lovers to the spider goddess than for being wonderful people. But what a way to go. One of the other clerics muttered. A particularly tall high priestess strolled over, smiling at the clerics. So, you are our supply managers, are you? I approve. Why don't you come along with me, and I will show you the kitchen. One of the clerics squeaked out in agreement, while the others raised their hands. I will go check on the other shops, to make sure that they have what they need. A dark-haired cleric declared, then ran off to the other side of the building. Well, that didn't go as planned. But the actual chefs aren't elves. That didn't work out for us. They should be alright with Lamia and Werbear chefs to protect them. Carl whispered to Sapphire. You are evil. She whispered back. Giggling came from the other side of the building, and Sapphire frowned. He must have found the bunnies you promised. They run the ice cream shop. Lord Ozoff, we made it just the way that you envisioned, I think. There is a Werbear in the kitchen to protect the bunnies from unruly customers, but they are a mythic rank illusion, they can protect themselves from most things. Including overly zealous green dragon clerics. Carl offered. How long until the shops are operational? Ozoff asked eagerly. Probably tomorrow. They still need to bring in supplies for everything, and we will need to test the arena to ensure that there are no issues. I am certain that the safety measures are good, but the opponent creation has a random option if you don't specify or bring your own. And that could be problematic. Carl elaborated. You used randomize and chaotic zone on the same artifact? Azov asked. Technically, the building isn't an artifact. My interface shows it as an epic-grade magical item, the size of an extended city block. But yes. Spectators were beginning to fly over the arena, and Sapphire laughed as the first of them ran face-first into the barrier spell over the arena. You couldn't just fly in from the outside. Not just because that would be horrifically unsafe while a battle was ongoing, but because the interior dimensions didn't match, and the distortion effect could cause someone to crash. But from the outside, everything inside would look distorted through the barrier, as if it were smaller than life. Not that most people would realize that until the stands were full. Is that a combat arena? Or some sort of training ground? A wrath demon called from overhead. It's a combat arena, with built-in magical opponents. Do you want to help us with beta testing? Carl called back. The demon was totem rank, that should be near the limit of the arena's safe operating limit, and a good test for the spells. Can it even put up a fight? He asked dubiously. If you walk in through the competitor's entrance, talk to the receptionist, and they will have someone escort you to the arena. Tell them Carl sent you. They already knew, as the whole arena was linked to him, but it would make the interaction feel more natural. The wrath demon landed and jogged into the building, while a few others gave him envious glares from overhead. The restaurants and vendors aren't stocked yet, but if you want to go watch the fight, you can go in now. Carl offered. What better way to stress test the system than to fill it with excited demons and dragons? They got about 20 volunteers, followed by Carl's group. The staging area for the competitors was a longer process than passing into the stands when there was no lineup, so they were all seated near the barrier wall in the front row when the demon came out with shining golden armor over freshly oiled black skin. Their first competitor had gone all out for this showing. The oil would make it difficult to grab him, as well as reflecting the light to make him look impressive, and the armor was not just functional, but his best ornamental items. The math doesn't math. One of the spectators, a red dragon, noted. Illusionary domain. The interior is 10 times larger than the outside. I thought that it would be better if we could split the fighting floor into 4 decent-sized combat arenas. But today, it's all one, so they've got plenty of room to fight. Carl explained. What is he going to fight? The dragon asked. Carl shrugged. I don't know if he picked a random target, asked for the hardest opponent that he could get, or had something specific in mind. All are options when you check in for a magical opponent. And it can create totem-ranked opponents? The dragon asked. Carl nodded. Indeed. Not just that, it can create simulated dungeon bosses. And that was exactly what their first competitor got. A dark elven king strolled onto the sand of the arena floor and raised his hand. Our challenger has chosen to fight the strongest totem-ranked, non-epic grade demon that we can give him. On the west side, we have the challenger Albional, hailing from the Lida district of Xylaz, standing an impressive 340 centimeters tall. On the east side, we have our arena's champion, Wrathbringer. A massive black demon appeared, nearly 5 meters tall, and holding an axe in each hand. The summoned creature was smirking at the challenger, who was looking more than a little concerned about his life choices. While the Wrathbringer wasn't technically a boss monster, he had the distinct marking on his name that announced he was an elite monster, the sort of creature that was added as a secondary boss, or head of a particularly difficult group in a dungeon. The sort of opponent that you normally needed more than one team member to deal with. But after the shock wore off, determination grew in the challenging demon. He wouldn't allow some new arena to show him up with a summoned golem. Technically, a greater golem. That thing is going to beat him to death. The red dragon predicted. It's a peak totem ranked elite mob. 1-on-1, how many of us could beat it? I think that this arena is going to be my new favorite place. Will it be open to the public? One of the other wrath demons asked. Carl nodded. Not every day, but the shops will be, and the stands will be open to the public unless the arena is booked for a private event. What sort of shops? The Red Dragon asked. There is a fancy restaurant, a cafe, and an ice cream shop, plus an alliance vendor with outside access on the main floor. Then, there will be food vendors inside, and walking the stands on busy days. We also have vendor booths set up inside, though I don't know what all will be sold there. We haven't worked out the details or picked vendors yet. Most likely it will be open to merchants from outside the alliance selling souvenirs, merchandise and memorabilia. Nothing too expensive, and probably some more specialty food stalls. When you come to watch fights, snacks are essential. The dragon nodded slowly, while the demons shrugged guiltily. The cat demon wasn't wrong. His new arena was definitely going to cause more than one of them to miss meals, so having food and snacks available would be essential to their well-being. Fight! The referee announced, then leapt up to the edge of the arena floor, where a seat was placed for him. The two demons clashed, and then everyone winced as Wrathbringer kicked his opponent squarely between the legs. That is just evil. Who programmed this thing? One of the men asked. That's the best part. Nobody. It's just a modified Greater Golem spell, letting the conjured creature do what it wants within the rules of the arena. If you pick the sort of opponent who would willingly kick you in the dick, you have to watch out for cheap shots. Carl replied. At least Wrathbringer had the common courtesy to let his opponent get back to their feet before he continued the fight. Not that the delay was going to change the outcome. The challenger was hopelessly outmatched, and the big demon was just toying with him, wearing him down until his will to fight broke. Fortunately, the demon realized what Wrathbringer was doing before he was completely exhausted, and forced the battle until the construct had to knock him out or take a serious injury himself. The challenger vanished from the arena, while the spectators looked concerned. Don't worry, he's been moved to the infirmary with teleport. He's being healed up now, and he will be fine in just a minute. But we don't repair damaged items as part of the entry fee, so be aware that there might be additional costs associated with fighting in the arena. Carl informed them. The spectators shrugged. Fixing their gear was an every-week event anyhow, and it wasn't a major cost at their rank. The Red Dragon got to his feet and smiled at Carl. Since we're here, I don't suppose you'd mind a few more beta testers. Go ahead, no charge tonight. The Red Dragon went down to the competitors' area, and came out only a few minutes later, looking determined. The referee leapt back onto the sand to start the fight. Welcome our next challenger, Porthos the Pirate. The dragon glared at him, and the elf shrugged. Parthenos, follower of the god of war, Red Dragon of the Holy Paladin Order, native of Copy. And his randomly chosen opponent, the mighty Zararag Demon Serpent. The snake was 15 meters long, with massive fangs, and radiated unholy energy. It was a totem-ranked magical beast, and certainly not going to be an easy opponent, even if it wasn't at the level of a Wrathbringer demon. Its scales shimmered as it moved, adjusting to the sand the same way that a chameleon would, but not anywhere near the level of disguise that Ray could muster. With sword and shield, the Red Dragon faced down the demonic serpent. But Carl's mind wandered, checking on their new staff, and making sure that nothing horrible had happened to their new clerics. One was happily flirting with the bunnies while creating ice cream mix and soda syrup for the shop. Another was much more professionally going over the ingredients that the cook wanted for the restaurant's opening night. The priestesses were looking at him like they might ravage him and then sacrifice him to the spider goddess, but Carl knew that the restrictions of the arena wouldn't let them actually do it. Sacrifice him, that was. Carl hadn't anticipated the priestesses terrorizing the cleric in other ways, as he had never actually dealt with one outside the dungeon, where their behavior was unnaturally aggressive. Here, they seemed to be genuinely enjoying his terror. It reminded Carl of Ray, in a way. All the dark joy, 30% of the violent intentions. What is that above us? A VIP box? One of the spectators asked, pointing across the arena. Oh, right. That's the hotel. There are a dozen rooms on the top floor for VIP guests. It's fully staffed, and designed to the peak of luxury hotel standards. I thought that it might be nice for important foreign guests to be able to stay within the arena instead of having to brave the crowds. Everyone subtly turned to look at Azov, who shrugged. I'm actually staying at his Alliance compound right now. Carl smiled at the immortal. We will ensure that you've got a priority spot in the hotel if you want it, though I'm not sure how often you have time to come watch arena fights. Azov rolled his eyes. I'm surprised that I have the time today. If you didn't cause so much chaos, someone would have come to beg for my assistance by now, I'm certain of it. The red dragon and the Zararag demon serpent were deadlocked at the moment, but the serpent was showing a lot of damage, while the paladin was able to heal themselves. A battle of attrition might not be the most fun to watch, but the spectators didn't seem to mind all that much. They were still cheering him on, and arguing over who might land the next hit. Movement at the steps caught Carl's attention, and a cat girl carrying a tray came out of the vendor area. Sir, our first batch of snacks is ready. Would you like me to distribute them? She asked. Carl nodded. Certainly. I think that everyone could use some refreshments. What do we have? Popcorn, veggie dogs and beer, all courtesy of the Green Dragon clerics. She explained. The spectators turned to look her way as they caught the scent. Whatever it is, it smells amazing. Did they say that the cleric made vegetarian hot dogs? One of the demons asked. Vegetarian chili dogs. As I understand, they are bean-based, and spicy. They are made with a royal rank skill, so they're not just cheap junk food. Would you like one? The vendor asked. Carl could feel the magic coming off the popcorn as well, so it wasn't just plain. Not that a green dragon cleric would ever serve such a mundane snack if they had another option. Everyone took one of each, and another vendor came out to ensure everyone got a sample. The popcorn was caramel flavored with nuts, the beer was refreshing and slightly fruity. A sour lager of some sort. But the chili dog was the real winner. This is what they'll be serving in the stands? One of the demons asked. The second cat girl nodded. Yes, sir. We are currently debating portion sizes. There was a concern that we might have put too much chili on them to make them easily edible in the stands. But there are burritos as well, plus pizza, and kebabs. The kebabs and burritos aren't going to be ready today, as we're waiting on a meat order. However, we've already obtained cheese for the pizza. Dana smirked. We should probably open the gates and let some more people in. I can hear them from here. Carl nodded. I will do that, and we can let them come see the fights. Assuming we have more challengers. The clerics will need to be informed. The cat girl gave Carl a thumbs up. Already done. We all know what the others know, and they have started preparing more bleacher vendor snacks. Sapphire smirked. We should have warned them that they would have to work from the very first day. But if they've gotten to making food for the stands, they should have the ice cream shop ready. That's one fully stocked shop, but they'll be working half the night to stock the rest of the storage rooms. It's not nearly as fun if we warn them. But you're right, they definitely started with the ice cream machines. That shop only takes a few minutes to get ready, as they only serve a handful of products, and you brought me powerful enough clerics. But once they've got the first load finished, they won't have to work nearly as hard. Just a little time every day to keep up with sales. Carl replied. The blue dragon snickered at his naive outlook. This place was about to become one of the most popular spots in the city. Forget easy days, she was going to have to bring them more clerics in a few days just to keep up with sales and not work the first group to death. Carl went down to the street, accompanied by a pair of dark elven clerics, who were hoping that there might be a fight when he opened the fence to start letting people in. Their restaurant wasn't going to be ready today, as they were waiting on ingredients that the clerics couldn't make. So, they were bored. They could let themselves go idle, and save the arena some mana. But there was still so much more to see and do that their actual jobs were a minor concern at the moment. It was the same for the cafe, which only had a very limited menu until the butcher could come by. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell that you're eager to find out what is going on inside, so we will give you a sneak peek. Only the arena area is ready right now, but we will be doing samples of the vendor snacks, and by the time that you leave, the ice cream shop should have their first batch of product ready. Carl called, raising his voice to be heard over the speculation. Ice cream shop? One of the obsession demons asked, confused. This location is now home to the Nara Group's newest multi-use facility. On the lower floors we have shops and vendor stalls, but above it all is the crown jewel, a magically enhanced combat arena, open to public challenges against magical opponents up to totem rank. Carl declared. Shocked gasps filled the street, and a number of mythic rank warriors pushed forward. Is that true? The arena will be open to public challenges? One demanded. It is. Not for free, naturally. But we can accommodate up to 4 challenges at a time if we limit the arena size. Difficulty can be increased up to epic grade and totem ranked. However, it is not just for the most powerful. Any rank that can pay the fee will be allowed to challenge on the open days. Carl explained. That meant mostly overlords and totems, they assumed. But the costs of operating the facility were incredibly low, thanks to the magic involved. Carl could actually make it affordable for royal and monarch ranked fighters. Unfortunately, the audience wouldn't care to come and watch them, so keeping it overlord ranked and up except on special occasions would be better for business. Please follow me inside, and take a seat in the stands. There is a fight ongoing now that was given free use of the full space, but after that, I am willing to split the space if we have many challengers. The myth raised his hand. You said epic grade. Do you mean that we can send people to fight a dungeon boss? Carl nodded happily, and the dark elves giggled. These strangers were funny. Of course, the gods would approve of watching random strangers get beat up by dungeon bosses let loose in the arena. Why wouldn't the arena allow it? They didn't understand what went into actually making that possible, they just assumed that if they existed, and the king was the referee, then it was only natural. Carl stepped back from the gate, and hundreds of visitors followed him in, much to the dismay of the 2 clerics, who had just finished stocking the popcorn. They didn't have to cook it, there was summoned staff for that. But they did have to make another sack of popcorn. The popcorn serving bags were actually part of the illusionary domain spell, and would automatically refresh every day. While that might be an issue, as you couldn't take them out of the venue, it did save them time getting everything ready, and eliminated most of the packaging waste. Until they replaced them with actual bags. If they ever did. Carl wasn't particularly concerned with the details, they could hire more people if it became an issue that there was no takeout packaging in the arena. Though, now that he thought of it, they should get some for the shops. In his mind, Tion laughed. We've already taken care of it. One of the earth magic spells that we had you copy was to make stone and glass takeout containers for the restaurants. I couldn't think of anything better. Carl wasn't sure how people would react to getting their sundae in an actual glass container, but Tion assured him that it was fine. Most of the ice cream was in some sort of cone or a waffle bowl, which was not only made in the restaurant, but edible. It was the cafe and the fine dining location that would go through more of them. The ice cream shop was just going to go through a lot of their thin stone cups for milkshakes. They'll become collectibles. They even have the shop logo on them. Kara assured him smugly. That was quite likely true. People love to steal branded cups and plates from famous locations, so if they just gave them reusable cups to start with, it would cut out the middleman. The newly arrived guests were finally arriving at the stands, as most of them had stopped to put their name in line for the arena. They had been given strict warnings that if they left the building, even just stepped out onto the street, their name would be removed from the list, but it was otherwise first come, first served for the day. The fight between the demonic snake and the red dragon had finally ended, and the arena had been split into 4 sections, with 3 new referees appearing to mediate. Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3. Please report to staging to confirm your opponent. The team with ticket number 4, please report to staging to confirm your opponent. The Dark Elven King announced. That should be fun. Someone must have picked a dungeon boss. The other spectators seemed to think so as well, and the buzz was growing as the group of 3 stepped onto the sand. 1 warrior, 1 mage and 1 shaman, all on the strong side of totem rank. So, they thought that they could show off. Hopefully, they had chosen a suitable opponent. The trio strutted around the arena for a moment, and then their referee jumped down to start the fight. This ring has chosen an epic grade, totem-ranked random boss challenge. May the luck of the gods be with you, he declared. Ozov turned to Dana and smirked. Oh, they are so screwed. The mythic warrior sitting in the row behind them, one of the new arrivals, cleared his throat to get their attention. What makes you say that, Regent? He asked. They don't understand that the random boss isn't just from Xylaz, or just from the totem-ranked dungeons that they have been in. It could be anything that was considered a viable epic grade opponent by the system. He offered. That didn't really concern the warrior. Not until the opponent appeared, that was. Today, their opponent will be a minor member of the Titan clan, an epic grade totem-ranked Frost Giant clan chief. Oh! Dana gasped as she saw the opponent. I see now. It's not just dungeon bosses, but anything with an epic grade constitution. I have been limiting my summons far too much. Carl agreed as he recognized the Frost Giant from the battlefield. That one had perished in the explosion when they blew up the array in the crater, but the face was immediately recognizable to Carl. Only, it was much larger now. Far larger than a Frost Giant had any right to be. So that is what a totem-ranked Frost Giant looks like. That's honestly pretty terrifying. One of the spectators noted. And it only got scarier. The moment that the referee retreated, the Frost Giant used Blizzard and Ice Storm, at the same, then created a 2-handed sword of ice and charged into combat. The group was not prepared. But in the other rings, things were going much more normally, with each of them fighting a relatively well-matched opponent. Only, relatively, because someone had gotten a beholder beast, and he was currently running for his life. But they were at the same power level. One of the arenas quickly managed to defeat their target, and another group confidently strolled into the arena. Oh, we're getting a great show today. Someone cheered behind Carl. However, when the referee smirked at them as he went to start the fight, Carl knew that would not be the case. Group 5 has requested the strongest non-dungeon monster that has recently been seen in the Xylaz region. He declared. Oh, they're fucked. Dana muttered. Ray came out of her space with popcorn as a duplicate of her spider form appeared in the arena. I personally think that it will be quite entertaining. She countered. You know what that thing is? One of the spectators asked. A blood destruction demonic spider. Notably, a clone of me. See, it's got my same markings. Ray explained. The demon looked confused for a moment, then saw that there was a swirling red marking on the spider's back that appeared on her human form's neck. Wait, that was an option. One of the women waiting in line gasped. As long as the arena is familiar with them. Carl informed her. Oh, I see potential here. I can come here and call out a clone of my husband, then beat him until I'm not mad anymore. The crowd roared with laughter at the thought, then a few wondered if public humiliation was against the arena rules. Hopefully, it was. If not, then countless jilted lovers would eventually realize the hack. The fight started, and one challenger flew across the ring as Ray vanished, while another slid 3 meters backward with sparks flying from his blade as he parried. The wounded man vanished from the arena before anyone could heal him, leaving the others to fight without him. That was when the spectators noticed that the man who had been lost was their cleric. Always eat the healer first. Dana laughed, repeating words of wisdom that Ray had once told her. Not as much fun to watch as I expected, I can't even see the opponent. A dragonkin warrior complained. Then you would be completely useless in that fight. His friend informed him. You can. The dragonkin countered. I am a tigerkin. All cat species have lesser spirit sight. Ray made a mental note of that. Cats could see her. Even more interesting was that the clone was operating on pure instinct. It was smart, but it didn't come with any of her memories, just her skills. Or some of them, anyhow. It hadn't summoned golems, so it might only have her innate racial abilities from her various advancements. But it was definitely operating on instinct, and only using its advanced mind to plan combat strategy, as the blood destruction spider had already started making webs in preparation to cocoon her prey once they were down. Which was the only reason they were still alive. Carl noticed a few spider-type beastkin wearing the distinctive black masks of Nereid mercenaries as they studied the fight. The insect and spider-type beastkin weren't considered good-looking people, so they usually covered their faces when they left Nereid. They clearly hadn't expected to see such a powerful servant of their goddess in the arena, and they were determined to find a flaw in its instinctive fighting style. Challenging powerful spider monsters was a point of pride for the beastkin in Nereid. This one might not be the best option to start with, though. They were all overlord ranked, not a threat to Ray. But even against an average blood destruction spider, they would be in trouble. And this one wasn't even using its strongest ability. Blood destruction would cause the targets to explode, and it had been born hungry. The group facing the frost giant was the next to finish their fight, though only by a few seconds before the other arena slots were done. The process was smooth, and the new fighters were in just after the arena slots reset, ready to go. We are attracting more people. They can hear the cheering and fights in the arena from the street. A dark elven high priestess informed Carl. He had closed the fence, so they should stay outside, but there were deliveries coming, and if the street was blocked with curious locals, it would just slow things down. Inform the clerics that we will need plenty of snacks, then let everyone on the street know that the arena will open to the public tomorrow at noon, but they can come watch for a while tonight. It was well past dark by the time that everyone had gotten their turn through the arena floor, but the enthusiasm hadn't dampened even a little bit. Not even when they saw staff putting up the pricing sheets at the registration desk. It wasn't cheap to get a fight, but far less expensive than entering a dungeon. The only part that put a damper on their enthusiasm were the operating hours, which Azov insisted on, to comply with city rules. They had to restrict the noise from 2 until 6 in the morning. But, as most of their shops appealed to both nightlife and vampires, Carl had agreed to put a sound-dampening spell on the property. The fights would run all day and night, but the shops on the lower levels would be open various hours, depending on what they served. The cafe and ice cream shop were open all day and night, while the fine dining was only open from 4 in the evening until 2 in the morning. They already had applicants for the vendor stalls on the lower concourse, mostly from small guild alliances who couldn't afford a full-sized shop. They had an alliance shop with outside access, so Carl had only saved a few of the stands for their own people, and they had planned to let the rest fill naturally. By morning, the whole sector of the outskirts was abuzz about the Nara Group Combat Market. That was not the official name. Tian and Gerald had put Darklight Arena above the entrance. But the name seemed to have stuck. Carl went back at 8 in the morning, to make sure that the arena was ready for their first open day. The vendors would be coming at 10, so they had 2 hours to set up before the arena opened, and the food deliveries were already finished by the time that he got there. A quick mental scan said that none of the Green Dragon clerics had gone home. They were all near the break room, sleeping on cots. There were private sleeping rooms accessible from the break rooms. Opal had insisted that they were necessary for long shifts and hot days. A bit of rest when you weren't feeling well, and you could finish a shift. But they also let the clerics stay overnight when they didn't want to go all the way back to their temple or the Alliance house, as their work contract entitled them to worker housing with the Darklight host. Oh, the big boss is here. Good morning. Would you like a cookie? A small woman asked as Carl watched for vendors at the gate. Certainly. Everyone likes cookies. Who might you be? He replied. I am Summer, I have stall 128 rented for the week. Carl smiled. Ah, a nature cleric, then. Welcome. 128 is on the far side of the arena, near the pizza shop. The number is on the table and the roof. The girl swept back her hair revealing pointed elven ears, and nodded. Yep. A follower of the nature goddess, but not the green dragon. Thanks for the directions, I will see you soon. With everyone having an inventory, not many had to bring in large boxes of stuff for their shops. A few still did, but the building had been well designed for deliveries of all sorts, as well as accessibility by species that didn't agree with stairs. Like Lamia. They had no problems navigating stairs, but they didn't like them. The edges dug into their belly scales, so it was more like moving across sharp rocks than walking up a flight of stairs as a human. Hey boss, when does registration open? A wrath demon called from the street. The first 4 fights are already registered, and will be entering the ring at noon. Registration opens at 11:30 when the gates open. The demon looked at the line of people waiting along the fence, then sighed. It will take forever to get inside. He muttered. Carl smiled at him. It won't be as bad as you think once we get going. You'll see. Once he dispelled the effect that was creating the fence, they would be able to enter from every direction, and the polite queue that had formed at the vendor entrance would be largely meaningless. It would just put them in the first row of people to enter. Most of the vendor stalls would be empty today, but they had nearly 30 of them by the time that the gates opened. The staff were all ready for an insane rush of customers, and the cold marble mixing slab at the ice cream shop was polished to perfection after some morning flavor combination sampling by the resident cleric. Cherry cheesecake was chosen as their special favor of the day, and got a second scoop for half price. Not a big discount, but the Green Dragon clerics insisted that was the way to win customers' hearts. With more ice cream. There had better be meat, that's all I'm saying. Carl heard a werewolf druid complaining to his friend in the street. Try the kebabs from the bleacher vendors. Or you can go to the Dark Light Lounge and ask the lovely ladies for the full kilo porterhouse steak special. They're opening early today. Carl shouted, looking straight at them. Now, that's a man who knows what's important. But what kind of meat? Carl smiled. Dry-aged overlord ranked water buffalo. The werewolf went a bit pale in the face. That sort of meal at a fancy restaurant was worth 2 days of his wages. Perhaps I'll start with the kebabs. Carl nodded. They're locally raised, from outer district butcher shops. All excellent flavors, but much more affordable. Or you can go for a classic pepperoni pizza slice. Or the whole pie. The werewolf's friend laughed. He's got you down already. And now everyone in line knew what the best meat options in the stands would be. Easy advertising. Promptly at 11:30, Carl waved his hand, and the high fence vanished, revealing the complex in all its glory. The crowd surged forward, rushing toward the shops and the many entrances of the main level of the building. The ice cream shop was on this side of the building, and the shop immediately filled with customers lined up all the way out the door. Having a bunny girl hopping around in the window with a sign advertising their daily special probably didn't hurt. The majority of the crowd was headed in to check the vendors and then find seats in the arena. All the foods that were served in the stands were also available at one of the food vendors on the lower levels as well, so Carl wasn't worried about the staff getting too overwhelmed. But it would be a good test to see if their estimated needs were correct. If people started to complain about not being able to get what they needed, he would know immediately after one of the constructs heard the complaint. But so far, the consensus was one of curiosity and excitement about the arena challenges. The line for the arena sign-up was starting to get rowdy, but with the Dark Elven Kings there, it wouldn't be for long. The locals might think that they were big and bad, but the kings were mythic rank epic golems, and even without drawing a weapon, they were more than capable of handling any of the totem rank challengers who might want to fight over a spot in line. Carl was relaxing by the ice cream shop, waiting to see if anything needed his attention, when he saw multiple flashes of black and white fur dart past him. A bit of focus said that they were golems, but he hadn't made any in that pattern. Carl mentally tracked them, and then realized that the arena had deemed some of the security golems to be in ineffective forms, so it had transformed them into void badgers, who could effectively trap misbehaving guests, and fly lost children over the crowd. He should have expected things like this when he introduced, randomize, into the artifact. That spell was a menace to society. Kara laughed at that thought. Carl might call it a menace now, but it was incredibly useful. Useful enough that he used it on a regular basis when they needed something new and innovative. Watching void badgers run along the ceilings, searching for trouble spots, caught the attention of many children. It was something so far out of the ordinary that they couldn't help but look, and the badgers were happy to wave back at them, and even accept bites of the kids' snacks. Overall, things were going smoothly, though some of the vendors had greatly underestimated the demand for their products. For example, the elf who Carl had talked to earlier had only brought 1,000 cookies. Now, that might sound like a lot of cookies, but 30 minutes into the day, she had already called a friend to bring her more because she was running low. During his mental scan, Carl noticed that the first contestants were headed to the sand to start the arena matches. Someone, make an announcement. Most of the people on the main floor don't realize that the fights are about to start. First fights begin in 5 minutes, the announcement wasn't loud, but it was everywhere within the building. Carl saw many of the visitors scramble for the bleachers, as there were no assigned seats. That might have been an oversight on Carl's part. But they hadn't numbered the seats, either. So, you sat where you sat. If there were no more sitting spots, there was a large standing area around the top of the arena. The view was terrible, and you were the furthest from the action, but in theory, it was a viewing spot. With the space expansion of the arena, even if the main floor was packed, it wouldn't be enough to fill the stands, so after things got moving, it should be all right. He hoped. We have our first guests at the hotel. 8 of 10 suites are booked for the night. The front desk clerk informed Carl. We actually had guests willing to pay that much without ever seeing the fights. Royals from Copy, Shash, Nabibin and Miss Tiffany, the Chaos Dragon's pet. The totem-ranked vampire would not be happy about that description, but the succubus probably wasn't wrong. Supreme Lady Matilda definitely treated her as a cross between a personal assistant and a favorite pet. You know, if these guys keep picking cool things, we don't even have to go into the arenas to get more options for golems. We can just watch the system summon them. Remy noted. She was watching the cauldron in the Drod Guild house, as the alchemists had all gathered to work on new projects today. If they were going to a dungeon, she would come along. But until she reached mythic rank, that was lower priority than her experiments. They had a real chance of making a breakthrough in the next day or two, using the improved ingredients from the tiny world. Carl realized that she was right. He had never seen a Zararag demonic serpent before yesterday, but it was now in the list of his options for golem-type summons, as a serpent-type magical beast. We could give them a discount to pick random magical beast as their opponent. Like a happy hour special for wrath demons. Remy suggested. Not a bad idea, but they were so busy right now that it would only cause more fights if the pricing wasn't equal. The first group of challengers made their way to the arena, and Carl went to stand by the ring in the staff area. That was where he saw Tiffany, along with 4 other vampires, preparing to meet their opponent. That had to be Matilda's doing. If anyone could guess where exactly you had to be to get into the first group of registrations, it was her. Though, as Carl recalled, they should have all been filled last night. And he hadn't noticed her at that time. That might be worth investigating. If Matilda could influence the arena, there might be others who could, and that was a security risk. Despite Carl's suspicions, Tiffany's group had registered completely legitimately. Matilda had informed the vampire that the arena would open, and she informed one of her friends to come watch the fights last night, then to register for the morning. So, while 4 of the 5 had not been here, one had, and that was all you actually needed to register for the arena in advance. They were no longer taking reservations for the following day, though. All battles registered today would expire after a day. If the line got too long, the fights would expire, and you would have to register again. That should take some of the risk of fighters not arriving on time for their fights, due to long wait times. But the number of them who had chosen to register in groups of 5 to fight a boss-level monster would do even more. 5 individual fights would take quite a while in the arena, but they could have 20 challengers on the floor to do 4 boss fights at the same time. While the fights were prepared, Carl sat in the employee section right next to the arena, below the level of the front row seats, and began to work on a fresh batch of accessories for the Alliance. Even with the upgraded dungeons, they still needed a lot of gear for the mythic teams, and now Carl could make them even better items, personally tailored to their skills. Dana was in the same situation, but she had been captured by Sapphire, and was currently helping write spell books for their advancement project. The other guilds would surely come to ask them to go to a dungeon soon, and before that could happen, the Blue Dragon wanted at least 1 or 2 new mage skills to pass out to the rest of her inscription team. Carl felt the shift of mana in the area as Azoth opened a portal to the hotel section, then another that brought a group of mythic rank people into the building. They are meeting with the copy royals. The front desk clerk informed Carl when she sensed his interest. So much for the Immortal Regent's vacation. He was back to work this morning, with a slightly more entertaining view than usual. The boardroom in the hotel also overlooked the area, so they could chat in privacy and watch the fights. But they would also have all the amenities that they could want in a meeting room. The use of the illusionary domain spell made nearly anything that they could request possible, as long as it was something that Opal's constructs could understand. The regent was taking full advantage of that, calling for staff to come and pour the others' favorite beverages with a thought, and causing charts to appear on the projector as he spoke. It was a simple trick of telepathy, communicating with the hotel clerk in the room. But to the others, it was pure showmanship. Oh, the fights are starting. This should be interesting. All 4 groups chose to challenge boss monsters. Azoth informed the gathered royals, distracting them from the political issues they had come to discuss. The Silver Dragon Prince of Copy rolled his chair to the window, eager to find out as much as he could about this wonderful new bit of magic. Azoth knew that a silver dragon couldn't resist, and the fights would serve as the perfect way to keep tensions in the room from getting too high. The nations all bordered each other, and all the leaders had their own pride, so any deals they made were always short-term. That might be a practical way to keep resentment from building, but for an immortal, it became an eternal loop of renegotiating the same issues every decade. If that old dragon and her guild members were going to cause him this many headaches, he was going to use them in every way possible so that he didn't have to listen to these whelps bicker for days on end. It was the least that they could do. The immortal snapped his attention to the door as the silencing spell informed them all that the door had opened. That could only be done by arena staff, as it was locked from the inside. But what he found was a dark elven high priestess, with a cart full of food from the restaurant on the main floor. Reception informed us that a luncheon had been scheduled. We used our recorded data for those who did not specify a meal from the menu. The high priestess informed them. Mythic priestesses as servers. Isn't that a bit too luxurious? One of the princes muttered. The elf smiled at him. We have been promised that we will be allowed to terrorize those who attempt to run out on their bill until we are satisfied with their repentance. The dragonkin prince frowned. That wasn't possible. He certainly believed that Matilda's followers would have approved it. But it simply wasn't physically possible to satisfy a dark elf that you were properly repentant for stealing from them. They would torture such an unfortunate soul well beyond their natural lifespan. Azoth shrugged. The city guard would come to get them after a few days when someone reported them missing. But the priestess was a construct, so it might not be quite as terrifying as an actual high priestess of the spider goddess. Then he remembered who was on the advisory team for this project. Between the spider, the badger and Carl giving them bad ideas, it might actually be more terrifying to be caught by the construct than an actual high priestess. Oh, Tiffany is in the first group. It looks like they've gotten a good fight this time. The silver dragon announced, drawing Azov's attention to the arena. Indeed, the vampires group had gotten a great opponent. They were facing a totem-ranked obsession demon of the species known as Oathbreaker, after a legendary hero of the species. It was an excellent match for their agility-based team. But what was Carl doing? Azov was sure that he was sitting by the arena, making mythic rank accessories in public. The man had no sense of discretion, even if only the hotel was high enough to look down into his seating section. "Miss, I will need a cask of dwarven whiskey when you get a chance." Carl was unaware that the immortal regent had noticed what he was up to. He was fully engrossed in the fights, and had paused his work while he thought of just the right bonuses to give the new bracelet that he was making for one of Hugo's healers. The shaman didn't really need much, he had excellent gear already. So, it would either be a bit more to his healing bonuses with a focused item, or he would give him an additional spell effect to increase his versatility, now that so many of the groups were focusing on maximum damage output with stronger tanks and additional golems. With the change in strategy, it lessened the healing needed, and left the healers in a bit of a bind, as they had all geared themselves for purely healing, and it left their damage lacking. Given that he had such good healing already, Carl decided that a bit of healing bonus, and then a new spell effect for damage might be just the thing that the shaman needed. He had the basics. Blizzard, chain lightning and such. So, perhaps a damage buff? If it was a whole group damage buff spell, that would be even better. Naga Swamp. That would be compatible with nearly every shaman, Carl assumed, and it not only increased the group's damage output, it also slowed enemies and gave a slight reduction to damage taken by the group. For a bracelet, it would be an incredible spell if he could make it fit. However, Remy had a better idea. She had more totems that she never used. "And why don't you use them if they're so good?" Carl asked. "They don't stack with consecrated ground," Remy replied with a mental shrug. Well, that was certainly a good enough reason. They always had the area spell active, as it was large enough to cover the whole fight and was both offensive and defensive. Totem of Elemental Wrath, increases elemental damage by 10% of base per caster rank. Simple, safe and effective. Now, it only applied to elemental type skills, so fire, lightning, and ice would be the primary beneficiaries, while the warrior's core skills, which did physical damage, would not get anything. But the group could adapt to that if they were getting this large of a bonus. Carl stared at the spell description for a moment. This was a much larger damage increase than consecrated ground, and it applied to all elemental damage, not just holy damage. However, it didn't do passive damage on its own, and it didn't have that sweet 50% damage reduction. Of course, Carl suspected that there were diminishing returns when you had too much damage reduction, so they could likely do without it. But it was still nice to have. If you give him Mana Pylon on another bracelet, he won't even miss the extra healing. He will just start to spam the big heals. Tion suggested. That's a wonderful idea. If the healers have a long duration damage spell and a Mana Pylon, they can't be accused of slacking on either role. Carl agreed. Combat fluff. Kara giggled when Tion got visions of valiantly fighting off enemies. Just wait, I'm getting all grown up now. Soon, I will be a formidable fighting fox. Kara shrugged. Full grown, they would both be about the same size. Big enough for Tion to be an actual fighter. Though, if she remembered right, even house cats were considered fearsome when angry, and Tion was about that size now. Even Remy thought that the idea of Tion as an aggressive animal was a bit of a stretch. Even compared to Thor, he was just too cuddly and friendly. Thor was at least innately designed to stomp on things that couldn't be made into friends, and he had come equipped with a head shield and horns. Tion had, not. Carl finished the first bracelet and then made another identical one before moving on to the mana pylon bracelets. Those he would need a lot for, as every cleric and shaman would want one. The amount of extra damage that a group could do if they didn't have to worry about mana regeneration rates would definitely be far superior to anything that they had been able to accomplish before now. Cheering in the stands caught Carl's attention just in time to see the first of the bosses vanish, and a team celebrate their first victory. Tiffany and her team were still fighting the Oathbreaker demon, who was moving so fast that Carl was certain half the arena couldn't even follow the fight, and were just watching the sparks fly, or the random moments when someone locked blades and everything paused for a split second. The pure speed of the demon was truly impressive, but the crowd was more enthusiastic about a fight on the other side of the arena, where a water elemental type monster was battering a group of dragonkin with repeated wave attacks. The fight was a good one. But the real draw was their white dragon priestess. Specifically, her now soaked white robes. She had leather armor on under them, Carl could tell. But that didn't matter to the crowd, who were enthusiastically cheering for the way that the white cloth clung to her. There was also a good bit of cheering for the shirtless wrath demon berserker that was tanking for one of the other groups, but not quite as vocal as for the white dragon. While they fought, Carl put the finishing touches on the items, and then realized that he didn't actually have a plan for who was going to get the second set. Dana couldn't use the shaman totem, and she could cast mana pylon on her own. Remy didn't need either of them, and their group didn't have another shaman. Certainly, not a mythic rank 1. But there was one up in the VIP box of the hotel section. Perhaps he could build some goodwill. Regent Azov, would your companions mind some company? I have a set of bracelets for a mythic rank shaman. Ones that aren't accounted for by the Alliance members. Carl messaged. He could sense the immortal's attention shift to him. You made 2 identical pairs, then realized that there was only one mythic shaman in the guild alliance. Carl shrugged, and watched the immortal begin to laugh. I could give one of the extras to a cleric and sell the other. Or, there might be someone else who can use them. But those foreign dignitaries might appreciate the gift. I can tell that there is a shaman in there with you. The Prince of Nabiban. Are you sure that your item is suitable for a dwarf? Azov asked. Definitely. It's got a totem effect for shamans that boosts elemental damage. Dwarves would love it. Well, any shaman would. The mages too, but they can't use it, they need a shaman to cast it. Carl agreed. Come on up. Carl opened a portal to move from his seat to the hotel reception area, avoiding the crowd, then went to knock on the door of the meeting room. The succubus waiting inside silently opened the door for him, and Carl entered to find the group of princes intently watching the end of the fight between Tiffany's group and the Oathbreaker. The agility of the vampires was enough to keep from getting massacred by the demon, but it was still a close call, and an enthralling fight for those who could follow it. The Dragon Prince of Copy clapped happily. Excellent. The Supreme Lady's assistant will be back with us shortly. Carl, you are in a guild with her, right? Do you know what sort of thing she likes? Perhaps her favorite food? Carl knew precisely zero about the vampire. Other than what he had discovered in the few times that he had interacted with her. I have blood wine she will love. Ray offered. She dropped it out of her space onto the table in front of the dragon, forcing Carl to go with her plan. If I'm not mistaken, this blood wine should be a flavor that she's particularly fond of. If you're attempting to woo away the Supreme Lady's assistant, it might be a good spot to start. Carl offered. Azov stared at the bottle for a moment, then smiled. The wine was made with the blood of a light element beast, and the effect maintained a bit of the lingering holy element that would reduce a vampire's healing ability, allowing them to get properly drunk. While it might actually be a favorite of Tiffany, a man offering it to her with a date proposal might come off exactly the opposite of how he intended it. Unfortunately for the copy prince, he was not aware of the intricacies of blood wine production, or its effect on vampires, other than as a nutritious beverage. Tiffany was in a great mood after her victory, and strutted into the room with a radiant glow that dropped instantly when she spotted Carl. I should have known you'd be here. She muttered. It is a dark light host built and operated facility. Congratulations on your victory, that was a truly spectacular fight. Carl agreed. Miss Tiffany, this is for you. It came highly recommended by your guild member. The prince declared, while Azov tried not to laugh. Did it, now? She replied, not really paying attention until she opened the cap on the bottle. Oh. Now, that is unexpected. Where did you even manage to find this? She asked in a dangerous tone. The dragon began to realize that something had gone wrong, and immediately backtracked. The beast master provided it with his recommendation. He stammered. He did, or a suspiciously dark-skinned woman did? She asked. Carl smiled at her. Ray gave it to me to pass to him. Tiffany stashed the bottle in her inventory. I will pretend that you didn't know the spider was giving out the equivalent of a vampiric date rape drug. Carl shrugged. It's just blood wine. Ray's got plenty, so you can really let loose. I can send a case to Matilda, if you would like. Tiffany glared at him. Don't you dare. Azov was openly laughing now. That insane old dragon would think it was hilarious to get the vampire blacked out drunk. I take it that you're not close friends? The copy prince asked. Carl shook his head. The first time we met, we nearly beat each other to death. Compared to that, our subsequent encounters have been positively cordial. I suspect that there might be some lingering resentment related to the nature of the chaos element, though. Tiffany smiled slightly at Carl's phrasing before she addressed the copy prince. Our fates are set in opposition to each other, but we are not enemies. Thank you for the gift, and I'm certain that you didn't know the deeper implications of that particular vintage. Then, she sighed and elegantly settled into a chair, before taking the bottle out to pour a small sample of the wine into a glass. She carefully sipped at it, then sighed in appreciation. That flavor is spectacular. Addictive even. But that's the catch, isn't it? I will have to ask Lady Ray where she found the recipe one day. Ray mentally shrugged. She had given the blood and the fruit to Lotus, who had used mystic cooking to make her the wine. The green dragon clerics made it for her. They probably have no idea what's special about it, as they don't drink blood wine. Carl informed her. The green dragons made it? Of course, they did. Bunch of unrepentant drug dealers. The vampire muttered. Carl couldn't argue with that. Even Lotus happily sold drugs to the city guard, under the condition that they didn't get her in trouble by messing up at work. Lord Bomvin's words had been, "Don't let me catch you," not, "Don't do it." That was basically the same as permission to Lotus. But that's not the reason that I came up here. I actually just finished a set of items that are specific to the shaman class, and mythic rank. I thought that they might make a wonderful gift for the visiting shaman. Carl explained. The dwarven prince from Naboban turned to look at Carl. The cat demon appearance was vaguely familiar to him, but he couldn't place it. He must have seen him one day in Bara, or at another function. But when Carl brought out the two crafted items, the prince knew exactly where he knew this man from. It hadn't been long ago, he was certain that his memory was correct. This was the man who had created an artifact-grade axe for Lord Drod. The councilman Petros had shown his picture to everyone at a meeting not long after. Which meant that in the course of little more than a year, he had made it from peak overlord to mythic rank. That was absolutely insane progress. His attention didn't remain on Carl for long. The two bracelets were a marvel of dwarven sculpture, but the runes that had been carved into them, glowing with faint white light, made it impossible to ignore the unique nature of them. Crafted items, made by Carl of the Dark Light host. And what is this spell effect bonus? He muttered to himself as he read the system description. Totem of Elemental Wrath, increases elemental damage by 10% of base per caster rank. Is that base weapon damage? It must be. I wish the system would specify what stacked on weapon damage and what added to the skill effects. Never mind, though. At mythic rank, that's more than enough extra damage for even the most basic of skills. This is well worth calling an epic item. The dwarf was lost in his inspection of the items, so Carl explained the situation to the others. The totem is a new skill, one that I haven't even had the opportunity to gift to the blue dragons yet. But the other is a mana pylon, excellent for long-duration mana regeneration for an entire group. That spell they do have, but as with most of the new spells that I find, there are some requirements. He informed them. What restriction? Mana pylon is the sort of skill that every mythic raiding team would want to have. The Prince of Copy asked. Carl was about to answer when Tiffany snorted with laughter. It requires that you have some affinity with the natural law of mana manipulation. That's common enough among mythic-ranked mages and shamans, but who else can claim it? Certainly, not many below mythic rank. Carl shrugged. She has a point. The restriction is simple, but the power level needed to meet the minimum requirements is not small. So, it's the ultimate mana regeneration spell, but nobody can use it? Figures. The Dragon Prince complained. Carl shook his head. No, there are better mana regeneration spells. I've seen them in use. But this one, it's more accessible, even if only for the most mana attuned of us. The royals looked startled, but Tiffany knew that Carl was talking about the spells that the other Darklight Host branch's guild masters had used. However, trying to explain the spectacle that was Carl's wedding to outsiders was not something that she planned or wished to do. When did you make these? You have been so busy lately, building this most fantastic arena. But you still found time to make new accessories? The Copy Prince asked. I completed them today while watching the fight. I had the basics of them already done, I just needed to finish them. Carl offered. Azov considered calling him out because Carl had clearly used a spell of some sort to engrave the bracelets after he had worked out where to put the runes. The only thing that had been ready was the bracelet itself, which was made of mythic-grade stone. Then you can make more. The prince pushed. Azov sighed. Just make them all gifts. I expected that this would happen when I agreed to let you come up here. We should watch these fights, though. There is a group squared up against a Seraphim Gate Guardian right now, and that's going to be messy. Carl moved so he could see out the window, and shook his head at the mismatch. They were all totem rank, but the power coming off that Seraphim didn't belong to this world. It was far too potent. The moment that it unleashed a full-powered attack, the battle would be over. Or, the arena might prohibit it, as it would exceed the safety restrictions that were placed on the contestants. No. It didn't restrict the golem. The golem's attacks didn't damage the barriers. The gate guardian swung his spear in an idle arc, sending out a wave of holy light that sent the entire team crashing against the back wall of the arena, then directly to the infirmary. Carl could have sworn that the Seraphim looked up at him before it vanished, but he hadn't had any hand in picking the opponents. It was definitely not his fault that the summoned divine being had been disturbed. Carl, is it normal for the epic golems that the arena summons to have skills and personality? Tiffany asked. Yeah. They're not perfect, but they're not enraged like the dungeon summons. Though that one might be the result of the epic guard skill, not the epic golem skill. It's difficult to tell when the results can be so similar. Either way, they have clear minds. The demon that your group got was clearly enjoying himself. Carl agreed. Interesting. Perhaps we have misjudged some of the creatures that only exist inside of the dungeons. They might not naturally be as aggressive as we had expected. She pondered. Carl suspected that some of them were actually worse when they had their senses about them and could make free decisions, but now that he had seen what was so interested in the arena, he should begin making presents for the other royals. If only they had more interesting classes than the basic mage and warrior templates. Does anyone have a particular accessory type that they would like? It is likely to replace a combat item. Carl asked. The prince from Shash frowned. I am actually wearing hand-me-down gear from our main raid team, and it's all totem ranked. I'm not one of the most combat-active people, I mostly relied on my bloodline to make it this far. Do you craft? I can make items for that as well. Carl offered. Well, you could call it that. I spend most of my time researching weapons designs. New, old, practical, unexpected. He explained. Carl nodded. In that case, I can make you exactly the right item, though it won't be a piece of gear. Just give me a few minutes. Carl checked the guild house inventory and pulled out a small dragon statue with a large base, then began to inscribe the underside with, Holy Weapon, and, Earth Manipulation, runes. The combination would allow the user of the item to make a basic holy weapon, the sort that the Golden Dragon Nation's army used when they had red dragon clerics around. But in any shape or form that he desired. They wouldn't be powerful as a top-tier combat weapon, but they would be good enough for practical testing when they were made by a mythic rank warrior. The whole group watched with fascinated expressions as Carl worked on the item. Then, the expressions morphed to awe as he finished, and the statue was finished. Statue of the Curious Blade Master, mythic rank, rare grade. Creates a holy weapon of the user's chosen design on use. Creating a new weapon will dismiss any previously created weapons. Don't let the quality rating distract you, this should be precisely what you needed to create and test weapons. Carl announced, then passed the statue to the prince. The prince carefully accepted the statue, and then smiled as he activated it and an oddly shaped blade appeared in his other hand. Perfect, absolutely flawless. It takes days to get a smith to make a weapon that matches my designs, and often, they don't understand how certain features need to be. But now, I can make them just right. He sighed. The weapon had a rough surface near the base, and what Carl might have called a serrated edge on the third closest to the hilt. But it wasn't quite serrated, as it wasn't meant for cutting, but for catching another blade and preventing it from sliding. That sort of weapon would take an immense amount of practice to use to its full potential, but the prince was a blade master, and it was his idea for a new combat style that had designed the weapon. If anyone could use it, it was him. And for the others? Any particular requests? Carl asked. The copy prince smiled. It's a bit odd to ask people what they want as a gift. The surprise is part of the enjoyment. The man was a silver dragon, Carl noticed. It was only natural that he would be curious about new magics, so the thought of requesting things he already knew how to describe might feel too limiting. Alright, I will see if I can come up with something good for you. I think I know just the right way to approach it. Carl agreed. If he started with a mana pylon inscription, he would have a base item that would be useful to the mage. But the silver dragon wouldn't just want some normal item with combat bonuses on it. Instead, Carl decided that he would add inscriptions for luck and knowledge acquisition. At mythic rank, that might give a bonus to the chance to comprehend natural rules. If it did, then it would be the most valuable gift that he had given, and one that the prince would treasure for some time, and not simply place in a pile with all the other forgotten gifts he had received over the years. That pile couldn't be small. Silver dragons loved learning new magic, and he was prince of one of the more powerful nations of the Dragon Isles. So, he should be quite wealthy. Carl took a moment to decide how he was going to do the work, then sorted through the guild house inventory to see what he could find. The form would matter as much as function here, to make it a memorable gift. There, a mithril alloy scepter. It was nearly the same silver as a dragon's scales, but with a blue undertone, that Carl hoped would give the impression that it represented both magic and knowledge. So, he grabbed it and got to work. The piece was crafted by Hassan Petros, their dwarven master smith at the Drod Guild House, and Carl would owe him a rather large payment for it. But with the rewards that they were getting from the dungeons these days, he wasn't short on funds. Carl carefully carved the runes all up the shaft of the scepter, then branched out the smaller effects and phrases over the top, which was inset with a clear crystal that rolled freely in the cage. That was where Carl inscribed the mana pylon effect, carefully turning the round crystal to evenly distribute the runes. When it was finished, the scepter flashed with white light, and Carl nodded in satisfaction. Scepter of Arcane Knowledge, Mythic Rank, Epic Grade. Activate to generate a mana pylon, effect over a radius no larger than 90 meters. Increases chance of obtaining new knowledge. Improves comprehension rate increase for natural rules by 10%. There you go, the perfect item. Not only is it good for learning magic, it's also sturdy enough you can hit people with it if needed. Carl joked. The silver dragon held the scepter reverently, and began to smile. This was the right call. I would have never thought to ask for something like this. The mana pylon is a wonderful effect, especially for someone with as much mana as you or me. But the improved comprehension rate for natural rules is a bonus I've never even heard of on an item. Azoth frowned. The young dragon had a point. He had never seen that effect on an item either, and he was significantly older, having lived through the last resurgence, and more than one before that. It simply wasn't the sort of bonus that anyone had ever been able to add to an item, and it wasn't one that the dungeons would grant. He had seen items with that effect in the immortal realm, though. They were used on children's toys, to help them grow up into proper immortals. Though many of the species were innately immortal, if their minds were damaged, their body's power would bottleneck at mythic rank, and they would end up crippled for life, unable to grasp the true nature of reality, and therefore unable to ascend. Tiffany looked at the bottle of blood wine that she had been given, then frowned at Carl. I sense favoritism at play here, she declared. Not only was a bottle of blood wine significantly less valuable than what he had given the other nation's leadership, her gift was basically a gag gift. Carl winked at her, and took out an item that Sapphire had made for the Guild Alliance. I didn't forget about you. Not entirely. How about this? Blade of Glancing Blows, Totem Ranked, Epic Grade. Increases agility by 250 points, and increases parry chance by 25% when actively defending. Sharpness, increases damage by 10% of base per rank of the wielder. Tiffany smiled as she took the blade. Now this is more like it. Just right for an agility-based fighter. She also noticed that it was not an item that had been made by Carl, but one crafted by the blue dragon that worked for the Darklight host. In a way, that was better. She wouldn't have to be reminded of that insufferable man every time she went into battle. The copy prince looked down at the arena, analyzing the magic as he watched the fights, and spoke without looking up. Is it true that you intend to do dozens more mythic dungeons, attempting to cause an increased difficulty effect? He asked, clearly meaning it for Carl. Not dozens, but there are more that we would like to try. The system functions are slowly coming back online, and this is one of the methods that we have found to accelerate the process. The more people who can do at least one hard mode dungeon, the faster the function will fully awaken, and then everyone can get in on the fun. The challenges aren't exactly obvious, unless you've that particular one or have been told how it works. So, I might not actually be able to cause the effect in any more of the dungeons. At best, it will likely only be a few more. Carl explained. The dragon nodded as he watched the fights in the arena below. That should be enough. Eventually, you will find one that is widely accessible, with a challenge that most mythic teams can complete. And then larger numbers can try. Carl looked to Azoth, who shook his head slightly. The immortal wasn't eager for the entire continent to be coming over for one single dungeon, where they could do a lower level difficulty, just to gain access to the system function. It would be better for everyone if Carl kept trying more dungeons until another one like the apes, which could be done on many difficulty settings, was found. Then, the swarm would at least be split between two locations, and not so overwhelming. Instead of answering, Carl changed the topic. Prince Copy, you are a researcher of magic, so tell me, do you have a trade skill already? The silver dragon nodded, enthralled by a group fighting a baby leviathan. I am an inscriptionist. It's a common skill for royals. He explained. The warrior prince from Shash chuckled. Yes, Copy is obsessed with having their young royals copy out every magical tome that the blue dragons will let them access. It gives them the greatest chance to learn new spells, you see. The dwarven prince from Naboban chuckled. Not so surprising though, is it? Almost all of my royal family are master smiths. The warrior chuckled. Good point. The dwarves are also a very work-oriented royal family. Mine? Not so much. My father is a historian, I study weapons, and my wife has recently become obsessed with fashion. All of them were suitably noble pursuits, as the men back home in the Golden Dragon Nation would have called them. Hobbies that didn't require physical labor. Not like the dwarves and their love of the forge. Carl smiled at the Shash Prince. Everyone needs something to pass the time. So many here in Xylaz do nothing but fight, sleep and think about the next time that they need to go fight to pay the bills. It's good to meet others who have taken up a trade skill to enrich their lives. The room was silent for a bit as the fights below got interesting, then the staff brought in an assortment of breakfast sandwiches in widely varying flavors. A new creation by the diner chefs. They wanted your opinion before they chose which ones to make next week's special at the diner. We brought enough for everyone. The bunny explained. Well, that's a great way to pass time. If you would like to wait a moment, you can relay the group's decisions to the kitchen. Carl agreed. There is a diner under the Nara group? The dwarven prince asked. Carl nodded. On the other side of the arena from the main entrance. It's more of an all-night comfort food sort of place, instead of a fancy restaurant, or an ice cream shop. The dwarf nodded. This arena really is something else. A true masterpiece of engineering. Tell me, who did the actual construction? I know you did the rune work on it personally. But who built it? Ah, that would be Gerald, our resident master sculptor. Originally from Bara, but he now resides at our Drod Guild house. Carl explained. Hiding from his ex-wife, no doubt. That woman is a menace. The rest of the royals chuckled at the comment, then turned to the food on the table. Is that a roasted duck and monster egg Benedict? The silver dragon asked, confused. I think so. It certainly smells like duck. The one beside it is a spicy deep-fried tofu sandwich with what I hope is coleslaw. The kitchens are headed by green dragon clerics, and they like to make all plant-based options, so they don't have to wait for someone to deliver meat. Carl explained. The royals nodded in understanding. Everyone knew that the green dragon clerics preferred to make their own food with magic. But what shocked them was that none of these sandwiches involved rice and beans. What they didn't know was that they were only missing because it was one of the standard breakfast side dish options, along with pancakes, waffles, spiced yams, oatmeal or shredded potatoes. The sandwiches were all on individual plates, so Carl pulled a few likely-looking ones his way. The spicy tofu was bound to be a good one, and the fish were considered a local delicacy, Overlord-ranked fish caught from the lake that the city was built beside. Whether fish and eggs made a good breakfast sandwich was what Carl needed to know. It smelled good enough, so Carl picked it up, and tried not to laugh at the sauce dripping into the dwarf's beard from his chosen sandwich. Many of these were not well suited to being a sandwich, they were simply too messy to eat without cutlery. However, it didn't look like any of them were going to be rejected on flavor. Definitely make the Benedict a regular Benedict. It needs lots of sauce, and that's not good for a sandwich. The dwarf noted, though he did finish eating it. The spicy tofu is good with less sauce. That one passes as it is. Carl added. The dwarf reached for another, and then laughed when he saw that it was filled with roasted meat and a fried potato patty, in an ale-infused cornbread biscuit. Now this, I can guarantee is good before I even taste it. He joked. I can feel my arteries clogging just looking at it. Azov agreed. And then he grabbed one. Yep, that is good. This one needs to be on the list. The immortal agreed, while the dwarf gave an enthusiastic thumbs up with his mouth full. The silver dragon was much more cautious about the strange sandwich, and his curiosity turned to confusion with the first bite. How is that in any way breakfast food? It tastes like something that you would order at a dwarven pub at 4 in the morning. He asked. So, they got it exactly right. I will let the chef know that his idea for the late-night breakfast special is a hit. The bunny replied. He just rolled his eyes as he sampled the various sandwiches. There were no bad flavors, as expected. Only a few that simply didn't make a good sandwich, as they were impossible to eat properly. Is this even an affordable meal in Xylez? I know that everything is overpriced here along the shore, but this quality of food doesn't seem like the sort of casual meal that one would expect from a diner. Prince Shash noted. Carl shrugged. Did you get a chance to try the items the vendors sell in the stands? Premium foods are one of the great selling points of this arena complex. The official vendors all make food created with a cooking skill, so it's a step above your average restaurant. Our people did the market research, and we're far enough from any other major markets or shopping districts that we've got virtually no competition. But that didn't stop us from going for the best. Showing off the skills that our guild possesses is a matter of personal pride for the members, so we couldn't slack off when we started a public venue. That made Ozov chuckle. After all the warnings he had given Carl to not take his rune crafting to extremes and unbalance the markets with an influx of massively overpowered custom gear, he had found the most impossible workaround, where he could flex his skills for the world and somehow not have it make his alliance obscenely wealthy. Just incredibly famous. Prince Copy gestured around the room. I must say, all of this, is spectacular workmanship. The level of imbued magic, even in the staff member standing at the door, is beyond anything that I've ever experienced. I can see how this place would be a wonderland for the silver dragons. It's all pure magic layered over a stone structure, and even the amount of space we have in the room is only because of layers of the illusionary domain spell. Now, the amount of magic that is needed to keep it running is absolutely stupendous, but it's sitting on the ley line, and I've designed it to tap directly into the ambient mana for its functions. Carl gladly informed him. Ozov gave the prince a curious look. I take it that means you do not intend to return home to make your report tomorrow as planned? Prince Copy shrugged. I can write it and then open a portal to send it to my assistant. That seemed like the much more logical answer than leaving this place and describing it to 100 other dragons, who would all want detailed answers as much as he didn't want to be there giving them. Letting the assistant suffer in his place was the superior option. Fortunately, with his status as son of the ruler of Copy, he had access to more than enough funding to maintain his room here at the arena so that he didn't have to leave it at all. Even a few hours away every night was time lost that could be used to study the magic of this artifact. A silver dragon, like any other, could remain awake for months at a time, so he didn't actually need the bedroom, though he intended to use it and gather data from the experience. How well you could sleep in an illusion, without it being a separate realm, and with constant battles outside, was another unknown that he would put in his reports. If the answer was positive enough, they might even send someone to talk to Sapphire about joining as a runecrafting apprentice. The blue dragons might monopolize most sorts of knowledge, but when it came to magic, the silver dragons were not to be underestimated. Their god often granted them insights into the true nature of spells that even the blue dragons would miss. Like the fact that while the door guard appeared to be a succubus, she did not have the distinctive magic of a lust-type obsession demon. Her obsession was something more aligned to service or cleanliness. One more oddity to put on his list. If it was possible to use magic to alter obsession demons' obsessions, he too could become famous overnight. Many of them were born with obsessions that they would much rather not have, but couldn't stop themselves from enjoying or constantly wanting to do. Later in the afternoon, Dana came to visit, accompanied by a white dragon from one of the guilds they had agreed to work with on the dungeon project. Carl, I finally found you. We have found another suitable dungeon to test. This guild believes that there is an obvious way to make the dungeon activate a hard mode, but they haven't been able to do it for lack of powerful members. She explained. Oh. That does sound fun. Gentlemen, if you will excuse me, it appears that duty calls. Carl replied. The princes nodded. They were all aware of the Dark Light host's attempts to improve dungeons, and that there was an agreement in place that they would help other guilds, and not just hog the gains all to themselves. A full day away from duties is a luxury. Go on and finish your tasks, we will enjoy the show until Regent Azov is also forced to return home. Prince Copy replied. Azov tried not to laugh. They were the duty that he had to attend to today. While most of the day was spent watching the fights and testing the arena's cooking, it was also a chance for him to build strong bonds with the next generation of leadership and renew their alliances so that he didn't have to do it by force after the princes ascended to their respective thrones. Even now that she was awake, Supreme Lady Matilda had her hands full taking care of anomalies and attempts to enter from the immortal realm, so it couldn't be her in charge of keeping the peace. Not that it would be wise to let her try. What the Chaos Dragon thought of as acceptable relations between the various royal families and leaders were likely to be far from peaceful, or even moderately survivable for most of the population. Karl followed Dana and the cleric out of the meeting room, and then stopped in the lobby to get the details of their day. Alright, what are we up against? And what is the rest of our group? He asked. The cleric looked a bit embarrassed. We are the group. You see, we had one mercenary member call out last minute during our last run, and the guild's tank decided to just do it without them. When we entered, the dungeon gave us a message. Improper group size. Increase to 5-member dungeon. That question mark made us think that there might actually be a setting for 3 people instead of 4. This is known to be a dungeon that can be done with either 5 or 10 people, but as far as I know, nobody has ever tried it with 3. The dungeon is a fallen seraphim temple, and the difficulty of the bosses is not low. When we went with 4 people, we had to skip one of the bosses because we didn't have the damage to be able to beat its enrage timer. However, I am told that the 2 of you have exceptional damage output, and might be able to beat the bosses without a full group. Dana smiled. You know, this does sound fun. If 3 doesn't do it, I will come back tomorrow and see if it's a solo challenge. Karl chuckled, and Dana stuck out her tongue at him. Letting you go to a solo challenge hardly counts, does it? You'll show up with Ray, Tion and Kara, and just steamroll the place. The cleric laughed. That's precisely why I wanted you 2 to come along with me. My guild is sure that it's impossible, but we were all in the other dungeons that have been improved, so someone had to have done the hardest setting. Karl gave him a curious look, and the dragon continued. You see, that is the working theory of the blue and white dragons. In order to improve the dungeon, and unlock the higher difficulty settings, someone first has to do the hardest mode achievement for that particular dungeon. Only then will it unlock. Like with the 5-level dungeon, someone must have done the 5th setting first. Karl nodded in understanding. Actually, there is a hidden 6th setting. It's complete overkill, and not for the faint of heart. That is what we had to do the first time to unlock the dungeon's options. The cleric smiled. See, my theory stands. Someone completed the highest mode challenge first. And, since you have an affinity for the Chaos Dragon, you also have an affinity for destabilizing the dungeon enough to make the options possible. That's sound logic. My highest grade physical skill is called the Chaos Dragon Constitution. I also use the Chaos Dragon as the foundation for my power matrix. Karl agreed. So, you're trying to comprehend the fundamental rule of chaos? Karl shook his head. No, I think that I will get mana manipulation fully comprehended first. But chaos is also coming along well. Interesting. So, you are going for mana manipulation, which is more common for the silver dragons, but your power matrix is that of the Chaos Dragon? I wonder if that diversification is actually helpful. Or if it limits you somehow when you get close to advancement. But I've gotten sidetracked. Let's go to the dungeon first. There is a travel portal not far from the arena, and it will take us right to our destination. The cleric explained. I take it that the dungeon is not close? Dana asked. The cleric shook his head. Not this time, unfortunately. The dungeon that we won is near the Shizdashel River, over 60 kilometers from here, and on the outskirts of what could be called the Xylaz dungeon region. But there is a portal only 100 meters from it. That really was out of the way. But there were hundreds of dungeons all around the shores of Lake Naraletum, so it wasn't too surprising. Carl nodded. All right, let's head to the dungeon, and then after the fight I can open a portal to take us back. Or Dana can. Either way, getting back is the easy part. The cleric smiled. Perfect. I will lead the way. The suburbs near the Days dungeon were much more peaceful than the city center, where the Nara Group Alliance's house and the arena were. Here, there were acreages, towers with expansive gardens, and estates that showed off the power of the mythic rank guild leaders, but without the crowds of the city. It was almost peaceful, if you could ignore the power emanating from every direction. It wasn't anything that would bother Carl or Dana at mythic rank, but certainly different from the common practice in the city, where everyone restrained their auras unless they were in an argument. Out here, they used the aura to show off their status. Even the white dragon let his aura loose as soon as they exited the portal. He gave Carl and Dana an odd look as they followed behind. Are you not going to announce your presence? He asked. Dana smirked as Carl let loose his aura, a disturbing presence that combined predatory danger with the unnatural otherness of chaos. The feeling made the dragon frown, and everyone nearby turned to look at them. Carl's aura was not the warm and welcoming sort of aura that most guild masters had. Guild leaders usually had a presence that would draw people to them. But Carl's aura felt more like a declaration of war until he muted it to a third of its usual intensity, and it just felt bestial and confident. I see what the problem is. Your aura is too intense. I take it that you don't do much recruiting? The dragon asked. Carl shrugged. I am good at recruitment. I just don't try to impress them with my aura. If we need that, I have a Dana mage. Dana let a bit more of her aura slip, the gentle and alluring aura of a divine fox, coupled with the crackling intensity of a powerful mage. Oh, yes. That is much better for recruitment. No wonder the blue dragons flock to you, such an interesting couple. But the dungeon is right here, we can enter at will. The crowd chatting near the dungeon entrance parted as Carl approached, then began to gossip as they saw who was with him. Oh. It looks like the fool found someone to test his theory. Do you think that they can even survive? One of the bystanders whispered, not quite low enough that Carl and Dana couldn't hear him. Didn't you sense his aura? That man is terrifying. The intimidation effect of the fallen seraphim won't mean anything if he's immune to it. That might be what they're planning. Another whispered back. Carl smiled, realizing that the major issue with the dungeon was an effect that he was immune to. With his resistance, even without adding buffs, it was nearly impossible to intimidate him. And if he activated an intimidation effect of his own, or had Ray active, then the two would counteract each other. They had this one in the bag. Carl checked that he was the group leader before stepping inside the dungeon, only to be met with a most interesting message. Group size invalid. Split group into a solo and a duo challenge. The dragon looked shocked, while Dana smiled. It looks like we get our wish. New dungeon time it is. You go solo, I will take our new friend through the duo challenge. She suggested. Are you sure that is wise? It might not make the dungeon easier just because it's a smaller group. The cleric stammered. It most certainly won't. In fact, it might increase it. But I am confident that with a healer at my side, I can take on the challenge. Though I might be the better-looking half of our relationship, I'm no slouch in combat. Dana joked. Tion is fluffier. Kara informed her. Dana rolled her eyes at the badger's mental teasing. If you're sure, the cleric slowly agreed. Then it's done. System, I will go solo, they will do the duo challenge. Carl announced. Then, he was alone in the dungeon, looking out at a hellscape of scorched buildings, boiling pits that appeared to be full of blood, and black-winged seraphim. Rewards degrade every 10 minutes, begin. Carl called out the whole team, and Ray immediately began to celebrate. These pits really were full of boiling mythic ranked blood. Both light and dark element. It was like a hot spring resort in here. If you were a bloodbath spider. She called out her golems and undead army, while Carl called all his summons, choosing Carnage as his epic golems. The big demon would be a great choice for fighting fallen seraphim, and he didn't object to having Kara sit on his shoulder as he charged into combat. She was like a furry chaotic mascot, who would fly off to find him more things to fight. You're going to have to run, or he's going to get away from you. Remy laughed from her alchemy lab. Indeed, Carnage didn't need directions, he knew just what to do in this situation. Kill everything that moved. The dungeon monsters looked horrified as the pair of massive demons charged at them with 24 spectral knights behind them, and a small army of golems struggling to keep up. I need to make a new bow. Carl realized. There were so many summoned beasts now that it was nearly impossible to get into close combat. Even Ray had taken her team and gone ahead to get more monsters to fight, as they couldn't all fight in one spot. So, Carl focused on Frozen Apocalypse to bypass the fire damage reduction that the fallen seraphim had. Hawk appeared from his space, and flew off to the side, inspecting the flaming stones and the bubbling blood pools, while collecting samples for Ray. He might not be mythic yet, but he could still help his sister, so she didn't have to take time out from fighting. However, there was something about this place. A feeling of rightness. There was fire, but not pure fire. Fire with a little something extra, and that extra was calling to Hawk on a primal level. Carl grabbed the epic guard, and let the Haint Claw teleport them both to an open space, where Ray and her team were finishing with a group of fallen seraphim. That gave him a clear line of sight to the next two groups, and Carl shifted, Frozen Apocalypse, to get their attention and move the monsters their direction so that Ray and Carnage could keep fighting. The Spider and the Wrath Demon had a friendly rivalry going on, and Carnage was actually laughing as Ray used blood destruction to cause a particularly wounded attacker to explode before it could reach them. They were both here purely for the enjoyment of making things die in new and innovative ways, and that had forged an instant bond of friendship between them. While Carl was focused on the fight, Hawk was busy understanding the world. He was so close that he could feel it. However, there was something holding him back, and he couldn't seem to break past the limitation. That was it. He was still a wind-speed hawk, in some ways. But as much as he had grown, there was no room left in his development path for the baby bird that he had once been. He needed to purge it from himself, and come back as the hawk that he knew he could be. The question was how. No, he knew how. Sister Ray did it all the time. A long gout of fire lit one of the blood pools into a raging inferno of unholy energy and life essence, just as Hawk dove headfirst into the raging inferno. There was no hesitation, no reason for Carl to be alarmed, until suddenly, he felt Hawk's energy being violently ripped apart, as if his body was being immolated by an impossible fire. It shouldn't be happening. Even if it was a mythic rank flame, Hawk had been incorporeal when he entered, and his immunity to fire was nearly complete even when he wasn't. Plus, this was a fire that Hawk had set himself. His own flames wouldn't hurt him, even if the secondary fires from something he burnt theoretically could. Hawk's joyful cry echoed through the dungeon as the inferno of vital energy he had ignited seared away his body, leaving only condensed soul energy and ghost fire. Then, he found himself back in his ghostfire tree, in his space. Everything was blurry for some reason, but when he sucked in the vital essence and other energies from the dungeon, he could feel his body reforming, so he had not failed. The power imbalance was enough to alert everyone, including the dungeon bosses, that something was seriously wrong in this place. The four-winged fallen seraphim secret keeper nearest them left the designated boss platform and flew over, desperate to stop whatever was happening. But Hawk was in his space, inaccessible to anyone else as he completed his reformation process. Carl didn't miss that Hawk's space was shifting. The bird hadn't just drawn in the vital essence of the blood lake that he had set on fire, he had drawn in everything. The soul energy, the unholy nature of the fallen seraphim whose blood had formed the lake, and the innately unholy flames of the dungeon setting itself. He was currently a ghostly blue egg in his favorite tree, surrounded in black miasma that swirled as the egg continued to pull in as much mana as it could get. Then, the egg cracked, and with a screeching keen, Hawk emerged, soaring into the sky of his space, trailing a cloud of energy behind his ghostly black flaming body like a comet. Evolution 3 activation complete. Ghostfire Thunderbird Dark Flame Phoenix. New skills gained: Dark Flame, Rebirth, Unholy Corrosion. Dark Flame, Unholy Elemental Fire. Deals fire and soul damage, deals extra damage to holy targets. Rebirth: when the Dark Flame Phoenix is destroyed, it is reborn from the core feather left at its nest. Unholy Corrosion, Passive Skill. Fire attacks cause lingering damage immune to holy element healing. Hawk, Fundamental Rule Comprehension, Fire 80%. Hawk burst free of his space, and began to absorb as much energy from the dungeon as possible, using the dying fallen seraphim as fuel to finish his evolution and advancement. He was at the mythic rank now, but it was still settling into him, as his body was still unstable in its new form, freshly hatched and reborn. Sister Ray's method had been right all along, Hawk realized. He just needed to burn the water out of the blood so he could get at the trapped energy. The fallen seraphim boss took to the air, intent on destroying this profane monster that was attempting to drain their home of its essence. But Hawk was fast, and he wasn't the only one that could fly. Kara and Carl both leapt into the air to meet the boss, giving Hawk a few more precious seconds to adapt to his new body before he had to help them deal with the boss. Sparks flew as the Sword of Champions met with the unholy blade of the fallen seraphim boss, and Hawk became a low-priority target. First, the Secret Keeper needed to deal with the monster man who had challenged him. Flames surrounded the boss, and eternal lightning crackled around Carl as the two clashed in an explosion of conflicting elements. Holy and unholy couldn't exist in the same space, and the backlash of the two attacks meeting was destroying the buildings beneath their fight, to the point that the Haint Claw voluntarily chose to merge with Carl, just so she didn't have to deal with flying bricks anymore. The extra damage and attack speed from the Haint Claw merger was enough to give Carl the advantage in physical skills, and the boss found that it could no longer escape to go hunt that damnable bird. But that was fine. It would deal with this man first, and then it would go find the bird. It had no idea what had happened to attract this menace to its home, but it was not going to allow this insult to stand. The fallen seraphim huffed as Carl kicked it in the chest, gaining a bit of space to attack from a new angle. The others were quickly clearing the additional fights beneath them, while Carl's fight with the boss seemed ready to tear the dungeon itself apart. Something about the restrictions on the dungeon had changed, as the other seraphim only flew enough to launch themselves into combat, but the boss had not only left his platform, but he was fighting in the sky, and damaging the actual dungeon. That was not normal. The visitors to the dungeon could damage it, but the occupants never did. "You, monster man, I will end you today," the boss promised. Big words for someone who hasn't even faced the Chaos Badger yet. Carl joked, panting with exertion from the extended fight. Kara had joined him in the air, but other than firing off a few attacks at the back of the boss to keep him distracted, most of her work had been to supplement Hawk's role of aerial bombardment on the main force's fight. Rewards degraded, the dungeon informed them. That meant they had been in here 10 minutes now. Not long, but longer than Carl had expected to be facing the first boss. Further down the dungeon, Hawk lit an entire street with eerie black fire that made the wings of the fallen seraphim glow. The beasts were almost to the final boss now, and it was behaving perfectly normally. As long as Carl could hold this one in place, they could finish the run and then come back if he hadn't completed the fight. The boss realized the same thing, and began working his attack angle so that they would be closer to the group with every engagement, but Carl's speed was enough that the progress was minimal. The best that the fallen seraphim could do was to break away and dart below Carl's range of attack, gaining a few dozen meters before Carl was on him again and forced the fight to the ground. Now, their skills were even more evenly matched, as the boss had lost the advantage of skill with three-dimensional fighting. I really need to get Dana to write me up a combat-style book at some point. There has to be one that I can use. He thought, while Kara laughed in his mind. There was no way that Karl could fight like the Dana mage. For one, his leg wouldn't even lift that high, he couldn't do most of the kicks. Plus, it was made for someone with auto parry, and Karl didn't know that skill either. Ooh, we could get a new sister who fights like a human. That could work. Ray suggested. They already had the Haint Claw, and the Epic Guard, but her fighting style wasn't a skill. Well, maybe they just weren't proper sisters. One was a weapon, and the other was summoned, so they might not count. The Haint Claw did try to help Karl understand fighting styles, but his body wasn't built like the Haint was, and the weapon's fighting style required limbs that bent in multiple directions. The boss was slowing as the number of injuries added up, but the rest of the group was already on the other boss of the dungeon, and it was falling fast under the immense weight of their combined attacks. The Greater Fallen Seraphim, as Karl dubbed the four-winged versions, were lightning-quick, and incredibly skilled fighters. Even Carnage couldn't get the upper hand on them in battle. Not even 2-on-1. But there were 24 other golems involved, as well as 3 beasts, and that left no escape. The death of the last remaining target brought a shift in the energy of the dungeon, as if its resistance to Hawk's efforts to drain it had been removed. All that was left was Karl and one battered fallen seraphim, in a hellscape where not a single building was left standing, and the life essence of the blood pools was rapidly draining into the freshly evolved dark flame phoenix. You fought well. Karl commended the boss as Kara approached from the back. As did you. The creature replied. Then, its power soared, and erupted as the boss sacrificed itself with an immolation-style attack, blanketing the entire dungeon in unholy fire. Eternal lightning fell under the force of the attack, and Karl felt the bestial raiment armor spell beginning to melt before he got the defensive spell back up over the group, and his healing kicked in to mend the blistered and charred flesh under scorched fur. 2 out of 10. Fun to watch, smells awful. Do not recommend. Kara commented as the last ashes of the boss floated through the air. Solo challenge complete. 2 time-based penalties applied. Calculating rewards. Karl sighed in relief, then focused on Dana, who was currently fighting monsters on the way to the second boss. She was doing well, with the healer keeping her from needing to expend excessive amounts of mana on her golems. She was also taking the opportunity to take on a role as a frontline fighter, which she very rarely got to do. It was a good opportunity to work on her stamina, and keep up with her combat skills so that they didn't get rusty from disuse. She might be too strong for the arena, but that didn't mean that there was no more need for her to train. Reward granted, Skill Book of Unholy Beast Transformation, Beast Master subclass exclusive. Grants an epic grade beast or beastkin form, of the unholy element. Tion frowned at the book in Karl's hands. That was the exact opposite of what they needed. But, it was an epic grade skill, so it would give an epic grade body to the transformed user, even if it was just a crappy unholy beast. Try it out, let's see what the Karl can turn into. Kara suggested. Karl used the skill, and activated the unholy beast transformation. Determining form. Beast, Demon Crow. Demi-beast, Tengu. The Tengu species were a form of crow demon, as Karl recalled, with large black wings. So, the two forms were related, with one being the beastkin form of the animal. Which made him wonder. If he gave this to Dana, would it let her turn into a demonic fox? Small and black and fluffy. That sounded rather cuddly. Tion frowned. That did sound cuddly. But unholy was still the opposite of what they were going for. She should be a divine fox, not a fallen fox. Karl let the beasts argue about the merits of holy versus unholy beasts, while Hawk tested out the new skill. His natural form was now a 30-meter-long phoenix covered in black flames. But the skill turned him into a demon crow, only a little larger than his original wind-speed hawk form, with a 2-meter wingspan. That would be incredibly useful inside of dungeons, or even just out in public. It also gave him so much more room in his Ghostfire tree to perch. Overall, 9 out of 10 from him on this skill. It was just a shame it was a crow and not a hawk. Should we head out and wait for the Dana mage to finish her work? Carl asked the team. Ray was carefully inspecting the dungeon, and Kara was clearing the space of anything that resembled loot. But after Hawk had drained all the latent energy for his advancement, there wasn't much worth taking. Good to go, boss. Kara agreed, then returned to her space. The others followed, and Carl exited the dungeon, where a few dozen mythic adventurers were waiting for the results of the day. Well, I can't claim that I was the one to find it, but I might have been the first to complete it. This dungeon has a challenge mode. Single person, or pairs. The dungeon is exactly the same as it was before, but the reward drops every 10 minutes. I got a bunch of random totem-ranked items and materials, heavily biased toward the unholy element, and 1 skill book, which I have already used. Carl informed them. The nearest of the myths nodded. That's pretty good. Not easy, but getting a skill book as a reward is better than any piece of gear. Just the amount of money you can make by leasing the book to the Blue Dragons is totally worth it. There was a chorus of agreement from the crowd, and finally, someone asked what skill he got. The important part that everyone had forgotten about. It's an epic grade transformation skill, into an unholy element beast. It appears to be random and assigned the first time that you use it because it's not specified within the spell description. Carl offered. A few of the warriors grumbled in discontent. That did them precisely 0 good. An epic grade physique was great. But having to fight as a beast. What were they, druids? That wasn't the sort of skill that they wanted at all. So, the value would be limited, but it was still an epic grade skill. I wonder if the other pair is doing alright. One of the spectators pondered. They're a few minutes behind, but they'll be out soon. I can see that at the very least my guild member is fine. Carl replied. But if you go in alone, you should be able to challenge the whole dungeon, right? Someone in the back row asked. That's right. Who wants to give it a shot? Carl asked. Dave stepped up to the front row with a smile on his face, and Carl chuckled. You got golems, right? Or an equivalent of them? He asked. Dave nodded. That's right. I got spirit guardians, similar to the ones that Nilla has. With the 3 of us, it might be tough, but I've got some new gear, and being a druid, I have a lot of self-healing. Carl patted him on the shoulder and transferred, unholy beast transformation, to the druid, who winked at him, then paid the gate guards to enter the dungeon. See you all in a few minutes. He announced, then walked through the gate. That druid is insane. Someone muttered. He's a tough sumbitch, though. If there are more people who can solo a dungeon boss, he's probably one of them. A burly warrior countered. In the dungeon, Dave immediately activated his new transformation to see what he would turn into. Unholy Beast Transformation, Underworld Primal Tiger. The tiger form was 2 meters tall at the shoulder, but close to 6 meters long. The raw power in his enhanced body was truly impressive, and Dave rumbled happily as he called for his spirit guardians. Rewards degrade every 10 minutes, begin. Just after Dave entered, Dana came back out, looking exhausted. The white dragon was muttering to himself, but looking vaguely pleased. Are we the first out? He asked. The warrior closest to him shook his head, then gestured to Carl, who was tossing chunks of meat into the air for Hawk to catch. Dana stared at the scene for a second. It was utterly wrong, but somehow right. Wait, that's Hawk. When did he get small? She asked. New skill. You'll see his upgraded true form later. Carl explained. Good work, buddy. I knew that you'd find your way around the bottleneck sooner or later. She congratulated the happy bird. Hawk landed on her shoulder and danced back and forth for a moment, then took off again. It had seemed like a good idea, but Dana's shoulder wasn't as big as Carl's. What's with the bird? Is it like a ranger pet on steroids? One of the warriors asked. Actually, it's a dark flame phoenix, transformed so he doesn't get in trouble in public. Carl replied with a sly smirk. You're joking, right? Carl shook his head as Hawk swooped further into the sky and transformed, letting his body erupt into unholy flames, and dense black miasma trail behind him. He flew in a loop to make a giant heart in the sky, and then transformed back into the demon crow, so he could snag another bite of meat from Carl. Dana whistled in appreciation. Hawk really went all out with this transformation. But not pure fire. I'm surprised. Carl shrugged. He was a Ghostfire Thunderbird before, so it wasn't pure fire either. But it was the nature of the fallen Seraphim dungeon during his advancement that helped him find this form. Advancing inside a dungeon is really the best choice for some beasts. Dana bumped against Carl's side. Are we ready to head back? Carl shook his head. Dave went in to challenge the dungeon. Dana frowned. That's probably a bad idea. The first boss needs a lot of damage to take out. Dave is tough, but he's not a high damage build. He might end up stuck at the first boss until he exhausts himself, and then it will be up to his instincts whether he can survive to the exit. Carl nodded. Well, it was his choice to enter, and I wasn't going to stop him. We will just have to see how he does. If you're in a hurry, I'm sure that we will find out later. Not so big of a hurry that we can't wait 30 minutes to see how Dave fares in a solo challenge. Especially since it's Dave. Are there any others in the dungeon now? She asked. Not that I know of, but there might be some regular teams inside. The gate guards shook their heads. Everyone was waiting for your group to come back out, so they could find out if there really was a hard mode. But none of us expected that it would be another challenge mode. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough one. But if you send one challenger and a healer who can do some damage, they can do the duo mode, and it isn't quite as insane as the challenge against Carnage. Carl suggested. Dana chuckled. While it was true that the fallen Seraphim were terrifying with their dark energy attacks and intimidation effect, Carnage was an absolute beast in single combat, and that was what she had deployed to deal with the bosses. So, is the Dark Light Host a mercenary guild, then? One of the mythic warriors asked, seeing potential in the ability to hire rare specialty classes. Dana shook her head. We're a crafting guild, and we run a combat arena near the city center, on the outskirts. We're better known for our crafted items than for our dungeon skills, but we have gotten lucky with a few and found hard modes embedded in them. Carl took off his bracelets and held them up so that the crowd could see that he had made them. They were both totem rank, epic grade items, and clearly informed anyone who inspected them that they were made by Carl. I can see why that is what people would remember about you. Those stats are drool-worthy. Do you sell them? The warrior asked. Carl shook his head. The good stuff doesn't go on the open market. The Immortal Regent asked us not to go too wild with the crafted items. But we make them for our Alliance members. A voice in the back laughed. That's just what he wants people to think he's best known for. The Monster Man is going to terrify some challengers during next year's dungeon duels. He's just hit mythic rank, and he's already one of the strongest duelists on the continent. That voice was familiar, Carl realized just a moment before Jerome stepped out of the crowd. Ah, Guild Leader Jerome. Good to see you again. Carl greeted him. No longer Guild Leader. The guild stripped my position after our duel. A few of the other warriors stared at him in shock. Wait, you're saying that this man, the craftsman, is the one who defeated you in an above-rank duel? A voice in the back asked. That's right. The Monster Man lives up to his name. I hear that he also defeated Carnage in a solo duel against the dungeon boss, and you just saw him complete a single challenge of the entire Fallen Seraphim dungeon. I heard a rumor that the reason we can't challenge for multiple mythic dungeons next year is because he reached mythic rank, and the mayor was afraid that he would simply take every dungeon that was within walking distance of his alliance house. Jerome agreed. Carl considered pointing out that the decision was made by the immortal regent, but that likely wouldn't help his case. Some of these guys would not be happy about the no second chances policy. Many suspected that Jerome's words had more than a bit of truth. Anyone who could duel Carnage would be a real threat to the dungeon challenges. However, faced with such a large crowd, and the chance that they might not win the challenge if they did want to do anything to Carl, nobody was going to air such grievances today. It was a little over half an hour before Dave came back out again, covered in sweat and still healing, but looking pleased with himself. 2 epic items in a single run. Good ones too, he declared. Nobody but Carl and Dana were from his alliance, so they wouldn't ask him about the details. Just knowing what sort of loot you could get was enough. 2 mythic rank epic grade items in a single day was enough that anyone who could do it would consider doing this dungeon alone at least once a week. But what they didn't realize was that Dave had an epic grade immortal rank weapon, and ever since Carl arrived, he had been swapping out his equipment to maximize damage, as he had limited invulnerability. He might be a tank specialized build, but his actual equipment was pure damage. Even then, he had struggled to do enough damage to the bosses that he could get them down in a reasonable amount of time. For an average 5-person group, this was a 15-minute run. It had taken him 3 times that. The fact he managed it was impressive, but it still meant that his damage output was only twice the average mythic damage dealers, even with all his gear. He was going to need to find a few more specialty skills to bump up his damage so that he could keep doing these challenges. Relying entirely on gear wasn't going to do it, and he had gotten a few excellent skills from Carl now. But that still wasn't enough. However, he did owe a rather large favor for the epic grade tiger transformation. Those claws really tore the fallen seraphim up. Now that you are back out of the dungeon, why don't we head to the Darklight Lounge at the arena for dinner? My treat. Carl offered Dave with a congratulatory pat on the back. Is that a fancy new place? One of the myths who had been waiting for them at the dungeon asked. Indeed it is. You should come along and check it out. We've got cooks on staff with mystic cooking as a trade skill, and the food is supposed to be excellent. I haven't had a chance to sample tonight's special, but there is no way it will be bad. Carl agreed. Fortunately for Carl, the staff at the arena were all linked to him by the artifact, and knew the moment that he invited a whole group to the restaurant. The place was packed, but there was the option for a private room to be opened at the side for VIP guests. Carl might have only recently met most of these people, but it was the only spot that they were going to get without waiting, so the priestesses prepared the private room for them. Hawk transformed when they walked through the portal, and took a perch on Carl's shoulder. That was much better than Dana's, as he actually fit. If you wanted food, you just had to ask, you didn't have to come out to beg. Carl reminded him. I need snacks, Hawk insisted, and Carl realized that he could understand the demon crow's speech. As could everyone else. Did the crow just speak? One of the mythic warriors asked, following behind Carl as they approached the arena. Indeed. That's a new one for him, but the crow form is a transformation spell. That's actually a dark flame phoenix. Carl corrected him. Ah, that explains it. Phoenixes are smart, and demon crows can all speak, at least a little bit. Somewhat like parrots, they can express dozens of words, all in demon tongues. But if he's actually a phoenix, his intelligence shouldn't be lacking. The warrior realized. It didn't cure his shamelessness, though. He's still out here on my shoulder to beg for food, when I could have just ordered for him. Carl joked. Carl led the way in the door, while Dana stayed back a few steps so that she could get a better view of everyone's reaction. This is impossible. Wow, the decor, how did anyone manage to build this? One of the guests asked. Dave smirked at Dana. Just wait until they realize that the restaurant is nearly as large as the actual main floor, but there were other shops and an arena entrance on this side. From the outside, the arena was impressive, but for people who were used to the best of the best, that wasn't enough to truly impress them. However, this restaurant that was decorated with what looked like a lifetime worth of wealth, was an instant mind-breaker. Out of respect for the other diners, most of whom looked just as shocked and enthralled by their surroundings, the myths remained quiet until they were in the private room and seated. Then the questions began. Is there some major powerhouse backing this restaurant? I swear those were mythic rank holy stones used as lights in the chandelier. One of the men asked. They are. But they're not real. The decor is done with an illusion. So, even if the guild runs into the strongest of enemies, we don't have to worry about vandalism and theft costing us a fortune. We can just repair and replace the damaged interior items with a spell. Carl explained. Then the hostess, is that an illusion as well? Carl chuckled. Unfortunately, no. That is a very real high priestess of the spider goddess. There are a number of them working here. They like the ambience. That left the myths completely baffled. There wasn't anything that you could offer a spider priestess that would make them willingly serve others, but there was more than one in this restaurant. Could it be that they were the ones who bankrolled it? If this were their place, it would make sense that they were here to supervise. Is this an elven restaurant, then? One of the others asked. Carl chuckled. Not at all. Though the dark elves do eat meat. The chef is not an elf at all, and the specials of the day might surprise you. I asked them to bring us a bit of everything, served family style. The food was out only moments later, and the guests stared at it in awe. Now, this is business advertising. I haven't even seen the arena floor yet, and I'm excited about it. One of the women joked. Dana chuckled. Well, the arena isn't for us. It's a mythic-ranked artifact, but that means it's meant for totem-ranked and lower fighters. It can make mythic opponents and barriers, but someone will have to reinforce them during the fight so that they aren't damaged by the backlash. The woman just shrugged. Some of us prefer to watch the fights, and not start them. Totem-ranked arenas are quite the spectacle. Tell me, does your alliance form the majority of the performers? Dana shook her head. You misunderstand. The arena is designed so that you can pick from a variety of monsters, golems and even dungeon bosses. It's not a staged show, it's an open combat and training arena. That was almost enough to make them stop eating. Almost. But not everyone was so eager to leave. Hawk had found himself a perch on the back of a chair, and the staff had brought him a plate, with everything portioned to be bite-sized for his demon crow transformation. It was like being back in his awakened rank glory days, where he could just show up in the cafeteria and people would feed him. Being small was definitely better at meal time. What is this skill called? Is it something that can be learned? One of the warriors asked. It is mystic cooking, and it can definitely be learned. But we don't have a school to teach it, so finding a mentor will not be easy. Nearly everyone with the skill is already employed by the Nara Group Alliance as a chef. Carl explained. That raised more questions than it answered. Like how did they find out about it, how did they find the people who had it, and most importantly, how could they poach one of the chefs? Once the dinner was finished, the group split up, and Carl went back to the hotel so he could work on new items in peace, and still watch the fights. Will you be joining me? He asked as Dana finished her meal. She shook her head. No, I'm going back to the guild house in Drod. I promised Sapphire a few more rare skills for her library, and then someone needs to check up on the people there. The crafters should be doing well, but we've also got the orphanage, which might need something that they're too shy to ask Davis for. We really do need to give him a raise as well. He's doing so much more than just being a floor manager for the shop these days. You've got a point. Since we got busy with everything else, he's been left with the management of the Drod Guild House, and that can't be easy when we've overrun him with blue dragons. Carl agreed. Dana smirked. I think that the blue dragons are the only part that is making it manageable. They hate to be disturbed with their work, so they keep everything organized. We are getting a lot more visitors there than we used to, though. Carl sighed. You have a point. I should be over there. I've got so many skills that need to go to the blue dragons as well. Sapphire won't forgive me if I keep skills from her. Plus, I can more efficiently help with her experiments. Follow me. Little one was not a skill that any of the others had been able to use, so they had to actually write out the skill books to teach them to the test subjects. The librarians didn't really mind the work, but if there was a more efficient way to spread knowledge, they would prefer that. And that was how Carl and Dana both ended up at the worktables in the tavern of the workshop area, being lectured about being absentee managers by a centuries-old blue dragon. Once you start a project, you need to see it through. You can't just be running off every few days to start on something new. Sapphire complained. We have quite a lot going on, though. There is the warrior project, the dungeon project, the regular funding raids, the materials raids, the arena, new gear for the teams, then the political meetings to build alliances for the Dark Light host. Carl explained. That's exactly my point. Stop starting new things. Dana winked at him. You forgot that we also need to sort through caretakers from the red dragons to run the baby dragon orphanage. It's not going to be long before they start hatching, and there are still too many applicants. Sapphire waved off her concern. I've got that handled. The blue dragons will be sending a few teachers, the white is sending a dedicated medic, the silver dragons have assigned one magical researcher, and they will mediate the arguments between the red dragons over who gets to watch the hatchlings. Chaos. Kara cheered. Oh, that reminds me, I've got a new skill. I don't suppose that you have any Chaos Element-aligned volunteers. I've got a Chaos Dragon Constitution skill that is epic grade and might be quite popular if anyone can use it. There is also an Elemental Wrath Totem for the Shamans, Dark Flame, for the Unholy and Fire-aligned, which should be most Wrath Demons, and Unholy Beast Transformation at the epic grade. Carl added. Oh, is that all? Sapphire asked in a snide tone. No, but it should do for today. Sapphire sighed, then nodded. We have volunteers for most of your skills, but finding someone compatible with a Chaos-type constitution will not be easy. We could try with some of the Beastkin, but it might cause unintended evolutions and unpredictable results. You could give it to badgers. Dana suggested. The old blue dragon gave her a look that suggested giving badgers a stronger constitution was the very last thing that she would ever want to do. But Dana was right. The badger-type beastkin were the ones most likely to be able to use the skill. Alright, I will arrange for someone compatible to learn your constitution skill. I also have a shaman here who can learn the totem form, and more than one suitable demon. In fact, Ashbringer should be in on his way to work. He usually stops to get a snack to go. Sapphire agreed. Dark flames might not be perfectly matched to the demonic Grandmaster Smith, but they were very, very close. They were also stronger than the demonic fire that he already used. But now that he thought about it, Carl realized that adding the Elemental Wrath Totem to the workspace would likely give them bonuses while crafting elemental weapons as well. Technically, it only added damage to elemental attacks, but when you were crafting items that added elemental damage, having the effect active should transfer some portion to the item that you were making. Ashbringer poked his head in the door, having heard his name. Someone was calling for me. He asked. Perfect timing. The Carl is going to teach you a skill. Sapphire explained. Ashbringer simply walked over and waited, not surprised by much of anything that Carl might come up with at this point. Even if they told him that Carl had grown wings and learned to fly faster than a dragon, the demon would just nod and accept it as part of the abnormality that was his guild leader. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, Dark Flame, will be transferred to the devoted blacksmith Ashbringer. The demon lit a black flame over his hand that seemed to suck the light out of the room, and then snuffed it with a smile. Oh, that is absolutely perfect for wrath demons. Fire and unholy element combined will make the most wonderful weapons for demons. All I will need to do is attune the bonuses and materials to the type of fighter that they are, and send it off to the runecrafters. Carl chuckled and the smith shrugged. Do you have any idea how much time it saves me having them here? Instead of spending days beating the bonuses I want into the weapon, I can just have them draw all over it and call it a day. Wendy, the teen Oni demon from the runecrafting team, came over with a hug for Dana, who spun her in circles, laughing. You know, we should get a gift for you too. I know how you love new spells. Now, what sort of spell do you need? Dana teased the diminutive demoness. I want the flames too. I'm a demon, a real demon. There is no reason that I can't have a cool new fireball. Carl shrugged and activated the skill again. Champion Carl offers knowledge, a skill, Dark Flame, will be transferred to the inquisitive sorceress Wendy. Wendy's expression went blank, and Carl realized that she had been sent into the class change interface. She was only a royal rank mage, and recently advanced, but it appeared that the new spell was enough to grant her a new class choice. Sapphire watched carefully with her notepad at the ready. It might not be part of her planned experiments, but it was a skill-triggered advancement, and it needed to be documented for their reports. If Dark Flame, a spell that a huge number of demons would be compatible with, was an advanced class trigger, it needed to be prioritized right behind the golem spells. The sound of crashing behind him distracted Carl just in time to catch Mage Jones, who had sensed the change in his daughter and came running through a portal too fast to stop. Boop, there you go. Relax, she just got a new spell and it activated the class change menu. There is no danger to Wendy. Carl explained as he caught the Oni demon, who looked very human with his magical wig on. The mage shook his head. I think that it changed something. I can sense the imbalance in her power, turning away from pure arcane magic. Carl frowned. The new spell she requested is a form of unholy fire. It's very suitable for demons of all sorts, but more to the wrath demons than most others, as they're already so fire-friendly. Wendy's dad nodded. Then it shouldn't be harmful, I assume. But Oni demons aren't innately unholy aligned, we're a form of magic demon, so we're arcane aligned. However, Wendy spends too much time with the Blue Dragons and Hugo, that guild master from Xylas. They've all been teaching her random new spells every week, and I can't keep up with it anymore. Dana laughed and gave him a consoling pat on the back. Your little girl is growing up. But Wendy has an insatiable lust for knowledge that the dragons can't resist helping her with, and Hugo just wants someone to nerd out about spell theory with. The mage chuckled at Dana's description. That did sound an awful lot like his Wendy. She was incredibly good at making friends, when she got a chance to, but if you gave her a chance to discuss magic, she wouldn't stop. Slowly, Wendy's eyes fluttered open, and Carl realized that she was finished with the screen, but immersed in her new skill options, and spending any saved skill points that she had. She had runecrafting as a trade skill, and making items could give her skill points, he knew. So, she might actually have quite a few of them saved with how hard she worked to show off her skills. Well, what did you decide on? Carl asked once the young mage was finally finished with all her advancement-related decisions. Well, it gave me a whole bunch of class options, but most of them are basic mage-related ones. Now, that is fun, and I love new spells. But they were kind of similar to the spells I already know, you know. So, I decided on one that was a little different. The class is called Demonic Array Master, and it lets me use my runecrafting to write spells in the air with dark flames to create spell circles. Big flashy spells with long-lasting effects, like making magical items, but without the item. Wendy was clearly proud of her class choice as she took out a wand and wrote out a defensive ward in the air, surrounding herself with a black barrier. See? It's even stronger than my usual barriers because I know so much about runes, and I can just write out the effect I want. She declared. Her father nodded. They're a bit slow, but very impressive. At the royal rank, there shouldn't be many that can overcome your array. Of course, she didn't have to stay at the royal rank forever. Remy had potions that would help her advance once she was closer to the bottleneck. But she had already used one to get past commander rank, and she was still a growing girl. Even Remy didn't want to risk messing up her progress too much. It might make her grow too fast and stop being small and adorable. That was not the part that her father was concerned about. Now that his research-obsessed daughter could just ride a raise in the air, wouldn't that encourage her to spend more time wandering off with that oversized mage instead of coming home for family dinners? She was supposed to be living 2 minutes from his house, where she could come home for visits whenever he wanted, not on the other side of a portal and halfway across a continent with a mythic mage backing her up. How was he supposed to compete with that? Though Carl didn't truly understand the man's dilemma, he could clearly see the concern in Mage Jones' face. "Why don't you invite Hugo over one day? He's quite friendly, and I'm sure that he'd love to meet his new friend's family," Carl suggested. Wendy clapped her hands excitedly. "Oh, we can show him the new dishes that we have found. There are so many options now that we have mythic cooks in the kitchen, and not everyone likes the same stuff that the demons and dwarves do, so he might not have tried it yet." That sounded like a dangerous proposal to Carl. Who knew what sort of dishes the kitchen had cooked up when left unsupervised? Or worse, when supervised by Lotus. The spectacle had gathered a number of the off-duty workers from the cavern, and everyone wanted the chance to congratulate Wendy on her advancement. Fortunately for Carl, that also brought over all the people that he needed to talk to on this visit. "Davis, don't run away. I have good news for you," Carl called when he caught sight of the overworked fallen seraphim. Davis gave him a suspicious stare. "When you say that there are good things coming for me, it always means more employees, more guild members and more work, even though the shop now does 5 times as much business through the Alliance store as it does through the main shop. If it wasn't for the restricted level of most of our crafters, we would be selling even more, and the Alliance is still talking about expanding further." Carl felt a sense of embarrassment for the extra work that he had piled on Davis, who was only supposed to be the store manager. Technically, the Alliance purchases were still part of the store, but his duties had gone far beyond what he had signed on for. "I'm not going to make more work for you this time. Instead, I've come to give you a raise. You've been doing far too much work for your pay grade, and you've led the guild store to fame and profits far greater than expected. The craftsmen all earn on commission, a portion of the sale price of their items. But you have been on salary, based on the cost of living here in Drod. If you were employed in Xylaz, your pay would be significantly higher, as are the prices for the goods that you manage. So, we will be adjusting your pay commensurately," Carl declared. I'm more shocked that he knew the word commensurately and used it somewhat properly. Sapphire muttered to herself, which made Dana giggle. Davis, who had not heard the dragon's snide remark, simply smiled and bowed to Carl. "Thank you for your consideration. Should I prepare the budget numbers for a new pay package?" he asked. Carl shook his head. "No, I will declare the raise now, and then you can work out the numbers along with next pay period sales." Davis smiled at the answer. It was basically a "not my problem" from Carl, but Davis knew that there was far more revenue than would ever be declared in a pay package. Even if he earned 10 times what any of the Smiths did, it still wouldn't put a dent in the guild's monthly profits. Carl had the system upgrade the pay package of Davis's work contract, which could be done without signing a new form, as it was a pay raise, and the system had no problem letting the guild branch leader hand those out. Docked pay, or a lower pay package, the member would have to sign their agreement to, but not pay raises. There, all done. If you're using the automatic transfer between the guild house balance and the guild members, it should go automatically to you, Carl informed the overjoyed demon. Indeed, and it will be enough to make my mother proud of me for once. Davis joked. Wendy laughed. What do you mean, for once? That old woman doesn't do anything but brag about you all day long. I don't think that I've ever seen a parent quite as proud of her child as she is of you. Carl noticed a red dragon cleric passing by and waved her over. You are new, were you here for the orphanage? He asked. I am one of the new arrivals, preparing for the dragons that the guild apparently has ready to hatch. Birdie is my name, in the human tongue. We started to gather a few days ago, and you must be Carl, the guild branch leader. She replied. Wonderful to meet you, Birdie. The eggs still have a bit of time, but having everyone in place first would be best. I will need to gather everyone who is going to be moving to the separate space so that I can confirm that they understand the nature of the assignment. The eggs can't safely be moved for some time, but the separate space they are in is linked to me, so it may change locations, and the entrance might not always be accessible, so you will need to work with the druids and nature clerics to ensure that you are producing everything that you need. Carl explained. Birdie nodded. I hear that there is enough room there to fly freely, and that you have created a biome for each type of dragon egg. That is wonderful news, and much better than the average orphanage. Sapphire smiled indulgently at the young red dragon. There is more than enough room to fly. It is a tiny world spell, not just a hidden space. Carl, how large is it now? Carl shrugged. I have been expanding it since I reached mythic rank, and while I didn't bring it to maximum size, it's hundreds of kilometers across now. Enough that there is not only room to fly, but it has become nearly necessary to fly to get around efficiently. The nature clerics have broken themselves into groups so that they don't have to travel so far every day. But we have added teleportation platforms in the space that let you get to major landmarks easily. Dana frowned at Carl. When had he done that? About 5 seconds after he said that he had. That is when he added them, with one marked platform a few hundred meters from each of the camp locations, and then one near the mock guild house and the underground city. The tiny world was feeling much more complete now that Carl was getting ahead on his understanding of the mana manipulation fundamental rule. It wasn't at the point that it could be considered a fully independent space yet. But it was getting close, and Carl could use it as a test to measure how his progress toward immortality was coming. Though at this rate, both Kara and Hawk might beat him to full understanding of a rule. Birdie silently called over the rest of the orphanage workers, including the matron Blackclaw from the orphanage at the Drod Guild House. She wouldn't be leaving, as her charges were going to be productive citizens of Drod once they grew up. However, that didn't mean that she would accept being left out of the loop when there were big things happening to her fellow clerics. Well, that was quick. Do we have everyone gathered? I see dragons from at least half the aspects here. Carl began. We have all the important ones for an isolated orphanage and dragon temple here. Red, blue, white, silver, bronze, green. Matron Blackclaw agreed, speaking as the ranking priestess present. An orphanage counted the same as a temple, library, or academy. The one who led it had the highest position in the hierarchy of dragon clerics. Well now, that is surprising. But it should work out well for us, as we've got dragons of every sort waiting to hatch. Have you all been briefed on how they came to be where they are? Carl asked. Matron Blackclaw nodded. Everyone has the details, and it has been accepted that these eggs are all orphaned, even if their actual parents might be alive on another world, or roaming wild on another continent. They were abandoned and not handed over to the church in a proper manner, so we will raise them all equally, without any intentions of giving them back to their parents at adulthood. Dana smirked, and the red dragon winked at her. Go ahead and ask. The one known as Lotus has been begging us to allow her to raise one as a new best friend for weeks. The matron informed her. That was actually what I was thinking. I overheard Lotus and Button plotting ways to get a baby dragon to play with. Dana laughed. The matron sighed. Right, I almost forgot about the forest dragon. While she's not technically an orphan, and she's being raised by the nature clerics, she will be among the first that enter the educational system. The blue dragon adherents will lose their minds to see her running wild without any form of educational plan. It would take some devoted efforts to find her and keep her in one spot all day. But Dana assumed that they had a plan for that, which would be suitable for a forest dragon who already knew the basics about plants and who had a job to do. If you could count gathering chicken eggs while resisting the urge to stop and eat them as a job. Not that Button would do any such thing. The chickens would attack her if she did. Since everyone already knows what is going on, I thought that I could introduce you to the tiny world today. It will take some stress off poor Davis here, and it will give you all time to get situated before the hatchlings arrive. Carl began. Immediate excitement spread through the crowd. This was what they had been waiting for, their new assignment. Or, for many of them, their first assignment. The church had decided to send only a few senior dragons to the tiny world, as they knew that the mana there would be incredibly dense, and that would benefit young dragons who were still growing into maturity much more than it would the older ones. The primary goal was to help the young ones grow into proper adults, but helping the young adults grow into powerful elders of the church was also an important goal. Their only major concern was that the red and blue dragons who worked in school and orphanage duties were overwhelmingly the women, while the men mostly volunteered for either combat duties or library research positions. So, they had tried to balance them out with a few men from the silver and bronze dragons, but ultimately, they had only found 4 men in total out of the 20 who were going to raise the dragons. Is it just me, or are there a lot more dragons than I was expecting? Dana asked, doing a quick head count. 20 in total. Hatchling dragons are a terror, far worse than you might have experienced before. Especially when they're from mixed species and all want to show off and argue about whose innate powers are best. Matron Blackclaw insisted. Hawk, who had chosen to circle overhead, chirped a laugh, and the dragon looked up at him. Fire. It's obviously fire. He insisted. The red dragon laughed. See, that is exactly what I'm talking about. Then she tossed a chunk of dried meat up to him, and Hawk cheered as he retreated to a rafter to enjoy his snack. You know, the Beast Master class might actually be very suitable as an option for red dragons. You're a natural. Carl commended her. I've had over a century of experience. If I couldn't guess what keeps young ones under control, who could? She retorted. But as I was saying, the church has chosen these 20 for your brood. These 2 fine young men are Rashid and Oban, the assigned arbiters from the bronze dragon god. That is Raced, he will be representing the silver dragon of magic, and then we have Axel, the patron of the orphanage, who will be working with his wife Olia. Matron Blackclaw explained. Carl didn't miss that the matron didn't introduce all the ladies to him, though many of them were standing closer than the bronze dragons, who had chosen to watch from the back. Whether that was because she didn't trust him getting too friendly with them, or out of consideration for his status as a married man, he didn't know. It could be both. Well, if the kids are off at work already, you can accompany us to the tiny world for a tour. Carl offered. Matron Blackclaw shook her head. No, let the new matron and her partner lead this group from the start. They don't need me looking over their shoulder. Carl nodded and opened a portal into the tiny world. Dana, if you could lead them through, we will start at the lake so that they can meet with some of the other residents. He offered. They didn't have to wait that long, as Button came flying out of the portal in dragon form to crash into Dana, then spin her in circles by flapping while holding her shirt. Here, we have Button. Our resident foodie forest dragon helps with egg collecting, and likes long swims in the lake, or naps on the black stone of the mountains. Carl joked. Button nodded happily. Yes, those were both good things, but it was breakfast time now. We need to go. It's shakshuka day. She insisted. All right, let's go. Here, have this until we get there. Dana replied. She wrapped an arm under the dragon and carried the meter-long, 30-kilo reptile like a baby as she fed Button a pancake. Matron Ulia, the new matron for the tiny world's dragons, chuckled at Dana's attempts to calm the forest dragon. It was doomed to fail in about 5 seconds, as you couldn't turn a forest dragon upside down without confusing their sense of direction. At least not the young ones. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Button was leaping out of Dana's arms to fly around her head. Then she noticed Hawk, who was in demon crow form, and realized that there were other flying creatures her size. Maybe she could keep up with this one. Everyone else was too big and fast, or didn't have wings. She was doomed to disappointment, as even in this reduced form, Hawk still had the speed that he always had, and that had only increased with his advancement to the mythic rank and his evolution into a dark flame phoenix. As with most forms of phoenix, he was incredibly adept in the air, and could fly close to the speed of sound. There was no way that the young forest dragon could keep up. But on the other hand, Hawk despised putting that much effort into anything that didn't end with food, so he was much more comfortable flying at her speed than anyone else. So, not a total loss. Hawk followed her into the portal, as he had heard the magic words, "Food is ready." There had better be meat. The elves were bad about making enough meat. The rest of the dragons followed Dana and the two flying miscreants through the portal, then paused as they heard the cook cussing at Button. "Did you deliberately bring me dozens more people to cook for? You know that you're supposed to warn me." She was grumbling. "Miss, don't be too mad at the little one. We have already eaten." She was just excited to bring her Dana mage and the bird to see you. Patron Axel replied. "And she brought men into the space. Now I'm going to have to get dressed in the morning." The elf added. The dragon laughed, the glow from his red eyes flickering with amusement. "If it helps, I spend almost all my time in dragon form, so pants are definitely optional." The other men shrugged, and Rashid smiled. The bronze dragon isn't a prude. If the rules say no clothes needed, then there are no clothes needed. The druid on cooking duty gave him a long look over. "I think that this might work out just fine." The bronze dragon gave her a cautious smile. "I'm not sure that we're thinking of the same set of duties for this deployment." She just shrugged. "You're a bit young, but I can add it to the regulations if it makes you feel better." That made Rashid smile. He was 300 years old, but given her middle-aged appearance, the elf should be closer to 700. Maturity-wise, they should be close, but she was definitely more aggressive about relationships, when he had always focused his energies on legal analysis. Button frowned. "Sister Kara says that if you want to find out what someone tastes like, you should just lick them." That brought the flirting to a screeching halt. "Pardon?" The incredulous bronze dragon asked. "Auntie looks like she would like to eat you, but you're not allowed to eat people." "I asked the badger big sister, and she said that it's alright to just test them if you don't use teeth." Button explained simply. The cook winked at him. "You hear that? It's fine, just a taste." Rashid cleared his throat and made a mental note to look into the creative interpretations of legal precedent that the Chaos Badger might have been teaching the young dragon. Letting her babysit was a mistake, but he suspected that it was actually impossible to stop her. The badger and forest dragon were the same size, and they could escape through spaces too small for others to follow them without a transformation spell or teleportation. Birdie, one of the youngest of the red dragons present, giggled. "I am getting visions of random people being licked by a forest dragon." The cook shook her head. "That was 2 weeks ago, she knows what all the species taste like now." Axel, the new patron assigned to the tiny world, turned to Carl. "We really do need to have a talk about the parenting methods of the Dark Light host. Did you at least assign a responsible adult to her care?" "Well, there are all the ones in here." "But," Carl began. "But Ophelia the Werbear is the closest thing to a responsible adult caretaker that we have in the guild, if you don't count red dragon priestesses." Dana finished. Carl mentally checked the space, and found that Tessa and Thor were not here today. Nor were any of the other ladies, so it must be a dungeon run day. Thor liked to wait outside for them to exit the Overlord rank dungeon. Axel nodded. "We were informed that there was an Overlord-ranked High Priestess here in the Dark Light host. If it weren't for the unique circumstances, she would have likely been nominated for the role of matron. However, with so many dragon eggs, it was deemed to be appropriate to send actual dragons for the job, so she wouldn't get bullied." The thought made Dana laugh quietly. Bullying Tessa was not easy. I have made you a map of the space so that you know where the major landmarks are, and where the eggs are incubating. However, these lovely ladies are the caretakers of the space, and in charge of the alchemy ingredient fields. All the fields, actually, but most of what we grow is alchemy ingredients. Carl explained. Is there formal housing? Or should we construct something? Axel asked. We have a replica of the Drod Guild House here, and that will work for a base of operations, but there is also a small city built inside the mountain. That is much larger, and suitable for an orphanage facility, as it has dragon-sized entrances on the upper levels. I don't know how all the species react to being underground, though. Carl explained. What was your plan if the church didn't send people? The red dragon asked curiously. To have Tessa gather them for meals and lessons, then to let them just do dragon things for the rest of the day. It's worked out all right for Button, and she's becoming a responsible member of society. Carl's explanation fell flat when everyone turned to see that the little dragon had not transformed to use cutlery, and was face deep in a bowl full of breakfast. Bad example. But you get my point. Lyric laughed, and Button shrugged. She intended to keep playing in the water and didn't want to put on her dress until she was dry again. Why don't we go look at the housing situation, and then we can decide if we need to make more, or if it is sufficient? Axel asked. Carl took a bowl of breakfast, and nodded in agreement. First, take a moment to get to know the locals, then we will head over. It's a bit of a walk, or we can fly. Is everyone in the group a dragon? Or do we have dragonkin? All dragons in this group. Your guild already had dragonkin, I believe. Or humans that were becoming dragonkin as they gained favor of their gods. Which is really the same thing from our point of view. Axel agreed. Wonderful, then we can fly instead of taking the portals. Carl announced. The dragons immediately got excited, and even Button hurried to finish her food and run into the lake to wash herself clean in anticipation of a morning flight. If Carl was here, then Kara was here, and she would fly at an appropriate speed. Hawk too. Hawk thought that he might really enjoy flying with her, and not just because she stopped every 15 minutes to beg for snacks. Carl finished the surprisingly tasty combination of eggs and tomatoes over potato, and handed his plate back to the cleanup staff. Alright, everyone ready to transform? Dana, you can hop on my back, or fly along with us. He suggested. Dana laughed at his suggestion. While she could fly fast enough to keep up with casual dragon flight, it was exhausting to do for long. They might be headed to the housing areas, but they certainly wouldn't go straight there. That was never how it worked. Carl transformed, and the other dragons stared at him for a moment. What sort of spell effect is that? I swear he's turned into an actual dragon. Birdie remarked. It's called Avatar. It gives me this wonderful world dragon form. I thought that it was only proper to go as a dragon, since everyone else is. Carl joked. The young red dragon transformed, and then laughed when she realized that she was less than a third of Carl's size, despite being an overlord. Red dragons were among the larger of the chromatic dragons, but Carl's avatar form was naturally oversized, even for a mythic rank dragon, though he wasn't using any skills to increase it. Dana leapt up onto his back, and Carl locked her in place with eternal lightning, so that they could fly freely without any need to hold on. Then, the rest of the dragons transformed and Kara came out to join her partner in pranks for an outing. Now that everyone was going to be distracted by the inspection of the tiny world, it was a perfect opportunity for them to explore as well. As they flew away, one of the dragons discreetly cast a tracking spell on them, so she could find them later. A sensible measure to keep track of the most likely troublemakers within the tiny world. Unfortunately for her, the moment that she turned away, Kara also discreetly dispelled the effect so that she could sneak off with Button to play in the mountains. The dragon sighed dramatically as she realized what had happened the moment the spell vanished, but didn't try to chase them down. This was a restricted space, and they would come back when they got hungry. Or bored. The first thing we should do is the grand tour. If you follow me, we will cross the lake, and then view the grassland region, which is mostly open, with some alchemy crops in it. Carl began as he led a casual procession through the sky. Some alchemy crops was a massive understatement at this point, as almost the entire region was full of low-grade magical plants. But they formed the basis for the most common healing potions that the shop sold, so they needed a lot. Not the hundreds of acres that they had, but perhaps one day in the distant future they would have enough alchemists to make that many. Then we have the tropical forest, where you will find more alchemy ingredients, as well as a number of clusters of dragon eggs that were aligned to the nature element. Down there on your right, you will see some of our workers checking on them now. Carl continued, while he waved down at the druids. They waved back, pretending that they weren't confused by the group of 20 dragons that had suddenly appeared above their territory. Next is the swampland. This is one of our busiest regions, as there are so many rare ingredients that love the hot and humid atmosphere. There are also many dragon eggs along the shore here, next to that camp. Finally, we have the food crops, the training areas and the guild house before we reach the mountains. Near the top of that flat peak is the entrance to the underground city, with more dragon eggs, and behind the ridge is a collection of hot springs for relaxation. I will let you tour a while on your own, and then we can explore the underground city. Carl finished. Is the delay so that you can find the forest dragon and undo whatever she got up to with the badger? One of the red dragons asked. No, we will find them soon enough. It's just so that everyone can pick the place where they feel most comfortable, free from my pressure. Carl explained. That was perfect. They could pick their own spots, and the blue dragons could argue about what would be the best place to put the school, given the options of terrain and existing structures. They might also opt to build a whole new school here, but that was up to them. And argue is what they did. The red dragons went straight to the replica guild house to see if it was suitable as their base of operations, the residence for the instructors and guardians. The blue dragons circled near the top of the airspace so they could see all of the options as they argued about the choices, and the silver dragon went straight for the training ground to inspect the spells that Carl had put in to make training targets and smashing poles. To him, that was much more interesting than small things like where he would sleep, or where they would be teaching dragons that hadn't even hatched yet. The magic was right here, and it was active. The rest could be sorted out when it was actually important, like tomorrow when he got tired. Carl circled with Dana for a few more minutes, then decided to land at the guild house replica, where it appeared that the majority of the red dragons had agreed to move. There was plenty of room, technically. The only issue that might occur was that the rooms were designed as soldiers' dorms, and then converted to worker spaces. So, there were only a few nice rooms up top, and then dozens of small ones on the second floor with communal showers and facilities. Ladies, good day. I know that this might not be the perfect housing, as it is already partially in use. Carl began. Oh, that's fine. From what we can tell, it's only the second floor that has units in use, and there are extras for the patron and matron. The rest of us are all single, and it's normal for orphanage matrons to live simple lives. Well, relatively simple. There is a lot of magic in this place already. Bertie explained. Oben, one of the two bronze dragons, chuckled. That is true, everything is covered in runes. But these rooms are far nicer than the dorms at any dragon temple. I believe that the Golden Dragon Nation keeps to the penitent cells model for church rooms, do they not? Carl frowned. With the single bed and dresser in a stone room with a slit window? The dragon nodded. That's the one. We all lived in them for most of our young lives. I think that the only ones who didn't were Raced and one of the blue dragons, who grew up in libraries instead of orphanages. Neither of them are clerics, just dragons representing their aspects. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. For some reason, I thought that with all the wealth of the Dragon Isles, that the standards in the churches would lean toward luxury. Carl realized. Oben shook his head. No, that would upset the gods. Any other dragon can gather their own horde and live in luxury, but we're clerics, we promise to devote our lives to our gods and goddesses. Dana smiled at the bronze dragon. That makes perfect sense. Too much luxury just leads to distractions from your work. I'm sure that once the hatchlings come, you will have more than enough work to keep you busy without going looking for distractions. Oban winked at her. We're also here to keep notes on the shenanigans that the friends of the Chaos Dragon get up to. Most of the world might not be aware, but the bronze dragons know all about the rich history of the Dark Light host. Dana laughed. And not just because you have at least one brother in the guild. I will admit that Orthos has been a great source of information. Especially since his branch of the guild came back online not long ago. Oh, I wasn't supposed to tell Carl about that. Dana smirked at the embarrassed dragon and patted him on the shoulder. Relax, I'm at least 70% sure that Carl won't show up at his temple looking to steal one of his guild members as a partner. Oban looked at Carl, then back at Dana. 70% might be optimistic, but I will accept that analysis. After all, they might be from the Divine Beast Nation, but they are still guild members. Carl sighed dramatically. O ye of little faith! There is no need for me to go steal his guild members when there is an entire nation full of possibly divine beasts there. If we needed another sibling for the group, I'm sure that I could find a suitable candidate without poaching from my old friend. You've known Orthos for some time, then? I wasn't aware you had met. Oban asked. Oh, get him to tell you the story sometime. I actually met him during the last resurgence, in the city of Bunga. He's taken over the position of city lord again now that the system came back online there, so he should be easy to find. Carl suggested. Oban nodded. Once the restrictions on the continent lift a little more, we will send more people. There are still issues with wild dragons and off-world attackers. It will need to be sorted out eventually, but with the limits from the slowly fading curse, the Church has decided to wait before they send a large force in and risk causing a revolution. Then the bronze dragon paused. I suspect that I wasn't supposed to tell Carl that either. You have an entire list of taboo topics that you didn't have time to memorize, don't you? Dana asked. The dragon nodded. It only arrived yesterday, I hadn't gotten an opportunity to read it before you suddenly arrived. I suspect that it's mostly on the theme of, don't encourage ideas that will make the Chaos Dragon start trouble out of boredom. Or, something similar. Dana smiled. That is a good general idea, but hardly needs a letter to remind everyone. However, it's not just Carl you need to be careful of. He can hear all the beast's thoughts, and they have just as many troublesome ideas as he does. The only one that didn't was Opal. No, Dana corrected herself. The butterfly would be an exhibitionist porn producer if nobody stopped her. She had become obsessed with spicy romance novels and other people's relationships. The red dragon started to explore the rooms, ensuring that the second-floor suites were all the same. There were some small differences, based on where they were, but only the four-corner units were larger than the others. That let the red dragons choose quickly, and write their names on their chosen doors. But they didn't get long to settle in before an emergency message from Kara interrupted them. One of the swamp dragon eggs is hatching. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first arrival ready to appear. In the swamp section, we have an imminent hatching. Carl announced. That got all of the dragons running for the door. If the swamp dragon was allowed to hatch in the wild, it would take extra time to tame them again, and even longer to convince them that someone would be taking care of their needs in the future. If they didn't want a rampaging baby dragon attacking people and livestock for food, they needed to move quickly. Everyone transformed to fly over, just in case there were other eggs about to hatch that nobody had noticed yet, and a few of the red dragons broke off to go check on the regions that were out of sight, like the underground nest in the mountains. Carl mentally checked the tiny world and saw that it was just the one, but he decided not to mess with their system, in case his interference caused future issues. The egg isn't alone, is it? One of the dragons asked as they raced toward the swamp. Of course not. There is a caretaker there, an Orcish druid. Plus Kara and Button, who you met earlier. Carl explained, using the draconic language while he was transformed. That was a good start. At the very least, it was unlikely to go feral if it hatched with a caretaker around. How it would react to meeting a random orc the moment that it woke up was a different issue. Ooh, I see an eye. It's almost out. Kara narrated as Carl approached. Dana hopped off his back, and Carl transformed back in midair, letting himself fly down to the ground level as the dragons landed all around them. Most transformed, but a few remained in the scaled forms. To Carl, it looked like an intimidation tactic, a silent way to encourage a newborn dragon to behave and not bite anyone. The single yellow eye was examining its surroundings through the crack in the egg, and then two small claws pulled more of the shell apart, and the whole head poked out. The swamp dragon's head looked a lot like a crocolisk, Carl thought. It was wider and longer than most dragons, with a double ridge of short spikes down the top of the snout. Carl smiled, and patron Axel gave him a raised eyebrow curious look. I was just thinking of something that the church once told me. It turns out that they were wrong, but not in the way that they expected. Carl joked. Kara nodded eagerly. Nacht was wrong. We do have a baby dragon. The tiny creature, not much larger than Tion at less than 5 kilos, broke free of its containment and launched straight at Kara. It had its teeth bared, as if it had found prey, but the badger was not concerned. The tiny dragon crashed into her upraised paw, and then flailed helplessly as she blocked it by the nose. The scene was comical, with a tiny dragon helplessly trying to determine how to use its body, and one amused chaos badger letting it run in circles, trying to escape a paw that was simply blocking the front of its nose, not even holding it. After a few moments, Bertie took pity on the little dragon and stepped forward to pick it up. Calm down, little one. You can't eat her, she's too tough. Why don't you try this instead? She cooed, then began dropping small bits of meat into the swamp dragon's mouth. That calmed it down immediately, and the small creature quickly fell asleep once it was full. Hey, it sleeps like me. Button laughed as the dragon passed out in Bertie's arms with its head lolling to the side. Do we know when these eggs were all laid? Axel asked. Carl shook his head. No, the mothers were captured by dragon hunters, and they were raising them to attack locals. These eggs were the ones that were left behind when the camp was abandoned. The mothers either didn't want them, or were already dead by the time that we arrived. So, we need to keep a close eye on all of the locations until they do hatch. I will cast spells to determine their maturity later. However, we need to let the others know that our job has already started, and get them to pick all their training locations. Dragons aren't like most species, training starts right away because he will be able to speak by tomorrow. Axel explained. Carl chuckled. If he wasn't so frustrated by Kara blocking his nose, he would be able to talk already. I met a newly hatched white dragon once, and it could speak a little right at hatching. The dragons laughed. I never thought about just putting a hand over their nose to keep them from charging. It's diabolical, but so effective against young dragons who haven't learned to strategize. Kara smirked, and Bertie gave her a suspicious look. That badger is planning ways to steal and corrupt the baby dragons. She insisted. Kara made a dramatic wounded gesture, standing on her hind legs to cross her paws over her heart. Yep, she's definitely scheming. However, steal might be overstated. I don't think that she wants to take them out of the tiny world, just recruit more troublemakers. Axel noted. That's the same thing, isn't it? If I have to search every tiny hiding space for a baby dragon who has had his tracking spell nullified, it might as well be stolen. Bertie complained. Kara laughed. The young red dragon had no sense of imagination. It was much funnier to leave the tracking spell intact, than play hide and seek. Carl was about to speak when the panicked messages from the Broad Branch Guild members began. We're under attack. The gargoyles will hold the yard, who is on the spells? I'll push mana to the barrier. Who knows where Sapphire went? I've got Sapphire. She was at the wharf market, and it's under attack as well. We can't get back quickly. Call the Alliance. Aren't Carl and Dana in the tiny world? They should be able to come back. Oh, Ray is here. Focus on the barrier on the yard. Thor is here too. But no Tessa or the others. I think they're in a dungeon. There is an emergency in Drod. You all stay here, and I'm going to seal the tiny world when I leave. Carl explained hurriedly. Dana left with him, arriving in the Alliance house, and then taking the basement portal to Drada's guild house library. Carl left directly with a portal, then sealed the tiny world. The exit was in the Xylaz guild house, but it was safer to keep everything out until he knew what the threat was. Moments after he arrived, another portal opened in the yard of the guild house, and Dave led a large force of myths from the Alliance out. What is happening? Oh hell! He shouted, his voice turning to a stammer as he saw the situation. Hundreds of portals had opened all over the city, mostly in the air overhead. Supreme Lady Matilda was high overhead, engaged in combat with some sort of eldritch horror that looked like an octopus, and tens of thousands of mythic rank beasts had invaded the city. Thinking fast, Carl sent out a bounty to the Xylaz mission boards. Mythic rank beast invasion of Drod ongoing. Nara group offering cash for edible beast corpses. Buying at wholesale plus 10% bounty, no purchase limit on beasts from the Drod area invasion. He paid extra to have it ping all the registered guild and alliance leadership members in the entire Xylaz region. It might cost them a fortune to buy up all the corpses, but Carl could sense mythic presences everywhere, plus the supreme rank octopus thing. The financial cost would not be the worst part, though. Those portals didn't lead somewhere else in the world, they led to somewhere much more powerful, most likely a world in the immortal realm. That wasn't something that they could easily compete with, and the Supreme Lady looked like she already had her hands full. Where is Azov? Dana asked as she sent her golems out to fight the amphibious monsters in the streets. He's busy. This isn't the only portal that made it through today. Someone shouted back. Dana turned and saw Lord Drod with a group of totem-ranked guards fighting in their direction. She charged out into the street, hacking her way through the frog-like beasts that were spitting balls of magical water at the guards. They didn't look too scary, but at mythic rank, they were quickly destroying the buildings along the street. The locals didn't have anywhere to flee, as there were attackers on every street. A second massive octopus creature appeared from a portal overhead, and Kara began to drool. Gigantic calamari. Hawk laughed. He knew that food was the true unifying force of the world. But more importantly, every single one of these invaders was a water element beast. He couldn't seem to muster that same level of rage he used to feel against water, but he certainly wasn't going to allow the water element to take over one of his homes. His dark flame phoenix form streaked through the sky, headed for the giant octopus with Kara right behind him, and Carl turned his attention to sending his golems out to reinforce the area around the guild house. They had the city wall on one side, with Drod city guards all along it. But they were at least one rank, and mostly two ranks, beneath the invaders. Their attacks were minimally effective to say the least. Captain. Tell your men to focus on defense, and I will send golems out the gate to secure the area. He shouted at the demon standing in the observation post over the gate itself. Got it. We are trying to evacuate the area, but we can't do it fast enough. Jones is fighting out there as well, but I don't know how long his house can hold. The captain shouted back. Jones was a totem-ranked dragon, but just like the guards, he wasn't going to be able to hold for long. Carl focused his mana for a moment and grew a statue-sized mana crystal that he placed at the door to the workshop area. It wasn't linked to anything, but it was set to pull in mana as fast as possible, so others could use it. Then, he added Mana Pylon, spell to keep the barriers and defenders full of energy. The range was enough to reach Lord Drod, who had joined forces with Dana's team, while Carl's had left the city walls. This calamari is too tough. Kara complained. She hadn't expected it to be an immortal creature when she went to chop off some limbs to snack on. Just her and Hawk were not enough to defeat it. Then, more portals opened outside the guild house gate, where Karl's golems were fighting. Mythic-ranked warriors charged out in a wave of bodies, followed by a totem-ranked mage from Deve's guild. "Guild Master, what is the target?" he shouted. "Everything mythic-ranked and amphibious. It should all be edible enough to qualify. Send as many as you can find." Deve called back. "I've got the portal open at the arena now. There was an announcement by the referees, and we've got more people coming once the spectators gather their teams." The mage explained. Deve smiled. That arena was working out for them in more ways than one. They'd already gotten 100 mythic warriors and a few other classes, and the alert had only been out for 2 minutes. All of the mythic members of the Alliance arrived in the next minute, securing the guild house and the 3-block area around it. That gave the arrivals from the arena room to gather and stage, in case they didn't have a healer in their group. They hadn't come with a raiding team, they had come from the arena, and many of them were transients, who joined other groups to fight, and simply wanted the bounty to keep their bills paid. That was fine by the Nara group. They would gladly take another 10 or 20 warriors per group and go out in large teams to clear entire blocks at a time with a single healer. Instead of fighting directly, as Dana was doing, Karl was using earth manipulation to make healing totem statues that Tion was passing out in exchange for an IOU token. The warriors were happy to accept the exchange, as they would just turn in corpses to cover the bill. Some certainly planned to run away without paying, but that would also mean that they didn't get paid for their work here, and there was a chance that the statues could be tracked. What most didn't realize was that their IOU token could also track them down. But the healing totem statues weren't personal, they were an area effect, and healed everything that was identified as an ally. As long as the warriors recognized that someone was not one of the invading monsters, the statues would heal them as well. So, when they spread through the city, it created a massive net of healing effects. The warriors, the wounded locals, even other teams. They were all pulsed with healing energy. Karl expected the amount of mana being used by the statues to cause some sort of imbalance in the city, but the open portals that the invaders had come through were emitting energy that was much more intense. Mana so thick that it was condensing on the windows of houses close to the portals was flooding Drod, and Karl could feel hundreds of people breaking through bottlenecks all over the Stone Chapel district and the Frostfire Gate region outside the walls. Not that it would help most of them during this fight, as they were breaking through the commander and royal ranked bottlenecks. But if they survived the day, it would be a large change in their social status. Overhead, a massive distortion was forming around the battle between Matilda and the octopus. It looked like they were both trying to pull the other into another realm, but the effects were countering each other. It felt like the world was breaking around their battles, but nobody had time to worry about it. There were so many invaders that many had stopped trying to collect the bodies and had started simply throwing them in piles when they cleared a group. Nobody was fighting alone, it was too dangerous to risk being surrounded or tripped by the frog creatures. "Karl, we need fewer statues and more stabbing." Kara complained as she failed yet again to tear through the immortal ranked octopus thing. They should have enough statues to create a healing net over the district now, so Karl flew up over the guild house, then upgraded the gargoyles defending the property from overlord to mythic rank. It might be overkill for Drod on a normal day, but today it was necessary to keep the house safe. Then he used the amulet of destruction to increase, Avatar, to the immortal rank. The first level of the immortal rank, that was. Karl could sense that there was more than one stage to the rank, but they weren't split by separate blessings, just some sort of understanding or power. The giant calamari, as Kara called their opponent, felt like it was one sub-rank above Karl. Difficult, but not impossible, for him to fight with an immortal rank transformation and epic constitution. The lack of immortal ranked skills would be a downside to fighting the octopus creature, but Karl noticed that Kara actually had an effective attack. Void Blast wasn't at the immortal rank, but the creature's resistance against the spell was so low that the damage reduction was hardly noticeable. Hawk broke off for a moment to roast a group of frogs that were attacking locals on the ground. Dark fire caused the creatures to wither in a matter of seconds, and Hawk mocked them as he tossed the bodies in his space. Tomorrow I will have an entire mountain of frog legs in every flavor imaginable. The bird insisted. You're not wrong. There are so many of them out there already, and more are coming through the portals. Kara agreed. Beneath them, Carl felt their surroundings twist as an illusionary domain was formed, and then elevated to mythic rank as Opal's power soared. I was in the middle of something. How dare you interrupt? Opal's mental voice echoed through the area, just before a glowing elfin figure with the same gossamer wings as Opal's appeared in front of the guild house. It was an illusion, but enhanced with an incredibly potent barrier of some sort that made it look real even to Carl. New shared skill gained, Reality Warp. Reality Warp, epic grade mythic rank illusion spell. Illusions within an illusionary domain become solid, dealing mental and physical damage to targets. For a moment, Dana prepared to celebrate their incoming reinforcements, then the source of Opal's rage flickered through her mind for a moment before the butterfly stuffed it away. I've changed my mind. I'm not celebrating the group's resident busybody having a meltdown over her observation of Lotus and Ophelia's date night being interrupted. She muttered. Opal didn't care that Dana was not impressed. She would show these obnoxious frogs what upset really looked like. The Ophelia and Lotus show was her favorite daytime entertainment, and they had completely ruined today's episode with some nonsensical security lockdown. There wasn't even any kissing before she was pulled away. Carl laughed as Opal's frustrations reached him. Dana could sort out Opal's habit of sneakily observing everything. The butterfly wouldn't listen to him without ordering her, and Kara would help her find ways out of even the best worded orders. With the added illusionary armies inside Opal's illusionary domain effect, the frog population around the guild house was quickly being decimated. In fact, it was so effective that they were working to secure some of the portals, so that nothing else could come through. Now that they had a grasp of the situation, they could send in mages to try to collapse the interdimensional portals, effectively ending the attack. Above the main battle, Carl was learning that it was not easy to fight an octopus. This one didn't appear to have any blind spots, and those tentacles could attack or defend at any angle. It didn't matter that there were 3 of them attacking, as the creature had 8 limbs, and it could fly fast enough that it wasn't helpless against Hawk's attacks. It certainly wasn't happy about being set on fire, but with the damage reduction of the immortal blessing, its natural healing was slowly regenerating flesh and putting out the flames. Unholy corrosion made the flames immune to holy element healing, but regeneration was not holy element. In fact, Carl didn't see a single healer anywhere in this invasion. Your weak faction cannot defend against my master. The octopus informed Carl, its voice broadcast telepathically. My faction might be weaker than yours, but we can still defend. Look below you, we are closing the portals. Soon, your assault will be over, and the city will be feasting on frog legs. Carl retorted, unsure if the creature spoke dragon. The octopus shifted colors to a mottled red that Carl took as annoyed, but there was nothing that it could do to stop the tide of the battle from turning against the invaders. Rampage had increased Carl's damage enough that the immortal octopus damage reduction was completely negated now, and Ray was living up to every letter of the word rampage. Her battle looked more like a blender as she tore through the redwood sprawl, rescuing the weaker district of the city from the invaders. The governor was with her, as the district was the furthest from where the adventurers had arrived, so very few had made it across the river yet, and the numbers of frog monsters were growing. Carl snapped his jaws and bit the end of an errant tentacle off, causing the octopus to release a psychic shriek that had people below covering their ears, and Kara raging. As soon as she found this thing's eyes, she was going to claw them out. Then, a flame-covered, rend, attack completely severed one of the creature's tentacles, and the octopus bolted for the portal. Don't you dare. You are my calamari. Kara raged. The octopus flickered between a terrified beige and bright red, and Carl realized that it could understand her thoughts. At least Carl knew that it had a good reason to be irate with Kara and Hawk. They had been planning ways to cook it since before the first attack landed. Once it was clear of the imminent attacks, the octopus simply teleported, and vanished through the portal it had taken here. The portal closed behind it, and Hawk shrieked as he doused the area in fire. He had plans for that thing. However, if he couldn't have calamari, he could at least try something new with all these frog legs. That was brilliant. He had a nice spice rub that would go well with frog. But first, he needed more. Carl transformed back to his usual form so that he could fight in the streets, but went all the way to the far side of the city to assist Ray. A few more groups had come this way, having realized that it was a treasure trove of mythic frogs. But there were still far too many, and 2/3 of the buildings had been destroyed, with civilians running for anything that seemed like it might be safe. The death toll within Drod was going to be horrific when the battle ended, and impossible to count, as the giant frogs could swallow most of the smaller demons whole. Now that he was back in his usual fighting form, Carl switched the target of the Amulet of Destruction to be the Disintegration spell cast on the Blade of Champions as a barrier. At immortal rank, it was unlikely to be dispelled or broken while attacking the frogs, and it would cut much more smoothly, saving him time while he worked to save who he could. Don't gather near the river. There are portals in the water. Carl warned as a group of demons ran past him, fleeing from a group of the mythic frogs. Mr. Carl. Is there a safe zone? One of them shouted back. We're expanding out from the guild house, but I came ahead to try to salvage something in the sprawl. Carl explained. The man gave a sad shake of his head. There isn't much left to save. Just wipe them out, and we will do our best to survive. The most effective way to remove the frogs would be area spells, but he would level the entire city if he tried doing things that way. The damage was already excessive, and the buildings of the Redwood Sprawl weren't in great shape to begin with. An arc of disintegration cut a pair of frogs in half, giving the small group room to flee for safety as everything else turned its attention to Carl. The frogs weren't intelligent creatures, and in the immortal realm, they would hardly be considered a major threat. But here in such high numbers they had essentially depopulated a city in under an hour. To prevent others from claiming the bounty on the frogs, Carl tossed the kills into Hawk's space, so he could roast them later, and kept moving. He didn't miss the fact that he was slowly gathering a following of wounded locals, people who had survived the first round of attacks which had leveled their homes. They had all decided that it was safer to be within sight of someone who could actually kill the frogs, even if it meant being out in the open. Then, they came around a corner and found themselves face to face with the governor, who also had a large following of people. Here, take this healing totem and guard the survivors. I will keep clearing the city. Carl instructed. Thank you, guild leader. Your friend Ray is somewhere near the wall with her army of undead. Governor Shin replied slowly, exhausted by his efforts. My forces are closer to the guild house, but we've called for over 100 mythic warriors from Xylaz to come and help. They're working their way here, so if you can just hold on for another half hour, they should reach you.